Welcome back, chat. We are doing more me forgetting to join the Discord call, which I think happened yesterday as well. Fuck. We're doing more WCQ spectating. We're behind. We're gonna speed up.
More decks than we ever
There's more Swiss rounds.
And that's all thanks to Infinite Forbidden.
It really is. There's been so many great cards, and none of them have been overlooked. I think we've almost seen representation from every single different deck. But we're talking a little bit about the format today, about the duels that we got ahead of us.
So the previous day we had 9 rounds of Swiss, and it was 45 minutes, best 2 out of 3. Now we're into day 2. We got 3 more rounds of Swiss, that's only 45 minutes.
Day 2, which is 3 rounds of Swiss. Okay, okay, yeah, 10, 11, 12. Okay, and then we are gonna get final, so it's... Yeah, 32. Wait, 32? Wait, they said top cut was going to be 64.
8 and top 4 is going to be 55 minutes, 10 minutes added, and once we get to the finals, they get a big 65 minutes, and again, it's best 2 out of 3s, and those will be single elimination.
Oh, single elimination. My heart was going...
Alright, let's get into the first duel. No, I'm not feeling great like yesterday. We might have to take another break again. Still don't know what's wrong with me. I do feel more congested than I did yesterday, so... I don't know if that makes me more comfortable with everything that's wrong with my body right now. I just want to keep you guys up to date on what's going on. So, Friday when I ended stream, I was having... I don't know what happened. It was probably just a string of really bad anxiety attacks. My dad came home from where he was, took me to the hospital. Nothing was wrong with me. They did some tests, just like to do tests because I was there for breathing problems. And nothing of note came up. But they also only checked on my chest. I've had some stomach problems recently that might be the culprit because stomach problems can affect your breathing. And so...
4 individual rescue ace supporting cards, just incredible, but, well, it's time to see where the road
Is the stream really quiet? Because I feel like the stream is really quiet. No, it totally is. Oh well. You guys are gonna have to deal with it being quiet. I'll just turn my fucking volume up. Yeah, my throat's been weird. It's been like dry and tight. The tightness comes and goes. It also only affects my exhaling, not my inhaling. I've had some trouble breathing though, both in and out.
Deck has been cut. We got hit by Ash Blossom. Oh, was that a pass turn? Wow. Wow. So we mentioned that there was a hand disruption on Javier's side. Now we are seeing that
given that they said nothing was wrong at the ER, it's probably something deal-withable, but, you know, don't know exactly. Don't know exactly what the time scale for dealing with it is actually going to be. But we have a couple of follow-up things that are not scheduled, but will be scheduled soon.
Are you going to let the original?
Actually waiting on a phone call for one of them.
Oh, cat's out of the bag now. You get the rescue ace hydrant, and without the Ash Blossom, this is going to be
yeah, so... The WCQ yesterday was, and I guess Friday, because we watched Friday stuff yesterday, to recap, a lot of Fiendsmith. Seems like more Fiendsmith than Snake Eye. But that's also because Fiendsmith is, like, in every Snake Eye deck. But Fiendsmith is also in a bunch of other stuff, like Rescue Ace, Yubel, of course. And Yubel and Rescue Ace are also, like, genuine contenders as far as their records go.
Definitely makes the decks a lot more durable.
So,
2 different game plans that you can execute out of sequence, right? You can decide, I'm going to play a few Fiendsmith cards, wait, I'm going to play a few Rescue Ace cards. Going back and forth allows your opponent to kind of get caught up in that chaff, right? They have to decide, oh no, I've got 2.
And we know Gimmick Puppet is capable, because Gimmick Puppet made it to the last round of yesterday, and won yesterday, so... It's unfortunate. It was cool, but it sucks to see an FTK do well, you know?
That when you have, 4 links worth of material, instead of linking, right? It's going to summon out there's so many different pivots you can go for in that point. You have 2 6s, and you have 4 links.
Yeah, apologies if I burp on camera. Like I said, stomach issues, which... I'm thinking stomach issues and anxiety are probably the collective cause of everything that's been wrong with me since Friday! Possibly since Sunday night, actually, which is when, like, the string of this shit started. It just peaked on Wednesday. That was why we had our big BRB last night as well, which is also why Ender was on call when I came back, because I was on call with both of my partners, and I was just like, hey, I don't want to leave this call. And they were like, oh, okay, then don't, Lamau.
Wow, that was enough, apparently, but here we are.
And so I didn't. Fucking hell. Rescue Ace just didn't even get... Neither deck got to play the game. Les Briques. Whoa! Why it rewound? Thinkin'.
Into their deck and get the Desert Shrunk players do. exactly what's going on here. We're going to go for the Fable Blurry, or Fable Blurry, not the Fable Blurry, the Fable Blurry monster altogether. And that's going to be started, and summon it onto the field right away. That's mandatory.
Oh, he has his... Okay, he's putting his stuff
mirrored.
mirrored.
Started off quite well. Again, we're going to be seeing the Fiend Smith Requiem. Fiend Smith Requiem is going to go ahead and bring us to our next card here, Fiend Smith Engraver.
Engraver has a touchdown onto the field.
I'm also congested as hell, so I might just be sick, and that might be the cause of my stomach shit. That might be the cause of my everything, and it might just be something minor.
In just a moment to consider what's next. Javier obviously on the ropes, having lost the first duel.
And we're going to start now into Wanted. Secret Simple Spells. That's going to add the Spell to Black Witch.
It's weird, because, like, my whole body is really weak, but I can do just about anything if I really try.
We're not met with a draw and lock, which is really, really good news when it comes to starting off your play these days.
So I'm not sure what the deal is with that exactly, but, you know.
Engines that require searching to kick things off. If it was just pure Snake Eye, playing around roll isn't too difficult, but when you have to start with the Fiend Smith engine, you could also lock yourself out before you even get a chance to play.
And that would be difficult to get through, but luckily it looks like we are getting the full complement here as we set the original simple spoils off of that DBL star, the Black Witch. Everything's kind of turning up Javier's way, at least for this first turn of game 2.
Nicholas looking very, very calm. Just going to take a moment to hopefully enjoy the ride for now to see where things are going to end up and eventually tackle what is at hand, what is the giant wall, what are the Titans that are going to be put onto the field.
Well, he's considering those Titans
So what breakers are we going to have here?
We are in round 10.
The pressure's on.
The pressure's certainly on.
So we're going to use the original simple spell. We're going to send away the...
Yeah, I mean, now that you're in day 2, the pressure's pretty fucking
Summoning out
big.
Snake Eye Ash. Snake Eye Ash. Effect is going off, though. That's why we're searching back into the deck.
Ugh,
Searching
fuck.
for the Poplar. Snake Eyes Poplar into hand. Poplar effect is going to activate. It's going to summon out from hand. That's going to also activate on summon.
Snake Eyes Poplar. As opposed to what? Dave Poplar? Like, I don't...
Definitely a great choice and great card, activating now and going back
I
into the
don't
deck.
think there's another Poplar. I think we actually had this come up yesterday where somebody was like, had to declare a card name. I think it was for Lullaby Obedience.
With our two powers combined, again, we talked about how much Snake Eyes DBL Star really in just one card changed how this deck's game plan goes.
And then they corrected themselves, like, oh, Snake Eye Poplar.
I'm not saying as many level plays as we used to, but it is still
the casters were just like, I don't think there's another Poplar.
It's very similar to like Flamberge. This one just requires you kind of go to the battle phase to do it. But
and now the same casters
is that if it's in the spell trap zone,
doing that.
One of the active plays that gives
It's my turn. I don't think there's another
Yeah,
Poplar.
but that's the risk of a good card. Sometimes it may show up at the wrong time, but that would prevent a great player like Javier from using it.
Now we're going to go into Snake Eye Oak from the Snake Eye Ash effect. Oak effect, summon back the Ash, and we have 4 monsters on the field ready to go.
And like yesterday as well, chat, don't worry. I am still farming on Dokkan. Actually, you know what? Hold up, chat. Let me see if I can screen share my Dokkan.
This is how you tell which effect you're using. That's going to be...
It'll go,
We've got our second level 8.
It'll go somewhere unobstructed to the stream if I can, don't worry.
But imagine that we're going for the Hope Harbinger Dragon line, so I think we'll likely just see some link summons.
Yeah, I think the extra deck is so tight with the Fiend Smith added in. We got like 5, 6 additional cards added in. Sometimes you just have to make the cut, and Hope Harbinger perhaps was one of those cards that didn't make the cut.
Kind of like a
Hope Harbinger wasn't even a common thing before.
No hard feelings, but there's just so many choices that you can make with so many great cards out there.
But sometimes those cards get sidelined into the side deck.
And that's been really exciting too to see that the extra deck is so cramped now that the side deck is being used. Of course, we could always do it, but we don't see it in very many formats. Speaking of extra deck, looks like we're going to see Fiend Smith sequence here. Likely we're going to have a fusion summon, but the great news is Javier's in the driver's seat and continue these plays in whatever direction you want.
Me out of the call on desktop. No, it will not.
Gives you a lot of flexibility.
Can I,
again,
however,
because
screen
it is a
share?
summon effect. You can just see, well, maybe I'll do this, and now I put it no sequence is coming. That's a painful choice to make.
It seems like Javier did side in the Desiree. So speaking of sidelined monsters, that monster was sidelined, and now it's put into the front line.
Hey, put me in, coach, and honestly, a great monster here that might be able to be used to stop turbulence, or perhaps any of the things that will get that rescue ace engine on.
I cannot, in fact, screen share on mobile Discord right now still. It's broken. I don't know why, so I can't show you guys my Dokkan. I'll check if there's an update for Discord on mobile, but I don't think there is.
It's a coffin, it doesn't mind being in the graveyard, it's going to pop right out.
It is not.
It's how we for them every day.
Oh well.
And we're going to use
Sorry.
Uptrack, and we are going to fuse them off. Very interesting. And that's going to go into Fiend Smith's
I have to burn these boosts before tonight so that they come back.
What does it summon? Well, it summons Light Fiends. Or add Light Fiends to hand, that's why you can summon back the Desiree.
The Desiree is probably fusion summon, so it is back on the field in a flash.
That was an interesting line, rather than using it as link material and swinging to graveyard. Now we're linking these off instead. Okay.
Shows you the creativity of this deck. You really can choose different directions. While the cards may seem familiar from duelist to duelist, it's just like a boxing match. They come in with the same tools, but how they use them, that's what makes them who they are.
This makes a lot more sense now, because you can't make IP Masquerena with a link monster. Therefore, he circled around
it's
it to
true.
get those monsters into non-link form and then re-link them.
Also, what's weird, Chad, is I actually had trouble falling asleep last night because of my breathing, because that's been happening this week. What I find particularly interesting about this is the fact that once I did fall asleep, I must have slept well, because I have had bags under my eyes almost perpetually for like a year now, and I didn't when I woke up this morning. I actually just used my phone camera to look, even though I hate looking at my face, and they're actually starting to form already, so I must have slept at least decently if they stayed away for a while.
Letting you access the extra deck on the fly. IP Masquerena gets a lot of work done this format.
Now, we are currently under a fire lock, but that could just mean one Desiree away from not getting locked out after all. But we're going to see if that's going to matter, because we still have Oak on the field, we can still go into fire monsters. That's fine.
What fire lock?
And yeah, we are getting rid of our own fire lock.
That is so cool.
That is one of the coolest plays, I think. Go ahead and negate your own card. Once you negate your own negative effects.
Can I do a whole team of Joined Forces movie heroes, like units that are on both categories? Oh my god.
Material Appaloosa has been very popular this weekend. Again, just being able to get out those 2 quick negation effects, and then maybe linking it off with the IP Masquerena. We've seen so many different variations on that for so
I like
many
that there are some phrases that I can just Google without putting the word Dokkan next to them, and then Dokkan's just like, yeah, I got you, fam. Also, I have every joined forces leader except for including I have every joined forces leader on global, including like sub leaders and free to play shit, other than the Caulifla and Kale, who I think I still don't have on global. And it's funny because I might have them on JP actually. Which I do have them on global.
It's just so wild how many different interaction lines. It's just how the two decks will intersect with each other. That's what I like to kind of compare.
No, it's really neat. It's really neat. I can almost see in my head almost like two flowcharts at the same time. But you're just like, well, I'm here. Let me just flip the flowchart over. Now I'm over here. Let's go a different direction.
Exactly.
The chart be flowing.
We've gotten to our Hydrant summon now.
Immediately using IP Mask Arena there. Seems like we might have something we can respond with, but Nicholas uncertain there. Allowing it to resolve. We're going to go ahead and link summon, combining IP Mask
Again,
Arena
apologies for that.
And let's see what we get up next.
I'm going to be getting up for water frequently to make sure that I'm not dehydrated.
Is there going to be a response? Chain Link 3, they're going to go with Alert while Hydrant's on the field. You get to add a Rescue Ace monster.
A couple of the things that they tested me for, I googled around about.
Hydrant's going to go away.
And there are some things. All of them have like a bunch of different things, and they're like, you know, it could just happen in the moment. But also, like, if like some of them, one of them was, you know, a couple of them were like, oh, it might be heart disease. There were other things too, just like worst case. One of them, the worst case was diabetes, and it's like that makes sense. But then like half of them were just, oh yeah, you might just be dehydrated. And I'm like, well, fuck, if I'm sick, I might just be dehydrated, and that could be causing everything. I might just need to chug water. I might just need to slam this shit like an alcoholic slams at the bar, you know? Just with water instead.
So we've dealt with the one SP interaction. SP does have two interactions after all. There's still an Appaloosa. And now there is Emergency being activated. Now it's going to summon out a Rescue Ace, but it does require you to tribute away a Rescue Ace. That's going to be met with Ash Blossom Joy Spring.
That is rough. It could have been used for Venture to maybe get back the Rescue Ace.
That's unfortunate.
And well, just because it's away your Ash Blossom, now we get to go to Fiend Smith. You know, we're going to keep on going. Ooh, wow. What a great card put in. That's going to be cross out designator. It closes out the game and prevented Nicholas from having any chance of starting off that engine. The fire engine could not.
So far, none of the duels today that we've seen have been gameplay. We got to watch a Rescue Ace player start and get scooped on. Then we got to watch a Snake Eye player full combo and then get scooped on.
All important game 3. We're going to start with Nicholas. Nicholas starting off his play with the bonfire into top left.
Oh, that's a throwback.
Effect on summon, getting that surge. Is this a very
no one knows why that's a throwback, because Ender's not here.
You know that they have a conflicting field. We got an HQ that we have to worry not being on fire.
You know what? Hold on, actually. Speaking of people being in the VC, I'm actually going to switch VCs back over to my Yu-Gi-Oh! Discord.
Very similar start for Nicholas once he
I'm just going to screen share in here as well.
No points of interaction here. Taking a quick look at the hand. Maybe Javier's going to do something, but no, it's good.
Hey,
anybody come to join me?
Amazing well, you need it in combination. And that's when you get those really, really big plays. Now we get into the Rescue Ace.
I might invite Ender into this server just so that he can hang out. I'm going to do that.
On the field, the Hydrant cannot be targeted.
Certainly helps protect it, and you might get a few extra months.
Compensation! No. Trying to say noise, and that was not the sound that came out of my mouth.
Look to the skies, Airlifter's here.
That's going to go for Alert. Alert's going to grab into Turbulence.
Anywhere I think we're Link 7 away from having materials in the graveyard for Turbulence.
This Link summon here to go.
I just sent Ender the link to this Discord with no context. It's just invited him to a Yu-Gi-Oh! Discord for no fucking reason, and I bet he's confused as shit.
It just has this nice little pause in the flowchart to be like, now I'm going to switch to this deck. Nah, I think I'll play these cards.
Fiend Smith Sequence. What the appropriate name? I'm going to sequence my play a little bit differently. Now, no disruption at this point. Fiend Smith Sequence is going to successfully resolve. We're going to put back 2 monsters going into Fiend Smith Lacrima.
More like Fiend Smith Sequence.
Add back to hand, send back to grave. We're going to get tracked into hand, activate the track, add Lori, and discard Lori. Lori affecting Graver, summon out Lori.
Just a flurry of cards as Lori hits the field again. Uninterrupted play here from Nicholas as he's able to get the entire Fiend Smith combo without a hitch, and still holding on to that Turbulence, so we might be seeing something pretty crazy. There's the SP Little Knight.
We just make it a little later while maintaining monsters. And that's going to banish his own cards.
Interesting.
Shuffle back Alert, summon back the Engraver from the graveyard. You know, welcome back. Engraver comes with a shovel, digging himself out. Overlay. DDD, Wave High King Caesar, so this is going to prevent Nibiru from dealing some massive damage. And even with the SP on the field, now we can also dodge infinite impermanence. We're just layering ourselves from the disruption that could come from Javier.
So there's just no way out, it seems, again, without being able to use Nibiru to clear that field. Turbulence may well set 4 cards.
Maybe we're waiting for a combination. But
you know what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to change the perms on this.
So we're going to start off with the infinite impermanence. Now, Turbulence is a little bit slower in comparison. So we're going to turn off the ability to stop the Nibiru. See, layering like this, now there's a chance the Nibiru could come down at this point. And there it is, the giant rock. So you just have to time it properly. This isn't like the chain 1-2. This is called turn off the thing that will stop me, and then I'll have to drop the Nibiru at this particular point. I mean,
I changed the perms for the stream channel so that now people can join, but I have to manually.
No, great sequencing there again. Use of the open game state to go ahead and negate the effect of the 1 card that could have stopped Nibiru, and then dropping that primal being onto the field. Unless...
There we go.
SP Little Knight.
SP Little Knight, secretly a Rescue Ace monster, rescuing one of their own monsters. And Turbulence will be put into the graveyard. That's a very large token.
Certainly is. There 3,000 plus the 2,600 from the...
Yeah, that's a big rock.
Now, will Nicholas be able to continue? Lacrima effect, that's going to deal a little bit of effect damage. That's going to be 1,200. Okay, well, you got to get the damage, but you still take the damage. Well, certainly important as this is the last game where anyone will have life points. Again, this is game 3 here on a very crucial round 10. Both players still in contention. It'll be a little easier to advance through the tournament with a win in this round. Oh, there's a continuation. Triple tactics talent.
wow.
Well, you're throwing a rock at me,
He's
well, I'm
going for
fanning
the
at you.
hands.
Ooh, oh no, there's 2 starters in this particular hand.
Depends on what you have in your hand as Nicholas, but looks like possibly Dia Bellstar might be the choice. Maybe he's more worried about both the effect and the body, whereas we have Snake Eye Ash, he can stop the effect and not worry about the body.
We are clearing away the free special.
That's how
careful
this
there.
dueling's
You know,
been.
shuffle your cards.
Okay.
Be careful, a little bit of information there.
Got it.
Okay, so we got rid of the Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch, knowing that there's one card that's almost.
Hopefully my chat hasn't been super ultra giga galacto mega active. I don't expect this to be the case, but I should probably check and make sure. Yeah, literally not a single message in either chat. Well, I don't know why I'm checking here. I could literally just open OBS and be like, oh yeah, nothing. I don't have to check two fucking tabs in Chrome.
You might be able to disrupt your opponent, who doesn't really have that many cards, but as we know, Fiend's Snake Eye doesn't need that many cards in order to get started. But based on the hand we saw so far, it all comes down to this.
I think.
Oh, wait, chat, by the way, the Olympics start this week! I'm so fucking excited for that. I don't know if you guys know. I love the Olympics. It's awesome. It's great.
Those are usually the big ones.
I'm so excited.
And Prevention may be able to bring back that airlifter for an additional search. Nicholas has done a great job with the limited resources that he was left, setting up for future turns.
Seems like are we entering the battle phase? Seems like the Rock is going to attempt to attack the...
Dear.
Dwayne!
Let's see which one we're going to be attacking here, because yeah, we're going to take away the fire engine, the one that brings the backup. So we're basically blocking that up, but that means Nicholas will survive another turn. Now we're going to roll some of the Snake Eye Ash. The effect of Ash is going to go through, and there's no response from Nicholas. It could be an open season now.
It really could. It might just be up to SP a little and protect Nicholas's precious life points here, because with Poplar about to hit the field, it's going to be a very difficult situation very fast.
Let's see where this board gets developed into. Now, since the key monster has been taken away, because if we accidentally played into that fire engine, I think the worry was probably the Prevention just flipping the monster phase down and just ending the turn altogether. So, you know, really well played by you. Ooh,
Ender has responded with
So it's not
Thinkfold.
the end of the world, because Snake Eyes have been known to be able to hit around, you know, be locked into lock. And we're going to use the effect of, oh wow, this is a fantastic way to kind of clear off in one monster that can just jump
And
out
has
and
now
generate a giant
joined
field.
the
And now that
server.
Poplar has been summoned, it cannot add an additional card because we're going to draw We're going to be linking away that Poplar. Poplar can't get rid of that Nibiru token by just pointing into it. It seems like we're going to be going to the language. And I'm about to kind of just, you know, soak up that token.
Certainly a back and forth duel here, a simplified game state as it were. Looks like we might be going to SP Limelight, feels like a strong combo indeed, but trying to make sure we can do what we can do. We're going to absorb that token first.
Yeah, if you go straight to SP Limelight, SP Limelight kind of gets negated. Well, you get the double chain, but you kind of just lose the additional interaction later on if you do need it. So now we're going to move up to close heaven. So that's a much safer way to get in now, but we are still locked under. But that's going to go into Fiendsmith's Requiem. Requiem effect. Special summon of Fiendsmith's Engraver.
I am familiar with Fiendsmith combos because I play Magical Musket.
I mean, you still perform like fusion summons with sequence, you know, the Lacrima generating more cards from the Engraver, but you just have to have the correct number of
And
light
so
gains.
for that reason, I must be familiar with Friendsmith combos.
I mean, very well played by both of these players.
Nobody is giving an inch despite all the cards they've used up against each other.
Okay. Think before SP returns.
Oh, we're going to end phase. End phase. SP returns back onto the field.
Spoke too soon, then looks like Nicholas is going to get another chance here, and the battle phase already used up.
The draw was a reinforce.
Ooh,
Original symbol.
But original simple spell in the graveyard. Okay.
looks like it's good.
We're gonna add a fire monster to hand. Let's put back the Poplar. That's a great way to use that card.
Certainly
Normal
sure.
summon out the Hydrant. Activate the effect of Hydrant.
Yeah, I don't have the
okay.
Kali
Oh, wow.
Kale on global.
That's gonna get
Let me
prevented.
check
This is a very
GP
dangerous
while
turn.
the rest
Yeah,
of us
so
play
if we lose
Rescue
the
Aces.
Aces.
Well, maybe at one, that one gets a lot of work done.
I like how you phrased it.
Banishing Turbulence to summon.
Banishing Turbulence.
Oh, we're going for the turbulence.
Preventer to summon out the field, and we also
Okay.
get Fiendsmith Engraver being summoned back onto the field. Yeah, that's gonna be. Oh, we're doing this quite quickly here. That's gonna go.
Le combo.
Requiem summons back another copy of Fiendsmith Engraver. Now we've got a lot of light monsters in the graveyard ready to go. That's gonna do the equip to send away. So we're using the effect of Engraver to send away the Requiem and the opposing Engraver. It's such a big card. Going first or second, get the clear monsters, develop a field.
Absolutely.
Nicholas stroll on the beach.
Nicholas calculating damage there. We might be having a battle phase.
This case has a 6. I think it's the Angel Baton, right? That's their level 6.
So many resources there, but now it's just time for the battle phase.
That's a lot of damage. He's got it! Nicholas
Oh,
taking the feature
let's
match
go.
of round number 10 of Swiss.
Rescue Ace redeems itself again. It is still a great deck.
Rescue
Incredible back and forth between the two
Ace.
players. Everyone doing as much as they can. Both of these players, amazing play.
All right, let's get to round
Not
11 here.
necessarily celebrating too hard. Remember, there's still 2 more rounds of Swiss ahead
Is
of
that a
us
side
before we get
feature?
to that
Yes. Do not care. I mean, I kind of do, but it's a 10 pie mirror.
Ahead of those people.
Yeah,
that
it's
have
gonna be a
losses, so everyone
non-game.
won at least win one. So we're going to see
Oh,
how some perform
round
against
11.
someone who's gotten second place at YCS before with Flunderies some time ago, back when that deck was brand new. I don't think he's going to still be using Flunderies here, but he's going to be using a different strategy that is something we haven't actually seen yet on stream this weekend, but it's definitely a deck
I would not imagine anyone is on flu this weekend, but I also wouldn't be terribly shocked if somebody were on flu. I'd be more surprised if they made it to day
Definitely,
2
those kind
on
of control
flu.
strategies are able to cut your opponent off from what they're trying to do, and he's definitely going to try and stop Brian, who got defeated yesterday. But let's jump into game number 1 here of round 11 of the NAWCQ. Here comes the die roll.
Looks like a 7. Not as average as you can be.
He's going to be on the top.
That's another 7. Yeah, that's how it goes. Give me 11. Roll. There's 9.
They lose. They do indeed. It's going to be
7.
They win this time. So it looks like Mez is going to go first.
Yes, I went first.
Now it's time to see what he's playing. He's set 1, set 2, set 3,
Fucking
and
lab,
pass.
That's how Lambert goes.
No, we have
Now,
stun at
different
home.
His deck is a little different from other Labyrinth decks we have seen in the past. We're going to see how that's going to work out against Brian. Starting off with 1-for-1, discarding Fiendsmith Engraver.
And that resolves always
It's
really good.
discount
You're
stun,
gonna
but it's
see
also
it.
better
It's
than
not, sorry,
stun.
it's not the guy. It is you, Bell. It is Samsara Lotus.
Yeah, when I see 1-for-1, I immediately like think, oh, here comes Snake Eye.
Like, I knew it was Yubel too, I was just so used to it.
Yes. I think this might be one of the first times I've seen Samsara D-Lotus come out from the 1-for-1. Mez wanting to make sure he checks the text on that, make sure it's not a quick effect tribute off the field so he could dodge a trap that he might have waiting here for Brian.
Let me check my JP account really
It does
quickly.
get around something along the lines of torrential tribute. That is not what I expected.
Splish Splash.
Wait, look at Brian's face. Like,
That's interesting.
normal summon able lure, not really what you want to see, but you know, can get you there.
Yeah, might be why he discarded the Fiends with Engraver. Since
Yeah, I don't have
held
them on
too much here.
JP
And he might be
either.
looking to add back that Engraver later on in the turn to use its effect after he can put that Fabled Lure back into the deck. But he links away the Fabled Lure for Fiendsmith's Requiem and then tributes it off to special summon another copy of Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck to the field.
Oh, yeah.
You can be using the Requiem now.
But yeah, that's, you
Now it
know,
looks like he's looking at
that's
that extra deck. Might be
fine. I
1-2
have
summons that
lots
brand new
of
Necro Equip
stuff.
Princess.
I see it in his hand. There he's going to put on the field.
They fills the materials for both of them being able to send to the graveyard. Now he's going to put back the Requiem to special summon Fiendsmith Engraver to the field.
Yeah, Friend Smith.
I likely believe he's going to go for sequence now at this point. Although he does have some ability to extend in his hand.
Okay, I could do Join Forces Movie Heroes as
Now,
a
Mez is
team. It
actually
just
having cards
wouldn't
in
be
his hand because
good.
he's trying to run the numbers and get to that proper equation that he's looking
Actually, it
for.
might not be
Well,
the
I'm worried
worst
about
thing
spoilers,
up
really.
there.
I don't think I'm spoiling things. I'm just saying he's trying to run some numbers in his head. Oh, so he does have Lady Labyrinth in his hand, so he's going to trap card against special summon from the
And
hand.
then followed by a Welcome
Oh,
Labyrinth.
did you just have the leader linked with the Gojitas?
From his deck, looks like he grabs Big Welcome Labyrinth.
We're going to be able to set up his engine here.
Problem is you don't actually
And then
benefit
from
from
the
that. It would
default
actually be
itself,
Join
like,
Forces
you'll
Pure
be
Saiyans or Join Forces or Movie Heroes Pure Saiyans,
That's a
but
great card. You get to swap out a card
with
on
the
the field, put it in the
200%
graveyard.
But like theoretically,
Ooh,
or you
but
can
now
do Movie
because
Heroes
of
Kamehameha.
you're going to be using the effect of
Of course.
And then
Using the Pummel Chamber. Ooh, a lot of cards you don't want to see in your opening hand. Just a Nightmare Pain and Impermanence to follow up.
this is a tough spot for Brian. Mez showing why he has made
I wish
the
that they would
Labyrinth
let you like, because of that
Trying
200%
to
needs in
reset the
Dokkan
trap
work.
lovely.
Maybe going to have to use the Impermanence here just to
I wish that they would let you like fucking.
and be able to put the Big Welcome, or sorry, put the Lily back in the hand to resolve it.
And DT will. He's going to set Ice Dragon's Prison with the Lady.
I wish that they would let you like
Mez, you know, we only play
filter
the
by
big-
like
the big Labyrinth.
partial or complete match under 2 different sets, so that you could be like, yeah, it needs to be from either Movie Heroes or Join Forces. In the case of actually, better example is LR Zombie from last year.
He's forcing the simplified game state here, which is exactly
Right.
what Trap Rabbit wants to do.
Like, I wish that I could filter so that I could have Realm of Gods, Worldwide Chaos, and Fused Fighters. And they could be from any of those 3, but then they have to be from one of those 3, and either Time Travelers or Final Trump card.
Face up on the field to resolve. Because normally you destroy a card when a card leaves the field by trap effect.
You
Yeah,
know.
has to see it and then still remain on the field to activate. Alright, so we're making back to Brian's turn. He's able to activate the Nightmare Pain. He's able to destroy
Like, I wish I could
the
do
Welcome
that,
in his hand.
because that would be great for 200% leads. Instead, I have to just do, like, individual combinations.
Destroy. Probably a Ubel. Has
Hopefully
Ubel.
yeah.
Nice.
Which is a problem, because some 200% leads have literally 6 categories you have to search, so there's 3 you have to search with 3.
He's just going to be able to keep resetting that tears over as well.
Another Doom Cannon. Really all the powerful trap cards you can have in your arsenal.
This is a trap control strategy.
I mean, this is pretty much over for Brian at this point. You know there's still Night Dragon's Prison in the graveyard.
So now we can try and summon Fiendsmith Engraver. Let's see if this... Nope, doesn't do anything here from Mez. Going to hold Ice Dragon Prison.
Really no reason to use anything yet, right?
No. Not yet. Now, where does Brian go from here? He is in a pickle.
You know he has a Dark Monster in his hand. It potentially could be summoned here.
I
Without
may
letting him
sneeze
fuck up the Ice
soon.
Yeah, unless it's one of those big dark monsters, that would be tough. But he's going to link away into the Fiendsmith Requiem that he put back on turn 1.
Based on how my nose is feeling, I may sneeze soon, and I don't know if I'll be able to mute in time, because I have to sit back.
See if he does decide to use Ice Dragon's Prison here. You won't be able to use the Karma Cannon just yet.
I mean, he could.
Well, he can't target either of those, so
Yeah.
It just wouldn't be smart.
Where does he go next here?
that was a good normal summon.
No, just Samsara D-Lotus. Not too bad. So it looked like he was trying to bait out some interaction there with the
More
Nightmare
like
Pain.
Samsara D's nuts.
You're just gonna get rid of both stars now with the effect of Ice Dragon Prison.
Alright, chat, time for me to stream, or time for me to do more World Tournament runs.
I thought it was
I think
monsters.
it's only monsters. Yeah, I got that question before. Engraver is just monsters. It's a good card.
I
but not as good
don't
as a
care for Labyrinth. I don't
This is
like
gonna be enough here
Labyrinth.
for it to
I
mess.
think
He's gonna
Labyrinth
attack and take a
is
quick game
toxic
one.
deck.
He's going first with the Labyrinth strategy is where he wants to be. He's able to set his trap cards and get all his Labyrinth strategy online. I mean, really having 3 traps and that lovely in his hand, or lady in his hand, was exactly what he wanted to be able to do.
Oh, he won. Good for him. And all the
There's a lot
Lab
of exciting stuff going
fans
on
out there.
Beyond just the feature matches, so make sure you stick around all day to watch out for that. Now, Fiendsmith Engraver is going to start here for Brian.
Wait, what about all the feature matches?
Math problem that can result in your opponent losing everything.
Yeah, just a little bit of algebra here, but
problem.
like, we know how you get players. It requires a high IQ to play this game.
Yeah, so the reading stuff sometimes, but let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's game 2, round 11 of the NAWCQ. The second to last round of the Swiss round before we cut to top 64. And then it turns into that single elimination tournament. We're also going to have a live duel that you're going to want to stick around for to check out during that top cut. There's a lot of exciting stuff going on today. Beyond just the feature matches, so make sure you stick around all day to watch
Beyond
out
the
for that. Now,
feature
Fiendsmith Engraver
matches,
is going to
got
start
it.
here for Brian. Sending it to the graveyard to add.
Assuming the tracks.
I do want to watch that.
Doesn't need to be right now.
I hope I won't get in
But
trouble for
I
streaming
just
this,
have
but I would
to figure out
imagine I
how to
won't because a bunch of other
Alright, so
people
it's actually going to
stream
get you.
this, right? So it's like,
Hopefully get to some new bell stuff here since he's going first this game.
what are the
We're leading with the
odds?
Fiendsmith, potentially bait out some interruptions here.
Discards Fabled Lure, special summons it back to the field.
He already has a copy of Samsara D-Lotus in his hand. So I wonder, do you think if he's going to go for the Beatrice line, what does he need to set up with it?
What is he going to send down with Beatrice, or
I
That's tough.
wonder.
You can do that to search out Samsara D-Lotus. Maybe there's something in the side deck you might want to send down. Maybe not even go for
Is
Beatrice
there
at all. You might find
perhaps
different
a
ways to use it.
certain
Awesome.
European
go for
pro
something along
streaming
those lines.
this
Like, you know, you're playing against Labyrinth,
with
that's
more
like, you
viewers
wanna
than the
have, like,
actual
maybe
stream
even just
this
sending up a
time?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that might be one of the options to go. But I mean, Atlas, yeah, it's probably pretty tough. And there's a lot of trap cards you can deal with that. The Duruma, the Karma Cannon, essentially deals with any wing monster. But let's see how he navigates
Yes.
this.
I like how he's playing this right now. He's
Actually,
playing
there's
the
2
body block,
European
so
streamers
he can
streaming
extend.
this with more
He can
viewers than the
target
real official
Just
stream.
Necro Princess on the field. Samsara D-Lotus tributes itself to Special Summon Spirit Ubel.
That's hilarious. A lot of people are are doing watch parties for this, and I'm just behind. Everyone's on the same thing, and then you just scroll down far enough, you just see me behind, and then you scroll down any farther, and it's everyone on the same card again.
But they never have Nightmare Throne. It's like their best card in their deck. It gives you just like that extra body. It's pretty nice.
That's so funny to me.
They don't get to have their best options.
Yeah. So
You control the theme, he's able to special summon the Gruesome, and then destroy a monster. Optionally, he's going to destroy that Yubel, and be able to summon Terran card from the deck.
So now he's going to maybe link away into Unchained Soul or Yama.
I mean, you probably want to get to the Yama first.
Yep.
Yama's going to be able to add that Shavara.
Unchained Soul of the
Use
Llama?
Swimmer to special summon back the Yubel. Oh, we just leave the Phantom Yubel, of course. Definitely want to put those cards back, so you have more things summoned from the deck.
Yep, Phantom Yubel definitely changed things for the Yubel deck coming out in Battle Legends Terminal Revenge. And yeah, just being able to shuffle back the materials from your graveyard, field, or hand to summon from your extra deck. You turn any monster effect to make it true, so turn any monster
Yeah,
effect
the
into
difference
destroy
between
yourself.
Phantom and Phantomless Yubel is honestly like...
Not the most
So the
useful
thing
spot,
is,
but you'll be
right,
able to keep him from something
what
maybe
I
out
didn't
of the deck.
realize
are
when assessing
not
Phantom of
Phantom, but they are
Yubel, and
critical
this
ones
is
to do it.
just... I didn't
Probably
care
lines a little
about
bit
the
better
deck,
against the
so I
front
didn't care
I
that
mean, still
much.
must be wary of cards like the Brutal being right.
The deck is
Especially
solid
if you
without
involved in
without
Phantom.
Phantom, but what Phantom
Now he's making the body
does
skills, he has
is
inflation from the using the effect of engraver.
it just
Yeah,
creates
let him
free
shuffle back a
shit
couple of
from
Fiends,
nowhere.
Fusion Summon, Fiendsmith's Lacrima.
Oh,
Oh,
very fair.
I forgot we're playing Yubel.
Yeah, but it's going to be able to send any fiend from
Because
the deck.
Phantom of Yubel just takes its materials from anywhere, and that's a big deal. And we've seen it come up in not today, but in the WCQ.
Definitely a great new tool that Yubel got out of the Infinite Forbidden.
Yeah, we've seen so much of Necro Princess, we haven't seen as much of Area Leader, but they're both just fantastic cards.
Like he's still thinking about what Fiend is now. Probably another copy of the Lotus, I would guess.
Just so you have it, because normally it is shuffled back for Phantom Yubel purposes, but having one in the graveyard is useful. Yeah, it looks like that's what he did.
Yeah, I believe you can special summon itself back in the in phase. You can use it as a tribute for Yubel.
Exactly. And it still has that effect on the field, right? Is it just negating another monster effect?
Which?
The effect of Lotus?
Oh yeah, it does have that other effect. Sometimes you forget about like,
Yeah.
the last lingering effect. That's why you gotta make sure you read all your cards.
It never happens anymore because it's often just back in the deck for Phantom Yubel.
Yeah, I haven't seen it happen all weekend.
And there's the Appaloosa.
Going to activate Swimmer effect to summon a 0/0.
So he's gonna use Squirmer effect to summon back Spirit of Yubel.
Right, so now we can go ahead and activate the Shavara, targeting the Phantom, or sorry, the Spirit of Yubel.
Yeah, so Spirit of Yubel's effect to add a spell trap from your deck hand once per turn. The effect is special summon when it's destroyed.
Not
Not.
once per turn.
Yup.
Activate target.
I think Brian's trying to find a way to get to Varudis or something like that here against this.
He's already pretty close to it.
Oh, yeah, he
It's
should
about to be pretty represented.
If he just needs to get one more level 10 on the field.
He's going to use the Yama summon back the Yubel from the graveyard as well as
Yep.
the effect Spirit of Yubel.
And here
Bald
comes.
Wrath.
Yep, finding out that that special effect is not return. But now he has the
Because his
materials he needs to go
original
right to 6 in a row.
translation from
Then we
Yu-Gi-Oh!
lock into themes,
was
target that Shavara,
Bald
so he's gonna
Wrath.
need to get that off the field. But it's pretty easy to do that.
It just has to go rank 6 first.
So I started
Or
calling
you can
him
go into
Bald Wrath. The
We're
Wrath
going
of
into
the
the
Bald
Witch
Man.
as well as
Two
yeah, it's a great
Xyz
card, not
monsters
bad.
in
It's a special summon,
2024.
And then Waking High Caesar is obviously very strong against all the actual Labyrinth trap cards.
It will be key.
This is
Here.
literally
This
just a
is gonna
Performa
trigger
Pal looking SM board, man.
There's a runic tip.
What's going on? He's laughing. He does side these cards, so it's not something you'd expect in a Labyrinth deck. But here comes a runic
An
tip.
Omni, a couple
Like, he's
negates,
questioning
there's
life right now,
summon
what's
negates, and then a
He's about to
pseudo
play
negate, and then an
Positive
Apo.
duality. Another old school card. There's a Destructive Dream of Karma Cannon.
No, I did lose track. How many mats was the Apo
Yeah,
again?
you
I
have
don't
to pair with something
remember.
else. It looks like he is at least thinking about it. Gonna add freezing
Yes.
curses. I always want to say freezing chain. So I
After this game too, I'm gonna go refill my water. Did I already say that? I might have already said that. I don't know. I just want to make sure I'm saying it.
It looks like he's activating the freezing curses.
I'm
here.
gonna say it
Activating
after I go to, or like right as I go to get up to fill my water too. Anyway, so it's like.
So, did we take banish card?
That might be
Well, I'm just letting you
Okay.
guys know. You're gonna see
Looks like
some
we're
of the
gonna
siding
here.
bits of the stream. Also, Runic. What?
Card of
Played a Runic
Demise.
card.
He said Drawn has 3 cards in his hand. So strong it's limited to 1, but an excellent card in trap heavy strategies.
I just realized that the rune tip was met with Ash Blossom. I just missed that.
Oh, okay, that explains the Ash Blossom in the graveyard.
Yeah, no, check out.
So that's kind of cool. The ring tip got to bait out a card that would normally like shut down his strategy. Yeah, you don't have to say in your battle phase to skip it. It sounds like so. He's just gonna discard that big welcome library to the phase. Probably means he has another one.
I mean, it's a strong one to put in the graveyard, especially since you're able to use the fact that you're able to put out anything else. And he does have the Waking High Caesar, like, less effective on the field at this point. He did have to use the freezing curses on that turn just to resolve the card demise, so the Runic is back online. He needs to pair with something else now.
Oh,
Okay.
Heavy Storm Duster. That just destroys 2 spell and trap cards.
Well,
I'm not allowing any more value from the Nightmare Pain here.
I love Heavy Storm Duster. I haven't seen it in a while, but really cool to see Temez bringing it here.
We lost the Nightmare Pain. I didn't miss what the other card was. Oh, it's Called by the Grave.
Probably not super useful against this deck.
I mean, it could be. There's other versions from the graveyard.
yeah, there's a bit of graveyard
Make
shenanigans
more
in
play for the
Lab.
main phase here.
Now this is one cleanup. So he's gonna start with Welcome Labyrinth. Here to try and special summon a Labyrinth monster from the deck.
I'd be surprised if this wasn't met with the High Caesar. And that will likely be met with Rudis.
And
Does
does
he
he
have a
have
skill ring? Sounds right. That is the ultimate combo.
I told you he's gonna need a combination of cards, and this is a terrific combination. He's gonna get to resolve the Welcome Labyrinth. Skill Drain's gonna remain face on the field, and the Strike is gonna take care of the card that is the strongest against the Labyrinth strategy on Brian's side of the field. But he gets a destroy card, I believe. Rudis, if you touch it, it destroys the card on the field.
Yeah, even when it's unable to destroy, it just finds a way to destroy it. I mean, he has, like, it destroys any card, right?
I believe
Oh,
so.
he's gonna have to go after that skill drain. He does have the big welcome
He lives
now.
up to his name, the final bringer of the end times, and he looks so cool. He's like a giant like kaiju, just like destroying the planet.
I mean, it really did effectively trade with.
It is a really fucking cool card.
5 cards, I feel like, if you count the freezing curses. Like,
I've
it's
seen
really
someone
kind of
say that
card
it looks like Vanguard
it
card
did.
art,
It's a
and
card
like
like
that's not
Vanguard, yeah.
inaccurate.
And then another Ice Dragon's Prison here. Like,
I fucking love it. It looks
Freezing
specifically like
cut off that immediate value, at least putting it on the field, right? Or no, there's plenty
like
of
it'd be
get rid of the High Caesar as well.
Zeal Stride type thing, you know, for like the aliens in Dimension Police.
Oh.
Oh, that's going to send Chavar to the graveyard.
Yep, just gonna try to clear the field, leave up Appaloosa with zero attack after the skill drain. And then no cards available for Temez. All information is known now. He just has to go after the skill drain. And now he's there no ultimately after, of course, resolving Chavar.
Yep, since Chavar's into the graveyard, doesn't matter from where. Even if it's from the overlay network, so he gets to set the Abominable Chamber.
Temez doing a really solid job of clearing as much as he could, but Brian still has the remainder of his turn now. He hasn't actually done anything. He was just able to clear the field. He has not committed anything to the turn.
Oh dear.
Making sure he's not missing anything here going Explorer's options. He just needs to find that damage now to be able to commit. No swing that Lurry. He's able to go back into his Fiendsmith engine.
Yeah, so talking about damage, like before the Infinite Forbidden came out, the build deck was strong, but it did lack a little bit of that firepower, that finishing, be able to put a lot of damage on the board. And some of the monsters have 0 attack, right? But now that they have the Fiendsmith engine, they're able to access a lot more damage and finish games.
Yes.
I wonder what the most efficient way to do it. It seems like Michael is at 55 after the strike. And
That's
the
one thing that
so
Fiendsmith lets
easier
you
to
do
have
is
the game
just
with
have
monsters
access
that
to
clear
more
what they're doing
consistent
right now, or
attack
some you balance and
points.
swing into it.
I'm going to find out how
But,
he's navigated. The Skill Ranger's all right, Lucius just sitting there
Yeah,
at
he's
0.
just a attack monster.
Yeah.
It's only 4, you know, maybe makes
Rangers
sense.
also
I
gives
don't know
access to
exactly
attack
what
points
love
as
making
well,
access
so
to
it's
the
not
Lucifer.
just Fiendsmith.
Yeah, we play it.
Plus more interaction with Phantom. Yeah, info is just a
So now he
huge
gets Aerial Heater
buffer.
effect to summon himself back from the graveyard.
Yeah, all the recursion in the world, so many free cards. See how he proceeds next. He has most of the damage represented, he just needs a little bit more.
I'll go to battle.
Temez sitting on no cards. No cards on the field, no cards in the hand.
And no value in the grave after the big weapon was used. So we're able to just go ahead and attack with just those. Then he's able to make High Caesar again. I'm surprised he didn't try to go into sequence and make a Lacma play, just to deal with the remaining damage.
Looks like he's just trying to play it safe. He sees Temez and no cards, and he's like, all right, I'm going to win this game if I just make sure he can't come out of it.
Then using the Swarmer here.
So summon since he has a Fiend.
Obviously he's going to try and make a less blue light as well.
He just wants to join his
Banish
friends.
the lady, I
Another,
imagine?
another useful way to
Or maybe just the Welcome Labyrinth?
use that Appaloosa.
Yep, going to banish the Welcome Labyrinth here. Taking out all the resources from Michael's graveyard.
It's 14 to 18.
Oh, okay, he was leaving 16, so the Black Room wouldn't be enough.
But he's at 16.
Yeah, after Skill Drain, Strike, and 18
Yeah.
from the Engraver, as well as...
Could he have summoned that field knight before going to battle phase?
He would have had to... I think he could have, yeah. He very much could have.
It matches 2 cards here, but that's okay. Temez is still sitting on 0 cards. Yeah, but that's all I need to see. And Brian is going to even out the series here in round 11. The next person to win the game will be the winner for the match.
All right, give me a
this is
sec,
like
chat.
bubble
I'm gonna
match.
go refill
Pretty
my
much
water.
like top 64.
Yeah, this is tense. These players are really feeling it. This is less of a, oh, I lose and I'm out. It's more of a, I win and I'm in.
Definitely.
And they really want to get that win in here, really solidify the position, and make sure they get as many chances as possible to get into that World Championship. Brian is so close right now. He needs to win one more game, but we saw how powerful Labyrinth is when it's able to start, set up those powerful trap cards. How do you think he's going to combat that now that he has access to a side deck?
I mean, yeah, a lot of people telling you this term. You know that Runic Stun is a strategy you're going to have to encounter at some point in the day. But also, coincidentally, Labyrinth and other decks that sell a lot of trap cards. So you're going to have stuff like Lightning Storm, Cosmic Cyclones, you know, those mainstay cards. Even stuff like Evenly Match probably wouldn't be too bad. You just got to have something to be able to clear those traps. He's definitely going to be in a better position here in Game 3 than he was in Game 1. A lot of main decks you're prepared for, like the Fiendsmith Snake Eyes, the Fiendsmith Ubel mirror matches. You're not going to have that spell and trap removal like you do in Game 3.
Yeah, there's a couple cards I see in his side deck that are typically very strong against Labyrinth, but you have to make that connection. Oh, I don't think he's playing the furniture card. I don't think he's playing a lot more than heavy engine. And there have been tells to indicate that, especially since the Welcome Labyrinth has been strictly summoning the big Labyrinth women. But if he had access to the furniture or the Ariana, they would have been summoned at some point. So will Brian make that connection and know to keep those Bestials out of his deck, or know to make sure to take the tactics cards out? It's going to be up to him to make those decisions.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't seen it all, but you would expect that Kuklak, at least Kuklak's one lets you activate the trap the first time it's set, which is incredible a lot of times in the Labyrinth strategy. You can't set any trap from your deck, potentially. But yeah, he hasn't seen it all. Will he make that connection is the big question going into game number 3. Like, we know we have the deck was right in front of me. When we were printing out, I was looking at it, I was like, oh, only 4 monsters. Interesting. Where's the rest of the group? But what he's giving him those monsters, he's just always going to have those value trap cards. He's never going to draw 2 copies of Ariana and not be able to do anything with the card in his hand. He's just going to have very few monsters, and at worst, he's going to have 5 trap cards. The trap cards can get you to those few monsters, so it's okay to just play very few of them.
I mean, the one thing I do like about the monsters is the ability to recur. It doesn't feel that great on first, but like, as soon as you resolve one trap card, you get everything back, and it just feels like you have this infinite resource.
It's a snowball.
Yeah, we saw how many powerful trap cards Michael has, but once they're used, they're gone. You have to have the monsters to be able to reset them up, and we saw, even though he was able to clear the field, he couldn't stop the remainder of Brian's turn after the fact.
And we're going to see how Game 3 plays out. One of these players is going to be guaranteed, well, pretty much guaranteed. Not going to say the guarantee, but we'll say like 99% going to make it to the top 64. The other one's going to have to win the last round. And
This is interesting.
Jinx. That's all.
I didn't think the runic card would still be in his deck if he's going first. I thought that was specifically something he uses to break fields, but maybe he just finds it valuable in this matchup. Or we lost the track!
Oh, banish 1 card and it's the one Fiendsmith track. You see that expression on Brian's face. Not happy about that at all.
The chances were low, but you know, the birthday luck is gone.
It's been gone for Brian. That is tough. That is the best card he probably could hit off the runic tip.
Stand by.
Is it followed up with drawing Larry?
Oh man, let's see.
Okay, opening the Spirit Gates, that is a fantastic card. We haven't seen it at any point yet, but that is one of the most powerful starters here. Able to access the Dark Decking Beast, but also get that ability to summon a 0/0 from the graveyard. But we are seeing the Runic Destruction, able to banish top of the card deck and getting rid of that.
All right, nothing too bad lost there from the top of the deck. Yeah, opening Spirit Gates is incredible. Just like Nightmare Throne, they don't seem to be drawing the really powerful spells.
There's Nightmare Throne!
There it
Figured
is!
it out.
It was big. Nightmare Throne's gonna let him add.
You don't need the track, you're able to go this wrong.
Does he grab Sam Stardew Lotus? Or look, he looks like he's Iron Spirit Bell. He might have something like Nightmare Pain already in his hand.
Destroy you, Yep, that's one. Attack Spirit. Yeah.
Just destroying it straight, you're able to special summon a Ubel from the deck here.
Gonna summon you Bell this field.
No, that's the other one.
That's it for Nightmare Pain, yeah.
At least he knows there's a card that forces you to attack you Bells.
He's not allowed to hit the field very frequently, so
Anywhere to hand.
Yeah, the best strategy seems to be, oh, you're playing a card? I'll stop it. I'll stop it. I'll stop it.
get that out of here. Alright, Brian in the driver's seat at this point. He's able to know some Sincerity Lotus here.
It's level 10.
Now, it does look like Brian did get a minor warning for shuffling materials or Phantom of you Bell before summoning Game 2, but
I
just a
appear
warning.
to have
Not a big deal, as long as
missed
you don't
the
accumulate
start of
multiple
the
warnings for
game.
the same kind of thing throughout the tournament.
Oh well.
Yeah, anything?
Okay.
I have everyone. I'm just wasn't sure what's going on.
Yeah, Temez just thinking about his response here, not clear.
Unfortunate.
Making sure he's aware if he's allowed to continue now. He's in the tank on this one.
This is an important turn.
Is he in his... Oh, he's doing the equation.
No.
He's doing the math.
He's like, no, you're good.
The
Looks like the numbers
linear
don't add up.
equation cannon.
Yes.
We are using it to get the copy of Spirit of Yubel here, assuming both other copies have not been banished. Okay, no, right on top. It was close. It was close.
And now he gets to add Nightmare Pain more than likely from his deck to his hand with that Spirit of Yubel effect.
And that one destroys.
Or he gets to set it.
Yeah, might as well play around, even though it's a little late for that. But I mean, actually, no, it's not.
Spin sub, you have to attack the bells, and it reflects damage.
We thought this was Yubel. It's actually my Conco.
All the same. I feel like Yubel did what Makonko did way before it was cool.
Way before.
Actually, it was always cool with Yubel, not gonna lie.
Mystic Tomato.
Limit reverse.
There you go. And all you dueling stands up there. You had the Fire King Yubel. That was one of my favorite decks. All right, Temez is letting Brian proceed.
Yeah, this is interesting. When you are playing that equation trap card, you have to consider every single change on cards in the field, and when you eventually get to that number, that fits.
Yeah, you probably know all the combinations of your extra deck that can add up to the right numbers, so you just have to keep that running count on all the cards. You see Brian knowing that Varudis is one of the strongest cards in this matchup, and he goes for it as soon as possible to protect his cards, Nightmare Pain.
And then he's able to use that to destroy another copy of Yubel from his hand. That's going to be able to add a card from his second hand, and then the Yubel will trigger to summon a Terra Incarnate.
As the gruesome Gravestormer. And here comes the Yubel Terra Incarnate.
Anything here? 3, thinking 3,
The destruction was the.
I love the Temez counting all the cards. That's so funny.
I think Brian is pretty. Like, I think Brian understands what's about to happen.
If he, yeah, he has to have something like Imperm also, but if he doesn't, that's the way to get back in this game. You don't want to destroy Varudis. As we saw in the other game, he'll take a card down with it, but simultaneous equation cannon would banish everything.
Yeah, we can see that Michael can't do too much with just one card outside of card demise itself. If you're able to limit all the interaction that you're able to do.
Yep.
Going into that Moon of the Close Heaven here. Not gonna be able to access the track, but it's fine. We still have the remainder of the gameplay cards.
I'm counting for the cannon. Okay. Yeah. No.
It looks like Michael's getting a slow play warning for that counting here. I understand it is a little bit difficult.
You're good.
What? Sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah. He's not. He's. What was he supposed to do? Not count, so he can't use his card? I'm sorry. I disagree with that. But now he's gonna shovel back his 2 materials, summon Fan Yubel.
Like, I know
He's
we're
not
watching
using
at
power
double
completely
speed,
extremely fast
but
all time,
same.
Yeah, he's been playing his turns extremely fast. He knows what his options are. But the one thing he has to take his time on is the equation. And you know, you are allowed a certain amount of time for math quiz.
That is 6,
Yeah.
2. I'm gonna welcome.
All right, so here he goes to activate the Welcome Labyrinth.
I imagine this is fine. You're not gonna use the rivers on this. You're gonna allow this to happen every time. It's not gonna do anything too impactful. The only thing you really have to worry about is Lovely Labyrinth if it's paired with anything else.
I'm going to.
Oh no, it looks like he's gonna not disrespect it.
Let's go. Yeah. Okay. I will pop a card. Yeah.
What is he gonna destroy? Here's Varudis.
Yeah, at this point I think he's just fine if the equation is activated here. He's able to. Oh, it's trap trick.
7, 8, 9. That
9.
should be right.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to get rid of
Here we
everything else
go.
here.
Trap Trick. Trap Trick's gonna get simultaneous equation cannon. So this card, banish 1 fusion monster and 2 Xyz monsters with the same rank from your extra deck, whose combined level and ranks equal the total number of cards in both players' hand and on the field. And then you return 2 banished monsters to your extra deck, whose combined level and rank equal the level of 1 rank face-up monster or rank of face-up monster opponent controls, and then you banish all cards they control. So he needs since there's a 10 on the field. Yeah, you gotta read it. You're still not gonna know what it
Yeah,
does.
like, at this point you have to trust him. Like, you're not gonna be able, he's been doing that math the entire turn. It's still been a little tricky. He's gotta let it like play out.
Yeah.
No
No
response.
No words.
7, 8, 9. 7, 3, 3, 3.
The banish is a 3, 3, and a 3, so it's 9.
These cards is such a cool series of
Yep, that's it.
cards.
6 equals the right number. The math adds up. The formula has been executed, and everything is banished.
Right into simplified game state here. Unlucky that he had to use
I
something
love
since
these
he doesn't have any
cards.
follow-up
They're
there now.
so
He has to
cool.
just play from the cards in his hand. He's already used Noseman on the cemetery notice. Oh, and his last hand is the lead.
Oh.
No response to that.
Okay, Brian's not out again. He just has to find a way to get more monsters onto the field now that he's lost it all.
Now that he's lost it all.
Temez ran the numbers, and Brian's birthday ended yesterday.
Doesn't look like he was quite prepared for this card. Like, with the counting, he would have known. But listen, we are still able to go into a defensive value. That's why Temez shotgun his lady as soon as it was off the field, so he wasn't able to interact with it now. But this does put a Fiend back on the field for the gruesome.
What do you have in normal summon? What do you have in normal summon? I was wondering.
So he has the Phantom Yubel.
He definitely knows when the cemetery lotus turn, right?
It's tough. I'd have to see his graveyard. I don't know. He used Nightmare Throne. No, start with.
He started with opening
Opening
trades, got destruction,
Throne destroyed.
the Yubel. They put the Yubel on the field, then he
He
knows
got
when
level 10.
yeah,
Yeah, it was the Lotus. Because he went to Varudis immediately. No, there's no Lotus in his graveyard.
Anytime
Oh,
Yubel, yeah.
Yubel died. Now he's gonna pass.
I
Temez.
can't destroy that card, right? Oh.
Can't be destroyed battle. He does take the damage out of the Nightmare Pain, right?
I think so. I think Phantom Yubel has a built-in reflection. But he just sets the card he draws and passes. He was able to stop him, but Temez had to use all his cards along the way.
Well, that's Chaos Summoning Beast. It doesn't really do anything on the field, but it is a Fiend.
So he could be looking to go into Yama.
Yama can go a long way here.
Llama.
Unfortunately, there is a card
It
set for
returns.
Michael here, so he's not going to be able to go into any
Shocking.
cool combos with maybe a Self-Anguish. Oh, but it's an Ice Dragon's Prison.
What's your target?
Oh.
Target a Fiend Engrave. Or target card Engrave. Or target your Requiem. Sorry, Requiem. Yeah.
He's going to have to change something here just so that there's no value from the ladies. Oh, no. It looks like
Banish, or summon it, and then banish.
oh, we're not getting any value from the lady here.
Just gonna take.
One graveyard.
So he can reset Welcome Labyrinth.
Yes.
All right, he's still able to summon the Gruesome Swift Rumor, I believe.
All right, Brian, not out of it just yet. Even though he lost his whole field last turn.
Yeah, I mean, how far can a Yama go, though?
Yep. And I just get Battle Plate last turn. Okay, we're sorry. I just applied again.
Ugh.
We're running low on the clock here. We definitely want to find damage. Labyrinth is not great at putting damage on the field. It wants to set over several turns.
Gonna link away the 2 for Yama as we saw coming. Gonna probably grab the Unchained Soul of Savara.
Not able to pass his wall here.
Like the Swimmer. Yep.
Swimmer is going to be able to special summon a monster with 0/0 from the graveyard and summon a Spirit of Yubel. That's great.
Yeah.
Doesn't negate the effect, right? So you're able to get access to Nightmare Pain.
Yeah.
I didn't know there's still one in there.
Looks like things are turning around for Brian here. That is kind of the drawback with the Equation Cannon. You do have to wait for the moment when you can actually use it, but by then you might have lost so many cards along the way.
All right, looks like we're not getting anything from there, but we are getting the Spirit of Yubel effect. When it's destroyed, we're going to be able to special summon from the deck.
Yep.
We get the Yubel here. I think it's pretty easy to just try to set Michael back to 0 cards. He just needs a way to clear the Welcome Labyrinth. And then from there, he is able to try to get rid of the lady. Unfortunately, Soul of Rage is unlikely to ever going to be able to target the lady here, because if you are able to go into chamber, activating chamber alone, be able to trigger the lady to send another trap from deck, which makes it untargetable.
Yeah, this is an intense moment for both players.
See, it looks like he's about to go next to late, which he's not able to do because he's currently still locked in the fiend. Yeah, he notices immediately.
Understood.
Forced to go into a fiend first, so he's going to link away the Sharvara as well as the Bell into Soul of Rage, which is going to be able to trigger Sharvara to set the chamber if he still has it in his deck.
Where does he go from here?
Oh, he's just
That's
passing.
what I'm saying. Like, yeah, there's really not much to do.
Ooh. Awkward pass.
I mean, it would still be worth it to at least try to Link banish the welcome here.
Yeah, this is where Smith can turn things around. He has a lady, he has a weapon, he's doing the lovely.
He's attacking the Soul of Rage. Soul of Rage is going to be able to add something back here.
Has back any fiend. Doesn't necessarily have to be an Unchained card.
I'm gonna add back.
Maybe adding back the Spirit of Bell as to something block damage at this
The
point.
battle phase
Yeah,
effect, yeah.
and there's only a minute on the clock.
Building battle phase.
Oh, and this is why the card in his hand's really coming clutch. We're activating Buckle Levitt. It's force special summon. This is not one that has options. We're going to change Spooky Dogwood.
Oh man, and time is winding down.
He does not have any small options.
He only has the option deck. If he played the Predator, he might be able to circumvent this, but that's going to gain.
You could.
Oh, he couldn't change lady because they got cut off by the Dogwood.
You're 97 right now? Yeah. Take over 900. Yeah.
Yep, that puts him still above 8,000.
We have 3 more minutes now.
Dogwood putting in work even against a deck that only has 4 monsters in it.
The lady's going to reset the Ice Dragon Prison and then set up one card from hand. They do have extra time here.
Oh, you have 88? Yeah. Yep. I think damage, right? I think damage game. New game. Yep. Oh, yeah. 8,000.
Yep, just to make sure it's 8,000 to 8,800. 88 being Brian here after the effect of Spooky Dogwood.
No, I got over hit. I took 1,200 and I gained life. Yeah.
They're just seeming to
Yeah.
just want to make sure that they understand where life points are at.
Brian deciding how he wants to lead this turn here.
Yeah. So 4 minutes. Then we talk about this a little bit.
All right, they do have some extra time from a slow play warning, so we are still in extra minutes here.
Yeah. 4 minutes. Yeah.
So he's going to be able to banish the Great Storm, still some back Spirit of Bell.
He could use a Sharvara again here. I wonder if he has any more time bells left. We have been seeing a lot of players play 3, but it doesn't look like he has it. There's only the 2 that he's already used up.
All right, now Brian's taking. I feel like Brian's taking a little more time than Temez was for counting the cards on the field.
I mean, he does have the opening spirit gates. He knows he has to play in the Ice Dragon Prison. There's one unknown here. We're going to start with opening the spirit gates here. Going to be able to add the Dark Beast. Dark Beast is going to attempt to add something else as well.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Benefit. So again, we resolve the Skeleton.
Is there a copy of Nightmare Pain in his graveyard? Or is it
They're
straight
banished.
They're all banished?
Well, there's at least 2 banished, I think.
But there isn't one in the graveyard to add back with the opening spirit gates?
I don't think so. He's going to try and destroy. So he's going to do Ice Dragon Prison, target that, change Soul of Yama, change the lady to set from his deck, still summon the Yama, and banish both fiends. This is probably going to do it. And then he can destroy the Spirit Gates.
Yep, really cleaning up nicely here. Leaving with just the Dark Beast, which allows him an extra normal summon, which does not matter here for the Sharvara.
Yep, Brian knows the writing is on the wall. Yep, pass the deck to cut. He has nothing else to do here.
As long as Michael doesn't activate another runic card, he should be able to take it.
The Mez draws.
Attack.
Attack. This is going to be enough. Attack for 9. Activate.
That's plenty of damage.
Big welcome. Yeah, big
Yes,
welcome.
don't activate a runic card and screw myself out of the game.
Attack for game, and Temez takes it on the back of simultaneous equation cannon. He did the math correctly and won game 3 in a close match between Brian and Temez. And now we will probably see Michael Temez make it into that top 64 playoff. While on the other side, Brian's got to win that last
He has
round.
to win that last. Oh, it doesn't feel very good. The birthday luck is truly gone here. But I'm counting on he's going to win the next one.
He's got to shake it off. He's got to shake it off and realize he has to win that next one. I mean, going 9-0 day 1, if he does lose this next one, and he will probably be one of the higher X3s. So if there are any X3s that happen to make it, he might. But with so many X2-1s, X1-2s even, it's going to be tough for any X3 to make that top 64 cutoff.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't guarantee that you're going to make it through the Swiss round 12
Alright, here we
alive,
go.
right? So many
This
viewers
is
here
when
showing
you're
off
in
their
the
skills
middle
with
of
all
when
kinds
we
of different
started
decks. Here,
stream, so.
well, they're going to have to do whatever it takes to make it out if they want to make it to the top 64.
I mean, this is make it or break it moment, especially when this is already the first milestone. Making it to day 2. Day 2 is milestone 1, and then top 64, milestone 2. Top 4 is going to be your next one. I guess I believe people do get prize cards along the way in the top 64, but there are different milestones even within that. But top 4 is definitely the big milestone to get that World's Invite.
Absolutely. And again, none of these duels want to get
Was
even
top
second place, but there's
64
so many
only
duels
top
that prizes and
32
trophies to
play,
award.
or
So the thing
like,
is, you have to just
or
have
the
grit and
graphics they
determination
showed
to
at the
make sure you
beginning
get
just
through.
wrong?
Seeing Adam just sort of nodding. You know why? Just no straight to the future match stage and ready to duel here, and Sergio smiling just as brightly.
You know, it's a comfortable seat sometimes when you get used to it, you know?
Unknown.
And while they're shuffling up, getting ready, in a moment's notice, they're going to be willing to die, determine who's going to go first, and we're going to see how that's going to play out. A Fiend, Smith, Snake Eye, Mirror match, something that both these duels have expected. They're going to expect playing that quite a bit because it is one of the favorite and most popular matchups that they're going to see. I mean, they're both playing it, so it has to be good at some point, right? We're going to see it at some point.
It's a popular card for a reason. Again, a mirror match can be difficult, right? Sometimes it's luck of the draw, but sometimes it's, you know, you get inside your opponent's head. Maybe you make a move they wouldn't expect, and like, oh, I would never do that. Well, I guess I'll have to respond to it somehow.
Exactly. I mean, if you can surprise your opponent with something that is, you know, less common, be good. Is it less common? What? Better. That's the other question. If it's like something that you explode and realize, oh, I know where this is going. That's the nature of a mirror match because you know the deck, you know your opponent's deck, but do you know your deck as well as your opponent?
Kind of like a subject matter quiz on Fiend Smith Snake Eye here. Both these duels obviously experts to get this far into the tournament. But we shall see who makes it to the top 64 after this. It's been an incredible day of dueling again because, you know, everybody traveled here so long. You're right about how long the road to Worlds is. Whether you qualify for the regional championships or the last chance qualifiers, you do have to hit all these milestones. And speaking of milestones, it's time for game 1 of our final Swiss round here.
Good sportsmanship. Let's fist bump and roll the die. We got a 7 on Adam's side. Sergio got, I can't, is it Snake Eyes? Oh, it's a 7. It's a 7 to 7. Now we have a 9. Well, that one's definitely not going to beat the 9 already. So 9 to the 4, and Adam has the choice to choose if he wants to go first or not.
Kind of funny, even the dice roll was a mirror match.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. I like that there's a trap card, you know, available. I believe that is the Black Goat last.
I think so.
We're going to start off with the Fiend Smith Engraver. Will we see Adam play it differently? So far, most of the people playing the Fiend Smith package has been weaving it in and out because it's a great resource card, great way to end your field, and you can always hold back on it. We can start off with the Fiend Smith track activated now, and that is going to be good.
Doesn't seem like there are at least any responses that Sergio can make, at least at this time.
And that's going to add the Fable Lurie. The discard, it has to happen. That's going to discard the Lurie. Lurie, mandatory effect. Activate Engraver. Summon out on field. that is immediately going to be linked away into link 1 of Fiendsmith's Requiem. That is good.
I think I can see maybe 2 copies of Ghost Mourner and something else there in the hand of Sergio, so maybe just one. Does seem like there is an Ash Blossom Joy Spring that he's been holding on to as well.
Interacting with this deck is very difficult. Since the plays are so interweavable, like, oh, we're just going to leave into the Fiendsmith now, we're just going to do something else, or we're going to continue down the line. But most people, from what we've seen, they just start making different kinds of plays. And now we're going to use the equipping of Fiendsmith Requiem. And I think we're paying a cost here. Or not paying a cost, rather, we're just summoning out. Oh, we are paying a cost now. That's going to be the Oak, and that's going to be met with the Ash. Ooh, but that telegraphs quite a lot, because that's not Poplar, that's not Ash, that's an Oak summon. Kind of reveals a little bit about your hand, but we're going to continue to try to push through right now. And we're going to take 2 of our Fiendsmith monsters.
The Ash Blossom held on, gave a little bit of confidence for Adam to push further into the combo, but was hit there at the right time.
And that's going to be Fiendsmith Sequence. Sequence can definitely generate more cards, but that's going to be met with a different card. That's going to be Ghost Mourner Militia.
Important to note that there may be some effect damage in the future there as well.
These are quite pivotal moments, because Sequence generates more monsters by performing that fusion summon, and you eventually could lead into the Promethean Princess. But even if it does, we still lost the effect of Oak's effect to summon a Snake Eye from the deck. Ooh, so now we have Bestial Magnemut, actively banishing the Fiendsmith Engraver, summoning itself off the field.
So luckily for Adam, there is another one in the graveyard there, so we're going to go ahead and link off.
Adam trying to extend as far as he can, but those 2 hand disruptions, I think it's very, very powerful here. And ooh, we're going into the SP Little Knight directly, and that is going to be a bit of damage, because that was a Ghost Mourner.
So 1200 off the top, certainly a number we're familiar with seeing in first turn Fiendsmith combos, but not necessarily in this direction.
So we're going to be banishing the Ash Blossom Joy Spring. I mean, it could come up as a resource card. You can put it to the back from Poplar in case you want to keep Poplar in the graveyard to keep the level 1s intact in the graveyard. But getting rid of it, still a play just for contingency's sake.
Certainly a lot of different things that could grab that Ash Blossom out of the graveyard here, but it looks like at the end we're searching for Bestial Jerusalem off the Bestial Magnemut, and that's going to be a pass. Going back over to Sergio.
Okay, so we have SP Little Knight. Ooh, this interaction is a little bit limited at the moment. What we see, we have 2 set cards and the banishing effect of SP Little Knight. Starting off with his own Fiendsmith Engraver, Sergio. And it will be successful. We are entering Resolution, and we're going to be adding Fiendsmith's Tract. It is going to be tracked. There are multiple Fiendsmith cards. We just don't want to make the assumption that maybe the token generator.
Hey, these duels are up here for a reason. They have shown us so many surprises over the course of the weekend. Right now, we are just going for the reliable Fabled Lurry off the Fiendsmith Tract.
It's such a powerful play. It is such a powerful play. It feels like emergency teleport.
It is good. Hey, emergency teleport's good too.
Okay, now Lurry has been summoned onto the field due to its own effect, and be discarded. Link 1. I mean, these plays here line up pretty well against the SP Little Knight. There's just no monsters on the field half the time, and with no monsters on the field, SP Little Knight can't activate.
And she's not very effective there against the Fiendsmith Requiem due to its quick effect with the Black Goat Lapse.
Ooh, lock it. Depends on the monster we're calling, but
then.
that monster cannot be summoned, I believe, unless it's from the graveyard. Well, the first rank. Oh, so we are going to get the summon, I think. We're putting back the Engraver and gets the summon onto the field. It just can't come out of the deck.
Certainly slowed down Fiendsmith Requiem's effect. It doesn't mean Fiendsmith Engraver is locked out of the field. Just how it gets to the field is limited.
And that Black Goat Lapse has a second effect in the graveyard, though. You only get one effect once per turn. We're going to battle phase.
Ooh.
I mean, this is interesting. This is very different. This is not, both people coming out of the gate just swinging super hard. They are kind of, testing the waters on both sides. We didn't get a maximum board developed on either side, and SP Little Knight being destroyed by battle did not get the maximum value. Only banished an Ash Blossom. Effectively, not too much done. Now we're going to go into the bonfire. I guess we minimized the stuff on the field, and we also burned away the Black Goat Lapse.
Sergio did have to go ahead and get rid of that SP Little Knight, maybe thinking, no, I don't want to put anything on the board yet, with the ability for it to be banished by SP Little Knight until the end of the turn. But it did eat up the battle phase.
This is incredible for Sergio. Sergio's starting to open up the Snake Eye lines here. We have the Snake Eye Ash being added summon, and now we got the Poplar added and summon, and the Divine Temple has been activated, and this is going uncontested.
Certainly limited cards on Adam's side, or he may be holding off on interactions, much as Sergio did during his first turn. It looks like we're seeing the Snake Eyes, the Bellstar hit the spell and trap zone.
Here's an interesting thing. Black Goat Lapse, I'm not sure if it's going to be doing too much here, even if we continue on. Because most of the interaction that Fiendsmith has are going to be coming from the graveyard, and I think we're not locked out of the graveyard summon for our Engravers.
Let's see what we've got coming up next as we send Snake Eye Ash and Snake Eyes the Bellstars to the graveyard using Ash's effect. Gonna go ahead and bring out the Flamberge Dragon.
This is main phase 2. We did attack over the SP Little Knight, so this is mainly for board development.
Sometimes establishing a powerful board, you don't need a battle phase, your opponent just can't do anything and they concede.
Oh, that's a very big part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually, unless you're Tenpai.
Well, you gotta make sure to use your time well. I will say, with the 10 match, this might be a very short duel.
Sergio being very careful, considering all options. Remember, everything can be a resource. Hand, deck, graveyard, banish, extra deck,
A lot of resources.
And we're going to be summoning into Hita, the Charmer, please.
Might have been the purpose of banishing the Ash Blossom Joy Spring, maybe seeing into the future that Hita might have shown up, but obviously with the additional fire monsters, there's a lot of great choices right now.
So, Flamberge is going to successfully resolve and summon out Poplar and Ash. And the Poplar
Okay.
is going to activate and put the Snake Eye Bellstar back into the spell trap zone.
The real
I don't imagine we'll stay
question
there for
here
long,
is,
but
what does
like
Red
Kaz.
do about
So
this,
you're taking a
right?
quick look at the graveyard before he decides what to do next.
They're not in a
Well,
good
he's going to wait
position.
till the Poplar's back in the grave before, summoning out the field and putting the Poplar into the spell trap zone. I think that's perhaps a cool
Kinda
line for
lucky to
Snake
get
Eye,
another
but now we got Snake Eye
turn.
Oak being summoned through the Hita. Wow.
Thanks, friend.
Don't forget, we share graveyards when it comes to this mirror match. Those Charmers, we build a little bridge into your graveyard, just fish out one of your monsters.
Talked about our turn, our banishment, now it's our graveyard.
Ooh.
Not sure what he wants to do here. Seems to think about linking off the Hita and the Snake Eye Oak.
That's a possibility. Oh, it seems like we are pushing out the Flamberge into the spell trap zone instead. And
That is
we're performing a link summon, we're looking to the extra deck, and that's puts them out into Celine.
Makes a little more sense. You don't see Flamberge Dragon in the spell and trap zone every day.
There's more than enough to get 3+ counters on Celine. That means a spellcaster can be summoned into that area. We do have Snake Eye Bellstar as the spellcaster. With a field of 6 monsters, the sky's the limit on the type of fields you can develop.
It looks like we're going into our next monster here, and it is going to be... I got Nightmare Phoenix. Maybe afraid of that face down card. But looks like we're swapping out instead to something else.
We're going to go for Moon of the Closed Heaven. Interesting. And now we take 2 monsters to make an Appaloosa. I think we're just trying to generate light fiend monsters because Tract is in the graveyard. We're going to attempt to perform a fusion summon. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think we're trying to either make one of the big fusions. We're going for 2 materials, and that can mean only 1 monster that I can see in this extra deck. It's going to be Fiendsmith's Lacrima. Lacrima can summon back Fiendsmith if necessary. I mean, remember, Black Goat Lapse may be a little bit of protection.
So we
Black out, but we can summon from graveyard still.
We did see a flash of the Bestial Jerusalem there, but one of the negations that Appaloosa can perform has been used to stop the Bestial Jerusalem, leaving Adam's hand.
Adam in a very difficult position. There's limited cards available. If you just do a little bit of card counting on the field, there's Appaloosa, just applying pressure. There's the field spell that could potentially push a Flamberge on the field. We are not done with this current phase yet, and we do have link materials ready to go back into the extra deck.
Now features the Lady of the Eternally likely target, but it seems like we're actually going to be fusing 3. Oh, it's Desiree time.
Desiree's such a powerful card. We constantly say this card is underrepresented, and we're going to see Desiree now on field. Now we have Monster Negation, and we also have a non-negation.
Well, if your dueling career is on the line, that is a great way to pile some cards together.
That was a neat way to just directly equip the Fiendsmith sequence onto the Desiree. That is one of the options, is from field or graveyard.
1 for 1.
Oh, wow, so you're just really pushing it now. Everything feels so safe now. 1 for Snake Eye Oak. We did not use the effect earlier, so we're going to use the effect of Snake Eye Oak now, and we're going to special summon back Snake Eye's Poplar.
Hello again, old friend.
Poplar popping in and out.
Back and forth.
A very tough position to break out of, but maybe the heart of cards is going to be what it takes to come out of this. But right now, you can kind of get a good look at the establishment of this current field. You can see how Sergio plays his current playstyle, the way that he plays, and adapt to our own strategy when it comes to this mirror match. Oh, wow, we're trying to put a nail in the coffin with the SP Little Knight. We're trying to get rid of stuff in the graveyard. The graveyard resources can be taken out.
Not a bad idea. Remember, this is a long main phase 2, but it is still main phase 2.
Don't forget, Feast with the Graveyard can be activated in graveyard to reset up the combo, and using the SP Little Knight preemptively rather than waiting for an IP Masquerade interaction might be the best way to go here.
So still running 2 Flamberge Dragon. I know some duelists kind of cut it down to 1, but it allows you a little bit of redundancy there, so you place it in the spell trap zone, and not worry, you still have another one in the tank.
Just checking out the graveyard. I mean, there's a lot of interaction, but, well, rather, there's a lot of options for Sergio right now. Interaction a little bit limited on Adam's side. Not a lot of cards to really play.
Right, so passing that back, seems like he's happy other than placing that spell trap zone. Interesting, so we can go ahead and grab it himself.
I mean, that's one of the meanest things about that card. Flamberge Dragon, you put one of the big negator monsters in from your opponent's side, put it into their spell trap zone, and just take it for yourself to give yourself an additional negation.
Next friend.
Sorry,
It is
chat.
true that
Like
there's a lot
I
of
said
nuance in these mirror
before, I'm
matches
not
because, again,
feeling
especially
great.
with cards that can travel back and forth across the
I just
board,
wanted to
especially from your
stream
opponent's
this
graveyard,
just to
or
have
just straight up
something to
snatch stealing them.
stream,
Your opponent technically is helping you complete your puzzle.
Yes. Sergio has no cards left in hand, so everything is now on the table for him. Adam confirming the graveyard interaction. Was Promethean Princess even summoned this turn?
Not
I don't
this
think
time.
so the graveyard interaction is a little bit limited. Now we're going to go for the Black Bolt Lapse. You get to turn off an effect. So a particularly named effect will not be used. Normal summon out Poplar.
Okay.
Ooh.
Really thinking about this Poplar effect, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and negate it with the Appaloosa of the Galaxy
Oh,
Chain, the Forbidden
Chain.
Droplets.
That is wonderful. Now we can turn off the Appaloosa.
Forbidden Droplets has really been doing a lot of work this weekend.
We're going to negate 2 cards here. That's the SP Little Knight and the Appaloosa.
Interesting that Fiendsmith Desiree lives to fight another day, but likely could have been the card called by the Black Goat who laughs. Didn't hear that. But I feel like if you were going to stop something, but you would be able to respond with monster effects anyway.
This could be enough to climb back Poplar effect, putting Poplar back into the spell and trap zone. And we did get the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye.
Adam showcasing the termination of a YCS champion. It does look bad, but it doesn't mean you're out. Using the original Simple Spoil Snake Eye to go ahead and send Snake Eye Poplar to the graveyard to call up another fine fire friend. It's going to be Snake Eye Ash.
Snake Eye Ash effect. Now we know Oak is kind of already been in play, so which monster is it going to be? Ash and Ash, but it's going to be Poplar this time. Poplar being on field, that means we're going to reveal activate summons. But you can't use the Poplar effect to search because you used it to grab the original Simple Spoil Snake Eye.
Certainly a great card, but only can use those powerful effects once per turn.
A tight position to be in, limited effects. A tight and narrow path.
Adam taking a moment to size up his options to bring out his own Hita.
Hita is one of the strongest cards when it comes to the mirror match because the graveyard just becomes this infinite resource available, and taking in Oak will generate an additional monster, and you of course have the additional effect of Oak that you can use to generate a Flamberge Dragon as well.
Certainly finding another way back in this duel. 4 link materials worth of monsters on the field, and a lot of different ways you could go here.
This is the comeback story for Adam right now.
Well,
one piece at a time, one piece at a time.
It's showing us the grit and determination of a YCS champion. If you've had this experience before, if you've ridden the roller coaster ride, the NAWCQ is certainly important, but it may just be another turn in Adam's eyes as he puts out his next monster.
Snake Eye's Flamberge Dragon has been summoned onto the field. A very strong card. I mean, ooh, now going to the Bestial Druid Worm.
Didn't go anywhere, it was just stopped. So what light or dark monster shall we banish? A couple of different options there. It looks like Celine's going to be the one we get rid of.
Yep, just essentially just getting the monster summoned onto the field. This, ooh, we have Link 3? We are going for Link 3. We go for our own Celine now. We check both players' graveyard for spell cards.
Chat, I'll be right back. It might be like half an hour, and I apologize if it is. All right, chat. I make no promises. I'm not really feeling any better than when I got up, but we're gonna get back to this because this doesn't look like it's getting better anytime soon. So.
Oh, we're going into access code talker. Access code talker effect. Targeting stream.
Tried a
Gaining
couple things,
3,000
nothing
attack points,
helps.
1,000 per link rating.
You know,
making a whopping
it'll just go
5,300
away on its own, probably like it did the past couple of days.
But before
We get the effect of Flamberge Dragon. Flamberge Dragon is going to summon back the Oak and a Poplar. That's going to continue on into the extra deck. And we're going to go for a Fiendsmith line now, going into Moon of the Closed Heaven. Adam going for closing out the game. Some people opted to not play access code. It seems like Adam made the right choice of playing the access code in this game. And we're going to be quickly reaching the conclusion of game one. And all of this falls into place.
Access Code Talker's made a huge impact this weekend. Every time it's graced a future match stage, whether it won or lost, it definitely changed the tempo of the duels. We'll see if Adam's able to win right now with this card.
We're going to go for the equip of the Fiendsmith Requiem. We send away cards. We're going to go for Necrocore Princess to generate additional damage. We're going to go for attack 24. We're playing a little bit more reserve now.
Did not choose to use the effect of Access Code Talker just yet. Might want to hold off and get the battle phase done first. Judge is working on the math.
Oh, this was dropleted. The attack got frozen at half. Remember, it does not negate and then do the other part. It's half, freeze it at half, and then do the negation.
I believe that should make that 400 then, since it did use one of its negation effects and would have had 800 attack left.
And they're doing a really appeal.
As is their entitled rep, it'll take us just a little bit of time to get that done. Again, interesting match so far, though, watching how just this first game one is really taking them through the paces here, as, again, it shows you that a mirror match is not pre-written.
That's right. This is actually a very tight rope that Adam is currently walking, because he's already used the original Simple Spell Snake Eye. So that's not exactly a card you can throw into the graveyard with Necrocore Princess, or not Necrocore Princess, but if you try to go for the Necrocore Princess line to the Beatrice, that would have put a card in the graveyard, add a card, maybe do another play, but we've already burned through most of the Snake Eye cards. And the equipped Requiem also gains attack, so we're trying to maximize damage and minimize the recovery that Sergio's trying to do. So this is kind of interesting here, where Sergio has a ton of cards here. We don't want to put the Flamberge into the grave because I could just reload the entire field and just re-add everything into hand.
Start that combo straight from the beginning.
It's just a very difficult position to play. I mean, he's doing a really good job because you're staring down essentially at a full field while only having 2 cards to play.
So I'm turn player.
So again, players just working out with the judges there just to make sure that everything is on the up and up. Again, judges traveling from all across North America in order to appear at this tournament and make sure there are rules that are being enforced and in effect.
So we're going to continue on with the appeal. The judges are talking.
Doesn't matter that the Diablo Sword
What happens to the Drew Sword?
The Drew Sword, if I recall correctly, was used as a link material.
Did it send anything to the graveyard?
I don't believe it did, actually.
That might have left
Oh,
additional monster.
no, it was the Appaloosa that negated, if I recall correctly. But again, we're just going to pause here briefly for the appeal, give the opportunity for the judges to work things out here. But some of those things we're first holding to right. The duel itself is still going to be out, regardless of what happens here. You're still going to be staring down the Appaloosa, you're still going to be seeing the SG there's so much going on, regardless of whether or not the attack of that is frozen or not.
Oh, I think I see where this is supposed to be going, or at least what we're attempting to do. We're trying to do as much damage as possible, but because Fiendsmith does have a little bit of additional effect damage, we can use that effect damage to close out the game with a 5,300 attack points access code talker. Plus, if you manage to do 24, that's about 7,000 worth of damage, and you just go into Lacrima, put Lacrima into the graveyard, you're going to get the Lacrima effect damage to close out the game, which the math checks out. Could result in a full win right there. I think this is why understanding how your cards resolve is going to be very important to make sure that the math is done correctly. The T's are crossed, the I's are dotted.
It's one of those things, too, where, again, people say all the time, oh, life points are just another resource, and that's great, unless you have 0. But it looks like we are going to go ahead and turn it back over here as players just waiting through.
Well, they've been doing this all weekend. They're like, oh, people say life points don't matter, and it's like, yeah, but
we're going to 53 into the half.
Everyone that says that is life points don't matter except the last one.
Especially on the Appaloosa.
And a silently implied or in time.
It's like a double play right there to turn them off and maximize my damage.
We're going to update for the folks at home when we can. It looks like duelist play is continuing as Access Code Talker banishes that light attribute Celine, Queen of the Master Magicians. Go ahead and destroy the Divine Temple of Snake Eye.
Perhaps that particular droplet was a little miscalculation in terms of the math time, and we can't reach that damage just yet. Yeah, there's only 1,500 life points. I think that 400 difference was a complete game changer right there.
Well, luckily we have some great Yu-Gi-Oh! Judges to make sure that everything is working as intended, but it is true that this duel isn't over yet. We're going to banish Heat of the Fire Channel, there, Screw Fire Charm, and then that Ablaze is Ablaze and getting rid of the Fiendsmith sequence.
Getting rid of the Fiendsmith sequence is a very interesting choice. Not getting rid of every single Fiendsmith. I believe we can still destroy the Desiree. I think that is an option. We're prevented from targeting, but Access Code does not target.
Well, it looks like we weren't able to perform the summon that we did there, so have to come up with a new game plan on outside.
Oh, is sequence in the graveyard? It is in the graveyard. Oh no. That may be a minor procedural error right there.
Yeah, it's been a very long weekend for these duelists, so you have to understand what it's like to be on the road to Worlds. Having woken up so early, so many days in a row, and playing just non-stop Yu-Gi-Oh! Change your game plan sometimes.
Okay. There is a procedural error just for the summon of something that doesn't exist.
Hey, but again, that's just going to be a minor, so that's a warning, so the play can't continue from here.
The play has just been rerouted. We put the card back into the extra deck, and now we can get into the sequencing and try the sequence play once again.
When we talked about math earlier, order of operations is important.
That's true.
And we can perform
in math and card games
with 2 monsters: Fiendsmith, Lacrima. Lacrima effect. Now you don't give up. You just keep on going. You get a banished copy of one of your Fiendsmith. It's not just graveyard. It's both banish and graveyard. And you get some back the Fiendsmith in graveyard.
Management's certainly accessible there as Adam goes ahead and decides what he's going to do next. Again, you're absolutely right. Maybe the 1,200 would have been enough to close the game out, but it just wasn't how the cards worked. Now it's in Adam's favor. So it does have materials there. It looks like we might actually link something.
Definitely not feeling tilted. Trying his best to keep on pushing. We're going into Promethean Princess, which is a fantastic monster.
I will use it, yes.
I lightly clipped my mic while adjusting in my chair, and it unplugged.
So again, that's
and
what
I'm
life
gonna cry.
It just wasn't going to go Adam's way. But again, he is not discouraged here. Going ahead and link something to the Promethean Princess, and now we see the Fiendsmith Engraver. Coupled up with a Flamberge Dragon off of the Promethean Princess effect.
Ooh, what a recovery. Originally, the field was quite menacing. And still making all the way of a comeback right here. Very, very impressive. And we've pushed the Desiree into the spell trap zone.
Oh, that's interesting. Being able to steal the Desiree with your own Flamberge Dragon. However, your opponent has one too.
That's quite dangerous, I would say. I mean, both players can attempt to use something like that.
I guess it's just going to be who blinks first.
Is pushing that Desiree going to make a huge difference? We're going to find out soon. I believe they're talking with the judges at this moment.
I'll concede from there.
Looks like we might have had a detour where Adam did not make a play that worked, so he might be conceding now at this time.
I believe we are picking up our cards now.
Yeah, we'll get an update for the folks at home, but Adam
the
does
winner.
concede. But Sergio holding out just with a little bit.
Oh,
Okay. I'm confused.
worth of damage.
A lot of confusion happened in that duel.
Just find that path and go down that commit. As we saw, Sergio commit his entire hand in the previous game. As Adam tried to commit his entire hand to find that one little point. There is no recovery play after that.
Certainly not. Now, speaking of committing cards from the hand, we do see the 1 secret symbol spoils drop to get the Snake Eyes DFL Star.
That's an interesting ad.
Well, it might telegraph that you already have the DFL Star, which will send Snake Eyes DFL Star. They're going to infinite permanent stopping any search.
Will that be enough?
Ooh,
Normal summon up, Snake Eye
unfortunate.
Ash.
Oh,
Snake Eye
double
Ash.
unfortunate.
Resolved successfully. That's going to add Snake Eyes Poplar into hand. Poplar effect, activate.
So the
Successful.
wonky thing about this
That
format
one
is that
this
because
one going
you're
on as
running
well. Activate
Fiendsmith
effect.
now, Snake Eye actually
And Ash
like
Blossom feels like it's heavy in his
loses a
hand.
lot
Looks
of
like
its
it's good. Such is
non-engine
loud.
The
space.
deck twirls around for a second. For a second, I thought
Not
maybe
like
he
a
had both
ton,
of these
but
things
it
in
is a
but this
significant
Divine Temple
amount.
Snake Eye. With the activation of Divine Temple Snake Eye, well, Snake Eye's DFL Stars already in the graveyard. What could he possibly be getting onto the field now?
Like
Well,
with
that
some
might be
ratio
taking it
shifts
from
and
Sergio, possibly
stuff,
looks like
you're
instead
still
Snake Eye Oak hits the spell and trap
Well,
zone.
that's a throwback to the previous format of how we played the Snake Eye.
still
Of course,
cutting into
the Poplar can
non-engine.
reload our graveyard as well. Poplar effect, that's the one way that we can fish the DFL Star back onto the spell and trap zone. Immediately using that card to put it onto the field. We're in IP Mask Arena territory. Ooh, okay.
Wasting absolutely no time here. Snake Eyes DFL Star and IP Mask Arena. They'll let those link arrows combine to form. Ooh, another Celine, Queen of the Mouse Magicians.
We're quickly layering ourselves from being hit by disruptions from the hand that are monster based. Summoning back art, Snake Eye DFL Star.
Oh, I think it's coming down now. Ooh, he still drew his way to the IP Mask Arena, I think. That'll disrupt that combo.
That is a significant hit. No longer are we going to see the Flamber Dragon placing the IP Mask Arena into the background, summoning back onto the SP. So now we have the Appaloosa now summoned onto the field.
Certainly limits the options that Adam has. Appaloosa is a very strong card, but it would be nice to have that IP Mask Arena in tote, but he'll have to reconsider his options there. Looking at the graveyard, making that next decision. Not sure where to go next. Looks like 2 spell cards in the hand from what I told or could see.
Now, we haven't seen any Speedsmith cards just yet, but that pivot is also possible. We're going to activate the effect of Ash. And that's going to be met with Ash.
There it is. I do see, I believe it's a Bonfire and a Forbidden Drop with powerful cards on their own, but not enough to keep this board moving forward.
Are we going to use the effect of Appaloosa? Appaloosa is going to negate the Ash Blossom, so Snake Eye Ash will be able to resolve.
I had to push a little further, use up some of the gas in Appaloosa's tank. Of course, the only gas tank I guess we see on the field here is that motorcycle for IP Mask Arena, but she is not going to be part of Snake Eye's Flamberge game plan here now that it's out. Have to find another good monster to play the graveyard, place in the spell and trap zone.
This is very neat. We're going to use the effect of Flamber.
Yeah, there's not a ton of good things
The
to
Jewish
grab
Prince
other
of
than
Trap Zone, and we're gonna
IP.
set 2 cards and pass
Grab
turn.
the
3 cards
opponent's
in Sergio's
IP.
hand. Not exactly a simplified game state because we're starting off with the Snake Eye Ash on the normal summon.
So are going to use the Appaloosa, or at least attempt to, waiting for Sergio to determine whether or not he's going to respond. Being locked out of the Snake Eye Ash could be difficult.
This is a 2 negate Appaloosa. I believe both negations are gone. That's a 0 attack Appaloosa now.
If it resolves,
Oh,
Appaloosa is fine.
oof.
Very scary field still. It's only an Appaloosa negation. And we're going to activate Fiendsmith Engraver.
certainly worth it as we talked about when these 2 decks combine. They just have 2 different paths to go and can alternate their sequencing. So now we're going to go ahead and use that Fiendsmith track. We got the Fiendsmith Graver to take a Fable Glory
Yeah,
once more.
Snake
So
Eye
you'll be very happy
Fiendsmith is
that
one of
the cards
those
are not being
decks
interrupted
where
with
it's
the
like
face
you
down.
kind of
Limited
just play,
interaction
it's like Punk Therian back when that was like being played as a proper hybrid, right?
Backfiring.
You're kind of just playing
But the
2
Jewish
decks that
Resource
work
before
at the
that
same
Snake Eye
time and
There's a
don't
lot
step
of
on
things
each
to think
other.
about here. But the path is slowly clearing up. The War Fog is gone.
But like,
Speaking of thinking though, Sergio certainly has to be mindful of things like
You're
the Battle
not-
Maps, having seen it earlier in the duel,
they
not knowing exactly what
they
those
don't
face down cards on outside the
complement
field
each
are.
other
Of course, we know
beyond the
one of
fact
those is on
that
fire,
you
the other
can
is on
play
fire.
both
Speaking of Ash effect, we're going to
and
with that Druid
lose nothing for it. You know,
Summoning into Snake Eye. The Druid Swarm has
Swordsel and Tenyi are almost that way, but they do have synergies like
Ash,
Swordsel's tokens and the Tenyis being worms.
So Flamberge will go and go to the graveyard from that Jerusalem effect, and we'll say hello again to Snake Eye Ash.
Are there enough monsters in the graveyard for that Flamberge to activate? And there will be. There's going to be Snake Eye Ash, and there's going to be a Snake Eyes Poplar being summoned on from the graveyard. Of course, both of those have trigger effects as well.
Shout out to the people who've been sticking around for this stream as well.
Adam's here,
Sorry
Volume
about
trying to
the
protect his life points.
shenanigans.
Certainly not a bad idea when you're a game behind.
We are adding Ash and original simple spoil Snake Eye. Now the follow-up for Adam should he get a turn.
He certainly has bodies on the field, but with 0 attack Appaloosa and just some defense mode monsters, it might be difficult to get out of this turn alive. Right now, Sergio combining his 2 monsters to link 7, lots of different options we've seen so far in this tournament. The one he chooses, he's actually going to be Nightmare Phoenix.
That's pretty clever. That's pretty clever. We're going to slowly clean off the field using the Nightmare Phoenix. We are targeting the middle card. I believe that is also Coaling, so the path is going to be a draw, but that's going to be a forbidden drop. We're going to be sending to the graveyard a Poplar.
Did get the force to
Not
drop
the
out.
poop loop.
Drop is going to be very effective. And,
Interesting.
Turning
Oh,
off
stopping
the
that.
Requiem.
So less worried about the draw, more worried about the ability for Fiendsmith Requiem to have a little fun.
Now Requiem can't get another Engraver onto field, but you have so many monsters that you can just link it away and still get into the next part of the sequence.
Sort of a different lens in which you view the creativity we've talked about this entire tournament. When your back is against the wall playing this deck, you can make some different choices to pivot in whatever situation you're in.
But the monster at hand that's likely going to be summoned from Sergio is going to be, I mean, he's been looking at that Promethean Princess. We have 3 materials worth of link. It's going to be Promethean Princess.
That's the decision.
Princess effect. Are we going to be met with a disruption? Nope, that's going to be Flamber Dragon summoned back onto the field. Okay, the game state's more or less simplified now.
Kind of, but
And
also
we get
not
the effect of Divine
entirely.
Temple. And that is going to summon the Oak back from the Trap Zone, and that's going to say Oak effect.
Now is definitely the time to do it when you're staring down that many monsters. You can't do much without Baloosa since he's got that 0 attack, but you can at least stop the bleeding as much as you can.
So Adam here, maybe trying to wall off as much as possible because not everyone plays access code. Access code would have been, be able to clear off these monsters. But some people do side access code as well, so be very careful.
Hida is going to hurt against 2 copies of Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon. One for each side.
Scary.
You want to be careful though with the order of operations here. You don't want to accidentally send your opponent's cards to the graveyard and then, well, make that Flamberge Dragon a liability.
I love hearing the music sped up. It's just really funny.
Middle zone. 3,000, 3,000, 1850, and Oak, I believe. Well, not exactly high stats.
But I don't think Oak is going to be alone here as we bring out the Fiendsmith Engraver.
Are we going to equip? We're going to equip with the
Shit, I keep forgetting to update my World Tournament items, and I keep getting put in
Seems like we're not
positions
going to
where
go
it
too deep into
almost
the
screws
extra,
me.
so we got to find alternative ways to remove all these monsters off the field.
Oh my goodness, I wish I could be screen sharing my Dokkan
Get
shenanigans.
rid of that monster.
Oh, that is going to be the handshake, Sergio!
Sergio feeling himself there, just sort of almost crumpling under the weight of that duel, but still happy to sign the slip and possibly advancing to the top 64.
Winner of match number 12, round 12, is going to be
Well
Sergio.
then,
This
on the
puts him
top
in.
cut we
This is
go.
Very, very good chance. X2.
Very strong chance.
Yeah,
Again,
can you
may
believe
pick the
Snake?
Marathon
Okay,
Swiss
this
rounds.
is what we were on
To the
earlier.
top 64, so without further ado, let's send it over to Head Judge Paul on stage to tell us who made the top cut.
So this
In
is
first
what
place.
people were watching
With 33 points,
on Twitch
Jonathan
when I was
Philip
looking
Vasella.
earlier.
In second place, also 33 points, Patrick Jefferson Hobart. In third place, with 33 points, Charles Ray Futch. In fourth place, James Allen Markowitz. In fifth place, Omar Wiley Jones. In sixth place, Joshua Logan Kirby, sorry.
How do you read? Oh, there must be. It's got to be somebody else's name.
Can you hear me now? Hello? They can't hear me. In seventh place, Andre Joseph Munoz.
Okay, I don't care that much about this. Take me to top cut. Oh wait,
Sorry, the WCS
is this
Inc.
Dex?
Is it right? There's so many
No.
really.
Whee! Coming up, top 64. Okay. Why was top 32 the first thing in their thing?
Top 64. Kangas, introduce our players.
In our first feature match in the top 64, in the blue chair, from Savannah, Georgia, Dominic Couch! Dominic would like to give a shout out to his friends who have helped him make it this far. And his opponent in the red chair, from Middleton, New Jersey, Edwin Strom! This is his third WCQ top in a row. Duelists are set. Let's get into duel number 1.
All right, thanks, Kangas. Awesome to meet our players here for the top 64 matchup. That's right, we have Dominic Couch. Don't sleep on the couch. 2-time Team YCS champion, and his opponent Edwin. As you know, Kangas just mentioned, this is his third
Okay,
WCQ top in a row. He's
so
been here. He knows what it takes to make it
the
here. He's
Discord
learned through different
screen sharing
formats, and
issue
you know,
is
top
an
passes,
issue
he's
of
really trying to
my
go deep in this one
phone.
to make it to the World Championship.
Yeah, these players are both really decorated here, and they've been playing for so long. Both these players started their careers in Dragon Duels, which means they were playing since before they were 12 years old.
Because I can
Yeah,
do
I
it
started
from
when I
my
was
old
11.
phone.
That's when the game came over here. I'm old. But it's awesome to see the Dragon Duels move on. I mean, other players like Jesse Cotton, who I know a lot of people are wondering how he was doing in the tournament. He finished X3, just so close to making it in 70th place, but he was also a Dragon Duelist. So, you know, if you're out there and you are 12 years or younger, or you're born in the year 2010 or 11 or later, you're going to want to check out Dragon Duels because this is the beginning, could be the beginning of a long and illustrious Yu-Gi-Oh career.
Dude, I mean, these players have definitely made it quite far since their Dragon Duels career. They've gone pretty far within Dragon Duels, but then they've really made a name for themselves in the standard TCG, right? You didn't really hear about Dominic Couch prior to his resurgence.
I don't even know what Dragon Duels is.
Yeah, both these players are just incredible, but they definitely know that the caliber play that is sitting across them is not going to be easy for them. It's going to be the next obstacle in the way to make it to the World Championship. And both these duels are going to be playing that Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck, but they're using like a little bit different tech cards, so we're going to see some different variations, see which one's going to pay off. Obviously, the side decks are going to come into play and be very different, but it's just playing the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck doesn't mean you're guaranteed to make it to the top cut, because you're going to have to go through so many different duels. I mean, we started with like, a little over 2,600 players in the tournament, and these are the top 64 out of over almost 3,000 people. That's so difficult to do.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of choices here that they made within their deck lists that have gotten them this far. It's cool to see how many
Players of
different variations
12 years
there are.
of age
Because there's
or
a strict order
younger
within the Snake Eye combination as well as the
mirrored
combination.
at
There is a good amount of space
regional
that you get for that
tournaments
non-engine. You can
and
choose to go for
formerly
board breakers, you can choose to go for things like
SJC.
the points of interaction, such as Ash Blossom to do with impermanence, or you can even focus down on something like the Bestial Engine, like somewhere in the middle maybe, but it's really up to how many of those you choose to play, and whether you choose to go strictly at 40, or you maybe go even further above and just try to maximize those points of interaction, because the deck is fairly consistent on a lot of one-card starters, so as long as you see just one of them, and you spend the rest of your hand making sure your opponent doesn't get to play, that sometimes works out.
Yeah, you really want to stop them from extending onto the field, because anytime they're able to stick some monsters there, they're going to be able to access
Okay,
their
it's
effects,
just a
gain their
little
effects. Thanks to the
tournament
Infinite Forbidden,
thing
they now have access to cards like Moon of the 7, which can go into Fiendsmith like
Young
Requiem and get you into your whole Fiendsmith engine. I mean, that's been really a test of a player's caliber. It's a brand new set just came out last week. You had to practice and be prepared for this tournament. How can you adapt on the fly? How can you improve yourself with the new cards of the biggest tournament of the year on the line? But let's go ahead and jump right into it. This is the first game of top 64 of the NAWCQ. Here comes the all-important die roll. It always feels good to go first. That's nothing new to Yu-Gi-Oh! Since the dawn of time, you used to draw a card on your first turn too. It was always
So
good to go
chat,
first.
who's
And that's
ready
the case
for
here.
all
And actually,
variety to
some
fly
decks
out the
can choose
damn
to go second. That
window?
used to be unheard of in Yu-Gi-Oh!
There were definitely so many decks in this tournament that were strictly designed to go second. We saw Tenpai Dragon take a lot of games by storm, but we even saw the Ancient Gear Golem strategy, which also really wants to go second.
I actually want to see, do we have a chart for
Possibly we see the
top
North
cut?
Pop
Because
coming
we're
down
like
from
well
Edmonton
in the top cut by now,
met by
so I'm
the
sure that if we
Spectator.
have one, I
the door for
can
Triple
find
Towns
it.
and some continuation from Deebelstar the Black Witch.
Let's see what he has next. Does he have? I see a Fiendsmith Engraver at least in the hand, so he's definitely not done with his plays just yet. Looks like he's going to have two copies.
I'm going to leave it the Engraver now.
Oh, is he left-handed? All right.
Yeah, makes sense. It's actually on the right side.
So he's going to send that Engraver to the graveyard as the Fiendsmith tracked. Fiendsmith tracked
Actually,
add a
can't
Lightning
find
monster
it.
to the deck
Hold
again.
on,
Then he has to
let me
discard a card.
check
But if Fabled Glory is discarded, it will special summon itself from the graveyard. So it comes back to the field, immediately right back to the graveyard for a link summon of Fiendsmith's Requiem.
These are lines we've seen time and time again at this point. Engraver going to be able to summon itself right back, using Requiem's effect to equip itself to the Engraver.
Let's see if that is the next step. I'm thinking it might be. You could choose to summon back his Engraver here. You could link monsters away. Got all sorts of different options.
It's a question of if you want to go into Equip Princess or not.
Rather good hand. Do that one.
And it looks like he might be summoning that Diabell Star from hand.
Yeah, starting with the Poplar, the Engraver, and the Diabell Star is huge.
Revealing the Druisworm, so now Dom knows that he is on probably substantial Bestial line, because Druisworm is usually not the first one you see.
Yeah, it's going to be the Ball Drake, Magnum, and Druisworm. I mean, it could just be on Magnum and Druisworm, but a lot of players know that the Bestial's been really popular. I know on Friday you heard a lot of people going around looking for Ball Drakes. Definitely something a lot of players are keeping an eye out for. Let's see if Couch has a response here to the Witch. It looks like he's thinking about using another copy of Effect Veiler.
He does know that it won't be enough to stop the entire combo here, but if he has anything else to have in combination, it could be enough.
But he does use a second copy, trying to keep Edwin off of accessing that original Sinful Spoil Snake Eyes.
I swear I saw a copy of Snake Eye Ash in Edwin's hand. I wonder why you wouldn't send that to the Graveyard just to have access to it with Promethean Princess. I must have missaw it. Because I suppose why would you know some Poplar in a situation if you did have Snake Eye Ash?
Yeah, that would be an interesting decision. So now he is going
Yeah, that
to
would
move away Snake Eye
definitely
Ash and
be
Engraver for Fiendsmith's Requiem.
incorrect.
Sequence, yeah.
Or sorry, Sequence.
They all start kind of coming together, right? A little bit all over the place. You see one, you can see them all.
Definitely. Now Sequence is going to shuffle back the two materials. So let's see if he's going to fusion summon for Fiendsmith's Lacrima.
I believe those two has to be. Yeah, Lacrima is going to hit the field. It's going to be able to most likely just special summon back that Engraver here.
Yep, indeed. A lot of times you can add it back if you haven't used Fiendsmith's track, but since he already has, just needs that monster on the field to overlay the two level 6 monsters for.
I think Beatrice here. Beatrice is going to be able to send down that Snake Eye Ash and get access to it. Oh, works here as well.
Yep, here comes Beatrice in attack mode.
Detaching the Engraver. See what he sends. Hovering over the Oak and the Ash. Looks like it's going to be.
Chad,
Yeah,
I've
well,
just
it's
thought of a
also- yeah,
terrible
I
joke
like it.
about
It's pretty good, but
Fiendsmith.
yeah.
So you know how a bunch of cards became
Yeah, definitely need to link them for the Princess
Fiendsmith's
first.
thing, and a bunch of
Essentially,
Fiendsmith
you are
cards
something
also
for your deck.
lost
One's
a
definitely
syllable
really-
that had an
really
S in it? All the S's got taken.
So Promethean Princess comes down, now he's going to be able to summon back that Snake Eye Ash. If it resolves on this, Couch has a third copy of Effect Veiler.
Eddie is considering using Lacrima's Effect here. Will he need the additional lights in his grave, or like Fiends, 4 Fiends later, or just going to get in that damage now? He's going to get in that damage now, put back the sequence to the extra deck.
Yeah.
Promethean Princess is going to attempt to summon that Snake Eye Ash from the graveyard, and that does happen.
Normal Poplar check.
Yep, Poplar was
Alright,
almost
I now have
able to
Yema
activate
and
that
Usher
summon,
in
you're not
my
able to
World
search it.
Tournament
Ghost
items
Ogre and
chat,
Snow
so I
Rabbit.
should be fine
Yeah, I
now.
did wonder if I saw that in Dom
remembered
There's
this
3 different
time.
points of interaction here.
Does that do anything? He just grabs Oak. Oh, but he can't summon because he normally summon the
Yeah,
Poplar.
we're not
I actually
gonna
almost
access the
did.
Okay, Ghost Ogre's
I
not
almost
not
forgot.
popular interaction from hand, but could be really useful. You receive those 3 cards out of Dom Town. Only 2 left. Drawing to 3. We're going to see if it's going to be enough to slow Edwin down.
It's a matter of what he can do from this point on. I do not believe he has actually used the effect of Engraver yet. To summon himself, I believe the last one was summoned off the effect of Requiem.
I do think you're right. So he's still going to be able to special Poplar from hands if he wants. He can't add with it since he already used that effect. As you mentioned, he can summon Engraver as well. He has to get this Princess off the field so he's not locked into fire monsters.
Likely maybe burning through a Nightmare Phoenix or even a Hida in desperate times.
So what are you thinking? It's going to be like Nightmare Phoenix IP?
Well, you can't even do that.
No, you just mix Nightmare Phoenix here and then bring back the Engraver and then mix IP.
Where?
Oh,
Arrows.
oh, you're right. You're right. I think that's what he just realized as well.
Yeah.
Oh, does he maybe plays Raging Phoenix though, which would be nice.
Yeah, that is the real loss there when you have to make space when you cut. Oftentimes it's going to be the Raging Phoenix, but you really do need those arrows. You need those fires in your extra deck to have. I think this
Oh,
is what,
Hida, yeah.
like the desperation Hida.
He will give him the proper arrows. Nightmare Phoenix, if it did happen to point down, would be nice. That's the big difference when you lose Link Karibo and have like relinquishing anima. Pointing forward instead of down definitely can impact your play. But here comes the Engraver. You can also go into a 3-material Appaloosa, but with only 2 cards in Couch's hand, that might not be a bad option.
I don't know. I hear the deck does quite a lot with one.
First an Appaloosa.
The weird thing is that he does want to keep a fire on the field.
For the Princess.
Yeah, so I don't think he ever gets that option though.
Looks like he is looking to go into IP Masquerena.
I guess he's a Poplar effect, which I mean, without Temple on the field, this might come back to bite him.
Yeah, Couch did make sure to keep the search for a Snake Eye spell off of Edwin's turn, so he doesn't have access to Snake Eye's Diabell Star. So not the worst after 3 cards in hand, only having to deal with an IP that can potentially go into SP or Appaloosa, I suppose.
I do believe I saw an Engraver in Dom's hand here. Yeah, well, there you go. Gonna be able to lead with that. Try to force
I
interaction here. Definitely
suppose
strong.
that
He's
whether
gonna
you
use
saw
something
it or
here, put him on
not,
and then
it
force
was
something out
accurate to declare.
Yep, adds the Fiendsmith's track. It's a beautiful quarter center figure here. Droll and
Ooh,
Lockbird.
That is going to shut that down.
This is the best time to draw Lockbird because the Fiendsmith track also wants you to add a card from your deck to your hand, and now Couch can have to only work with the cards that he already has.
But I do think those other 2 cards, quite a powerful combination here. 1-4 Poplar.
Spoilers. We'll have to see how that's going to help. 1-4 and Poplar are really strong, but with an IP and a draw, that might be enough, I think.
Yeah, a little does a lot in this position.
That draw and Lockbird is just huge.
The 1-4 is activated, discarding the Poplar here. It's a question of whether or not you're even going to activate it. You don't really need to. You might just want to go for Snake Eye Oak.
Yeah, you probably go Oak here.
We know the last card is tracked, so there's not going to be a normal summon play here to extend further past the SP Knight.
Goes for Oak. So he's going to go Promethean Princess, target the Hida and the Oak, and then chain IP as well. Because the Princess only has to destroy one of the targets, and it still will be special summon, unlike SP Little Knight. So we can go into SP, the Princess will come out, destroy the Oak, and then the SP Little Knight will be able to banish. Oh, he's going to add it to hand so he gets avoided from being banished from the field.
Yeah, but you'll still be able to banish the Oak from the graveyard, which I think is strong. Yeah, Dom sees this. There's nothing he can do to beat that Princess summoning back Snake Eye Ash on the following turn. And even though he did have those 3 powerful points in the hand, 1 Drone Locker was enough to stymie his entire play.
Yeah, Drill's just one of those cards that either does everything for you or just doesn't really do much at all. But if they lead off with Fiendsmith Engraver, which a lot of people are playing that card, over 50% of the decks have Fiendsmith cards in their deck, and it's not all just Snake Eye. We also have Yubel. I think there's like a Kashtira deck of some
Over
sort.
50% is in of entries or of
Unless
top
they're playing
cut?
Saint or something, and they got Saint instead of track. It's tough.
If he doesn't have Droll.
Once you see it in his hand,
Because
too,
that's
all
an
the control
important
armor.
distinction.
But now, just having the Dive Star to begin with already plays around roll pretty well.
Because if 50% of registered decks were on Fiendsmith, period, that's
So there's a lot worse
insane.
than Ash.
A little
You
bit.
know?
So he's going to link it away. If the link one requires a light fiend, so we go to Fiend's Requiem. And you can tribute Requiem to special summon Engraver from the deck to the field. Now he's going to equip the Fiend's Requiem.
And then he's going to be using the Diabell Star to send the Requiem, I believe.
Looks like that is what he was considering.
Yep, Diabell Star hitting the field, sending the Poplar from the hand. You're going to be able to put that back in the Spell Trap Zone if you so desire. Well, no, keeping in the grave potentially for Snake Eye Oak here.
Now
Still no normal. Oh no, normal summon has been committed with Figure.
Sets the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eyes.
Using original.
Yep.
Sending the Requiem, getting the maximum value between the Fiendsmith synergy. And there's the Oak.
Yeah, see, Couch is like, okay, you drilled me in the game because I couldn't do anything because I was going second, but this game, you can just sit with that drill in your hand.
Yeah, this is the way to absolutely maximize your value into a draw and lock. Look, he's activating now. I don't think it's. I don't even know if he's already activating card.
You see kind of the look on his face. He's even smiling.
He's like, I guess I'll use it.
I mean, you might as well. Like, it's going to stop him from getting a search with Snake Eye Ash, maybe potentially down the line on this turn. Oh, it cuts out the wanted draw at least, so just something that's actually pretty substantial. But now the Divine Temple of Snake Eye lets him place a Snake Eye monster from the deck to the Spell Trap card zone, and he's going to play Snake Eye Diabell Star.
Potentially pretty off to the races here.
Yeah.
He does have to be wary of his opponent's visuals. That is something he also saw. So he
Taking
knows.
Nibiru too to keep in mind.
Yeah, I think when you're playing Drone Locker and visuals, he's playing all of those types of cards, right? Probably. We know he doesn't have Ash Plus and Joy Spring just yet because I think at several points in this turn it would have made sense for it to be activated.
Yeah, on the original for sure. And now he's going to link, or sorry, use
No,
no,
it's
link. It is link. Okay, yeah, Luke's still on the field. Link away for Acting Masquerade. Now he's going to use Poplar's effect to place itself back in the Spell Trap card zone.
I believe he's going to use Oak now to follow it up, sending itself and the Poplar, putting those fire monsters back in the graveyard for the Snake Eye Diabell Star.
Yeah, he's keeping the Snake Eye Diabell Star here to play around Nibiru, the Primal Being. So that way, if he has something go wrong, he can still have some plays beyond that.
I'm contemplating the Summoning Flame Bridge up there. Oh no, he's going to go for the Ash. Interesting, when you cannot use its effect here, we're going to use the Snake Eye Diabell Star to put the Oak back in the Spell Trap Zone, summon itself.
That would have been a devious spot for it.
And now the Ash, just putting it in rotation, right? So you have it in the graveyard for the Flame Bridge to summon on following turns.
Makes sense. Here comes Snake Eye Flamebird Dragon from the deck.
I think Dom expects that at this point in the game, Nibiru would have already come down.
I mean, that was tough. He definitely had a moment. I think while IP was already out of Nibiru before the Ash effect there, he could have still have token, Snake Eye Diabell Star.
Yeah, if there was no access to Flame Bridge, it's fine, right?
Yeah, they wouldn't have been able to do too much with that.
I also think there's just a cross on his hand. He's going to ignore Nibiru.
That's always nice. So now he's going to link away IP Diabell Star and Snake Eyes Diabell Star for Appaloosa Bow, the Goddess, at 2400 attack, meaning he can negate 3 monster effects.
And now this is where the Engraver comes back. Going to be able to put back that Fabled Lurry. Is there a Bestial? Will it matter to the Appaloosa? A Bestial chain Nibiru, perhaps?
That's fine.
Nope, now Flame Bridge going to use the effect, put the IP Masquerade back in the Spell Trap Zone, and then immediately be linked away, likely into sequence.
Looks
Oh,
like
Moon of the Close Heaven.
okay, Moon of the Close Heaven. I was just using it as link material to get the Princess, maybe?
Yeah?
Yeah.
You
You
need,
the Requiem back already? No,
I think he needs to load up some Light Fiends in the graveyard.
that makes a lot of sense.
He has put back the Lurry. I believe the Requiem is still in there, but so now there are 3 Light Fiends. There's the Engraver, the Moon, and the Requiem.
In Lurie?
No, the Lurry's back in the deck.
Oh,
It's in the
okay,
Engraver.
okay, you're right. So Sequence is now going to put back a couple of those Light Fiends, as you mentioned. Looks like he might be going for Desiree.
Yep, that's going for 3 here. So this is why it was important to summon the Moon of the Close Heaven. And now once Desiree hits the field, he's going to be able to link away into the Princess.
Yep, and then the Princess will bring back...
This is the interesting part
Huh.
because I think...
He's missing a monster,
No,
right?
no, this is perfect because the Desiree is going to negate the Princess. And I think...
Oh, it's that play!
Yeah.
No, continue.
You know, well, I mean, I don't want to spoil what monster I think he's going to summon, but I have a pretty good idea of what powerful Link 2 monster he's going to go into next.
But what will he do next? You've been telling me about this play, we can renegate the Princess with the Desiree.
Obviously,
one
it's
something
going to
off the
be
Princess. Yeah.
Needle Fiber.
Yes, he did. Poplar for Poplar. I did it.
Poplar did use the effect.
Yep. Poplar.
But he's going to be summoning back the Flame Bridge. I don't think it matters. It's not... Like, or, oh, he might be choosing to keep it on the field here. He unfortunately did use the Poplar effect, so that is one monster he is missing. It looks like he is going to keep the Princess then because he wants to keep the Flame Bridge on the field. But Desiree will be able to negate the Princess as well as his opponent's card in this. Oh no, he's going to use it now. He's going to be able to link away with the Flame Bridge into... Let me see it. Let me see the hat. The Still Hat Magician.
Yeah, it's that brand new secret rare, the Infinite Forbidden Shades of Predaplant Verite Anaconda. A generic link 2 that's going to let you access a continuous trap card from your deck. Going to set the Angel Statue as a rune, which can negate a special summon of a monster. And if if any monster is special summoned from the spell trap card zone, you're able to destroy spell trap card on the field. One of my favorite cards out of the Infinite Forbidden. The rabbit's like pulling himself out of the hat because he is the magician. It's just an illusion.
This is something I think I've mentioned every time this card hits the field, but it's really important to note. It's not only when your cards move from the spell trap zone into the monster zone, it is also just whenever that happens. So your opponent's effects will trigger it as well. So any of their Flame Bridge effects or their Divine Temple will trigger it to destroy a spell trap on the field, and that can come up at multiple points.
Yeah, and it's not so bad they lost the Flame Bird since he still has that Divine Temple face up that can push forward IP Masquerade at any point.
I'm going to be following up with the Divine Temple from Edwin here, but that's fine because he does have access to Silhouette.
Is there any merit to negating this with Desiree?
No, absolutely not. Because he's going to chain Azure and then use the Still Hat Magician to destroy the Temple.
That is, well, that's not how that works. Well, I mean,
After the fact, after the fact. And then his Temple can summon his opponent's monster.
Ooh, that's so cool. I love it. I love the interactions here.
That's ready. Rabbit.
I mean, you weren't going to destroy your own, right?
Definitely not. See, that's what Rabbit really coming into play here in this mirror match. That's one of the key differences between these two decks.
Yeah, I think he's pretty free to use the Appaloosa here. The biggest fear is if he has something along the lines of Forbidden Droplet, but I think when you're playing that many points interaction from the hand, you got the Bestials as well as Draw Lockers, you're probably not going to pair that with Forbidden Droplet, right? So you don't need to keep the Desiree live, and that's why he used the Azure Rune.
Such a pretty card.
We're leading with a Bonfire, and it looks like that's going to trigger Dominic to potentially use his cross-side Designator to bought the Poplar. No, he's going to let it happen. Well, get rid of the one for turn effects now, so they don't come up later. No reason to get rid of the Bonfire when it doesn't actually take away any of Eddie's combo lines. Yeah, so now he can go after the Poplar. Oh, he just negate with the Appaloosa.
Yep, that does have 3 negates. It looks like he also has Wanted.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense, right?
Yep.
No, he's just going to see. He has way too much going on. Like, he's just going to use the Desiree right there. And he still has a Solemn Warning effect, which will be able to negate the Diabell Star.
And it looks like we are pushing to a game 3.
Dominic making sure that Troll Locker had 0 value. I mean, I think maybe there would be one body more, which would have made him able to keep the Flame Bridge, but fair trade-off here, making sure he really limits the value that Troll Locker could get after he was pretty devastated.
There's a lot of emotion
Lock and lol burb.
stuff.
Players are...
One player will move on, one will have to go home.
All right,
Well,
we're almost
they don't
caught
have
up.
to,
We
but
should
they
be
can't stay
caught up
here.
going into the next set, or at the very least in the middle of it. I did predict that I would be caught up during top 16,
So-
Pretty
and
strong hand
that was
here.
made under the assumption that
leading
top
with
64
that
wasn't
bonfire.
actually going to be 64, but then I had the issue
All right, so Bonfire's going to add
that
Snake
is
Eye Ash.
still technically ongoing.
Snake Eye Ash, you
But
gonna
either
be-
way, I ended up being
Looks like
right.
resolving. Dom is considering if he wants to use any of his interruptions here. Poplar resolving, getting the original simple spoils here. That's interesting. Going original instead of Divine Temple, that usually means you already have Divine Temple, and yeah, I do believe it's in his hand. Gonna be activating the Divine Temple.
All right. Off to a good start for Edwin.
Now, Dom knows he has that additional original simple spell to extend further.
After this, I'm
and now
gonna
he's
have to
thinking Engraver as well. He's
refund
going to be able to put
all
one piece of cards on the field. This is rough if he has no combination here.
Fiend Smith tracks, gonna let him out of like Fiend. It's not Majesty's Fiend, it's Fiend Smith Engraver.
Well, and adding Engraver here instead of the Lure because you already have Lure in hand. Sets him up for next turn potentially.
Beasteel Magnet. Now we get to see how the Beasteel's gonna interact with this Fiend Smith Snake Eye turn one.
A little awkward because if you're going to go after the Lure, you are able to cover the body, but there is an Engraver already in the graveyard. You still have multiple bodies on the field to get access to Moon in the close heaven. But it is still providing a body on the field and potentially be very powerful if you're able to keep it on the field. Using Ash to send himself and the Snake Eye Bolster.
Make sure to activate that Magnet effect so you'll be able to add a Dragon during in phase, grab another Beasteel potentially.
We talk about how the Beasteals are really powerful against the Fiend Smith engine because it takes away its recursion, right? It's not able to constantly recycle itself if they're in the banish zone, or the banishment rather. But forced to go after the Lure, so he's not going to get that immediate monster on the field. I believe that is the right call in this situation, but it's, it's going to be rough because the Engraver is still going to remain in the graveyard. Snake Eye Bolster is able to use the effect, put back the Snake Eye Poplar, and put itself on the field. And he has to be really careful here. He's contemplating every single position that Dom could have in his hand. Going to be going into the Moon in +7, needing linking it off into that Fiend Smith Requiem. Requiem effect is activated. Still no response from Dom outside that Magnet. Engraver hits the field.
See where Edwin goes from here.
I imagine we're going to be using the effect of the Engraver, putting the Requiem on it, because I think at this point you want to clear the Magnet if you can. We're going to be starting with actually the original on the Poplar.
No response here from Couch.
Getting maximum value here. The Snake Eye Oak is going to be able to hit the field. It's going to be able to generate another body for Eddie. Put the Poplar back on the field.
Where he belongs.
For now. None of these monsters seem to stay on the field very long.
Yeah, no, I like how like monsters that like stay on the field.
The
Like I said, they're
Flame Witch
mainly,
hangs out.
Flame Witch hangs out. Mainly extra monsters want to say. Link monsters kind of like ruin monsters staying on the field. They just fodder to some of the next Link monster.
Both good and bad. I like the idea that I don't have to leave a random monster on the field, but
True, true.
there's some monsters that I thought were really cool over there. I guess it's the choice, really.
It is nice to have options. Now we're seeing a Link 1, 2, 3, 4.
That is 4. Wow. Going straight into Appaloosa.
Spicy.
That is a hefty Appaloosa, too. If you get mind control in Appaloosa, that's a lot of profit for Dom.
Donkey.
The Engraver is going to be sending back 2. It's going to be sending back the Oak as well as the Poplar here. And then Engraver's going to be using its effect, putting back Moon in close heaven.
Thinking versus 4 negate Appaloosa.
Yeah, I wonder, is it the second Bestial here? Followed by potentially a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit?
He does play that Ogre. Ogre's
Oh, there's Bestial Baldrake, chaining the
and
chaining
it's
Ghost Ogre!
We're seeing why the Ghost Ogre makes sense.
That's crazy he didn't leave with the Baldrake if he had it. Because if he's able to stick the Baldrake on the field while having another Magnet, you're able to use it to banish the next Link monster he summons. Well, I mean, I guess he has that option now.
Again.
Yeah, he did have 3 points of interaction from his hand.
That's correct.
Divine Temple has nothing to push back up.
I mean, this is just excellent deck building. I mean, Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is not in a lot of people's main decks this weekend.
And clearly it was designed to have this interaction in the matchup because we knew Appaloosa was going to be one of the main protection points. Yeah, he's going to go for another Link summon here with the bodies he has left, but he does still have that Baldrake sitting on the field. The Magnemite is going to be able to search another Bestial, or even, I guess, Lambert if you really want to.
Could. I don't know why you
Looking tough
would,
here
but
for
you
Edwin.
could, in theory.
There's Moon in close heaven one more time.
Baldrake can take care of it.
Does not let any more monsters on the field.
And it banishes it as well.
I
Maybe
love
one card that he knows
Baldrake.
Engraver can
It's
add
an
it off
awesome
track.
card. I'm
Count gets
so
to search
glad
the
to
in-phase
see
for
it
Magma.
used.
He just needs to summon one monster and he can go into his own field, and he knows that Edwin can't do anything to stop it. Gonna be adding that Druid Worm.
Yeah, that Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit was huge. Yeah, Edwin's kind of wishing he didn't try and stop that Beasteel.
He didn't really need to, right? Normal summon Snake Eye. And that's it! Dom moves on into the top 32.
Despite going second, those deck choices mattering. You have to play this. The only way you're going to know to use something like Ghost Ogre Snow Rabbit isn't by following some YouTube videos online and reading the same people saying the same things over and over and over again. It's by playtesting with your friends, practicing, finding out what's good, that new tech, that new innovation. Everything seems like it's the best deck until someone comes up with a better tech to make the deck better. And the only way you're going to do that is by sitting down and actually playing and practicing.
All right,
You only
chat,
do so
give me a
much
second. I'm gonna go refill my water.
Zeroing, not a real word, so definitely difficult to say. Get it out. But if you sit down, put in the work, you will yield results eventually. It's definitely awesome to see key tech choices paying off here for the couch.
This was definitely something that this entire testing group has been working on. With the release of Death Princess, everything kind of went out the door. We knew that multiple points of interaction on the Witch as well as the Snake Eye Ash no longer work, so they needed to find different things they can do to target down the end board. And one of those things they decided was, okay, what happens if we have an interaction middle toward the late end of the combo, and then you have a Ghost Ogre for the Appaloosa to really take away all the resources. And we saw in this hand, Eddie put 4 monsters in that Appaloosa. Down to 4 Appaloosa, gone by 1 Ghost Ogre.
Just incredible. I mean, it comes from playtesting. I mean, you can sit there and be like, oh, yeah, you effectively this, these decks are broken, they're just too good. Or you can say, all right, it's good, this is tough, the format's hard, the decks are strong, but how can I be better than my opponent?
You have to adapt.
You have to adapt, you have to learn, you have to strive to be better. There are plenty of things to explore. The people out there telling you online that there's nothing you can do, it's just unfortunate, you lost the die roll, you're just going to lose. Those are the people who are leading you in the wrong direction, I promise you. They're not trying to help you win, they're just trying to get you to watch their video. Sorry, but not sorry.
I think the biggest limitation here is time. When players like Dom, they're able to put in the time, have the resources to really discover those techniques that they can try to tackle the format. That is something that really shines here. They only had a week, or well, not, we had essentially a week for Princess.
Came a little bit sooner than that. Early July, yeah.
For Princess?
For Princess, yeah, maybe. Yeah, those a little short. I mean, the Moon of the Close haven't got real like, beginning in July, but yeah, Necro Princess, the World Premiere cards look pretty recent, but yeah, being able to adapt fast is the name of the game. How can you learn and adapt your strategy and capitalize on it?
Now these players put in the work, and they're getting rewarded here, and that's how they made it this far. And Dom is moving on into the top 32.
Top 32, top 16, top 8.
Three more.
3 wins away from going to the World Championship. And you cannot sleep on the couch. You mentioned he's been struggling a little bit in the past round because he's been so dominating. Sometimes when you top a bunch of events and you hit that like dry streak, it can really be like demotivating. Like, I don't understand. I was doing so well, so consistently. But you're not always going to do well. It is a game of chance at the end of the day. You do draw a random hand every time, no matter how much you prepare. But all you can do is control what you can't control and put yourself in the best position to win every turn, every hand, every play. You have to look to what can I do next. Not I just can't do anything. That's not going to get you anywhere in the game. It's not going to get you anywhere in life. You have to learn about what you can do and what you can control and maintain that positive mentality.
Defensive mentality isn't going to get you anywhere. Dom really kept us composed there. He did lose game 1 to a very unfortunate draw lock, but that was probably the only card he lost to in that situation. But you know, he kept going. He knew what he had to do to continue to win, and he's been able to grind it out this entire season. So we just have to see how far he goes.
Yep. And it comes down to, are you going to react to what the innovators do? Are you going to be the innovator and lead the way into the format? Like going into what we're talking about the normal like Snake Eye deck with the normal kind of interaction from his hand. No, you can adapt. Go Soaker and Snow Rabbit. Multiple copies of the Beast. Even Beast Steel Ball Drake really came into play there. Being able to banish the Moon of the Closed Heaven. It's Magma Druid.
All right, I'm
one of the ways
back.
you can
They're
deal
talking
with
about
the
Baldrick being a sick tech, and they're right.
Kaiba.
Okay.
Trap.
We're just in between now. Now we
Extra
just
deck or
wait,
main deck?
chat.
Main deck.
Flip effect or union monsters?
Flip
Flip.
effects.
Plants or cybers?
Wait, hold on. I want to do this.
One plane is horrible.
I want to see this.
Do it.
Be right back.
All around me, so let's ask them some rapid fire questions. I'm here with Hani. Are you participating in the WCQ?
Yes, I am.
How many WCQs have you participated in so far?
Maybe like 5 or 6.
5 or so. You're a bit of a veteran then.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
So does this one feel any different than any of the past ones?
Nah, like I'm just gonna like see how it goes. You know, at the end of the day, like it's all up to luck. You know, like it's a tough tournament this time.
So luck, not skill. That's what I'm
I
hearing.
mean, at the end of the day, like skills involved always. You got to play your cards to the best of your ability, and if you don't do that, then yeah, that's gonna cost you a game. But if you both play your cards to the best of your ability, that's when it could come up to luck. But I mean, at the end of the day, mistakes are made, and you could capitalize on those things, and that's what takes other players to the top usually, and that's how I just view it. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is Joey, not Kaiba.
Yeah, I would say Kaiba always.
Kaiba fan right here. Thank you so much, man. I'm live here with Dante. Like the card, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's awesome. First of all, is that your favorite card?
It's up there. I was too young to play Burning Abyss when it was like super popular, but I do have like 3 secret rare Dantes just sitting in a binder somewhere. They're coming. They're coming.
As you should. Well, how's your WCQ experience been so far?
It's been pretty fun. I've mostly just been playing like side events, like hanging out with my friends, buying some shiny cardboard. It's been good.
That's
Buy
awesome.
some shiny
Are you
cardboard.
an anime fan? Do you like the show itself?
I haven't watched the show in a while, if I'm being honest.
Do you have a favorite character?
Oh, man. Probably Yusei from 5Ds. That was like the last time I like watched the show like, consistently.
Yu-Gi-Oh! On motorcycles. Can you do a Yusei impression for me?
I definitely cannot, and I am not going to do that.
All right, thank you so much, Dante. I hope you enjoy the rest of your experience.
Thank you.
All right, I got Milo here preparing. Milo, how's it going?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for no one's asked me that yet. Where are you traveling in from?
Utah.
Utah. How was the trip?
Like 3-hour plane.
Okay.
Not too bad.
Not too bad. Not too bad. How many WCQs have you been a part of?
This is my first time.
First time. Welcome. What's the experience been like?
It's been nice. There's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh players here, so feels like home.
Nice. How confident are you feeling in your first WCQ? Are you gonna take the whole thing?
I'm gonna try my best. I always do. So we'll see how it goes.
Do you have like a pre-tournament warm-up that you're gonna do? Like anything physical? Any songs you listen to?
No, I usually go to the gym before I come here, and then that's kind of what gets me focused to lock into the game.
Nice. What'd you hit in the gym today?
Leg day.
Leg day. All right.
Saturday, you gotta hit
Never
legs.
skip leg day, chat.
Saturday have to hit legs. That's probably the last question I'm gonna ask because I cannot talk about my leg day. But thank you so much, Milo. I'm live here with Mai on the show floor. Mai, how'd your WCQ experience go?
It was a little
Cat,
bit
the
bad.
cat wishes for freedom.
I
Hold
actually
on.
dropped day 1. I played Fiendsmith Snake Eye, and I played a large amount.
The cat has been granted freedom, chat.
out of the other Fiendsmith Snake Eye decks, and I got a little unlucky, but it was a good experience, and had a pretty fun time with it.
Well, happy to have you here. What do you think then? Luck or skill?
I mean, it's both,
I don't know, I was pretty unlucky yesterday, so we'll say luck, but next time it might be skill. It might be skill next time.
Joey or Kaiba?
Luck if you lose, skill if you win.
Kaiba, man. Gotta go Kaiba. He's the.
If you're going skill, then you have to go Kaiba, right?
Absolutely.
Spell or trap cards?
Spell cards, because they're
like
usually
trap
the
cards.
cards that get you monster cards, and monster cards are actually the best. So yeah.
Flip effect or union?
Flip.
Probably Union. Got ABC. That's pretty good.
L take.
Big fan of those. Union Carrier is like one of my
Crawler.
favorite cards. So yeah, that card's pretty good too.
New support coming out. That's a great plug. Thank you so much, Mai.
Very excited about that. Very excited.
Hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'm here with Elmer, waiting in line. How's it going, Elmer?
Going pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Man, everyone's so nice. They're always asking me this. Where are you traveling in from?
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico. Welcome. Welcome to the
that's
continental
far.
states. If you could be any anime character in Yu-Gi-Oh history, who would you be and why?
That's a tough one.
Oh, that's a good question. Oh no. Oh, probably Luna.
That's a tough one. Gotta say Joey.
Joey? Can you give me a Joey impression?
I can't make the face. Not in Konami, it'll fetch on YouTube. But hey, I gotta pass that one.
All right, but Joey Wheeler for sure.
He's too funny. I like him.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah.
How many WCQs have you participated in?
My fourth one.
Your fourth one?
Yep.
How'd the last three go?
First one was horrible. Second one was okay.
You gotta love when it starts with, yeah, the first one was
playing Catgirl,
horrible.
Not that bad. And this one, I'm just came here to be with my friends and just hang out. This is my whole team's first YCS, first Nats. So pretty happy to be able to help them come over here and represent the team. So
nice. Where's your team right now?
They're right around here, the whole team with the whole Puerto Rican squad.
They go to a different school then, right? That's what I'm hearing?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But we're all here representing Puerto Rico, and then it's a magical experience being able to play here with your friends. So I'm just here for the experience.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Elmer. Here with Ivy. Ivy, how's WCQ been for you?
It's been pretty alright. Been really fun meeting a lot of people and stuff.
Do you have any friends here with you competing, or are you here alone?
I have some friends with me. They did pretty well.
Awesome, awesome. Well, I got some questions for you.
Yeah.
First off, are you an anime fan?
Yeah.
Which Yu-Gi-Oh show is your favorite?
Has to be
5Ds.
Brains.
Favorite character?
Soul
Everything
Burner.
from 5Ds to
Soul
Brains
Burner,
is
that's a good
killer.
choice. Well, I'm a
honestly.
OG fan, so Yugi or Kaiba?
Kaiba.
Spell or traps?
Traps.
Extra deck or main
Yeah.
deck?
Extra.
deck.
Flip effect or union monsters?
Flippy.
Flip effects.
Plants
This
or
is when I
cybers?
came back to, I think, or when I
Plants.
fast forwarded to.
Good choices. I like you, Ivy.
I'd say
Hope you enjoy the
cybers.
rest of your WCQ experience. I'm here with Dave. Dave, first off, how's your WCQ experience going?
It's been pretty cool. It's first time, first one. It's interesting. Cool people.
Are you competing?
No, unfortunately I'm not.
That's all right. You're here to support friends then, or just see what it's like?
Yeah, supporting friends. I had basically all my friends drop yesterday. Just X2, same stuff. Gimmick Puppet Lock. All the everybody picking up the Fiendsmith. It was intense.
It's a lot. What do you think about the state of Yu-Gi-Oh, and what's your journey been like in the game?
Well, coming back into the game, it's been quite confusing. I came back in at Master Rule 4 after not playing, I guess, since the Edison format.
Yeah,
and
MR4
all the
sucks.
Master Rule 5 changes, what are links, what is all this crazy stuff, but it's been a slow progressing journey, but I'm getting there. And I wish that ban list would drop already so I know how to play against all this new stuff.
I think you and maybe half of the format as well, but thank you so much, Dave.
They specifically held off on the ban list so that it wouldn't screw with this format.
Here with Zephyr.
And I think it was the
Zephyr,
correct
you're
thing
in
to
the
do,
Dragon
honestly,
Duels,
because
right?
they
How's it
did
been going
it
for ya?
because frickin'...
I didn't make it today too, unfortunately.
That's all right. Have you had fun so far?
Yeah.
That's awesome. We're going to have some fun here today. Are you a fan of the anime?
They did it because they knew
Yes.
people were
Okay.
testing with
Joey
info
or Kaiba?
under
Kaiba.
previous ban
Flip
lists, so
effects
they were
or
just like, we're
union
not going to make
monsters?
people test
Flip effects.
that
Spells or traps?
sort of notice.
Spells.
Plants or
Because they did that
cybers?
once before and it didn't
Plants.
go over well.
Ooh, why?
I played Ricus and Avalon last year.
That's a hard deck to play.
that'll do.
Congratulations.
That'll do.
Well, thank you so much, Zephyr. Anything you want to give for shoutouts?
Hi.
Hi
Hello.
from Zephyr on the show floor, everybody.
All right, now we can catch up. And Mustard. And it is still not top 32 yet. Damn, turns out I was wrong. We actually won't even be catching up during 16. We're catching up ahead of 32. Spicy. Moving much, like, at all is making me really lightheaded. Oh my goodness. Well, I don't know what to do for now while we wait for the next round, chat. I mean, I could try hopping on Master Duel again. Because that went so well yesterday. But screw it, let's try. Give me a sec. We're gonna put the browser away. And then we're gonna unhide Master Duel. And there we go. Okay. Let's really just try and get some games in the new event. I switched to Ethereum, right? Yeah, okay, we're fine. I don't expect to do terribly well. But, you know, it'd be cool if I could. And so I just get the background music from the stream and you guys don't, which is funny. Ooh, this is a decent hand, kind of, almost. No Veilers, no Imperms. Okay. No Ash Blossoms either. We'll just thin the whole deck for Borea. Alright, and then we can pitch Borea for Borea. Which will let us add the Disco Village. Which will let us add Greg. Gregulus. Alright, now this is not a good end board, by any stretch of the imagination. But it's an Omni and an Imperm, so could be worse. Yeah, I guess that Borea should technically mean defense, huh? Unless we're against Blue Eyes. 9 card extra. Could be Chaos Max. Probably is not, but theoretically. Ubel. Where do I throw an Imperm or an Omni at Ubel, thinking? It just... Okay, I was like, is that just a music change or is that an ad? It's just a music change. Doc, Beckoning Beast. I kind of want to Imperm this, right? No. I don't know where to actually, like, stop Ubel, you know? Wait. Wait, I can just do this now. It won't stop the extra summon, but it is hilarious. What can we chain to this? Nothing. Nothing on board, anyway. What in hand can be chained to this? Oh, is Grave Squirmers special summon a quick effect? Is that what it is? Yes. Okay, so if they understand this interaction, they can actually dodge this. Oops. Oh well. Nope, they're letting this go through. Okay, they're dumb. Why now? Sure. Oh, I'm stupid. No, I should have stopped this, because if I stopped this... It depends. If they have Spirit in hand, then oof. If not, we're fine. They don't have Spirit in hand, it looks like. Perfect. I didn't mean to send that. Oh well. That's okay. Here, chat. Have this. Give me a moment.
He is missing his
There we
flight
go.
today because he
Oh,
didn't think he'd
no.
make it this far.
Wait, what happened to my board?
His opponent in the red chair from
We got
Toronto,
Regeki.
Ontario,
We got fucking Regeki,
Jonathan
and I discarded the wrong card by
Posella.
accident. So there's just nothing I can do.
His favorite card is
That
Spiral
sucks.
Double Helix, and this is his first ever WCQ.
I didn't want to discard. I wanted to
Duelists are ready,
eat the
so let's send it
Borea
back
in
to
the
the
back row.
casters for duel number 1.
So for our matchup
Fucking
here in the top
Rest
32,
in
we
pickle
have
juice.
Marshall using Fiendsmith Ubel versus Tenpai. Now here's something interesting. Jonathan is completely undefeated.
Oh goodness, well
13-0, and he has to remain undefeated to take
Now,
the title.
now, of that 13-0, how many of those were 2-0s?
Tenpai certainly can, but this will
Is
be
he
a battle
really
of battle
completely
phases. Yubel
undefeated?
definitely
Thinking.
loves to see attacks come her way, but again, it's going to be difficult
Yeah,
now.
nothing we do
Funny
here.
enough, missing your
I
flight for that,
misclicked
well, maybe
because
we'll
I
be
just
flying
thought,
them to the
fucking,
World
ugh.
Championship, but let's go ahead and take a look again at the top
Life is
32.
pain, chat. Life is
This
pain.
duel is shuffling up here. They have made it this far, and it's going to be really just interesting to see the fact that he decided, you know what, I am going to stay here. Now I believe in myself. I'm not going to get up. I'm locked in and ready to go, and that
I
flight's taken
mean,
off without him.
They already earned one of the most beautiful playmats, the Infinite Impermanence playmat. I mean, last year we got the evenly match. This year, was it evenly match last year? No, it was a different match.
But the Infinite Permanence one
Infinite is
does
really
look
good.
so gorgeous. But
I
you know,
mean, we
flipping
have
over
the
from
Nibiru
flight,
at least,
Jonathan,
so like if they
his
extend
first
really far,
WCQ,
we're good.
making it all the way to the top 32, it shows you there's no one type
And because of
duelist
Ubel's
that's up
stat
here.
line,
There are
I can
people
actually
from
just
all
rip the
walks of
token into
dueling life, and
attack position.
We're going to see who is going to be, well, at least moving up to the top 16.
this only works for
I
Ubel
find
monsters.
it to be very impressive to just come to an event for the very first time, and it's one of the most prestigious events. It's going 13-0. Well, you can't just say that like, oh yeah, I won like 12-0 and then went 13-0 and it's like no big deal. Like, consider this: it takes about 45 minutes a match. You just multiply it out. You know, 45 times 13. That's many
It
games.
is quite
that
long.
You have to sit through, and you've had to win them all.
Well, he's made it this close. He just has to make it from 32 to 16, 16 to 8, 8 to 4.
Quite a few more rounds to go.
Well, but it's not as bad as you think when you're a Tenpai player, right? They could be pretty short matches, but this
They
is
could be.
not likely to be that with Ubel.
I like his deck list already. I can see it out here at the desk. Very cool.
Ooh, summons.
I do hope to see some cool combinations, and I like the way that he plays. You know, we're gonna. I don't want to spoil too much here
Yeah, no
because
surprises.
it's gonna be
We wanna make sure
really
summons.
cool to see how he navigates his deck. Now, does his opponent know what he's playing? That's the other thing, because this is going to be determined here in game number one.
No, that's
once you
their
see the
field
die
spell.
roll.
Never mind, not their
Well, it is
continuous.
true that these players have to get pretty comfortable with one another, right? They both just exited that top 64 area, so it might have been that a little bit of information came out. Maybe the legendary Jonathan
Four
Miller with
summons.
Senpai Dragons has quite the reputation. We're going to go ahead and roll the dice.
It's going to be a 5, and that's going to be an 11. Marshall's choosing to go first. I think he just pointed to himself, but we're going to get the confirmation once the first card is played. Oh, wow.
Oh, wait, that was 5. Oh, that's hilarious.
Start off with a terraforming. Oh, no. This could spell disaster. That's going to be the field spell, and that's going to be the drone lockbird.
We're just going to shotgun this.
We're going to activate the field spell.
Stuff have 3k. Oh, and 3k defense. Yeah, whatever. We'll just do this.
That's
I should have put the
destroy
Nibiru in
U-Bell,
defense.
The Spirit of
That's
U-Bell.
fine.
Okay. Spirit of U-Bell has been destroyed. That's going to lead to the U-Bell being summoned from Spirit of U-Bell.
Nightmare Throne is very flexible there, and a lot of the U-Bell effects do sometimes add to hand, but also sometimes set to field or special summon monsters from the deck. So there's a lot of flexibility under Drone Lockbird for this particular deck.
Okay,
If
so
we
we're
take
gonna
3k
start
from a
things off
misplay,
with
it's not
Phantom
that
of
bad. It's
U-Bell.
not
So
the
we
end
get
of the
the
world.
destruction of the Spirit of U-Bell going to the Phantom of U-Bell, and now we're going to go for Samsara D Lotus.
The only difference between me and this feature
Samsara
match
D
is that I'm
Lotus
not playing Tenpai
summons
Dragon at
from
all.
the deck, so that's gonna
Also,
allow
you
for a
know,
little
no
bit of
link
bypassing.
monsters
Spirit
allowed.
of U-Bell
No
sets the
friend
card
smith
onto the field.
legal.
We're just bypassing Drone Lockbird. Oh, that is a really good play. We are going to see the infinite impermanence coming down.
Wacky?
You see a gruesome Grave Scormer there to back it up, so we're going to go ahead and send those to the graveyard for a link summon of the Moon of the Closed Heaven. It's Fiendsmith time.
Ooh, okay. So, in Close Heaven, that's going to go into Fiendsmith's Requiem.
Shock.
Requiem. Effect.
Yeah,
Tribute.
we're gonna get U-Bell
Summon
for
up
3k.
Fiendsmith.
It's unfortunate.
You obviously do not get this far in the tournament without having a game plan against Joel
misplayed.
Lockbird, and Marshall doing a great job.
I should
of
have
showing
waited.
that he, well,
Should have taken the
flies with a
2k. Should have put
different
Nibiru in
game plan
defense.
Whenever Joel Lockbird shows
Because even
up.
if I did that and they still did this,
it's
I
gotta
would
be very
still be up
difficult to
400
disrupt
life
this, so we're
points.
gonna go
So,
to the
like,
Necro
it technically
Princess.
is better
We're gonna
to have
summon
done
back
that, and I just
the
didn't.
Engraver from the graveyard. And Marshall seems to have
Unfortunate.
know how to play under that Drone Lockbird very, very well, very smooth. Like there was no hiccups or anything.
Doing a great job. You certainly have to practice at home for any situation you might run into, because just as we've said all day, all weekend, these are the best players in the North American season.
That's going to summon into
Oh,
Aerial Eater.
alright,
Aerial
cool.
Eater
I was
is going
basically
to be
able to
able
end their
to
turn
send
with
a
Rock,
Feed
which is
Monster into
good.
the grave, and that's going to be
Unfortunately, we just don't have the ability to draw anything, and it's very
again
frustrating.
bypassing the Drone Lockbird. Drone Lockbird can't stop Shavar. Shavar places that trap guard.
We can't SP because we're in the Xyz event.
So that is
Yeah,
going to
so
be a
I'm
bomb
literally
chamber of
just...
Arcane.
Oh, and I have to attack as well. Nice.
We're just setting up as much as possible.
So I'm literally
can't get that
just
surge.
in a
There's still
position
a
where
pretty
I
big
am losing
impact.
because I thought that my
Looks
field
like we're
would be all the way on the
considering a link
right
summon
because
here
it
of
normally
Aerial
is,
Eater.
and
Maybe
my
check the
hand
graveyard
was,
first before we
and
send it
I'm
to the
literally only
graveyard, but
losing
nope,
to
here
that.
we go.
So that's awesome.
Possibly a link 3, possibly a link 2. We are going into Unchained Soul Lord of Yama.
Lord of Yama is going to grab back Shavar from the graveyard.
They put attack points on the field
Otherwise,
this game.
you wouldn't be able to even fetch it out of the deck.
Another way to add a card to your hand that is not from the deck.
Great navigation coming from Marshall. And Gruesome Gravespear summons back the Samsara D Lotus. Samsara D Lotus is now going to activate.
Oh, wait.
that Drone
No, they have
Lockbird
game 'cause
and
they can just
Imperm
Spirit
not
Gates and
putting
go into
enough
another
work
Gustav.
to prevent this current situation from happening.
Yeah,
now
that's
we have the Spirit
unfortunate.
of U-Bell placing. Ooh,
Mature
Mature
Chronicle.
Chronicle.
Haven't seen that in a
all
while.
weekend.
I also think this might be the first time we've seen Nightmare Throne on stage, despite seeing U-Bell several times.
It just goes to show how powerful that card is. I mean, even through Drone Lockbird, there's just so many ways to kind of out it, play around it. Maybe Drone Lockbird isn't the best option. So Mature Chronicle has been placed onto the field face down, and it's going to be activated right now. So anytime a monster that mentions U-Bell gets special summoned onto the field, that's going to gain
redeem what?
a counter.
So there are 5 total
Hydrate,
effects,
cool.
1 for each of the total counters you can have.
and a wiggling
1 you're
cure.
going to
Hold
special
on.
summon, and 2, well, actually I guess we'll see as we special summon around here.
So we're going to use Shavar's effect, and that's going to destroy the Spirit of U-Bell. And
they figured
the
out that
Spirit
they
of
could just
U-Bell
leave.
is going to activate the special summon. We're just special summoning straight from the deck.
It does take, and you don't have to add, you can always just special summon.
That's 1 summon. 1 counter added to the Mature Chronicle.
But now that that counter is relevant, of course, you can special summon a U-Bell from the graveyard with it.
Now it's just U-Bell, not U-Bell monsters. So just be very careful with that.
I can actually keep them off of game for a moment if they can't respond to this.
And Marshall's very, very confident playing under this draw awkward.
Must have a lot of
I'll
practice.
pull the
at
game
home.
up on the big screen after we finish this duel. Don't worry, chat.
One of the biggest dangers is Nightmare Pain. I don't think the deck has been revealed on Jonathan's side yet.
No,
but there is no Nightmare
not
Pain.
sure,
The battle phase could still be wide open.
Be careful here, but it looks like we're going to go into another Link summon. It's time for the Unchained Soul Lord of Rage, but immediately
now we're just
combining
waiting
that
on my
with the
opponent to end the
Unchained Soul
game,
Lord
so.
of Yama.
Sure. It's just the Unchained.
In fact, at that point, you know what we're gonna do,
Soul's
chat?
Rage.
Is or
This one
literally,
does
I'm
not
just
have a
gonna,
Lord. This is not
gonna
Lord.
pull
There's
this
only
up.
one Lord in
You guys get to
that's
hear
right.
the death.
Lord Yama, I apologize sincerely. And so does Marshall.
But
That's going to be Appaloosa. I love how it's like, oh, I'm all fiends, but I'm not really all fiends. We got to play with a little
And
bit
now
of,
they're closing.
a little bit of a fairy mix-up here. Gain another counter.
Just swapping it out.
Effective Arrow
wait,
Eater.
I can
Remember, Arrow Eater has
Tyrion
another
Disc
effect
Coliseum
where
here.
you can banish fiends of the same attribute and summon itself back into the graveyard.
What's oh yeah, you have to get rid of one too. Yeah. to keep it on.
Effective Lotus, summon itself back. Okay, so we have an effect changer on the field live now. Appaloosa. So we have layered two types of monster effect changes, one from Phantom of Yubel, one from Samsara D Lotus, and we have negations. We have a set card that is the Abominable Chamber. There's a lot to work with here.
It's going to be difficult to play through that if you're a 10-pie
Oh, okay, their
player,
set
but
card was
Jonathan
okay.
is
Their set card was
undefeated, so
escape.
let's see what he's got.
So yeah,
Jonathan
it
just
doesn't
threw
matter.
into a Rapid
We're
I
strungled.
think it can be useful.
Oh, wait, never
It's one
mind. I
of
have
those
another.
cards
That
I still
doesn't
find
matter.
useful
Like I
even
said,
if
I'm
you
just
end up
gonna.
going second.
I'm not winning
We're gonna
this.
start
If
with
I do, I'll show you guys.
Sengen summoning. Okay, that's going to turn off a lot of interaction against Jonathan. Can Jonathan find his way through this main phase to just build up his field and find the correct battle phase to kind of clean up the field?
Marshall beaming when he first saw the first sign of 10-pie there, but probably hoping that he had Nightmare
Spicy?
Pain again. Deciding what to do
Thinking?
now, we're going to go ahead and activate the effect of Sangen Summoning. Looks like it's
Oh,
going to
it's
resolve. So
Greg.
let's go into the deck and grab ourselves a piece of the puzzle here for the Mahjong-based deck, 10-pie. Looks like we're
All right,
gonna
chat.
go
If we
for
draw
the...
two Therians off of this, I'm in the
Thinking
game.
about the Chundra,
Because I drew a
thinking about the
Gregulus. I did
Fadra.
not draw a
Looks like
Gregulus.
we're looking for
However,
Hydra. Oh, no, Genroku.
there is simply nothing I
has
can
been
do.
added.
No.
Genroku's effect can activate, and it would summon itself. But instead, we're going to be discarding a different Genroku.
Oh, never mind. Oh, it has
and
to be a
we're gonna
monster.
negating that
Oh,
with
you have to.
Appaloosa.
Oh, they have to
Yeah,
control a
since that
Yubel
is in hand,
monster.
that is not a fire
Chat,
dragon
I have
control, that
game.
negate will go through. So that's one down.
Chat, I have game.
Normal summon
Holy
of
hell.
Chandra.
I have to attack.
Well, I don't have game, but I'm not out of the game.
Now,
Do I take the damage?
an interesting
no.
look into the ruling. Changing
Okay.
an
We're actually
effect
going to send this because we're going to add a copy of
isn't
itself.
actually affecting the monster.
That is true. That is true. Every now and again when you make your opponent, well, change an effect or make a decision, it kind of gets into these weird unaffected by card effect type effects.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a bypass. We're going to go into battle phase. We're going to attack into Phantom of Yubel.
Holy shit, chat.
I don't
actually
think that
pulled this
Samsara
back.
Lotus can activate because this is damage step after Chandra's effect is in damage step.
Only a few types of effects can be activated during the damage step, so it looks like that Lotus is going to stay on the field, and Chundra does resolve.
This is very difficult because there's only two
I might
monsters
actually
on
be
the
playing the
field.
game, chat.
The best part about this deck is attempting to perform the Synchro Summon in that particular timing. I think, you know,
And
is
we
a
can
little
add
bit of
back a
an overseas.
regular. Means we can start
Phantom
doing
Yubel
stuff
just
next
waiting
turn.
for the right moment to swap that effect out, but it looks like the Hydra is going to add the Sangen Kaiho to the hand, or Scooby.
Kaimen.
Kaimen.
A very difficult situation. So many negations, so many effect changes. Hydra's not going to declare an attack. We're just going to maximize the attack declaration count.
He sounds like
No battle
he sounds like
damage
one of the
done
guys
with
from
Hydra.
Team
This is the
APS,
interesting thing.
honestly,
When
his
Hydra's
voice.
on the field, it's just a lot safer to kind of attack into, well, as long as it's the Yubel monster doesn't reflect effect damage, it's okay.
The 10-pie player
So
does,
we're
I mean.
not going to do anything with the Phantom of Yubel now, so looks like we are going into our... Ooh, Samurai Destroyer!
Unfortunate.
Samurai Destroyer can attack into that Phantom of Yubel, and that monster cannot respond, and I believe the effect also
Bounce
negated.
this, and we'll bounce.
Certainly a powerful card that reigns in Duel Links, but to see it here
I just want to get my
top
Borea
32
back.
stage in Jonathan's first
I was supposed to
ever
set a card in your
appearance
spell
here is
trap and then a
incredible.
card on the field.
Okay, Now we're going to activate the Sangan. This is a really good chain here.
But now we still have
Using the
Regulus to
Samurai
work with,
Destroyer, attacking,
so we're
locking out the
fine.
chain, then chaining your own Sangan Kaiman. There's no response for this.
Masterful play.
That's going to summon into Fadra.
In the same window, I'll use the Fadra.
And we're still in that attack because I mean this card is
doesn't
battling.
target.
So the moment you
Oh,
declare the attack,
no.
there is no response whatsoever.
we have Ghost Bell
this
for
is
this.
a
We can
great
save our
use of
Omni.
Samurai Destroyer.
Really incredible stuff here as Fadra erupts back onto the field. Looks like we've had 3 attacks so far, although we haven't finished the Samurai Destroyer's attack just yet.
Oh boy, this is how you can open up your field and lock out the opponent from responding.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's almost feel like using Droplet on your own turn, just so that your opponent can't respond to any of the subsequent summons that are happening. It feels like that, it gets that block off the chain.
Definitely getting it done. All right, but looks
Yeah,
like
I can
we're
let
going to
this go.
synchro summon into the Sangenkai Biden Dragon.
I think we're piggybacking off of Samurai Destroyer's effect very, very hard here, and it's actually a really great thing, and this is something that we
Perfect.
want to see, especially from a top-level 10-pipe player like Jonathan.
Definitely
we
showing
can
how he
drag
earned his
this.
spot here. Clutching that Hydra
Send
in
the
hand, looks
Boreon
like it is going to
field.
hit the field.
And we're still in the battle of Samurai Destroyer. Samurai Destroyer just doing so much. Maybe that synchro summon should have been stopped.
It's almost like the Samurai Destroyer's attacking in slow
Yeah.
motion here as the battle
No, I
rages on.
should have Gregged it. I should have Gregged
A
it.
little bit of a time freeze almost.
Do you like Greek mythology? I mean, meh.
Oh, but I asked
So-
you said
Mythology is that was a mistake. Mythology is a whole blanket thing is fairly
He
interesting.
doesn't actually
that's good.
have to attack into those
Unfortunate.
U-Bell monsters.
That is
There
true. The
no
Nightmare Pain is not on the
Pain.
field.
Yeah, I should have negated the dongle. Oh well. Should have negated the spell. I
That's why
didn't
Nightmare
even
Pain
think
is
about
so
the fact that I
important.
could do that.
It's a very dangerous card. We've seen it on the stream.
That like I could
Traffic
stop
Jam.
anything from coming out, or
Nightmare-
that they could add
Mature
Spirit
Chronicle isn't that
and
card that
activate
does the
their
same
U-Bell.
thing.
Oh well, it's fine. Let me go collect missions because I'm sure I got a couple down there.
Well, there's discussion here as they figure out what it is that happened earlier in the duel, but again, just this slow motion style attack on the Samurai Destroyer, locking out all effects here.
It feels very interesting here. Samurai Destroyer, declare an attack, activate the other effects of all my other monsters.
Let me just play my entire deck while this one attack happens. You be the distraction, I'm going in.
Add wiggling, Kieran.
Where'd you
Okay.
guys come from?
okay, that's fine. I think it was accidental.
Oh, they had a slight accident.
A little bit of a miscommunication, but just a long set of days here. But again, it's a long road to Worlds as well, and Jonathan's still charging in hot.
We still got that Samurai Destroyer. We're still in the midst of that attack. We're going to the epic drag out of the stare down. One eye
patterns
to
get to
the
be
other
some
eye,
wacky
and
shit
going back and
sometimes.
forth.
Which eye of you, Bell?
I don't know. There's so many.
I don't know. Jokes aside, looks like we are going to figure out our attacks here.
Now, if that U-Bow does get destroyed by battle, I don't think we get to summon out anything. That's Samurai Destroyer. There's no response.
Definitely closes things out. But it seems like it's Synchro Summon time, still in the same attack window of the Samurai Destroyer.
Which level 10 Synchro monster are we going for? Are we going for Sangenpai Transcendent Dragion?
I will quick effect.
And that's going to be the quick effect, bringing back Biden Dragon. We're still in the same attack.
There's
This
three
is,
attacks.
this is Samurai Destroyer. Slow motion attacking into a full arsenal of Dragions.
Samurai Destroyer.
Well, this just goes to show how knowledgeable Jonathan is with his cards.
And it might be true that Samurai Destroyer has carried him this far in the tournament, because this is so cool to see how much you can get done from this single attack.
So the card that was destroyed was Nightmare Pain, which is good because this prevents the follow-up of additional U-Bell monsters being summoned.
Well, now that Yubel is off her throne, it'll make things a little easier on the Tenpai side.
Yeah, with Trident Dragion on the field, there is no respawn. Or, is it Trident Dragon? Sorry, my mistake. It's Transcendent Dragion.
Transcendent.
Yeah, Trident's the
And it
check
is
your bulk
Transcendent
or
with a
ask a
powerful
friend.
effect like that. Looks like we are slowly but surely getting through that Yubel
Can't believe
board that
that
was
happened.
established under Joel and Lockbird that did limit some of the resources out there, but let's see what comes up next as Appaloosa is attacked.
Ooh.
So that would put me at 30.
26 plus.
That's a lot of damage because don't forget the effects are getting negated on the swing. Okay. But not for the Appaloosa, though.
We will.
But the Appaloosa also wasn't very strong.
I think maybe 3 materials, the largest Appaloosa we've seen this whole tournament, but focusing on the duel at hand looks like
I thought we saw a
thinking about what we
format
want to pull
yesterday
out
at some
next.
point, but I don't know.
Now, that wasn't enough to close out the game.
I'm sorry, this can be destroyed by
Card
card
effects.
effects as well, right?
Correct.
Does anything happen when it's destroyed by card effects?
Yep, it floats into the.
Just clarifying to make sure we remember what it is that Ubel does when commonly destroyed. Of course, it'll bring out Ubel Terra Incarnate.
Thank you. Okay, we're trying to clear things out here, but the field isn't completely, clear at the moment. There's still a U-Bell on the field. Mature Chronicle still has a counter. It could lead to a pretty strong follow-up as well. Note that the Sangenpai Biden Dragon has already been used, and that is a once per duel effect.
Well, the Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres is a very common ending board for Tenpai when they fail to close out the battle phase, but it looks like we're going to see the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained here. Maybe special summoning out. Jonathan is fine.
That's going to summon out the Unchained Soul of Rage.
Quickly?
Isn't it only Minkus?
Yeah, it's so amazing.
Oh, is it Endomain? Yes.
And that's going to summon Unchained Soul of Rage. Is the Soul of Rage attempting to perform a Link summon?
I believe I heard Marshall declare that he's going to use the effect to try to make a Dark Link monster.
Okay. Ooh, this might be Jonathan's toughest moment here.
Sure.
Tenpai Dragons tend to commit a lot of resources when they need to go into the battle phase, especially when you go into Transcendent Dragion, go to Biden Dragion.
Yeah, I was saying, this is good.
It was really close.
Yeah.
Really close.
Actually, level 7 down
But
at some point, but that's happening.
damage dealt was not enough here.
Yeah, you already had him on the field.
But we got to witness the Samurai Destroyer line.
Oh,
of the
yeah,
battle
that
phase.
was
That's-
so cool.
That's why you find ways to lock it up. Some people choose not to play the Samurai Destroyer, but the Samurai Destroyer
Sorry, chat.
opens you a
You know.
little bit of, throws a little rope at you.
The only issue that could come up is now the cat's out of the bag. Not only does Marshall know he's playing Tenpai, but he knows he's playing the Samurai Destroyer as well.
That was really cool. We got to see our Sangenpai Transcendent Dragion being summoned back onto the field. Don't forget, 3 attacks were declared. The summon back effect does not have to happen during the battle
In the
phase.
moments
You
after I
waited for
burp,
it, you
I
put it
feel
into the
so
graveyard,
much better,
and
even if it
when
only lasts like
the
half a second.
Unchained Soul of Rage
Good card.
I
summon
get like
onto the
one
field,
good
use
inhale
that
after
was the
each
time to
burp,
get
and
that
it
one
just,
back off you,
even
so we
that
can
is just
keep
so
that
fucking
Heretic
good
Seal
compared to how I'm
Heavenly
feeling, chat.
That also burns its one.
Unless it's a half burp like that, then
Jonathan's
I just
certainly
feel
excited
terrible
about
afterwards.
That, just understanding the good play happen across the board. Marshall drawing for turn, and it is back into the U-Bell strategy we go.
Usually when you see plays like this, you understand where your opponent's coming from, how did they get here, and having a good understanding of all your card effects. Tenpai Dragon, not as simple as most people thought. That was a very complicated play.
Definitely a nice, elaborate way to, well, basically protect your monsters beyond the main phase and into the battle phase.
We're back into normal summoning out of the Samsara D Lotus.
On normal summon, I'll use the Hemisphere.
So just as an update, there was a procedural error minor issued to Marshall for the miscommunication there regarding the Nightmare Pain / Mature Chronicle effect. But again, just a warning, so we're just going to continue play here.
Ash Blossom under the tribute trigger of Heretic Seals. We're not going to get another dragon being summoned out. Now this opens up the battle phase for Marshall.
Sure.
And there's only one set card on Jonathan's side. This looks like a tight situation. Not a lot of resources available. I think there's still a card in hand. Maybe there's an opportunity to survive this. But Mature Chronicle, we're going to use the effect.
And both counters, adding a banished monster or banished card to the hand.
That's a really good effect. We're going to add back a Gruesome Grave Squirmer.
Effect special?
We're going to use the effect to special it out right away.
Nope.
And that puts one counter back on.
The fun continues.
A little bit of a discount.
Well, certainly using it to special summon U-Bell and get a counter back on is powerful, but now we're going to Moon of the Closed Heaven.
We've seen that every single time that card gets summoned, we want to interrupt. We seem to have paused it a little bit. We tried to interrupt. We're going to Fiendsmith Requiem.
Wow, Fiendsmith's
Welcome
Requiem out
to
of Closed
the
Sky.
field.
Can't believe it.
You have to enter, if you can,
No
you have to
way,
enter the battle phase,
dude.
yes.
Thinking.
Clear
Friendsmith's
communication on
Requiem.
Jonathan's side of the board as Marshall sizes up his options, thinking, okay,
I'm
I
shocked.
really have to make sure that this plays out right if I'm going to get stuck in a battle phase myself.
We are attempting to clear out some cards. We're going to clear out our Samurai Destroyer.
I'll go.
Oh, fuck.
Samurai Destroyer sent to the graveyard.
Quick check, quick check. like, do I enter battle phase regardless if I have action?
That is really fast, obviously, Judge, but that is the rule. If you're able to attack and able to enter the battle phase, you must.
Activate Aerial Eater now.
Going into Aerial Eater, resummoning.
Doesn't get banished or anything like that after you use it. No, wow.
Aerial Eater has been resummoned onto the field.
Certainly a powerful card.
It's also level 6.
We might be seeing
Nah, on summon, right? Nope, fusion summon.
2 cards combined here, but maybe not just yet.
But you don't get to send another Fiend monster into the graveyard. That would be too good. That has to be a fusion summon effect.
Well, the Yubel deck is powerful, but not that powerful. The 2 banished Phantom of Yubels, certainly if you're going to recycle resources, and we know you can add those banished cards back, it'll take a little time before we see that card again.
Is it worth it to make that
An interesting point for Aerial Eater is that Aerial Eater is a TCG world premiere card. It definitely changed up how people thought that this format was going to turn out. We've got additional lines added in. There's more bridging into the Yubel and Fiendsmith cards. That's what, this is what makes the TCG so exciting.
That the format continues to evolve, and all the champions are their own person. They have really leveled up here using
It's
all
been really
these new
cool
cards
seeing
from
the
Infinite
TCG
Forbidden that
exclusive.
really
It just sucks that they're kind of just like
about a
there to
week
go
ago.
and do Fiendsmith shit. But like we kind of
Now
knew that's what was gonna happen with them.
Summon into SP Little Knight.
But it's still cool just getting to see
We're
TCG exclusives. I
clearing
mean, there was
out
also the
our
guy that was
Sanguine
playing
summoning.
Nimagul. I don't imagine he made top cut, but
Not a
it was
bad
really cool seeing
option.
him
Marshall trying to figure out how
Even if
he's
it was
going
just,
to press
one
on in on
match.
this duel. Again, we are still in game 1, despite 20 minutes having raged by.
Only 3,200 life points left on Marshall's side. Oh!
Ooh, that is difficult.
We're gonna activate the Rivalry of Warlords. I mentioned, having that later on isn't too bad because you can still lock your opponent out and make it very difficult for your opponent to put additional monsters down. Luckily, this is a Yubel deck. Most of our attention is gonna be placed into Fiend monsters.
Oh
And
my
Fiend
god,
monsters,
what the hell?
Is what this deck specializes
fucking lost a World
in,
Tournament run.
But
Shit.
it might lock out cards.
Thankfully, I got my 20 in a row
extra
done
deck.
yesterday. So
That's the one limitation.
need to do 2 more runs, I guess. Rest in pickle juice. Am I in top 50k yet?
Oh, there seems to be a little.
Oh, actually, I really do need to just keep jamming this, don't I?
The
I'm
Aerial
gonna
Eater
hold that.
was used to link, or excuse me, something to the SP Little Knights, so looks like we are
Oh, fuck. I really need to just easy A at some
gonna go ahead
point.
and
My
bring SP
fucking,
Little Knight back to the field and then choose Fiends, sending the SP Little Knight to the graveyard off of Rivalry or Warlords. Turn play passes. It looks like we just drew maybe another 10-pike Genraku on Jonathan's side.
That's a little unfortunate for the SP Little Knight. Coming in last, back into the field while there's another monster.
I need
on
to
the field.
easy A my
You just
fucking.
got to put it into the graveyard, I guess.
I mean, if he
Super
wanted to be
Saiyan
a
Blue,
Fiend, he should have tried harder.
Evolved Vegeta.
Now we're gonna summon up the Genroku.
Never got around to it when I
Mature
got it, and I
Chronicle
still haven't.
Is definitely not Nightmare Pain, but we get an effect veiler activated, attempting to negate the effect of Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon.
Certainly can use that effect veiler now that the Sangen summoning is cleared off the field. Again, Marshall doing a great job after having to lose his SP Little Knight for, well, the crime committed
I'm gonna
being
be
a
right back
warrior
after
type
this duel,
monster
chat.
and not
I
compatible with
require
Rivalry or Warlords
basketball.
with Fiends on the field.
But that's okay. We're going to attempt to go into battle phase anyways. We're going to attack into the Fiendsmithing Graver. That's going to attack over it.
That's the first attack there.
Genroku might not be a strong monster in terms of attack, but Genroku has some of the most awesome effects.
As both players know, 0 is still something that could attack.
Now, a monster was destroyed, so therefore we are using Lord Yama.
Ugh, I don't
Summon
like
back
hiccups,
a
chat. They're
monster.
very uncomfortable.
We're going to summon back the Unchained Soul of Rage.
But especially when they come at the same time as burps, which was happening earlier.
This
Now the
battle
burps are
phase,
gone for now, but the
it's full
hiccups
of
aren't.
action.
Got a lot tougher. Again, the battle of the battle phase between
going
these
to
two decks.
Declare
I
the
can't
attack,
tell if that was
but
a
we're going
hiccup
to
or
chain
not.
the effect of Genroku.
That'll bring us up to 2 attacks, so we're almost there to the magic number of 3 for this deck.
But at this point, does the magic number 3 even matter when both of their effects have already been used? Oh, that's going to be met with the Ghost Mourner. So, see how important that effect veiler was? The effect veiler basically allowed for the interaction, for the Yama, and the
You okay?
Ghost
Oh god,
Mourner
no, not at all.
to prevent any further damage from being dealt.
No, but I went to the ER for this on Friday,
This is a
and
tough
they
area.
said that there's nothing like
And once you
urgently
go
wrong.
into
So It's just something I have to deal with when it's happening.
Unchained Solo Rage is now live.
Which for the past 3 days has basically been all day, which
Jonathan
sucked.
has been undefeated so far, but this is only game 1. Even to take a loss here wouldn't necessarily shut him out of the tournament, but he's got to make every decision correctly if he wants to make it to the Road to Worlds.
So it's nothing, you know,
into main phase two.
that requires emergency treatment,
pass turn.
apparently, but it is pure suffering.
Now, even
Like,
if that
unironically.
Unchained Soul of Rage wants to activate, it
Like,
can only
no
go into a
internet edge
Fiend
to this one.
monster.
This is... Oh my goodness.
So there is no Fiend monster to be used here.
There are no friends.
Certainly some Fiends accessible with the Mature Chronicle, but the graveyard seems suspiciously empty of Yubel monsters. Gonna go ahead and put the Moon in the Closed Heaven back there in order to special summon the Fiendsmith Engraver. Taking another look at the graveyard. Marshall goes ahead and uses the effect of Requiem to equip onto the Fiendsmith Engraver as well.
Engraver effect, we're going to send away the Transcendent Dragon.
Certainly a mouthful,
Find the words
that's
eventually.
for sure.
That's a very long name for sure. But now we can only put Fiend cards, but Fiend cards could be enough.
I don't take any damage from this.
No battle damage on that, but we are going to be taking the 18.
I'm not going to pause the stream. I'm just going to kind of like keep an eye on it on my phone and not fall behind, I guess.
We are going to
But I'll let you guys just continue watching while I'm up.
Into our
I just want to see the end of this game on
sequence.
stream at the
Fiends
very
with
least.
sequence.
Just
We're
game 1.
sticking with
That's all I
Fiends.
need.
Rivalry of Warlords not going to be that effective against Fiendsmith alone.
Well, not when Fiends are the game plan. Certainly a lot of decks would suffer from Rivalry of Warlords, but the way that Marshall's playing after getting rid of SP Linolite, it's all Fiends all the time, starting with Fiendsmith, Lacrima.
Sure. Lacrima's really strong. You use the effect of Lacrima.
And then...
Very limited.
Okay, this is taking forever. I'm sorry, chat. I'll be right back.
Very
I need to
few
refill
cards.
my water and
Almost
perform
feels like
bodily
we've done
function.
like 2 pots of
I don't know
prosperity.
how long I'm going to be gone, so I'm just going to leave this up.
That many times.
Passing
Passing turn.
Yeah, the action deck
wow.
is just so locked out right now.
Oh. I didn't shut that. Oh, it's okay. I just
And
put it
we're going
on
to present to
top.
cut. What is now up Jonathan's sleeve? What is his game plan now?
With an
Your
empty
big dragons are used. Empty field. Set 1. Pass turn.
That's an unusual play from Tenpai, but he's still holding on to this duel.
1 for 1. Sending away the drone Logbird. Samsara D Lotus. That's a fiend, not a plant. That's going to put 2 counters.
Does look like a plant, though. Nobody would blame you.
I believe the original Samsara Lotus was a plant.
Samsara D Lotus is a fiend, so can roll with the best of them. Go ahead and tribute itself to bring out the Spirits of Yubel. Funny enough, 1 for 1 depicting that original Samsara Lotus right there.
Oh, that's right.
That'll put 3 counters on our Mature Chronicle, which means we might be able to see a card banished from the deck if that happens to be useful to Marshall's strategy. Oh, there's the Nightmare Pain.
Nightmare Pain can come in very, very clutch here to deal additional damage as long as we can keep on attacking to the opponent's defense position monster. And just redo the reflect damage. I mean, both players really burning out their extra deck and a little bit of lockout from Rivalry of Warlords. We're pushing to a very unique game state between these 2 players.
Well, now we've got the 4th counter, so we can destroy a card on the field.
I'm gonna remove 4 counters.
Oh, and they're doing it.
They're destroying the Rivalry of Warlords. Well done. Mature Chronicle. I saw very few use of that card this entire weekend, and we're seeing why Marshall is here. Mature Chronicle coming in very, very, very clutch. And now we can go into the bringer of end times, Verudris.
Well, Verudris is certainly not a fiend, but now that Rivalry of Warlords is gone, now it is time to enter the battle phase. Tap that face down, Molcharmi, Perilia.
32.
Ooh, this is going to be very difficult. Very, very difficult to make a comeback here. It's just the tank is going to look pretty empty now. Setting a Molcharmi kind of telegraphs to your opponent that I might not have the best options at the moment, but we'll see if this top deck is going to make a big difference.
Well, if any deck could do it, Tenpai certainly can. So here we go as we draw for turn. It looks like an infinite permanence, and Jonathan concedes the game as we go towards game 2.
Ooh, well played on both of these players. I think Jonathan's knowledge on the battle phase was such a crucial point in this game that allowed the game to push this far. Marshall also showcasing, I don't need Nightmare Pain. Mature Chronicle is where it's at.
Some really interesting play there for Mature Chronicle. I think you're absolutely right. It's a card that not every duelist is using, right? There's a lot of flexibility in the Yubel strategy there, but I think really Mature Chronicle is what carried Marshall through this duel, so he might have inspired some Yubel fans at home.
Definitely, especially when it comes to taking care of the rivalry of Warlords. That was a huge card that was just blocking the opportunity to reach the game, because a lot of the damage coming from these monsters, they're not exactly Fiend type, and being locked into Fiend is very restrictive.
Certainly can be there, but you know, Jonathan has to go through the side deck there. We know he probably has some sort of answers, right? While he had a 13-0 record so far, perhaps he had to give up a game here and there, and so maybe he has something specifically for Yubel, which feels like an arch nemesis, right? You want to dominate the battle phase, and man, do they ever want you to attack.
This is going to be a neat one. I've seen Cosmic Cyclones, are we choosing to go first? Where are we taking this gameplay? And even choosing who's going first is also going to be a very big part of this upcoming duel. Did you side correctly? Did you decide to go first? Did you guys decide to go second? Which is it going to be?
Do you see all the side cards? Do you only see the side cards? It could be difficult either way.
And I think it's actually a very big win for Marshall, because going first against Tenpai usually puts you at a slight disadvantage. Tenpai wanted to go into game. We saw how aggressive that Samurai Destroyer little tiny attack window is. Really just, I'm attacking, but when I'm swinging my sword, it's a dragon slash. All my dragons are coming out from that one slash, and you can't do anything about it.
Definitely harnessing the power of those fire dragons quite well, all during that very slow motion attack. It really got it done.
It's a
very cinematic.
It's a very cinematic attack.
Push that card slowly across the table while you get everything else done. But it's a really interesting way to protect those plays in something I don't think we've even seen on the featured match stage before.
Yeah, I think everyone just thinks about Tenpai. They're like, oh, I'm just going to go synchro, attack, attack. I'm going to go Samurai Destroyer, and I'm going to go just like that slow-mo attack. It was just such a cool battle phase motion right there.
Really, really interesting stuff there, and it goes to show you, even if you think you've seen a deck before, just because there are familiar cards, well, the duelist is the one piloting. I've made this joke before, but it's true. I've never seen a deck win a tournament. I've seen duelists win tournaments, but never decks.
I will say he's the 1% of Tenpai Dragon.
I would say so. I mean, the math doesn't lie.
All right, the duelists are just about ready. They've just set up their life points. They've set up their field. They've set up their hands. And I think they're just about ready to kind of kick off into the next game. I'm looking forward to see who's going to be going first. It would be an odd choice to go first as a Tenpai player, but here we are going into game number 2 of Top 32.
Oh wait, I did actually.
Yeah,
oh wait, never mind.
I
I was just trying.
I thought it was there.
Yeah. So,
Both duels may be feeling the long road to Worlds they've had so far, but still respecting each other. A little fist bump there as they get ready to go.
Who is going first? Ooh,
Interesting.
Jonathan chose to go first. We're going to start off with a special summon of Cashier Fenrir. We're going to set 1 and pass turn. So this might cause Marshall to miss side some cards, because most people anticipate, hey, I'm going to likely be going, I guess, going first, but now you might be having a hand of going first cards, and they're not as strong, especially going second. But this is only 1 Cashier Fenrir and 1 set card. Will that be enough? We're going to start with Fiendsmith's Track.
Ash Blossom Joyce being clutched by Jonathan there. Might be able to, go ahead and discard the Ash Blossom and stop that Fiendsmith Tract.
Okay. Next card in the line. We're going to activate the card with Samsara Lotus. That is going to be our 1-for-1. Then sending away Fiendsmith Engraver as the cost. Now Ash Blossom has already been used, so that's Solemn Judgment.
Wow, half the life points.
Cutting down all the plays, simplifying the game state to a degree where there's only a couple cards left to play now. We're going to set 1 and
that
pass
stopped Marshall
back.
dead in his tracks. Half the life points were definitely worth it there.
Half the life points is more than enough to buy my turn back. I'd pay half my life points to get my turn back any day.
Activate Second Summon.
Oh, wow. We got Second Summoning now. That's going to be met with an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Where are we going to put the Fenrir into attack mode?
Just going to be 2400, battling the old-fashioned way with a single monster.
Yep. That Ash Blossom counterfire right there. We have to pass back the turn.
Just a fascinating back and forth. This is no blowout for either player.
Oh, wow. Terraforming being the top deck of the turn, getting into the Nightmare Throne. Nightmare Throne is a one-card kick-off for the entire deck. Are we going to see a complete blowout from this one card, or are we just waiting for the chance to stop this card?
Sort of a commentator's curse. Things were going smoothly for both sides, but now we're getting in there with the Nightmare Throne.
Will this be the end for Jonathan's run? Or are we just holding back? Key resource.
Still have to play around that Kashtira Fenrir carefully.
We are destroying the Spirit of Yubel. Not adding cards into your hand just in case it becomes a problematic thing for Joel and Lockbird. We're going to destroy the Spirit of Yubel, summoning out the Yubel. Okay.
I don't know what the set is.
Now, Fenrir is still technically able to activate at this particular point.
And you're right, looks like we're going to go ahead and banish the Nightmare Throne.
That is very smart. Because if we get rid of the Yubel, if we get rid of Yubel, it's just Nightmare Throne's going to activate.
Jonathan, considering maybe there's something else?
To make Phantom, you can go from field, grave, forehand, like anywhere.
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
Happened to look away
Games
from
need
my
to simplify, but don't forget, a lot of these decks have one card combos.
So I ended up missing everything that I wanted to
It looks
not
like we're
miss.
using the Bestial
Rest in
Druid Swarm in order to
pickle
get rid of the Spirit of Yubel. Spirit of Yubel is certainly a great example of a card that can hold onto the field by itself. And speaking of which, we're going to Nightmare Throne. Destroying Yubel and taking a look at the deck here for another Yubel card.
So that's going to be Nightmare Pain. Nightmare Pain adds the Gruesome Gravestormer. And the effect of Yubel is going to activate, summoning out Terror Incarnate.
Yeah, and then you
time.
on res, everything's fine. You're all good.
This is a...
Jonathan knows what's going on. He's likely played Yubel before in the tournament. He is accepting all of these effects. So here comes Yubel Terror Incarnate.
This is very scary. Two monsters can spell into the Fiendsmith engine as a possibility, and I don't know if there's any more disruptions available. We've banished our card. We've got a Druid Sperm on the field, but there are no face-down cards on Jonathan's side. It could be open season and once again.
Sure.
And we're going to go into Phantom of Yubel.
That should be the third summon for the turn, but at least the Phantom of Yubel might prevent any Nibiru if it arises.
Oh, we're just dealing damage now.
Oh, wow.
Oh, don't forget Solemn Judgment has been activated. That's going to be more than a 5-point damage. That's the game. A 2-0 victory for Marshall.
Well, damn.
This is
that was a fast game too.
Life points.
That was mere
resource,
moments.
but they're also the ones that keep you in the game. And Marshall saw a very short line to take victory. He went for the short line.
Then.
Don't need to do flashy combos. Just go for victory. Once you see victory in sight, gotta grasp it.
Just sort of saw his opportunity to win with just a few quick attacks from Yubel. Again, that Bestial Druid Swarm, very powerful,
let's go
especially
back
in attack
to
mode with
attempting to play
2,500
Master
attack. And yeah, the math, we did it. It really spells and shows you
Oh
why
my
Marshall here is in our top 1%. So, well, he may have missed his flight. He is on the way to flying to Seattle if he keeps up play like this.
Yeah, just a couple more.
It's a really good WCQ event. I'm not going to lie, though. I've been loving it.
Especially when it comes to Jonathan's side. I guess Jonathan's run has just come to an end. 13-1 is the record for Jonathan.
Nothing.
Chat, I know I said it at the beginning of stream before I got really bad, but I'm still really excited about the fact I can't work myself up or else I'm going to feel like shit again. I'm really excited, though. The Olympics are starting end of this week and beginning of next week, and I'm so excited. I love the Olympics so much. This hand is terrible. Chat, we're getting fucking canned this game. We're going to be playing against Rank 1 Snake Eye, get ready.
We didn't even see very much of the Nightmare.
I wonder if anyone's on Exceed Snake Eye for this event.
A very cute play. That just highlights how important Nightmare Pain actually is, and maybe the game would have been completely different if we did see the Nightmare Pain, but that was not necessary. I guess being able to see Mature Chronicle being
Nature Chronicles
I
really
mean, we
hyped
got
to see.
multiple effects. The destruction effect, which is very uncommonly used, we got to see that witness to take out the rivalry of Warlord. What a fantastic game to utilize that card to its maximum effect. Maybe except for grabbing Super Poly, but we got to see all the other cool effects.
We really, really did. Seeing the Samurai Destroyer 2
server I'm
shows
in
you that this
does
format really
question
isn't
of the day.
solved
They don't
because
do it
the
every
deck that
day
you've
because
seen
sometimes
time
they
and time
forward,
again, there are
but
just
they
various
just did
different
one
ways
called,
that
if you had the chance to
implement your
invent
own
a
little
country,
twist
what
or
would you
spin
name it?
on
And I
it
just
and show
responded,
that you are the champion, not only of your
Skeglenorf,
region,
spelled
maybe of all of North
Skeglnorf,
America, and represent yourself in the
because
World
I am a cat of
Championship upcoming.
chaos.
So we'll see how Marshall, well, gets
Somebody
to play
responded,
in future
dildo.
matches here. But again, showcasing that
Somebody
two
said
decks that you
Anna's
think are so
Food Mart.
well matched against each other. That match
no,
doesn't
sorry,
work the way you
Anna's
think it does, because
Food
that
Mart?
went totally different than I think.
Hey, wait,
either of us
Anna's
expected.
Food Mart,
by
Food Mart.
how they
What
were
the
playing.
fuck?
But I think it was very
Chat,
smart.
I'm confused.
I've never seen such a grind game between two decks that could
Oh my
end it
goodness.
pretty quickly, especially for Tenpai. But that was
Oh yeah,
a
my opponent
very
is
long
playing the game,
one.
huh? I forgot I had
And,
Master Duel open.
Well, the game 2 was a little bit shorter
Fucking
thanks
ADHD
to
if I've
Solemn
ever
Judgment.
seen it in
Solemn
action.
Judgment always shortens in most games. You know, half
Holy
your life points,
shit.
and half your life points mattered 100% here. Where even if the Druid Swarm was summoned in defense mode, that still has 2,000 defense.
And
Both of
this
them
is
get
why
swung in
people
and
didn't
still
play
done damage. And
Solemn
there's also
Judgment
defend rear. There's
in
just- It was
2004.
open season, as I said
Because
before.
this stuff
and that's a
happened
lot of
more in
damage going
04.
through.
Well, this season still isn't over, so let's go through to our stage and talk to Kangas and our winner, Marshall.
Oh boy, they're level 9
Thank you very
now.
much. I have Marshall here after a swift victory. Congratulations. Worth missing
We're
the
ranked
flight.
9 or what? Chat, are we making Dyson Sphere?
Okay, we're going to come back to that later, but for now I want to
Is this
talk
what
about
I get
some
for
of the
bringing
just
up number
happened.
9 yesterday?
Walk me through it, because we were talking a little bit and you're saying, hey, I'm actually coming to play meta at this event. You're playing the Ubel deck. What were some of the big moments in that duel for you?
So I think
No,
game
it's
one,
Shogi Rook,
Axe
okay.
Ruby, and I
Dude,
think
imagine if it
full
actually... Wait,
combo.
6.
And then game 2, it was just
Oh,
like,
you're a
he
2.
solemned.
Okay, never mind.
I looked,
fucking-
I had a quick moment. I was like, oh wait, this is 5K. This is lethal. Nice.
That's 2 mats, and okay, it's not a quick effect, it
Fantastic.
doesn't do anything. Got it.
Now, this is a big event for you because this is the
Okay,
furthest
this
you've
hand
ever
is
made it
massive,
at a WCQ,
chat.
correct?
Yeah.
This hand is
How are the
absolutely
nerves
insane,
feeling,
aside
knowing
from the
that
fact
you
that
only
we
have a
drew
few
Iron,
more
which is
matches
like the
ahead of
worst
you
thing
to
that could have happened.
potentially be the North American representative
But we're gonna
at
send
WCS.
Alacia.
Hasn't really set in. I'm just taking it a game at a time.
We actually
All right,
want
now,
these 2
I
in
said we're gonna
graveyard
come
so we
back
can
to
get
it.
them in the back row.
Have you
So,
rescheduled your flight? Do you know? Are you just gonna like maybe wait a couple days if you can celebrate for longer?
Oh crap!
So
they have an
I already
imperm.
have a room booked just in case.
Bottomless.
And yeah, I'll be out tomorrow.
Okay.
Regardless.
All right,
Could
well,
be
I'm
worse.
happy you stuck around. Happy you didn't get on that flight. Congratulations. I'm going to let you get going and get prepared for the top 16. Thank you very much, Marshall. Now, a reminder that we have a few more matches left ahead of us, but we're going to be sending it to a short break before we are back with a live duel.
What is it, another
between some of the
bottomless?
voice actors for Yugimoto versus a surprise duelist. So
Ooh.
we'll be right back after this.
Voice duel. Okay. Activate this, and then we can pitch Bull for now, which will allow me to summon Alacia. I like fucking Sonic music, dude. Okay. The annoying thing here is the fact that I kind of just have to use this. We're not going to be able to game anything here, which sucks. But we can at least get some chunky bodies out. We can at least get some chunky bodies out. Yeah, we'll just go for it. Hello, Mr. Shogi Rook. It is now time for your downfall, demise, and ostrich. All 3. You target face-up cards? No. Oh, chat. Oh, but I need a Therian in the back row for you, don't I? Yes. I can just pop Empress, though. Who cares? Eee. Gonna be unfortunate if it's an imperm, yeah. But it doesn't matter that it's the imperm. Because either way, we're losing this, so it sucks. Sad, all we have is an Omni. Well, and a Ghost Spell, but not gonna come up as much. Oh, never mind. I can just do this, can't I? We just negate this, because now we have the imperm off the board. Off the board field. I just say fort. I say board and field at the same time, and I said ford. Talking about cause now, chat. Alright, now that we have that, we still have a bounce and an omni at our disposal. So we're good. We're gaming, chat. We're gaming. Okay. Oh my goodness. No. I'm just gonna yeet himself, I don't care. The scoop! I don't even know if I can do anything from there, but okay. That's gonna be a slow burn if that works out for us, but I'll take it. Oh, it says top 32 still in progress. Interest. Very interest. So I guess we'll duel again. Sorry, I was reading answers to the country question. Person who said dildo had to delete theirs. I know why, and yeah, they shouldn't have said it on that server, but it's funny. All right, give me a good Therian Horus hand, please. Give me a good Horus hand. Give me a good Horus hand with like any way to board Regulus, and I'll be happy. You know. Yeah, a little bit like that, actually. Oh my god, wait. With Maxi... Wait, chat, this is actually, like, some of the best open you can have in Horus Therian. This is fine. Servers need a it's funny rule. I mean, yeah, but no, I mean, for that server in particular, I understand why. Alright, so we don't get to play Therian, but we get to fully play Horus. There's nothing our opponent can do. Well, we might get to play Therian, let's see. Do we draw Moria? Chat, we get to... Chat, this is dirty. Chat, this is dirty. They scoop! Oh, that's insanity. That wasn't gonna feel good if they let that continue, because either we top deck the Borea or we top deck the Maxi, and either way, that's gonna shit the fuck for them. Oh my god, dude, I keep getting none of my AoE attackers in my first turns. What the hell? Dokkan, why do you bully me this way? I'm gonna fucking restart my phone and see if I can screen share after that. Alright, let's get another game in. I have to be careful because I start feeling the slightest bit okay, and then I start to exert myself by acting normal. And I run out of breath. Ooh! The one of Skullmeister! I was trying to fucking make hand trap filler. This hand is kind of cracked. The only way this hand could be better is matchup dependence and also Maxi in place of any of these hand traps. Those are the only ways to improve this hand, realistically. The fuck? Inzector! I'm gonna cry. No thank you. Oh, I didn't mean it. Where the fuck is the scene? There it is. I was just trying to tab into OBS to check on a couple things. I should unmute the Discord audio even though nobody's in call. What's up? Okay. Fucking hell, dude, really? I can't stop Inzector with these. I can stop Inzektor. Skullmeister. No, we're gonna hold Skullmeister. It has attack points. Plus, I think Skullmeister probably has more merit in this matchup for later on. I think Bell is more specific here. But we'll see. I am sad that, like, none of the good, like, generic types that I would really, really want Therian to have, they just don't have. Fascinating. They're passing! Let's go! Oh! That's not good, but it doesn't have to be. Alright, we'll add Greg, because we'll have a machine for him. Oh, this is a crazy top deck, actually, high key. Fucking hell. What do we rip off of the Sark draw? Oh, DD Crow. Could be better, could be worse. Center stage, Gregulus. Well, we know this won't get impermed. Greg might, but no. Worst case, Greg gets impermed and we just hold him for next turn. Okay, the Sark won't get impermed, that's for sure. And then we bring back Imseti because he's the only horse we have, and I kind of want to keep my hand traps. Then we Carbuncle. I heard the music died out and I was like, oh shit, we're back. No, we're not. Cut 32 in progress? Yes. Alright. We're in an established position. Oh. Interesting. Spicy. Very interesting. Curious what that last card is. There's no way Inzektor works off of one card from this position, right? Like, I don't think that that's doable for them. Okay. We might just go wide board. Yeah, we just go wide board. Fuck this. Well, I mean, not that wide, but we're at least boarding one more. DD Crow's a card, right? Yeah. I'm actually gonna get rid of Called By. And we just board these two and we win. I think. Clicking in the same spot repeatedly, and it just like wants me to click on Regulus for some reason. I don't know why. Alright. I want to kill with the Chonker. Chat, he's so big. We got something. Oh, we had to set the Maxi. Ouchie. This might be like Mirror Force or something, but into Regulus that doesn't matter. And then we get to kill with Duamatef. Oh shit, chat, I did it! I got 30 mil in World Tournament! I fucking did it, baby. How am I in the rankings right now? Top 35,000, not period. What are the rewards after 50k? The next tier up. Grind for 20th. I might actually be able to get to 20k, honestly. But I'm gonna take a break from World Tournament for a moment because I want to check on this actually. In progress, top 32. Okay. Wow, someone's really deep in time. Collect mission rewards. We got an A daily done. Funny. I think that's enough for a multi, right? Yeah, baby! I also need to plug a device in. I need to plug in my charger for my phone so that it stays charged. Lord of Dimensions. Chad, I need like 4 URs from this pack and then I'm done with it. I can move on with my life. There were no gay packs, which means we're not even guaranteed a UR here. Okay, well, now we're gay. Please be a Zark UR. I hate this game. I don't need more Valmonica cards. I mean, if they're shiny, it's an upgrade. And material. I guess either way it's material, but if they're shiny, upgrade. I hate when I get one UR and it's just like the worst UR, and it's not shiny, so it's like it's not extra material, it's not something that's gonna come up, and it means I don't get a pity UR in the next pack. Not that it matters, because I guess it means I get my UR, but... Oh boy, fire. Yay! Ah. I should probably make food soon. Ah, Photon Delta Wing! To go with the structure that doesn't come with Photon Delta Wing. Why is it in this pack and not the Xyz pack? Like, I know it came with this, the structure did, but it's weird. This pack. Come on, be gay! No gay, only crimes. I'm upset. I'm so disappointed in this game, chat. You have no idea. You know what? I'll be right back. We're gonna put the BRB text up. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go think about food options.
So you've decided to visit your old grandpa after all. After all this time, you still can't resist the allure of new rare cards, can you?
Oh, Grandpa, you know I was going to come see you one way or another, but I admit, I was walking a little faster than usual on my way to the shop.
That's my grandson. Now come in, come in. Take a seat at that table over there. The Infinite Forbidden has been so popular that I rarely get downtime like this.
A brand new set, huh? I'll have to check it out.
Then shuffle up, my boy. It's no fun if I just show you my new rare cards, now is it?
All right. I'm game if you are.
Let's duel! I'll go first. I activate the field spell, Wedge You Temple.
Whoa! Are those stone tablets?
That's right. I'm sure you know this better than anyone else, but duels in ancient Egypt were conducted with spiritual monsters, summoned forth from great stone tablets. And this card represents the temple where those tablets were kept.
Whoa, so cool!
Now I activate Wedge You Temple's effect. By placing one monster from my hand onto the field in tablet form, I can place a second one from my deck in tablet form as well. From my hand, I place Fiend Reflection of the Millennium, and from my deck, Shield of the Millennium Dynasty.
A monster in tablet form? Huh. It can't attack or defend, and it's treated as a spell card.
That's right. They're continuous spells. For now. Next, I channel 2,000 of my life points into the Shield of the Millennium Dynasty to bring it to life as a monster in defense mode. When I do, I can also add a very special card from my deck to my hand. The Millennium Ankh.
How mysterious. I think I understand how it all works.
Oh? We'll see about that. I set one card face down. It's your move, Yugi.
All right. I draw. First, I send Green Gadget to the graveyard to special summon Nightmare Apprentice. Thanks to Nightmare Apprentice's arcane studies, I can add any illusion monster from my deck to my hand, and I choose Nightmare Magician.
Ho ho ho! I see you've already mastered the new monster type.
I'm not back. I have food in the microwave. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right, I'm back. I have food. I have to wait for it to cool off. We're not gonna speed up.
After all.
We're not gonna speed this up. We're just gonna watch this. Let me grab it on the big.
So you've decided to visit your old grandpa after all. After all this time, you still can't resist the allure of new rare cards, can you?
Oh, Grandpa, you know I was going to come see you one way or another, but I admit, I was walking a little faster than usual on my way to the shop.
That's my grandson. Now come in, come in. Take a
So
seat
what
at
I'm
that
noticing
table
about
over
my
there.
breathing right now, chat, is that it is currently
so popular that I rarely get downtime
the
like
breathing
this.
and lightheadedness
A brand new
better
set,
than they
huh?
were, but my
I'll have to
energy
check
is
it
coming
out.
back, as I'm sure you guys have noticed.
Then
And you
shuffle
notice
up,
me
my
being out of
boy.
breath a bunch
It's no
too,
fun if I
probably.
just show you my new rare
Yeah.
cards, now is it?
I'm not doing better physically, but
All
I
right,
feel better
all
and my
right.
energy's
I'm
coming
game if
back.
you
So
are.
I'm not sure what to do with that
Let's
information.
go! I'll go first. I
but,
activate the field
you know, I
spell,
just want to keep you
Wedge
guys in the
Temple.
loop.
Whoa! Are those stone tablets?
That's right. I'm sure you know this better than anyone else, but duels in ancient Egypt were conducted with spiritual monsters, summoned forth from great stone tablets. And this card represents the temple where those tablets were kept.
Whoa!
Playing the new
So
Exodia shit.
cool!
Now I activate Wedge Temple's effect.
Yeah.
By placing one monster from
That's
my hand
cool.
onto the field in
Yeah,
tablet form,
baby.
I can place a
Yeah,
second one from my
baby.
deck in tablet form as well. From my hand, I place Fiend Reflection of the Millennium. And from my deck, Shield of the Millennium Dynasty.
A monster in tablet form? Huh. It can't attack or defend, and it's treated as a spell card.
That's right. They're continuous spells. For
Not
now.
Snake Eye food.
Next,
Can you
I
imagine
channel
Yugi's just
2,000
like, yeah, I'm
of my
playing
life
Snake Eye
points
now,
into
baby.
the Shield of the Millennium Dynasty to bring it to life as a monster in defense mode. When I do, I can also add a very special card from my deck to my hand. The Millennium Ankh.
How mysterious. I
More
think
like
I
the
understand
Millennium
how it
Cup.
all works.
Oh? We'll see about that. I set one card face down. It's your move, Yugi.
All right. I draw. First, I send Green Gadget to the graveyard
Yeah,
to
there are
special
greens
summon
in this meal, in this
Nightmare
frozen meal.
Apprentice.
They're gonna taste terrible,
Thanks
but
to
I'm gonna
Nightmare
eat them for my
Apprentice's
health.
arcane studies,
Especially 'cause it's
I
not a
can
very
add
healthy
any
meal.
illusion monster from my
Healthier than
deck
most of what
to
I
my
eat, though.
hand, and I choose
Ah,
Nightmare Magician.
maybe I won't. It's awful.
Ho ho ho! I see you've already mastered
I'll
the
get that out of my
monster
mouth.
type.
Never mind, I can't eat that.
Of course, if you're using illusion monsters,
Almost
then
wish
you
I had
must
face
know
cam
that
so
no
you'd see
matter
my
how
face
strong
there.
an illusion you can conjure, it can't destroy my monsters by battle.
That's
face cam
true,
would be disabled
but who
right now.
says I need to? Next, I
'Cause of how I'm
sacrifice my
feeling.
Nightmare Apprentice to tribute summon Big Winged Baphomet. Big Winged Baphomet adds 2 more cards to my hand. Gazelle, the king of mythical claws, and Chimera Fusion. Now I have all the cards I need to shatter that shield.
Oh, you do you? We'll just see about that.
Allegedly.
I'll gladly show you. I activate Chimera Fusion, fusing Baphomet and Nightmare Magician into Baphomet, the mythical king of phantom beasts.
You doing?
Now my monster's effects activate. First, Baphomet sends either a beast or a fiend or an illusion from my deck to the graveyard, and I choose Karibo.
Oh, Yugi, not Karibo. You've always loved that little fuzzball. How could you? You'll be cursed for 1,000 years, mark my words.
Anyways, Grandpa, next Big Winged Baphomet restores an illusion monster from my graveyard. Rise from your slumber and cast your pall of darkness across the land. Be reborn, Nightmare Magician!
We have Dog Magician at
Now
home.
that's an interesting monster you've got there. But you had to summon it with a card effect. And that means my other tablet monster comes to life. Become manifest Fiend Reflection of the Millennium!
Oh no, I didn't think there'd be a way to manifest a tablet monster without paying life points.
Of course there is. Do I look like I'm made of life points? Luckily, this monster lets me restore life points equal to half of the attack points of any monster on the field. And I choose Nightmare Magician.
I've got to be more careful. Your monsters are formidable, but the real card I should be worried about is that temple, isn't it? As long as it's in play, you'll be able to place a new tablet on the field every turn. I need to destroy it right now, and I've got just the card to do it.
You do?
I do! Baphomet, attack Fiend Reflection of the Millennium!
My Fiend Reflection is an illusion monster. You can't destroy it in battle.
I'm not trying to destroy your Fiend Reflection. I'm trying to destroy your Wedju Temple. Another monster just attacked. And so, at the start of the damage step, my Nightmare Magician can destroy any one card on the field. Now, Nightmare Magician, tear down that temple!
Oh no!
Did I miss something? What's so funny?
Did I fool you? It's not going to be that easy for you to destroy my temple. I activate Forbidden Chalice. The target is
What?
your Nightmare Magician.
We're just playing real staples.
Oh no, not Forbidden Chalice.
The Forbidden Chalice grants any monster 400 extra attack points
What the
for
hell?
the rest of the turn. But the price for that power is grave. That monster's effects are all negated for the rest of the turn. I hope your Nightmare
This is
Magician
crazy. We're
enjoys
playing
my
real
little
cards
gift.
in a show match.
Well, I can't speak for Nightmare Magician, but personally, I'd prefer a gift that actually helps me.
Well, to be honest, I was thinking I might give you that sort of gift too. But so far, I'm unconvinced that you deserve it.
Aw, Grandpa!
Damn, roasted.
All right then. From here on out, I'll show you what I'm really made of. Your monsters are unharmed and your temple is still standing. But there's still one more thing I can attack this turn. The cards in your hand.
Ooh!
What?
Now, you don't have to go that far.
Oh, yes, I do. I activate Chimera Fusion's effect in the graveyard to return it to my hand. And now, once again, I activate Chimera Fusion. I fuse the Fiend Baphomet on my field with the Beast Gazelle in my hand to create the monstrous Chimera, the King of Phantom Beasts.
Oh, no!
When Chimera is fusion summoned, one random card in your hand is doomed to be sent to the card graveyard at the end of the turn. I wonder which it will be. Before we find out, my Gazelle's effect allows me to add another illusion to my hand, Master Tao the Chanter. I set 2 cards face down and end my turn. Now let's find out which card in your hand has
I'm just
been
still
crushed
reeling from
by
fucking
my
Forbidden
Chimera.
Chalice.
It's that one.
Oh, dear.
Exodia.
Mm-hmm. You should see the look on your face.
You sure got me good, but doesn't that mean the duel is over? With Exodia in the graveyard, you have no way to win, right?
Goodness me, this is only the beginning. I've got plenty more in store for you, young man. It's my turn. I draw. First, I activate Dark Eruption. On its own, the head of Exodia has only 1,000 attack points, so this spell lets me return it to my hand.
Don't think for a second I'm going to let you assemble all 5 pieces of Exodia against me.
Oh, Yugi, you're going to have plenty of problems to worry about soon enough. But I assure you that's not one of them. In fact, I activate Wedju Temple's effect by placing Exodia from my hand on the field in tablet form. Now I can place Sengenjin Wakes from a Millennium from my deck in tablet form as well. Normally, I'd have to pay 2,000 life points to summon this monster from the tablet. But by invoking the magic of the Millennium Ankh card, my Sengenjin is made manifest. When Sengenjin is summoned, I can add another Millennium monster to my hand, the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures. Next, I place the Golem on the field in tablet form.
Wait, you can just place them on the field as tablets without using the Wedju Temple card?
Indeed I can. I would have been in big trouble if you had succeeded in destroying my temple last turn, but now it's too late to stop me. Once again, the Millennium Ankh card allows me to manifest my monster. And with that, it's high time I showed you what the Millennium Ankh card is truly capable of.
There's more?
Of course! Merely possessing the card allows me to manifest these monsters at will. So what do you think will happen when I activate it?
Could it be Exodia? But that's impossible. How can Exodia be summoned when you only have one of the Exodia cards and it's not even in your hand? Unless...
Oh, you're as bright as ever, Yugi. You've almost figured it out. But there are many things in this world that you simply must see to believe, and this is one of them. I activate Millennium Ankh! The Millennium Ankh card allows me to draw upon the power of the Exodia cards sleeping within my
I
deck.
don't actually know what the new
With the
Exodia
magic
shit
of
does,
this
so like,
Millennium
this is
Ankh,
kind of interesting.
I call upon the Forbidden One. Behold, the unstoppable Exodia incarnate!
No way! How can Exodia be here when all your Exodia cards are back in your deck?
It's great, right? Your grandpa is just the coolest, don't you think?
There's got to be some kind of catch. You aren't doing something dangerous, are you, Grandfather?
Certainly not. Not by my standards, anyway.
By your standards, nearly dying in an ancient tomb wouldn't be considered dangerous.
Oh, those were the days, weren't they?
They certainly were not. Though, it's thanks to everything you did back then that I was able to meet such great friends and go on so many adventures.
That's right. The Millennium Puzzle brought you and all your friends together.
And got us into big trouble more than a few times.
Anyways, worry less about what Exodia might do to me, and more about what it's going to do to your monsters.
Its attack points are unknown.
I prefer to think of them as limitless. But before I show you why, I need to deal with your Nightmare Magician's pesky special abilities. I send my Sengenjin to the graveyard to activate Forbidden Droplet. With this card, I have the attack points of your Nightmare Magician and negate its effects once more. And now, to battle! Exodia, take my strength as your own and obliterate Nightmare Magician!
Not so fast! You activated my trap card! Mirage Mirror Force! It lets me special summon an illusion monster from my hand or graveyard and blow away your attacker!
You'll do no such thing, because once per
Yeah,
turn,
the worst
the
Mirror
Unstoppable
Force
Exodia
card.
Incarnate can deactivate one of your spell or trap
the
cards
Master Duel
or
negate
its
sound?
effects.
That's
now
funny.
that your pesky trap card is out of the way, let me show you why my Exodia's attack points are limitless. My strength is yours, Exodia!
Impossible! It's become stronger than a Blue Eyes White Dragon! Oh!
And it will become stronger still. The Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate's attack points will grow during every turn it battles. It's already too late for you, young man.
I'd rather not entertain that thought, but he might be right. No, I can't think like that. There's got to be a way.
Now for your other monster. My Golem crushes your Chimera. And finally, Fiend Reflection, attack directly.
I won't go down that easily. I activate Chimera's effect in the graveyard. During your turn, I can banish it from the graveyard to revive any of my beasts, fiends, or illusions.
So you mean to bring back your magician again?
Not quite. You said the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate can only cancel out one of my spells or traps each turn, right?
That's correct, yes.
Well, you've already used that effect this turn, which means my other face-down card is free and clear.
True.
So you're not summoning back your Nightmare Magician?
I'm not! I'm summoning Karibo! And now I reveal my face-down card, Multiply!
Oh, Yugi! How could you? Sending out Karibo to suffer the wrath of Exodia? You'll be cursed for 10,000 years, mark my words!
Did the curse get longer? Wait, never mind that.
No, it's because there's more Karibos.
What I mean to say is that I've figured out the Unstoppable Exodia.
I like how we're like
secret
partial
and
anime
its
effect here, though. We have fucking
its attack
anime
points
multiply.
are tied directly to your life points.
Now, what makes you say that?
Why does the Millennium Ankh card let you manifest your monsters without pain? And why did you make a big deal about restoring your life points with Fiend Reflection of the Millennium? And why did Exodia's attack points become 3250? There's not a single monster in all of Duel Monsters whose attack points just happen to match your current life points. So there's no way it's a coincidence.
You're quite right, my dear boy. It is no
My boy.
coincidence. But I fear you may be underestimating the power of the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. Its attack points don't become equal to my life points. They are increased by my life points every single turn it battles.
Whether it powers up once or 1,000 times, the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate will never breach my defenses, and that's its weakness. The priest who summoned the real Exodia in ancient Egypt shared his life force with Exodia. If this card matches the legends, then your own monster will be your undoing.
The only thing that's going to be undone is that attitude of yours. My Fiend Reflection may not be able to tear down your Great Wall of Karibos, but thanks to Exodia, it won't be standing for long. To end my turn, the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate lets me set a spell or trap from my deck that embodies its anger. Exod Fires of Rage! It's your move.
Draw. First, I'll activate the effect of Chimera Fusion to return it to my hand.
Yeah, Chimera
Next,
Fusion,
I'll activate
baby.
Chimera Fusion once again.
Go right ahead. Move some of those Karibos out of the way if you would.
I've used the Fiend-type Karibo along with Master Tao the Chanter and Red Gadget to create the
Red
monstrous
Gadget?
Guardian Chimera!
Red Gadget!
3,300 attack points, eh? Too bad my Exodia will grow even stronger if you attack it.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Grandpa. First, I'm using my monster's special abilities. Guardian Chimera was summoned by using a spell card that fused 2 monsters from my hand with 1 from my field. That means I get to draw 2 new cards and destroy any card on the field.
Ho ho ho! I'm sure it does. Which means it's the perfect time to introduce you my trap card, Exod Fires of Rage. This card destroys every card you control all at once.
Oh no!
Your Karibos won't survive this, and neither will your Guardian Chimera. Exodia, unleash your rage! Oh, it's such a shame, Yugi. Now you'll be cursed for 100,000 years!
Hang on, why is my curse
Why does it
increasing
keep
when
getting
you're the one who
longer?
destroyed my Karibos? In any case, I still get to draw 2 cards and destroy 1 card on the field.
He's the
As
Barry
for
of
the card
ancient.
I'll
He's the
destroy,
Barry, Diamond,
it's
and
the
Pearl of ancient
unstoppable
Egyptian
Exodia
curses.
Incarnate! What? Exodia is still standing?
Yugi, my dear boy, none of your card effects can destroy it. If there was even the slimmest chance that one of your chimeras could harm Exodia, I would have negated Chimera Fusion in an instant.
We'll see if you're still so confident after Master Tao revives an illusion from my graveyard. Rise once again, Nightmare Magician! Your trap may have cleared out my Karibos, but thanks to my magician arriving fashionably late, I'm still protected. And now that your trap card is gone, I can go on the offensive with this! I activate Future Silence!
There it is. I knew all these illusions were just smoke and mirrors. Exodia, the hour is yours. Negate Future Silence. You waited far too long to show your hand, young man.
And you didn't wait long enough to show yours. With Exodia's effect out of the way, I'm free to activate the
What
spell
the fuck
card,
is happening, dude?
Shining Sarcophagus!
Ah, there it is.
Oh no! You already had it in your hand.
To be honest, these were the 2 cards I drew with Guardian Chimera. The heart of the card.
All right, just finished the duel. It's really good. I love how they pulled out like 40 copies of Karibo for the multiply. Yeah.
So it does. So
Yeah,
what
no,
now?
that was really fucking
What's
cool.
hiding in that sarcophagus of yours?
I'm still off
I'll
guard
show
from
you.
the fucking
Shining Sarcophagus, I beseech thee. Bring to
they
me the dragon of
fucking
the
they
promised
activated a
battle,
real staple,
Gandora
and I just
G,
can't
the
with that
dragon
shit,
of
man.
destruction.
I
As
wasn't
long as I
fucking
control
ready
Shining
for.
Sarcophagus, I can special summon Gandora G from
I wasn't
my hand.
ready for fucking
Now we're talking.
forbidden
Gandora
chalice
G
to hit
is
the
so
field.
cool. It's a shame my Exodia is going to have to obliterate it.
But not before it takes out the rest of your cards. Now I give up half my life points to activate Gandora G's effect. Destroy every other card on the field and banish them to beyond the graveyard.
Not the graveyard.
And that's not all. Gandora G lets me summon another monster from the Shining Sarcophagus and increase its level by the number of cards that were destroyed. Come forth, Silent Swordsman 0! My sarcophagus can't be destroyed by monster effects, so it's sticking around. But 5 cards on the field were destroyed. My Nightmare Magician, your Wedju Temple, the Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures, the Shield of the Millennium Dynasty.
Also, they keep
and
calling
Fiend
background
Reflection
monsters
of
as
the
tablet
Millennium.
mode. Is that a thing now?
Therefore, Silent
No,
Swordsman
it's a
0
thing for
gains
specifically
5
the new
levels,
Exodia stuff.
And for every level it gains, it also gains 500 attack points.
It's lore of
3,500 attack
new
points.
stuff, basically.
That's right. Its power has surpassed Exodia's, and it won't stop there.
No, I
During
don't think
every
the Snake
standby
Eye
phase,
cards are
it'll gain
supposed to be in
another level
tablet
and
mode,
500
but
more
who knows,
attack
man.
points with it.
But you still don't have enough power to defeat Exodia. Don't forget, it gains more attack points every turn it battles.
Oh, I didn't
That was a
forget.
wet burp.
But when my next turn rolls around, your unstoppable Exodia Incarnate won't stand a chance. It's your move.
And then I felt better for like
If
3
your next
seconds,
turn
and now
rolls
I'm back to
around,
not
don't you,
feeling better.
Yugi? Fuck. I don't see any way
Shut,
for
I'm
you to
gonna
defend
cry.
yourself against my next attack. But just to be sure, my unstoppable Exodia Incarnate will set a spell card from my deck.
Will it? There's such a thing as being too cautious, you know? By activating Exodia's effect during my turn, you've allowed me to activate this card, Turn Silence. Normally this card just increases the level of one of my monsters by 3. But if I have the Shining Sarcophagus along with one of its monsters and use this card when you activate a monster effect, it cancels out that monster's effect.
This shit's not mastered though
Can't
yet,
be.
is it?
Then
Shining
Silent
Star-
Swordsman 0 will
Guys,
become level 12
I don't.
and
They
reach
might be. I don't
5,000
fucking
attack
know.
points. And after that,
Let me check.
level 13 and 5,500 attack points. But that's preposterous. Just imagine trying to cram all those level stars onto one card.
That's what you're concerned about?
What else is
Yeah,
there to be
Shining Sark's
concerned
not in
about?
Master Duel yet.
I control Exodia.
I want to play
believe in the
Double
heart of the
Sark when it
card,
comes to Master
and
Duel.
my beloved grandson came
Which
to
is
see me today. Why,
Shining
I'm
Sark
as happy as
Chorus.
I can be.
I call it Double Sark because it's really funny.
But I'm still going to defeat you.
Just to be like, yeah, we have two
Just as the heart of the
sarcophagi
cards
on.
guided you to your
I'm
shining
set on track.
sarcophagus. I'm sure it'll guide me to
Well.
the card I need to seize victory. High draw.
Eh.
During my standby
Pass.
phase,
Might as well be a
Exodia
sarcophagus for
claims
their hopes and
1,000
dreams.
of my life points.
Better than Alpine.
And my silent swordsman grows stronger. Now if you try to attack my swordsman, our monsters will destroy each other, and Gandora will defeat you on my next turn. But if you think you're going to go after Gandora and try to outpace my swordsman's growth, think again. I banish Baphomet, the mythical king of phantom beasts, from my graveyard to special summon my banished Nightmare Magician.
So that's why you destroyed and banished your own magician with
So
Gandora.
the Exodia
That's
is
right. Now if you
5,500
attack
the
with one
next
of
time
my
an
other
attack is
monsters,
declared.
I'll use Nightmare Magician to destroy it, so that your Exodia can't gain any more attack points. Then Silent Swordsman Zero will be able to take it down cleanly, and I'll win the duel.
Oh, very well played indeed. You were able to learn how all my new cards worked on the fly and combine two entirely different strategies to construct this elaborate no-win scenario for me. Why, I couldn't be prouder of you.
So, does that mean...
It means, of course...
I
that I've
will
drawn the
say
exact
Solomon's
card I
VA
need
is
to
not doing a
defeat.
very good
I
voice
activate
for
Obliterate
Solomon.
Blaze!
Like,
Obliterate?
I know we don't get to hear him duel much, but he doesn't sound anything
but
like
it's
this.
very good. For me, that is. The unstoppable Exodia Incarnate now gains the
Whereas,
ability to destroy all other cards in
Dan
the spell
Green
and
is
trap
just
zones, and
on
then
it
equip the
with
5
his
pieces
Yugi
of
voice.
Exodia from my deck to itself.
But my Shining Sarcophagus can't be destroyed by monster effects, so you won't be able to equip anything.
It doesn't have to destroy any of your cards. One of mine will do just nicely. It's the final forbidden card that will be the key to my victory. First,
Forbidden
I activate
ball set.
Exodia's new effect, and then I activate this spell card, Forbidden Dress. The target is, once again, your Nightmare Magician.
Can't you give my magician a break?
I'm afraid not. This card lowers your magician's attack points by
Nah,
600,
man. Fuck
but more importantly, it makes it impossible to destroy with card effects this turn.
Oh no! The Nightmare Magician isn't a monster from my Shining Sarcophagus, so Silent Swordsman Zero can't defend it.
And
Correct.
while my Forbidden Dress lingers on the field, Exodia's effect will destroy it.
But that means...
That's right. Now I equip the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate with Exodia the Forbidden One, left and right
Oh,
arm of the
dear.
Forbidden One, and left and right leg of the Forbidden One, each providing it with
Well.
2,000 extra attack points.
Well,
Over 13,000 attack points? But Nightmare Magician is in defense mode, and its effect is still active. There's no way you can damage me.
That's where you're wrong, grandson. Obliterate Blaze also lets Exodia's attacks inflict damage even when it attacks a monster in defense mode.
But that means...
You're finished! Attack Nightmare Magician! Exodia, obliterate!
damn. I actually thought he was gonna win.
Man, I can't believe I lost.
Ugh.
Oh, you may be the king of games, but you're still far too green to defeat your old grandpa. Feel free to
Too
try
green.
again when
Wait,
you're
wait,
building
wait, wait. Was that intentional? Was that intentional? Was that on purpose?
your... curse has worn off.
A million-year curse? Who keeps tacking on these zeros to it?
Who knows? Curses are mysterious things. But I've got a gift for you that I'm sure will lift it in a jiffy. Here, take this card.
Is this a new Dark Magician card?
It is indeed. Perhaps it'll help you out in your next duel.
Oh, thanks, Grandpa. You know, I had a really great time today.
I did too, my dear boy. I did too.
My boy. Neat. That was entertaining. Honestly, I think that's one of the better ones that they've done. Of
From
those.
Dragon Duel.
I think it's one of the better ones of those that they've done. All right, coming up, top 16. Let's load up Master Duel again. There was no response from the game server. Well, how about you respond to these nuts? Yo, Morbius. The fog of Morbius. Okay. Yumi losing is new for the VA duels? Fair enough. I just thought he was gonna win after the fucking... I thought he was gonna lose, and then he switched to Shining Sark, and I'm like, oh, okay. Maybe he'll win. You know what I wonder, though? I'm curious, if you were to go through all of the VA duels, how many times did the newer cards win? You know? Is that like a thing? Can you just always tell who's gonna win once you see what they're playing? That'd be crazy. Chat, we're playing against Lab or Stun, and either way, I'm scared. Oh, Canopic is not what we want to see right now. I'm just gonna shotgun this. I know I could try for the Ash bait, but... Gaming?
Oh, Morbius. Chat, this is huge. Yo.
Put it here. It's crazy. Wait, this is insane. Maxi. Okay, okay. That sucks. Okay. So then we just... lowball with Horus, I guess? Add Greg. You do this. Mill out Reaper. You don't want to draw Foom. They have nothing now. Oh, that's fascinating. Alright. We're gonna hold on to Yule for now. Are we? Oh, actually, big thing. Yeah, I think 3 summons is more than wide enough for a Maxi. We'll see what they have, but this is game if they have nothing. They have an Imperm. Okay. If they have Imperm, they live. I can go one body deeper. And then we're fine. I think that's what we're gonna do. Pitch the Yule. This will be 4 summons, so it's under Nibiru. We'll just climb our damage. Oh, it's Droplet. Oh, that sucks. That is unfortunate. Nothing you can do about that. Their effects are negated, yet somehow Dua still has 1800 attack. Wait? Thinkin'? Oh well. Well, we still have all of our interaction for next turn, at least. I hope. Until the end of this turn. Thank God. Okay. Well, we still have all of our interaction, then. Oh, no! Yeah, we can just go spell this. Okay. Alright, we have Canopic at the ready, so we can just shotgun that whenever and we'll be fine. They scoop! Therian Gaming! I love this deck, chat. Deck is fucking awesome. Just play under Maxi, Lamau. Just don't lose to board breakers, Lamau. Oh my goodness. Okay. Maybe we'll have time for one more. Let's try. I'm gonna need to refill my water soon. If we still have time after this, I'm gonna go exploring the old VA duels, and I want to see who wins with newer or older cards. Thinkin'. Because that'd be a crazy tell, wouldn't it, if the newer cards just always win? It would make sense, but... That'd be fucking wacky if it were that easy to know. Like, oh, he's using the Exodia cards. Yugi has nothing in this set. There we go, easy. Woo! Crispy! Okay, this is kind of insane, actually. We have a bit of insulation here. The only thing we're missing is we don't exactly have anything outside of what's in hand right now. Oh, which kind of sucks, but the Sark can pitch 2 at least. So, you know, we could be having a better time than we currently are, I guess. Let's just send herself. It'll be fine. We'll add the Disco Village. And then we'll add Greg. Then we'll go Sark. I'll hear the music stop and think that it's actually stopping, but it's not, of course not. You know what? I'm not even gonna pitch the other Sark. We'll keep it as a backup. I think this will do the trick. Doesn't really matter who we equip here. Either way, we're at 3,500 with 2 Horus bodies on board. Yeah, stings that we can't do better, but... Well, we can, but I don't think we should. SETI is activating. Yeah, I guess we can Greg that, huh? If they have the King Sark in hand, then ouchie, big sad. Danger Horus though, fascinating. You Danger Horus Therian and be all gas. Pretty sure Danger and Therian have a little bit of type overlap. Yeah, here comes Bigfoot. Especially because they're on Danger, it definitely doesn't matter if we do anything else. Now that's spicy. Big gun. Look, it is. The Horus Field spell. That's nuts, dude. Stun Horus. I don't actually know. Duo to hand is interesting. There's no way they have the King Sark card in hand, right? That'd be crazy. That would be crazy. No, they don't. Okay. Yeah, Mothman! Let's go, baby! Ooh, crossout designator. Yeah, that's not coming up. Only way that's coming up in this matchup is if we... Okay.
Welcome back as we are here on the top 16 of just a stellar tournament. Again, we started with over 2,600 players.
Oh, wait, we can still King
Now
Sark
there's only
because the field
16
spells
left.
can
What an
still-
exciting weekend of dueling we've had so far, gentlemen.
Shit.
Not to mention the last chance qualifiers as well, where thousands more were there just trying to make it into that second day.
Cheap viewers.
And it's coming
Oh,
down
boy.
to just a
Did you know your
handful of
ban
duelists
was
left,
free for
all of them
that?
hopefuls to be North American representatives at WCS.
Yeah, totally. I think these are the best of the best players. We've seen these players time and time again.
Oh,
this is a
Oh,
spotlight
here
that
comes
they are
Giant
very
Trainer.
much used to. We've seen them in YCSs.
No way.
We've seen
No
them
way.
at all sorts of regionals. They're here to
Chat,
win it.
they're screwing
and,
themselves.
We have what, top 16, top 8, top 4, quarterfinals, and then we got semifinals.
2 more and you're in.
Yeah.
That's all it takes for these duelists. They are so close to making it.
Well, let's take a look at the
He's
bracket here so
overcooking
we
a
can see
little bit.
exactly who is left in the tournament. Again,
Don't need cheap
so
viewers. I'm
many
already
have
here.
gone
Yeah,
by,
exactly.
but
My viewers
now
are free.
Landon has championed over Matthews to fight against Arton, who won against Joshua. Matthew advanced against Michael,
draw
who
the
will be
first
playing
time.
against a different Michael T, who beat Dominic.
Bigfoot, armed sage.
Then we have our
And
current
right
bracket
hand
of
shark?
Marshall
What?
advance forward from our last feature match, beating Jonathan, and we have Murad beating Bar, advancing, so that's going to be their matchup. And then we have Logan J versus
Are we just trying to
Shane
emulate
C,
Bad Galaxy
both
Photon with
advance
good cards?
into,
Like, are we trying to
their
beat
matchup
Bad
here,
Galaxy
so
Photon while
it's
playing
quite
good
exciting.
cards? It's like, I think that's
And
all
now
this person is
next up,
doing.
James M will take on Mark S. And our feature match that will be
Oh my
taking
God,
a
he
look
hasn't
at Kamal
normals yet,
C
chat.
versus Aditya
No,
D.
dude.
And then finally, Patrick advances against Johnny to take on Landon, who beat Howard. Andre
hell.
beat Michael, and he'll be
He's
playing
just
against Brandon,
ending?
who beat Alexander. So again,
Huh?
we have so few duelists left here.
Pathfinder's
Speaking of
kind of
duelists,
cracked.
let's go ahead and introduce our duelists here on the stage. Kangas, let me see if I can go ahead and just toss it over to you on the stage.
It's not very far to toss, but the duelists are prepared, so let's meet them right now. Because up first, in the blue chair from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Kamal Valdez. Kamal would like to give a shout out to his friends and his team, Double Infinity Gaming, for helping him prepare for this event. And in the red chair, his opponent from Plano, Texas, Aditya Darab. He wanted everyone to know that this is his 4th YCS top in the year, which is also his first year traveling to events, and shout out to his team, Inspire.
In case I don't have kill
Duelists are
shot this
prepared,
turn,
so
we're gonna just
let's
do
get
this.
ready for duel number 1.
So Kamal with 11 wins, 2 losses, 1 draw, with Aditya with 12 wins, 2 losses, 0 draws. Now these records don't really mean all too much at this point in the stage because it is single elimination time.
Single elimination, the rubber hits the road again. We don't want to have to send any of these duelists home, but we have to choose our champions. Who's going to represent North America in the World Championship?
I don't know if I've
Again,
mathed
it's nice to see
correctly
that we have
this
some
game, but I think I
hometown
have. Yeah,
heroes
we're
here
good, we're
again
good.
from local Texas. Now we're advancing in the top 16 as the duelists
There
begin
we
to shuffle
go.
up for their final set.
As they shuffle up, this is of course going to be a mirror match, as we just saw. It's going to be Fiendsmith Snake Eye versus Fiendsmith Snake Eye, but there are quite a few significant differences in terms of the playstyle of these two players. You know, both of them still managed to make it to top 16, so there's no correct playstyle at this moment. The winner is going to be the one who writes the correct one.
We have seen, especially, even if the deck list
If you hear
itself
Master
is
Duel,
similar
yes,
for a lot
you
of
do.
players
I'm
in the
just,
top cuts,
collecting mission points and,
the
getting out of this
sideboards, the extra deck, that's where a lot of decisions have been made that really show the difference in duelists.
Yeah, what if I just turn my
duel
phone
number
up so you
1
guys
might
could hear
look
the
similar,
gameplay?
but it's
Maybe
that
be able to
duel
see it,
2
you
and
could
potentially
hear it.
that duel 3.
Oh, I wanted to
that we
restart
could
my
really
phone.
see things shake out.
Let me do that.
Definitely some incredible plays so far.
Players now shuffling up. All of them now are now featuring the WCQ sleeves. Completely. It's wearing it really nice. I think it looks really, really pretty.
Oh, that new logo looks gorgeous against that purple there. And again, duelists had to mandatorily resleeve, so everyone will be sporting it. But it's also a souvenir from your time here at the top tables.
It's earned right there for making it into the top 16 duelists left in North America. We already have 2 champions representing North America at the WCS. Shout out to Jose and Ruben, but 4 more will join them
All right,
today.
phone is turning back on. I'll see if I
16
can get the
hopefuls
Dokkan
remain.
gameplay rolling on the Discord
Oh,
screen
Kamal,
share.
no
If I can,
stranger to featured
we'll
match
finagle
stages.
those
He's
shenanigans.
definitely been featured not only in live competitions, but also in remote duel play as well. So he is certainly no stranger to high-intensity dueling. Aditya also a champion in his own right, representing his team and, well, the state of Texas at this point. But again, only one of these can advance. So the head judge is just giving a few instructions there, assistant head judge, excuse me. And we should be going into our match soon. Again, this is going to be very down to the wire here as these duelists have to do
Okay, let me see.
something
If I join a VC
to
on
get
my phone.
through this duel alive.
And while we get ready into the game, here it is. Game
Okay.
number 1 underway. The duelists are prepared.
The hands are drawn. Now I think it's a matter of rolling that die. Kamal is going to be going first with the die roll, rolling 7, the most common number with 2 dice. Versus 10.
Okay, it's actually working. Restarting my
Aditya
phone
has the
fixed
first
it.
choice.
And I want to give a shout out to Aditya. When I was talking to him before going up
I'll
on
set
stage,
that up in a minute.
he was saying he was able to make it into the last WCQ. But then, since then, this is his first year traveling to events.
But it
Out of
doesn't
those
require
events he's traveled to,
shenanigans.
topping 4 YCSs in 1 year.
That's
Very
Fiendsmith Snake Eye. I don't need to be
impressive
tapped in for this.
feat
I
for
know
a
what's
player
happening.
who
They're going to
had
tell
not
me
up
what's
until
happening,
this
and
year
that's all
been
I
able
need.
to travel to those events. So Aditya definitely taking this year seriously.
Speaking of impressive plays, we're starting off with one of the most impressive monsters of this weekend. We have Fiendsmith Engraver activated.
Wow,
You're
shock.
gonna get that search of a Fiendsmith spell and trap card. That's going to be Fiendsmith Track.
Tracked immediately hitting the board here. Kamal considering his options, but it might actually resolve. Not sure if he wants to get anything from the hand, but it looks like there's the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
We're not even going to see that here, so that I'm still going to be visible. Undeafen myself so that I can
Fiendsmith
shoot.
cards very early here, but we do know it's Fiendsmith Snake Eye, so typically there will be a follow-up.
Ditcha is about to bring that follow-up out. Actually, we're going to see a discard there of the Ghost Mortar and Moonlit Chill to bring out the Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch.
Out of all the potential, combos you can go into, this is one of the less efficient ones since you have to lose a resource in your hand, but it still gets you there, and it will still allow Aditya to play.
I mean, once the Ash Blossom is burned out, there's nothing really stopping the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye from resolving. So it was a pretty safe line overall, but we're going to see if there's any further disruption coming into this play.
Definitely makes you feel safe. Would have loved to keep that Ghost Mortar and Moonlit Chill there, but unfortunately, you got to do what you got to do to get to that Poplar.
That's why, I mean, obviously opening the Snake Eye's Ash is the ideal scenario since you don't have to lose that
that's not
resource.
supposed
But again,
to still be
we
visible.
still
Hold
get
on.
there with this line. And it doesn't seem like Kamal has another
Everyone
immediate
can see my
interruption in hand.
tabs.
There are still things that you might be willing to wait and then allow Aditya to kind of build more of that field before using.
You gotta be careful. Just because someone puts their hand down doesn't mean that they're finished with that hand. They could quite quickly just pick it back up and be like, hold on a second, I'm gonna interrupt you right here. Now, give you a little bit of false confidence, a little false safety.
It is the
Dox
Yu-Gi-Oh!
my
equivalent
tab
of a
count
poker
on
face. Just
Chrome,
memorize your
which is
hand,
only
put
one
those
of my
cards face down,
browsers.
and just no response. Make some eye contact and make your opponent think you have absolutely nothing.
Well, considering I have two judges on the cast with me, I will believe both of you. You do not have to be holding your cards in order to tell your opponent that you're going to activate something. So let's see if Kamal does have something to activate and when he chooses to use it.
So we've pushed all the way to the Flambridge onto the field. We have the Snake Eye Oak effect now summon back the Snake Eye Ash onto the field. And now we're going to take those two monsters. Which two monsters are we going to combine into?
A lot of answers to this question, but it is...
Surprise, surprise.
Oh,
IP.
Ooh, that is a
actually a bit of a
surprise.
surprise.
Wacky.
It's going to be an IP Masquerena.
A little bit more of a standard Snake Eye play here, not leaning as hard into the Fiendsmith.
Yeah, I mean, we've already used an Engraver effect from hand, so potentially Aditya's just prioritizing going more into the, I guess you could call it old school Snake Eyes combo at this point.
Old school as in 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, as in before Infinite Forbidden.
Certainly made an incredible impact, including in that live voice actor duel.
That was great, yeah.
We could just be interweaving our play a little bit, just making sure that the correct monsters have hit the graveyard before we get, massively disrupted. Get that follow-up set up immediately, because even though the track was not able to resolve,
there we go.
That doesn't mean that you can't just kind of cycle your
Behold
way
chaos.
back into a Moon of the Closed Heaven and just keep
Now you
that
guys can
line
see
going.
what I'm doing and what I'm watching while I do it.
Celine. I was wondering if maybe the idea here for Aditya was go into something like Appaloosa, because Kamal, if you're waiting on one of the strongest interruptions at this tournament so far has been Nibiru.
But now I need
you can
this
then
to not
stop
be
Kamal, but we're opting
okay, that's fine.
instead extend further with this play here.
No fear from the rock from above as another Link summon is performed.
Okay.
Of Celine.
Are we good now?
Ooh, and there's the two
Not if I open OBS or
there.
not. Right? Okay, if I tab into OBS, it breaks. But if I don't, we're fine.
Deeper.
True to Tom's word, I think we are going to see a Moon of the Closed Heaven here.
There it is.
It's such a wonderful package, being able to go in and out, not needing to go one full line down a play just to make a certain play. Now we can just move in and out, go as we need.
A lot of flexibility there. Looks like Moon
Meanwhile,
of the Closed
Snake
Heaven
Eye
going
combo.
into the Fiendsmith Requiem, and Fiendsmith Requiem bringing out another Fiendsmith Engraver.
Yeah, we've seen this all weekend. Very, very strong combo. And now that we have the Appaloosa on top of it as well, means that Kamal will, if there were interruptions in hand, very limited now. Guessing we would have already seen them at this point. So I think that Aditya will probably assemble a very strong field here. And then Kamal will have to attempt to break that field.
Using a light fiend
Break
monster
my
and
board.
another monster, we are Link summoning into Fiendsmith Sequence. Sequence effect activates. Now we have 1, 2, 3.
Oh, we're doing the Fiendsmith Desiree.
And we're
Certainly
going
a
into the
powerful card,
9.
very impactful throughout the course of the tournament again, but not every duelist choosing to put it on their initial field. But I guess Aditya getting this far in the tournament and representing his hometown as hard as he can. He wants to be able to get
Double
that
effect
out.
Veiler, pretty nice to have, you know.
If we are trying to get a little predictive here, we still have 3
Pretty
link
handy.
materials. We could go into something like a Promethean Princess, maybe go into a Flamberge as well. After that, we
Chat,
have the
I'm
IP
at
plus the field field. This is a
16,000
very
World
strong
Tournament
field
and
that Aditya has been
15th
able to
local.
assemble. Only the single
Oh
axe
my
blossom
god.
did not deter
This is what happens when I'm
the
sick but
power
not too
of
sick
this
to play
deck, and this is
Dokkan, huh?
why it is so highly represented in the top 64 so far.
Fucking
you know,
hell.
in both of these duelists for the top
Chat,
16.
I'm like actually just
because of its
shooting for as
ability to
high as
play
I
through
can here.
interruption. Just one is not enough. Yeah,
One isn't gonna cut it this time. Now we're performing a Link summon with the
Long
current
salmon.
monsters at hand. It is a Link 3 material. We could go to a
Green
Link 2.
to
You know,
Shokan.
there's still 2 monsters at the moment. You get carefully considering his options available. And oh, this is something new. We are going
Silhouette
into
Rabbit.
Silhouette Rabbit, one of my favorite monsters from Infinite Forbidden.
You
This
do
one-
love illusions.
I do love my illusions, and this one lets you put out the statue, the angel statue as a rune.
Basically a walking solemn strike, I believe. As
It's
you're
similar.
Able to stop
It's
the
similar.
special summons.
So if your opponent does attempt to perform a special summon that does not start a chain, you could negate that summon.
Yep.
Very powerful card. I mean, it almost feels like having a counter trap almost.
It really does. I mean, we've seen counter traps actually make an impact in this tournament, but this is the next best thing, being able to search it out with the Silhouette Rabbit and set
That's
it to
a
the field.
terrible
And
rotation.
Silhouette Rabbit also in this matchup has the ability to destroy spell and traps when that trap moves out there. So you can actually hit things like, if you're presuming your opponent's playing the same field spell you are, deal with that once it's out there.
Nice 2-for-1 special.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Looking at
We
this
just call
current
this
field, we have
tournament.
Appaloosa for 2. We have Silhouette Rabbit that can act as a spell trap
So
removal,
what,
and we
oh
have
what is
Desiree
Kamal
with
going to do?
2 non-target
thinking?
negations of face-up cards. That's a lot of cards. And
Yeah.
don't forget the field spell that can bring back the IP Masquerena. There's a lot we're working with here.
This is a bulky
Definitely
board. We have 2
different
effect
setup than what we
Veiler,
have
an
seen
IP
before
to
here
come
on the
back.
featured match stage.
And I don't know how many
obviously
mats
earned
the
his
Atho
spot
has.
this far in the tournament. But it isn't just about earning a spot, it's about earning a spot in the World Championship. So we'll see how we respond. That's
Ooh, good
infinite
start.
permanence.
Good start. You love to deal with the Appaloosa early, because that is 2 monster effect negates that you'd have to get through.
I mean, holding back on a lot of resources, maybe save it for your own turn where it could really be maximized. Kamal knows how to do resource management. We've seen him play other decks before where even with the cards we have at hand, every card is going to do at least 1 to 2 things per card just to get maximum play.
Infinite Impermanence is one of those cards that is a mark of a really high-level duelist, because sometimes, like you said, they'll choose to not use it on the opponent's turn. Let them make that if they think that they can play through, because you can always use it on your turn on that Appaloosa, which is a pretty
Yeah, 'cause you can just yeet
play.
the
Now
entire
we're going
Appo.
into
It's
our
kinda
Gulsar,
crazy.
the Black Witch. and
Kinda broken
that's
when
gonna
you can
trigger
do
the field
that.
spell.
That's right. With
I
that, the
love
IP
it when you're
Masquerena
the
has
one
been
doing
summoned
it, though,
onto the
Theo.
field. However, remember that
I am excited for
because
Rage
you
of the
summon a monster
Abyss.
onto the, or rather a monster from the spawn trap zone, that can actually trigger the Silhouette Rabbit.
It can.
And that can destroy the card that was just set as well. That's a possibility. Just to, let people know what that rabbit does. And this is the first time I think we've seen the rabbit on
I
the
think
field.
we really have. It's been kind of hiding, right? A little magic trick.
Yeah, it showed up on an earlier feature match that Billy Masala got to cover and was very effective there as well. And it's one of the things that can counter not only the field spell, but this play. Because, yes, Diabellstar has to set that card back there.
Man,
but
we're
now
still
going
rank
to go down.
15. Because it lags behind a little bit,
Little
and it
Knight,
also
we can get rid of that spell card. Of course, that
you
is
just get
an
more
option,
from each round as you go in World
and
Tournament.
that's going to be harder to use because original Sinful Spell Snake Eye has an effect in the graveyard, but it doesn't exactly have an effect when it's banished.
No, it does not. So we'll see what is targeted here with the SP Little Knights.
Yeah,
DJ is going to get rid of
Okay.
it. No more resources for you.
So saving that spell.
I like
trap
playing 2
destruction,
OSS, but that only really works in Pure.
because, like you said, there is a graveyard effect on that spell, so might as well just remove it from play instead.
I can't believe how restrictive this current
I
field
think it
actually
depends, like if you're on
is
another deck,
compared
like
to
if you're on a
most of
variant
the
like
other
Fire
ones we've
King or
seen so
Rescue
far.
Base, right?
Now we got the
But
rabbit that
as far as
still has
Fiend Smith
Azure
versus
statue
Pure goes,
in the
you
back,
just have to
can
cut
still
so
get
much,
rid of more spell
and you're still
cards.
compromising on non-engine. So I just
That's
you can't
insane.
afford
It
to
really
blow me.
is, again, showing you the impact of all of the cards in the Infinite Forbidden, including the extra deck there, and showing you there's a lot of different alternative end game plans you can make with a similar deck to your opponent.
with negation available and the statue available. You have summon negation, you have the negation of face-up cards, SP Little Knight. This is very impressive.
Very claustrophobic indeed, but Kamal is not backing down as he summons the Snake Eye Ash.
Ash summon, is there any response to this card? I mean, it can get negated, but I don't think it's ideal as there are 2 monsters. We know people are smart enough to pivot into different lines, and this is, I mean, as impressive as it is, there might be a little bit of, a tightrope that we can still walk.
Kamal down to 1 card after this, so Aditya might take the opportunity here to stop it. He's got multiple chances to do it, and there's the Desiree.
Ooh. Now, are we going to see the statue put up so that you can't even do the Link summon to follow up? That's like, this is a lot of things going on. So much of it is hidden, and we are seeing the statue.
Here it go.
There are so few options that Kamal could possibly have from this position. And Aditya has such a strong field that if this is it for Kamal, then that's it for duel number 1. Aditya should just be able to assemble a lethal amount of damage on his turn.
Still taking a look at the extra deck there, though. Maybe sleeping on the Angel statue
Holy
as
crap,
effect.
dude. Yeah, Silhouette is an interesting card because it's one that like some people were sleeping on, and others were like, no, this is going to be crazy.
A very tight rope to block, as I mentioned earlier.
Going into OCG info, that's what a lot of TCG players were saying. Honestly, I didn't pay enough attention to specific lists out of info.
My Fiendsmith line because I have 2 monsters. Well, let's say I can get rid of that line too. We're just slashing them all away.
Again, no hope for escape here.
I love Angel Statue Azarun as a card. Such a fun card, and now that we have a Link monster that can search it from the deck, it's even stronger. Love seeing it in these top decks. So we're just going battle phase, because yeah, no use in trying to go into that extra deck with that trap on field.
We can try to minimize the field a little bit. At least we can remove some of the disruption just in case we do get to play our cards.
Oh,
Triple Tactics Talent.
Do you go for the draw? Do you take cards from the hand? Maybe steal a monster?
There we go.
We're taking the Azarun.
Okay, so we're going to attempt at main phase 2 to actually assemble a field now because Aditya has used the Desiree, has used the trap, has used everything. Except for a card in hand, which we're unaware of.
Now, we have committed the battle phase, but this main phase 2 could be an insane turn.
Yeah, this could go crazy.
Yeah, let's get rid of that statue. We don't see this anymore.
No, get that out of there. And go into our own Fiendsmith engine, which of course
now we play the
starts soon.
Fiendsmith.
Fiendsmith Requiem. Aditya's card in hand, will that matter in making an impact here? Now remember, that Snake Eye Ash is negated, so don't activate it just yet.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully Kamal does not walk into that bear trap there, but right now we're bringing out the Fiendsmith Engraver, and well, it seems like the only option here would be to perform a Link summon with the cards on the field as Kamal's hand appears to be empty.
We're going to use the effect of Requiem in the graveyard, and we're going to send away the rabbit using the effect of Fiendsmith Engraver.
We've seen this before, really impressive board set up by one opponent, and then the other opponent just as good, slowly clawing their way through it, just card by card by card.
This is the last resource that Kamal has. Nothing in hand.
I don't know why the screen share isn't
Just
showing up right now.
an extra deck to play with at this point, and it's just so impressive what this deck can do.
And I can just do this,
with
I
so
guess.
few resources left.
It's annoying, and it means that anytime I have to mouse through anything, it'll disappear.
That last card in Kamal's
Because it
was
shouldn't be
Triple Tactics
disappearing
Talent.
like that.
What could it have been? It might not have broken this current field, so
yep.
This is both players basically showing hands.
Maybe that'll
Triple
do.
Tactics Talent is just one of those cards, man.
Yeah, there we
It
go.
will win you duels if you play it correctly and you choose to main deck it. I love it in main decks.
You know, Triple Tech's
Now
fine main deck card.
This is a mirror match, and due to the fact that this is a mirror match, Kita in the extra deck is going to be able to share the
so
graveyard
is
with
Dark.
each other. And even if Kamal wasn't able to set up his board earlier, that doesn't mean main phase 2 isn't, a second try at this attempt.
Speaking of second try, we do have our fabled Lurid.
second try at this attempt.
Track there, giving a
I don't
little
think
bit
those are the
more
words you
bounce
meant to
the
say
ounce
there,
for the
friendo.
monster hitting the field. Now there's a little bit more resources and hopefully a way for Kamal to get out if you're cheering for him.
Sure, all the teammates will definitely be cheering for Kamal. He gave a shout out to Double Infinity Gaming as a team that helped him prepare, helped him play test for this. And it's a team-on-team battle right now. Team Double Infinity Gaming versus Team Inspire. Love to see that. I'm sure that all the teammates are watching this one closely, saying,
Unless
"We've gone
any of
over
them
this,
are
Kamal."
also in top 16.
We've seen these situations. You know the lines, you know the combos.
we're performing a Link summon into Promethean Princess. This is one way to
When
kind
both
of
players
predict
get to
the
play the
fire
game, this
monster.
format is
Without
genuinely
fire monster,
amazing.
you can't go into Hita
And I like same thing about pre-info as well. Like, it's an incredible format, but it just creates, it's a format that, it's an incredible format on paper, but it's one where you never get to the incredible gameplay.
You know, it's not over till the last card is played, but when it's Triple Tactics Talent, look at how far we've come.
Yeah, and of course the Snake Eye Ash was negated on the field earlier, but had then left the field, come back, so it can now use that effect.
Shook it off, right?
Yeah, just had a dip in the graveyard real quick.
I feel like this is very impressive on Kamal's side. You know, knowing that you have only one hand disruptor, being the Ash Blossom, knowing that it won't be enough, saved up his other resources just to combat the turn, use the battle phase to the fullest, just getting rid of maybe just one card, and that's the one disruption that you don't have to answer to, and look at where we are now.
It's important to note, though, that since we have used the battle phase, this will be another turn for Aditya. I don't believe it's possible for Kamal to do 8,000 points of burn damage.
Hey, this ain't no gimmick puppet, that's for sure.
Pivot to gimmick
So that
puppet.
means Aditya will get a response, so that means Kamal obviously will be aware of that and thinking about that as well. How do I assemble the strongest field possible to stop the fewer options that Aditya will now have?
Well, that starts off with this Hita that has just been Link summoned, and I believe Aditya has Fire Monster in the graveyard that
your graveyard?
we can share. We can
Our
share.
graveyard.
Let's share.
Yeah.
Let's share. Sharing is caring.
Hita says share the heat.
Yes.
It wasn't worth that big of a laugh, but I appreciate it.
Oh, come on. But speaking of coming out, looks like we are about to find out what that Heat of the Fire Charmer Ablaze is going to be grabbing out of the graveyard. Kamal considering his options, and Aditya maybe responding. Maybe this is the time for Fiendsmith Desiree to activate its effect to stop
we
it.
had a Ghost Ogre the whole time.
Wow.
That is impressive that Aditya was willing to hold that for so long.
Yeah, considering how many cards hit the board here, that Ghost Ogre will destroy it, and Hita no longer points to anything, so it's not going to special summon anything to the graveyard that it points to.
But Hita does have an
Absolutely
effect
crazy.
when Hita is destroyed. We're going to be able to add perhaps a monster, a fire monster, into the hand from the deck.
And I don't believe we've used Poplar Search effect, if I remember correctly. It's been a long turn, so I
don't
could
think
be
Poplar has
incorrect
even,
about that.
No, I think you're right. I don't think Poplar has even, peeked his head out yet.
We'll see. See what happens here if Kamal decides to go for that play. But that, again, I just want to talk about how impressive that is that Aditya was like, nope,
patience.
I am going to be calm, collected, and not just throw the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit out too early. Because if you do, your opponent can still play through it, but holding it till this choke point, let's see if it's the correct choke point, because
Well, 'cause
I
it's one of
still
the only
think that
places
there's
you can
more
even
that Kamal
ogre a
could
Snake
try
Eye
and
Fiendsmith
do,
combo.
but has used a lot of the extra deck already.
I think patience is definitely like the new vibe of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, because we know that single cards from the hand, they're not enough to shut down the turn, so how you use them is so important, and so just holding it on for what feels like almost a year, that then the Ghost Ogre dropped down and made such an impact on the stool.
And importantly also, I mean, Promethean Princess was engraved, but no fires on the field to try and get back out. I mean, we do have the Poplar though, so yes, had not used the search effect, so Poplar searches, special summons itself from the hand. What can Kamal do with this now?
I don't think there's much that it can do at the moment, because both the field spell and original sinful spell Snake Eye has
SP?
been
I don't know if we've used an SP Little Knight.
Now, SP is an option for Kamal, but will the SP be enough to hold Aditya?
You think they're wondering if SP is an option, chat, based on this conversation they're having? I can't tell,
Now,
man.
there is a Desiree still on the field. That is something
Almost
that you
fucking lost
probably
this.
won't
Oh,
wanna
that would have been a
leave
sad way to
that
lose a run.
field.
Might want to
Need a
take this
super easy
opportunity.
A for this Broly
But
already, man.
you can't target it. Sequence is equipped to
It's going to take a very special type of removal. Remember, the battle phase has already been used up, so this is kind of an awkward turn for Kamal here as he thumbs through the extra deck, tries to figure out what the next answer is. Maybe the graveyard has the option here, thinking about using the Snake Eye Diabellstar in the spell and trap zone. But it looks like instead we're going to look at the Fiendsmith sequence for a moment here.
We're going to activate Engraver from the graveyard, and we're going to put back the sequence into the extra deck and get that graveyard summon of the Engraver.
So we've used Hita, we've used the full Fiendsmith line at this point, we've used Promethean Princess. There's not a lot of extra deck space in this deck, but we do have 2 level 6 monsters, which will allow an overlay.
Caesar.
We are opening up the overlay market, excuse me, network, as it brings
Overlay market?
Yeah,
Go shopping in
Overlay
Maybe I should
market.
just pull it out there,
What's
but it
on
looks like
sale? How about Beatrice?
Okay, well, what is she going to buy from the deck as she sends it to the graveyard? There's been so many cool combos that we've seen on the featured match stage, whether it's Angela Blue Tears or Rise to Fighting Spirit. But it looks like Kamal will be sending.
You know, what are the options here? Again, we've used a lot of our effects already.
Really, though? It was the Wanted Seeker of Sinful
That's
Spells.
good.
Just for the recycling?
Yes.
Wow.
You can
Recycling, get a
card.
draw.
Draw a card. Gotta maximize every single card available. Just from the last card being triple tactics talent, we're gonna get an additional card. Sitting across from Kamal is actually very intimidating. He's so calm, so collected. He's ready to duel you down to the last card.
He's got that smiling hat. No emotion on the face.
Yeah, don't be
Clearly
fooled.
happy. Yeah.
Get a fizz Broly here.
I'd certainly be happy to be this far in the tournament, but Kamal wants to be number one, so he'll use the recycling effect of the Water Seeker of Sinful
Wait, my
Spoils
fizz Broly is
to remove the
rainbow?
game state forward.
Oh, right, you can't check in the field anymore because they just
Good looking
removed
out,
that
though.
ability
Great
to do that.
resource
I don't know if that's a
management.
bug
There was
or
a
not,
point
but
of
it
this
hasn't been
duel
fixed
in
in
this
years.
turn. In
You
this
used to be able to
main
click on the
phase
circle
two,
in the bottom
Kamal
right.
just had one
You could
card in
see
his
your,
hand.
your team stuff.
That's
like, it
crazy
would bring
to
this
think
menu
about.
up.
And now look at the field. Also threw a Ghost Ogre, mind you. That I still can't believe Aditya held for that
Yeah,
long.
my fizz Broly is his rainbow. I didn't even know.
I still think SP Little Knight's the most likely thing to go for Kamal
I do
here,
this, we
just
just
to
win this
try
one.
and deal with some of what Aditya has on the field. But also, just allowing Aditya to go, there's not that many resources available. Let's see what the decision is here. Oh.
Going to link one into the SP as you've
Okay.
called it.
Yeah.
SP can hit cards in the graveyard and on the field, and with the card that we're going to hit, we're going to banish the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon.
That's a big cutoff unless we're on 2 Flamberge,
sure.
then we're
Well,
definitely
we're
not
gonna
on
see how
40
this
cards.
turns out now as Aditya goes ahead and draws here. Not going to be as strong a graveyard, obviously, with the Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon removed. He thumbs through for different options, might have picked something out. He's going
Oh,
to go
dear.
ahead and
Add
possibly
Wiggling
banish the original
Kieran.
Sinful Spoils
Fuck.
Snake Eye to recycle some resources of his own. Again, now he's technically on the ropes. He doesn't have nearly as
that's
much as
not what I
Kamal
wanted to
does.
do.
I think it's notable that Kamal chose to hit the Flamberge instead of the original Sinful Spoils.
There she
because,
is.
yes, that removes the option to make plays for Aditya, but if they top deck something very strong, they can still play because Flamberge is a large part of their combo. And to allow for the room for Fiendsmith, oftentimes duelists are now going to one Flamberge.
We're going to banish
1 Flamberge, 1 Poplar if you're on 2, 1 Oak if you were on 2.
Snake Eye. I think we're going to go for the Oak.
Like, if you're on Fiendsmith, you just have
There
so
are
few
ways
options,
to
you know?
generate additional monsters. That Oak is now going to go to the bottom of the deck, and now you can reuse the Oak. Without a Flamberge Dragon, it's going to be harder to summon multiple monsters. Oak being one of the monsters that you're capable of kind of granting you an additional summon from the graveyard. And the theme of the game, generate enough monsters to go into your extra deck, your extra kind of clean up the field and try to deal that damage.
I'm starting to not take Broly's if they don't
achieve that in this turn.
if they don't come up easily because I just want to save them for finals so that I have more AoE supers
The
for
effect
finals.
of Desiree has not been activated.
Since that's where we really need to get them in anyway.
There again, you don't have to pick the cards until it resolves.
Or it's mind games. Imagine he doesn't negate that little fight.
I'm sure there's fair play here, but it is true he's very excited, obviously, to get rid of those cards, prevent them from doing anything in return.
Will that SP Little Knight activate in chain?
Okay.
But if it does activate
Scary.
in chain, it has to get rid of its own Beatrice.
Yeah, and that removes the material. I guess you can also train Beatrice.
Chain Beatrice, chain SP? I don't know. Is that even a
Yeah.
possibility? That I don't think it's a possibility because SP can only change your opponent's cards.
Well, chain SP and then chain Beatrice to your own SP, correct?
That is a possibility.
You definitely want to get rid of that material before SP Little Knight removes it from the field, and Beatrice can't do what she does best.
But it seems like it just resolves, and we're just going to continue on with this current play.
Keep the wall. We also have the field spell.
I trust.
Which we
E-type
haven't
resist
activated, but
quality.
now that a monster has been summoned.
Yeah, we're fine.
Was the field spell
Potentially.
negated? What was the second card that was negated?
Oh, actually, now that you say that, I think it was the field spell, yeah.
Maybe pointing to Beatrice, but maybe not pointing quite far enough. The verbal commitment, likely the field spell there, as we haven't seen Snake Eye Oak advance onto the
Yeah.
board and just create a bunch of defenses as we've seen before from the Snake Eye strategy.
And oftentimes you're not as worried about Beatrice on your turn. It's more about setting up plays for your opponent on their turn. So Aditya, yeah, removing
I'm
the
curious, how many
interaction
channel
that
points do
Kamal
you
will
have?
And I mean, yeah, it's crazy what a Snake Eyes Ash can set up. Very, very powerful card that gets the Poplar, and now we're into Oak.
Certainly one thing to clear the way, but you've got to actually walk the path, and doing exactly that by getting the Snake Eyes Diabellstar there in the Spell and Trap Zone.
50.1 thousand currently. Damn. I'm surprised after your comment the other day. I thought you'd have more.
And remember that Field Spell is buffing them all as well, so there's always the opportunity to just go battle phase and start swinging, but we are going to keep going more into the extra deck as 2 monsters have been used, and a Hita on their side.
Chat, that's 4 Broly's, and then just randomly Chaozu, Jocko, and Bardock.
Let's take a look at what we have in the graveyard.
I mean, I've been burning them, yeah, but I mean...
Back, I believe I see Promethean Princess to get yourself a
But Hydrate's like 200.
Rating available.
And the Kieran's only... Oh, Hydrate's 20, never mind. And the Kieran's only 700, so like...
Ash Blossom?
I don't know, man.
Now, interesting. I thought the Promethean Princess would have been the pick, but maybe we are going for something different here as we...
Perhaps fire locking isn't the way to go. Maybe we want to go into the
That's
Fiendsmith line.
It makes sense. The plan has been revealed. We
Chat,
have
we're still in game
second
1,
turn of the
and there's less than 20 minutes
the
left of the
strongest part
round.
about this, in my opinion, not only what you can do in one turn, but what you can do in 2, because it will recycle itself back into the extra deck and allow for Aditya to now show us all these cards one more time.
Oh, this is
We've seen the masters of the format figure out how to set up additional turns in the future.
Oh,
We've had formats like that before where, yeah, it's cool whatever you put out on the board the first turn, but you need to have follow-up plays if you're going to stay in the duel over time.
Engraver effect.
Which wasn't a big concern for a while, and then it kind of like became one. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, like I said earlier, it's in a state where when the games aren't total non-games, they're really
That's
good.
all she wrote.
Okay. Yeah,
But
it's so
they're
tough in that
frequently
position.
non-games.
Kamal
Alright, chat,
played
I'm gonna be right back.
valiantly, going battle phase, and then main phase 2 attempting
You just hide this from
to
you guys,
dismantle
because
the rest of what
I'm probably
Aditya
gonna
had.
tab out of Dokkan.
Banishing that
while I'm up,
Flamberge seemed like a
I will be right
play,
back.
but then it allows Aditya to go into the Snake Eyes Ash, and that is enough for Aditya to take duel number 1.
Duels having a little light banter there. They probably know each other well. When you compete as often as these duelists do, somebody who's across the table, they're not just your opponent, they're becoming your friend. You've seen them long enough.
That's right. While taking game 1 one step closer for Aditya to get into the top 8 bracket.
And a reminder, this man's story, incredible. Qualified for his first WCQ last year, and within this past year of traveling, according to himself, he said this is his first year that he's hit the road, that he's gotten on airplanes, that he's gone to multiple YCSs, topping 4 of them on his way here.
His road to Worlds effectively from Raleigh to Austin, and maybe if he's lucky, to Seattle.
Yep. He's not that far. He needs to win this match and then one more, and being up a game is very, very comfortable, but Kamal does have the opportunity to bounce back. We're over halfway through the allotted time, but that is enough time still for Kamal to try and pick up a game win here.
So let's kind of roll back a little bit into the game that we just saw. One of the more unique monsters that Aditya chose to play is the Silhouette Rabbit.
Yes,
I
I love it.
Silhouette Rabbit giving you that, Angel Statue, sure, it might not have paid off entirely because that triple tactic sound definitely did the number, but it definitely put a lot of pressure onto that field. Perhaps the lesser duelist would have ran into, more trouble. Luckily, Kamal conserved a lot of his resources, showcased us how a single card can just make a full game turnover. However, that Desiree being left over on that field, able to turn off cards, wonderful play.
I mean, again, I talked about this. One of the biggest differences that we'll see in the deck builds at this top cut is the extra deck and the side deck. The fact that not everyone's playing that rabbit. It is a very unique choice. Brand new card. I think the duelists that were on this and thinking, no, this is worth playing, are getting rewarded for it because we have seen it in a couple of the feature matches from the other casters. But now is the other part of that, the side decking part of the duel here. Kamal will have the opportunity to know if he wants to go first, he can. If he wants to go second, he can.
And speaking of side deck, the side deck in these Fiendsmith Snake Eye decks, they've started to include a lot of extra deck monsters, whether it be Axis Code Talker, M7, Desiree. The deck is just so tight. And which is your starting lineup and which are the ones that you bench This is what it feels like. You're just benching it.
You're right. You're right. It's like calling the guys out of the dugout. It's like, I think I could use this card. I think I could use that one.
I imagine, this is just what I think, is that something like the Rabbit is the perfect type of extra deck slot that if you know you're going second, you're probably not going to get to set up a trap card on your turn. So maybe you make room for something else that's stronger going second. It gives you so much flexibility. I'm happy you bring that up, Tombox, because the extra deck as one of those side deck options, something that we don't see that often, but it gives a lot of potential.
Historically, it hasn't been used that often, but you're absolutely right that it's kind of a situational one, right? We saw Access Code Talker previously in other duels. It's one of those things where it's more of a game ender for a turn 2. If you're going first, it's not going to help you establish a board. So yeah, taking it out of the side deck and swapping it in with something else is a great option there.
I mean, for a deck with this much generation of monsters, the ability to summon so many monsters, your side deck, including some extra deck monster capacity, isn't like too far of a guess that it's not going to happen. It is very, very powerful that you're able to just keep on summoning. There's just so much gas in the tank to keep on summoning, keep on going. But we're going to find out whether or not we got even more gas in the tank in this game number 2.
All right, let's see how we start here.
All right, Kamal, let's see what you got. Aditya up 1-0 in the series. One more win away from top 8 and continuing his WCQ run. Kamal looking to put the brakes on that. We'll need to win back-to-back and in draw phase, I imagine. There it is, everyone's favorite new card from the hand, Mulcharmy Perulia.
We saw the impact of that card in previous duels, and it's going to be difficult, but we also saw how the Fiendsmith cards were able to... Am I seeing double?
You are seeing double, but we are seeing a different card that's going to be Ash Blossom and Joy Spring activated to stop the Fiendsmith Engraver. And as Kamal commits cards from the hand to summon them onto the field, Aditya is going to add more cards into hand by drawing.
One of the most common plays from this type of position is Snake Eye Ash into Snake Eye Poplar. That would give your opponent 2 draws.
There's potentially even more draws into this. Now we're going to start off with a Wanted.
That's even more.
That's going to be, that's right. One more from the Diabell Star. 3-card draw, that's more powerful than a Pot of Greed.
We would theoretically be summoning the Ash, I suppose, from deck, so that isn't... Isn't an additional one there, I don't believe.
Maybe you have to hold back on your normal summon this turn, but will that be enough?
Well, you saw when the Mulcharmy Perulia was first activated, Kamal stopped in his tracks, did a little bit of math in his head, so he might know exactly how many cards he's about to give his opponent as he discards his card to bring out the Diabell Star the Black Witch and cause Aditya to draw that first card off the Mulcharmy Perulia.
That's one of the tough things if you...
And that's the danger of all those draws. You can add additional resources to your hand, and that might be live cards you could use as Ghost, Mourner, and Moonlit. Oh, wait, but the Triple Tactics Talent immediately dropping after the effect negation of that Diabell Star the Black Witch.
Okay, now do we go for our own draw 2 to try and get deeper into our deck, or do we try and rip something from the opponent? There it is. Okay, draw 2.
Draw 2. I mean, we're trying to match resources here. Everything is getting stopped with the Engraver, the Black Witch. Where are we trying to push the additional summon now? You need the additional summon. You need the cards, the spell cards to generate the monsters from the deck. Special summon from the deck. What a tough situation to be. Now, we only have 3 cards on Aditya's side.
Deep breath from Kamal right there, as I think he realizes the difficult position he is in. His entire tournament, his entire year season is on the line here. He needs to win back-to-back duels, and he is in a very rough spot.
You're right. The more he tries, the more he technically gives cards to his opponent, but he's activating Bonfire here.
Now, I feel like this might just be the end board that we're going to need to see whether or not it's going to make a huge impact. Now, note that we have to go into Bonfire. Bonfire needs to push, and that's going to start off with the Poplar. Added to hand Poplar effect. That's going to summon. That's going to give an additional draw. So Aditya, I believe, up to 4 cards now. We're trying to avoid the normal summon. Maybe Aditya's going to be stuck with the 4 cards here, and we're not going to put him back to 5 cards, doing that wonderful trade burning of off effects, and then still start with a 5-card, 6-card hand into the next turn. Well.
It's like we'll grab the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye there that'll at least special summon something from the deck outside of the purview of the Mulcharmy Perulia. But again, it is just so difficult to play through this because as Kamal continues to commit, it gets a little bit more difficult. like 2,500 from the Ghost Warner and Moonlit Chill as well. Life points closing in on him.
Okay, 10 minutes 20 on the clock up there. Burning yourself never feels good in this type of situation, but Kamal doesn't have another choice. Kamal has to keep playing through with this type of situation, giving your opponent's hand in Phantasme.
Wow.
Speaking of drawing cards, we're going to continue to draw cards. Perulia might be not enough. Let's go for Phantasme. It's just maximize on disruptions from hand. We're going to summon out Phantasme, and we're going to have to put back one card. Wow.
Cycling and cycling, and here's the thing, even if Kamal was able to get out a strong board, there's still the chance of drawing in that dreaded combo of Infinite Impermanence and Nibiru, which is enough to make maybe...
Well, the Infinite Impermanence now will be turned off thanks to Phantasme, however. That's still 4 cards drawn that can really just build your hand along the way.
Just hope it's not Effect Veiler. Nibiru is basically the same thing. Nibiru is the big one, though, the big threat that you're usually trying to fish for with the Peruli and with the Phantasme. I mean, there's been so many draws that Aditya has been going for.
Time is tight. You've also taken damage, and you're behind a game. Not the best position to be in, but if anyone can come out, Kamal is one of those players that I truly believe can come out of this on top.
Veteran duelist and celebrating his own right as he pushes forward with the Fiendsmith Engraver, taking a look at the graveyard there, just thinking about his options. Obviously, you have to keep playing. If you don't, that is the end of your road to Worlds.
A long year, all of 2024 leading up to this, and even tail end of 2023, earning the points, going to the tournaments, putting in the work. Kamal's feeling that pressure, you have to imagine, on stage in this feature match, but he is still playing, and quite well. I mean, showcasing his dedication to the craft and to learning this deck, going for the Poplar to not give as many draws with something like an Ash adding the Poplar to resummon, instead going for a different version of the line, and is being rewarded. I mean, has not been stopped since the Phantasme has come down, so Aditya could be holding something still, but Kamal has just got to keep playing his cards.
We do know that there is an original Sinful Spell Snake Eye in Kamal's hand. So based on that, that could summon out an Oak from the deck, because you just need level 1, so the Poplar won't be as useful as it has already been used. So with the Fiendsmith Blackerma being fusion summoned out, and we get back our Fiendsmith Engraver, that's now overlaying together. We're building the overlay network for a rank 6 monster being...
I believe it's the overlay market, right? I heard somebody say that.
Right, I know, whoever could that be, but let's see what Beatrice is shopping for this time. Likely to attach material and send a card from the deck to the graveyard. And we've seen how impactful that has been. Again, things like Angel of Blue Tears and Rise to Fighting Spirit. Anything that wants to be in the graveyard, well, it is quick access for easy purchasing.
Last time we saw it was the Wanted. We won't be able to do that this time since we already used one and got in the graveyard. So should be a different target.
Okay. There we go. Original Sinful Spell Snake Eye, sending away our Snake Eye's Poplar.
Gonna wait on the Beatrice for now.
Do we need the extra monster, or do we want to go directly into the Oak? I believe there hasn't been a normal summon either, so...
Not yet, but it looks like Oak is exactly where we're going.
Oak effect. We can summon monsters without providing additional draws, and we are not being negated, so the Poplar is now summoned back onto the field. All right.
With the amount of cards that Aditya drew, I would be surprised if there isn't something in that hand, but you never know. I mean, he could just have stuff like the Bonfires, like his own Snake Eyes cards, like his own Fiendsmith cards, and Kamal could have a clear road forward to keep building the field. You can see him adjusting his hat, thinking, what's likely? What's my best play? How do I play through this?
We're gonna use the Oak effect now, and that is good. So we are threatening worse and worse options here. Nibiru a little less strong if we are bringing out the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon.
There it is.
There's also a possibility that Aditya drew into Infinite Impermanence, and that might not be the card he's looking for while holding on to the Phantasme on the field. That's a possibility, but don't forget Phantasme can prevent your monster from being targeted by negating that kind of target effect, so it could enable your turn, in the beginning to be a little bit stronger.
You can continue.
And it's going to be Angel of Blue Tears being sent to the graveyard with the Beatrice.
The Fabled card is here again, being able to get any of those trap cards. Well, can't send your opponent home crying, but we'll see how it turns out.
A Flamberge has been activated. Okay, we're gonna destroy the Flamberge Dragon. That's gonna send away the Poplar. Oh, well, I guess we get to continue play, I guess.
I guess so.
Chain Link 2, Poplar.
So Flamberge effect, and then Chain Link 2, I believe, is a Poplar. Poplar putting the Ash into the Spell and Trap Zone.
Anything else?
Like I said, that Phantasme has that ability to negate targeting-based effects on monsters.
Certainly powerful though, but again, we still haven't seen Kamal be able to really push through or set up anything substantial here. Just sort of playing through the interruptions, but not necessarily putting up something of his own.
It's just so terrifying. This is turn 1 and in just such a tough position here.
We got to link someone into the IP Masquerena, and then we're going to take the remaining monsters to SP Little Knight.
Okay.
And we're going to attempt to get rid of that Phantasme.
Possibly just trying to reduce the resources that Aditya has, just less monsters on the board for him to do anything with, and obviously the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in the Spell and Trap Zone preventing the Infinite.
All right, I hope I haven't missed anything.
Position. Modest, but still locked in.
Had my phone turned up.
That's going to be banished.
The problem is
okay,
that
what have I
the
missed?
SP already, so that
A
IP
lot, and
Masquerena,
yet simultaneously it
typically what
looks
you
like
wanna go
nothing,
into
yet a
on your
lot.
opponent's turn is the SP, so that you get that banishment.
Okay.
Oh.
That is going to be searched from the Angel Blue Tears, the different dimension ground. Essentially putting your opponent under a dimension fissure for the turn.
Well, that changes things. I mean, that alone might actually give Kamal the runway to take off on the next turn.
I just got matched against the same person twice in a row. What, in Master Duel? Yeah, I've had that happen.
If that trap goes off and he doesn't have a good answer.
This is becoming quite the grind game with only 3 minutes and 55 seconds left on the clock. Again, sometimes our clock might be a few seconds off there, but here's the thing. We're also in single elimination, so we'll use a different end of round match procedure.
However, we're still going to compare phases at the end first. Before that, anything further gets compared.
Yeah, in Master Duel. Yeah, it happens sometimes. I don't know that I've ever had it happen in Duel Links, but I don't play a lot of Duel Links ranked.
Kind of under dimension. Shift your spells and traps.
It happens in Master Duel.
But anything that's
More in events than in ladder.
Will be
And only,
banished.
you know, occasionally.
That's for both players. We've seen it backfire before.
Unlikely to tie things up here. Looks like we're going to go ahead and use the field spell Divine Temple the Snake Eye to advance. The Snake Eye Flambird Dragon, but not resolving just yet because Aditya might have a response of their own.
That's fine.
Okay, that's fine. So Flambird Dragon will hit
Yeah,
the
I've just had a stupid,
That Flambird
terrible
Dragon
thought
is
that I need to
mainly there
Google.
to put pressure.
Hold on,
onto
chat.
Aditya,
I
because
am
the
going
Flambird
to
Dragon
Google the
now,
words
at this current turn,
Duolingo
cannot hit the
speedrun.
graveyard. So if it hits the graveyard, it's going to get banished, and it won't summon out multiple monsters, but it can also take your opponent's monsters that have been placed into the Spell and Trap Zone, and got to take advantage of that particular play.
Well, the IP Masquerena would.
Well, there's a
certainly
bunch
be
of
happy to have
references to the
additional
fact that
material there,
Duolingo
borrowing the
speedrunning
Ash
exists,
Blossom
but I
Joyous
can't
Spring
find any
effect of
evidence
Snake
that
Eye
Duolingo
Flamethrower Dragon. We're
speedrunning
not
exists.
there quite yet.
What would a Duolingo speedrun consist of?
Okay, now we have
Thinking.
gained access to our field spell, Divine Temple of Snake Eye. Aditya has that card in hand.
Fuck.
Anything here? No. And there's no response.
12,000! Holy shit. Well, 13,000.
SP Little Knight, IP Masquerena.
And I'm actually going to get into the top 10k. It's going to be my best world tournament placing ever. I've never been in 4
Maybe one of
digits.
those can also interact or interrupt Aditya, but okay. Looks like into
I'm just gonna
battle
go last.
phase. And we crash.
Made phase 2. 800 to 800. Main phase
Perfect. Now I got my bonus points.
Aditya going to go ahead and put Bonfire down, search out a Pyro Monster.
People
from
put
the
Chatsu
deck
and
here,
Jocko in
hoping
their world
to
tournament teams. They're just fucking
increase his
assholes, dude.
arsenal, but we still have been seeing just this incredible grind game, right? These decks are not
I don't know how the 7th slot works, but I'm pretty
and
sure these are like
controlling
people's
when they
actual
face
teams that they're
against each
grinding the
other,
event with.
Especially with duelists of this caliber.
I don't know.
No
Chatsu might be an
card
AoE.
gets wasted.
Jocko has his stuns,
And remember,
so maybe that's
a
why.
minute,
But
40 seconds on the clock for
just so
Aditya. I haven't
inconvenient
seen
for, like, to
any
be up
slow play
against them.
warnings. I haven't seen any time added from the judges.
Both
So-
duelists doing great work here, but
Yeah.
it goes to show you with this many individual card interactions, it can just take up the full time.
It does feel like both are just trying to
yeah,
play to the
Yu-Gi-Oh!
out.
Is
Like, this
simultaneously
is,
a really fast and
from my
really slow card
perspective,
game.
a very fair Yu-Gi-Oh! Where both are just trying their absolute hardest to play through each other, and if that is the case, Aditya is advantaged here.
I do think that players playing these decks, they know that the interaction level is just extremely high. The amount of things that you have to do. Game 1 took a very significant amount of time, and players do prepare for these things. You know, players do time themselves when they practice, and they understand that these are the potential games that they're going to be entering.
That's sorry, my.
Okay, so SP Little Knight has banished Poplar and itself.
Summon out the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Yep. Okay, Aditya has 1 monster on field. I believe, yeah, normal summon has already gone through. That was the start with the Snake Eye Ash.
So the Flambirds did take away one of the most powerful monsters, which is the Bellstar. That was the preparation, because we're not going to be putting the Flying Bush into the graveyard instead.
Okay, and that was end phase. 20 seconds here for Kamal. I think Kamal can actually do this. If you just go battle phase and start hitting,
You
that
might be able to
enough.
squeeze it up. Yeah, you might be able to squeeze an additional game out of this one.
Talked about end of round match procedure. It'd be wild to have a very short game of 2 turns for each player.
That would be wild, but the clock is ticking. Does Kamal realize has until the end of a phase?
Their clock may be a little bit different on the stage, but again, we have some great judges up there, so we won't panic.
We'll have to wait to hear what the judges say.
I'm just going to Yama this.
Is there? Yeah, there's communication with the judge.
Yeah. Wow.
Now, notably, 1200 does not do it. If my math's correct, that puts it to 55 to 56. So if we go into the... Yeah.
Oh, there's the handshake.
Oh, no.
That was such a close
Tragic.
match. Oh, Kamal, I think, could have had it if there's a little more time on the clock, but just not enough resources. Congratulations to Aditya.
Wacky.
Or are we?
Are duelists siding?
They might still be
I might have
siding
called
here.
it too early. Okay.
No, the match winner is
No,
Aditya.
yeah.
Okay, a little bit of confusion here from the desk, but again, we are signing that sacred slip, and Aditya is going to advance further here in the tournament.
All right.
And what a game!
I mean, the amount of interactions that these decks
Who
have to
maced their
offer
deal?
is just insane.
While
Like,
staying on Dokkan.
being able to do 20 different moves is already really powerful. There's not like Tenpai. Even Tenpai, we did get to witness from in our top 64 feature match. It was already insanely powerful. There's so
Certainly
much you can do,
so.
even in the battle phase, but just the sheer number of options. It
Really,
could
really cool stuff.
Yeah, really cool stuff. It can drain out the timer. It definitely can drain out. You have to move things here. You have to search out of your deck. And you have to consider your opponent's graveyard, consider your own graveyard. You have
There's
monsters
another
to push
prelim
out. You have
down.
to look at your
Are we going
extra deck
first?
because there's so many things you have to constantly put parts back into the deck. That's just many, many things.
I'm
that
gonna
you can
actually
do.
fucking cry.
And
I forgot that we won the coin
we
flip,
are
and then
currently
we
on
just
a
drew that shit.
5-minute timer, if I'm correct.
They did definitely get additional
Oh,
time here, but
fuck
again,
off.
sometimes extra
hate
time
this
doesn't
game.
necessarily mean that it's not going to be a photo finish with those lower life points. And
I'm
really
curious.
cool stuff, though, again,
Boy,
from the
I got a
duelists. You know,
border.
I
What's
think that
10K
Silhouette
away from them?
Rapid certainly clinched things out, and we'll see if that continues to
That's
advance.
7 digits. Is that only
Aditya
3
far
away? That's
into this
crazy.
tournament, and maybe as your North
Oh, what are
American
we
World
activating?
Championship
Poison of the Old Man.
representative for the Ultimate World Championship.
I really
Huh?
like that. It's still 45 minutes at this moment. It's I think once we get to top 8, that's when we get the 55 minutes.
Well, we'll see how the
Chat,
additional
I'm
time
playing
ends up
against
helping
Poopy
out there,
Burn,
but
and
again,
I've drawn
Ditcher
5
doing
hand
some
traps.
wild stuff with some very
Oh
interesting
my
cards there.
fuck.
Kamal did a
I hate
great
this game.
job of playing through, but sometimes it just isn't enough. But don't worry, I'm sure we'll see that duelist at the top tables again sometime soon.
This is why I thought about
Right.
including a
Now,
rank 3
because
chat.
the turns are taking a little bit longer based off of number of action, I think there's going to be a significant amount of advantage.
I
for
should
the
have just
player
normaled
winning game
Skullmeister.
one,
I'm
which is,
stupid.
I believe why they tried so hard to stay in that game 1.
Oh.
This reminds me a little bit
against a
about the
40
tier
card
limits
versus the Paleo?
format
That's
back in the
weird.
day where the game 1 you have to win
I'll
it
just
because
dash
there's
this
just so
stuff.
many interactions happening in the graveyard. I believe even on stream we would reach Chain Link 11 and resolving cards at Chain Link 11. You have to do it step by step.
Damn.
It does take time. Things are moving on and off the field, going back into the deck, being shuffled back in, and then more things are being summoned out of the extra deck. And this is a very similar scenario. Rather than doing it with Dark Aqua monsters, this time we're doing it with Fire Pyros and Light Fiend monsters.
It's a really different format, but certainly
Shout out
seems
to
familiar. And
Tierleman.
again, we've had those throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, but it's just been stellarly exciting just to see this. Really
I'm
interesting
normaling
stuff. But
Skullmeister.
speaking of interesting stuff, why don't we take
If
a
we
look
don't draw
at
plays.
the Winamat
Okay.
that we've been giving here at the
We haven't drawn plays.
NAWCQ, again featuring some
I didn't
really
mean to
cool
send
stuff.
yes
Again,
friend request.
you got to see
I'm normaling
Grandpa
fucking
and the might
Skullmeister,
of the
chat.
unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, and even little
It doesn't
Yugi
matter.
could not keep up, but he did get a gift from Grandpa.
Doesn't fucking
that
matter.
beautiful new Dark Magician from the Shining Sarcophagus strategy. So
We just
hey,
gotta
if you're
go
still
for
here
it.
at the venue, you can still qualify to win
We
one
just
of
have
those
to
mats.
go, man.
Awesome stuff from Grandpa. Grandpa showcasing, whoa, my Exodia still has more tricks up its
really?
sleeves. And we got to see Exodia obliterate
Grandpa's definitely still
Oh,
got his
fuck
groove. I'm
off.
telling you, that Exodia could do some amazing
Yeah, I'm playing
things.
against the
And a lot of
shittiest
duelists
burn
have
deck
been
known to
championing
man.
Millennium cards, so maybe we'll get to see them again on the stream. Just
And
so
I'm just
much
turbo
interesting
bricked.
stuff for the Infinite Forbidden. We talk about how the set makes an impact.
I'm
Sometimes
holding
just
the
a
maxi
few
because
cards
they're
of the
on
set make an
paleo.
impact, but this feels like the entire set just dropped down from the sky.
Now we're gonna pass it over to Kangas with our top 16 winners interview.
Thank you very much. I have Aditya here on stage with me after a 2-0 win. Congratulations. Very close at the end there. I want to hear first your thoughts of what was going through your head when you knew it was coming back to you and the decisions you had to make.
Honestly, I was just remembering the
fuck
past
off.
events that I've
Okay,
been to.
I should thin my deck.
And I'll admit, I got really, really nervous in Game 1 and Game 2 both. Kamal's a great player. I really do admire him. He's very accomplished, and
I should
I
thin
was
my
definitely
deck.
nervous.
Let's grab Regulus.
Well, you had mentioned before
Because this
coming
also
on
means
that
Pathfinder
this is
is
really
on-
the first
is-
year that
is
you've
turning
committed
our
to
game
traveling to events, topping 4 YCSs. So I want to give you time to
we'll set
reflect
one of
because
these
nerves on
for
stage
now.
make a lot of sense when you're looking back at only a year of really pushing for this type of event. So what's the year been like for you?
Honestly, I felt like I've improved at the game a lot since I started playing again. I started playing again like mid-COVID, and we didn't get to travel too much.
Yeah, that's
and
fine.
The 2 times that I've already been on stage have been playing Pac and playing Kamal, so 2 really, really, really good players.
You know, Imseti or Kingstark just
yeah,
skyrockets
2 very
this
good
fucking hand in
players.
quality.
But you have 1 match
That's
ahead
the
of you,
crazy
also
part.
going to be against a great player. And if you win 1 more match,
Or the
you
Disco
will
Village.
be a North
That's
American
also an
representative
option.
going into
I hate it here.
WCS.
More
How are you
deck
feeling
thinning.
knowing that you just got 1 more hurdle ahead of you?
After that match, I feel less nervous, more excited.
Awesome to
Honestly,
hear.
fair.
Well, we'll be cheering you on. Congratulations on this win. And now we're going to send it to a short break before we are back for our semifinals.
Oh, man. Only there was a zombie Therian. Zalacia is a fiend, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm recalling correctly. There is no Zamber. It's sad. Oh my fucking god, really, dude? Really? I hate this game. Could I just draw anything? I'll take anything at this point, man. We're gonna fucking Usher here. Please, can I play the game? I'm being given potential chance to play the game?
Yeah, Morbius.
Pitch her. This means at the very least I could theoretically board 1 body. Please draw me Imseti. Oh, man. Shit on my ballsack. That sucks. Okay, well we can do this. Oh, we might have game coming up in a second here as well. If Regulus hits the board, it's going to be harder for them to actually kill me. We do actually have to get there first. Oh my god, I can send anything, can't I? But I think the correct send is her. Because then we can board Regulus. Grab the 3rd field as well.
Okay.
We don't have game here, but we're in a strong position. Just have to hope that they can't delete me with their traps, because it took this fucking long to get to the game. Yeah, that sucks. I'll take 15 from this. Yeah, that's fine, whatever. Oh, that's where we chain that. Yeah, I'll chain fucking Maxi to that, thank you. Ah, there's the funny card. we're gonna have to eat that, unfortunately. Which will allow me to pitch him. Oh, I should have pitched Yule. Because then we could have gotten, damage. Oh, that's a rip. Can't do anything about that. We bricked and our opponent high rolled. You know what's crazy? That ceasefire has been set all game. Actually, both ceasefires have been set all game, haven't they? Because the Just Desserts zone is the only one that's actually been a problem. That sucks. Oh! In your main phase, yes. Depending on what those cards are, we might actually be fine. How many Therians do I have in Grave? Okay, so yeah, then it's Empress. Oh, she's a reptile, not even a friend. Okay. There we go, then. Yeah, we'll just do this. And we'll blind shotgun for one of these. Alright, that's a good one, that's a good one. Pitch Canoptic. Bring out Lily. Doesn't matter, we're seizing her away. Bring back Canoptic. Okay, alright. What are we doing from here? Is there a way we can stop our opponent from doing things? No, we don't have a trap to gate, do we? In that case, we'll just do this then. Grab a regular. Yay for putting bodies on board. Not a lot of them, but, you know. Alright, hope for the best. That last card could be anything, and it has battle phase activation. Yup. Nothing you can do. That sucks. Yup. I mean, they literally had everything that wasn't in this, that it wasn't in Yule's column from the first turn. Wait, what? Wait, why did I not take damage? They targeted something that can't be destroyed, didn't they? Because I have Yule, they couldn't... Oh, wait a minute, we're fine, chat. Oh my god, we're fine. I didn't read my own cards and I got sad because of it. And we win. Fucking hell, what a game. Give me a second, chat. I need to check something on my phone real quick, so I'm gonna hide the Dokkan. Not that that matters very much right now. Okay, I was right about that. Okay. Cool. Just open up this. On a couple of things while I'm checking on stuff. Okay. We're fine. Okay. Oh, what a game. That sucked. I hate Yu-Gi-Oh, chat. Oh, that was a daily challenge. Nice. Oh, this will never happen in the event, huh? Trap card might. Golem certainly could. Coming up top 8, okay. Oh, I didn't realize there was a backup feature playing too. I think one of my favorite periods in Dokkan history was when X Super Saiyan 3 Broly came out. Because he's the Extreme Tech Neo God, the 3-key 120 for Extreme Tech. And he's a nuker who loses defense as he gains attack, which is weird because he didn't even gain a remarkable amount of attack for a nuker at the time, let alone for today's standards of a nuker. And so the big issue was he couldn't tank. But this was at a period in Dokkan history when everyone was talking about how tanking didn't matter. You know, under certain leads, you just run defense, like guys with like almost no defense. And so it's like, yeah, you can clear any event, tanking doesn't matter. But then it's like, oh yeah, this guy's terrible because he can't tank. The reason he was terrible is because he didn't hit hard enough to justify not being able to tank, which everything else did, but no one could put that into those words. I don't know why. It was funny. It's just like, yeah, tanking doesn't matter, but this guy's bad because he can't tank. It's like, huh? Thinking. He's not making the snins. Oh, I should put this back up as well, since I'm not doing Master Day right this second. I think Broly can survive that hit. From himself. Barely, but yep. Shit. Music drop. Doesn't matter. God damn it. I cry. Fucking hell, dude. We're gonna break into top 10K after this one, I think. That's actually crazy. Sounds like Zelda music. At this rate, I'm gonna need to refill my water right before they come back. Oh shit, I didn't usher. I'm an idiot. Well, here's hoping Vegeta can at least clear Cell out, and then we'll be fine if he can't. Yeah, he can. Okay, we're good. Yeah, because thankfully the only way we got hit was the type resist, so... Struggling to hit a mill feels weird, even in World Tournament. It's been years since that was normal. Basically, once we got categories, that shit was just never going to be normal again. Alright, did that run put me into the top 10? It doesn't say yet, but this screen doesn't always match what it shows afterwards. No. Sometimes it matches, just not always. Add wiggling Kieran. Fuck. Yeah. They going. Fuck. Sorry, chat. I don't know what to really do in the meantime between rounds, you know? I mean, we've got the Dokkan gameplay. No audio for it, but we've got the Dokkan gameplay. It's fun. Just focusing on my World Tournament grind right now, I guess. Because we're between rounds, you know? There's nothing to worry about on stream. Cat wishes for entry. He will be denied entry, because he will wish for freedom as soon as I let him in. Fuck. I hate it here. Oh, this feels awful. I don't even know how to put into words how, like, frustrating it is knowing that I'm probably fine and probably will be fine, and that I'm just kind of out of it right now and can't do anything, you know? It's just this exceptionally frustrating feeling. Because I know that by all means I'm probably okay. Know that. That makes it more annoying. To just be so out of it. I hate being out of commission, man. It sucks. Mm-mm. I wonder if this VOD is going to get claimed into oblivion for the music. That'd be interesting if it does. Be unfortunate, but... He doesn't get +2 for it, he just gets... modern LR design. Kicked off with, well, I was gonna say 2nd anniversary, right? But not really. Like, LR Gohan was like the first one with the modern, you know, key sustain thing, but he was unique for it. Up until, 4th anniversary, when we got the LR Super Saiyan 4s. And then, like, oh no, sorry, actually 3rd anniversary. Actually, yeah, it was 3rd anniversary. Because we got the LR fusions. They had their rainbow sustain. Modern LR sustain really does root from 4th anniversary Super Saiyan 4s, though. Of just, like, every orb is, like, 7 orbs to you now. Like, there are guys that are just like, yeah, every orb is 3 orbs, I don't give a shit. And it's just like, okay. Fuck you. No challenge. It's fine. They're just a harder to get, slightly longer to farm, shinier unit. Oh no, Vegeta and Nappa are gonna live, chat. No. Wait, do they have an AoE super? Oh my god, wait. Because they're in Pure Saiyans. Oh my god, do they have an AoE super? Oh, I should check on that, because I have them. I don't have Nappa LR. I see he's still in SSR, though. I should check and see. It'd be funny if he is. I imagine he is, though. Not a lot of Nappa units have AoEs, I don't think, though. Here, let's do this final first. Oof, strength Broly. Not optimal, but we're probably just gonna Usher at that point anyway. I hate that they always dodge you like that, man. Usher it is. And there we go. Might even put me into local top 10 from this run, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised either way on the local one, though, because we are at 12th and might have gotten competitive. Yeah, see, we have to wait for a top date. Because that's our exact same rank from before, I think. Our same local rank. Extreme agility, pure Saiyan. Oh, do I have them? Oh, do I have them on JP and not global? Or are they not in pure Saiyans or something? Awakening to LR. I just don't have them. Fuck, I thought I did. Maybe I do. Hold up. Well, wait, I've already checked my LR stuff. Maybe. I swear I have them. It must be on JP that I have them. Oh well. It feels weird seeing me all missions have been completed. I normally just go for my 20. If they're not in a row, I give up on that. And I don't even push for the 30 mil usually. We are.
Hello
well
and
beyond
welcome back, everyone. We're here at the 2024 NAWCQ. That's right, the North America World Championship Qualifier. And we are in basically the most important round of the tournament. It's top 8. The winners of this round will move on to top 4, and we will know what 4 players are going to join Ruben and Jose in representing North America
okay,
at
so
the
it's
World
top 4
Championship
go
in
to
Seattle
Worlds.
this September.
They've been very
now,
confusing.
I'm just going to cut you off right now, Asal, because I want to jump right into it. We're going to look at this bracket. Go ahead and talk about it. Asal, what are we looking at? What has happened
Will it
so
show
far?
decks? No.
So we did see in holding it down for Canada with his random strategy, but unfortunately
Right.
was defeated, so Marshall's going to be moving on to have that chance here. And Logan is going to be facing, that's right, Logan from that Friday playoff. He's made it all the way back, getting another shot here to playoff. If he wins this one, he has another shot to go to, well, not another shot, he will be going to the World Championship.
That's right. In the other half of the bracket, we see Mark took down James, and in our feature match, we saw Adichie take a 2-0 win over Kamal, and those two are going to be facing off. The winner of this match will be going to the World Championship.
Of course, we do see Landon being able to 2-0 Patrick. He's going to be able to move into it. And then facing him is Brandon, who defeated
we have the
other lone
NAWCQ.
Canadian.
We have WCQ season happening right as we coming up on the
Canada,
Olympics,
but on
which
the
is really
other
cool.
part of the bracket, we see that Landon lost to Artan.
There's a siege
and
major
then
coming up
Michael,
as
I
well.
believe it's Michael Temez. I said it's Michael T. I'm going to assume it's Michael Temez. Which you saw play earlier with Labyrinth, is going to be facing off against Artan. One of those two players will also be going to the World Championship. No matter what, at the end of this round, we will have our 6 players, the 2 from Friday and the 4 from today, that will be representing North America. I couldn't be more proud of whoever's going to make it, and I couldn't be more excited to find out who it's going to be. All of the duelists are incredible that are left in top 8, but let's go ahead and find out who is going to be in our feature match for the top 8 match. Kangas, take it away and introduce our players.
For our top 8 feature match with the winner, advancing to represent North America at WCS in the blue chair from New Haven. Give it up for Logan Johnson. This is an
Ben Smith,
astounding
Snake
second
Eye.
chance to
Shot.
qualify for WCS in the same weekend. And his opponent in the red chair, give it up for Marshall Demarest.
Altergeist Multi-Faker.
He would like you all to know, in
Nice.
case you are worried about his flight, it has been comped and rebooked. The duelists are set, so let's send it back over to the casters to get us into duel number 1.
All right, thanks, Kangas. These are going to be our players. One of them will be going to the World Championships this year in Seattle. Logan, actually, as you touched on it already, Asala, Kangas kind of mentioned it there. This is his second time to win one match to go to Worlds. In the points playoff, he made it all the way to top 4 before falling just shy of making it. He is on Fiendsmith Snake Eye this time. He was playing Fiendsmith Ubel, I believe, in the last point playoff.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see him make such an important switch. You know, maybe he didn't like how the Ubel deck performed and decided to go with Snake Eye this time. But he's going to be facing against the deck that he played, Fiendsmith Ubel.
Yeah, we're going to see that plays to his advantage. He definitely knows since
Believe
he
in the
used it on
farting
Friday
cards.
as well. But Marshall was in a feature match earlier who played fantastic.
Dude,
We
I got
saw him
jump
win
scared
with
for some
his
reason. I
Ubel
thought
cards.
Jocko was
But that's
killing
right,
me.
we're in the top 8. The trophy is on the desk. They see what is on the line right in front of them. These two players are going to be facing off. It's going to be quite the epic match. Now, yeah, switching to the Fiendsmith Snake Eye deck for Logan here from the Ubel deck, I mean, it did really well for him. I mean, making it the top 4 out of that 16 of that caliber of players, not an easy feat. So, but, you know, it didn't get the job done in the end there for him.
Yeah, it probably left a bad taste in his mouth. You know, he decided, this deck beat me. This is probably the one that's a little bit better. And we do see it perform better overall, but there's there's still a strong showing for Ubel. It was probably the
There are
second most
specific
popular
things
deck
Ubel is
in
better for.
the top cut.
But
Yep, it definitely was. I mean, there's a lot of advantages to playing the Ubel deck over the Snake Eye deck, because the Snake Eye deck is the one that people are really hyper-focused on. They're targeting down. They want to have that effect negation. Maybe they're using like decks like Labyrinth or any of their trap kind of strategies, while Ubel
Top
can
cut
probably line up
spoiler,
into
I
those
think there might be
rogue
some
strategies a little
Fiendsmith
bit
in
more
top
than the
cut.
Snake Eye. The Fiendsmith Snake
40
Eye deck
of
can.
the top
Another
64
strong strategy for this event has
are
been
on
10-5 Dragon, and I
Fiendsmith.
think Ubel has a much stronger matchup into that if you happen to queue into it, so that might be a consideration moving
I
forward.
found a
But
I found a
I
top
think
64
it's one of those
breakdown
things when
now that
you're
we're in top
expecting
8.
to go through this many Swiss rounds, you're going to play
It's actually
majority
from an hour
of
ago.
Fiendsmith Snake Eye,
This
right?
came out during top
Definitely,
16.
I would expect to at least, but sometimes when you expect to play a majority of the best deck, you actually run into a bunch of other
30
decks.
Snake Eye, 13 Penpie, 9 Ubel, 3 Runic,
as
2
far as
Ritual
non-engine
Beast, 2
slots
Gimmick
go, the
Puppet, 1
Fiendsmith
Fire
Snake Eye
King,
deck
1 Tier,
has
1
a little bit
Brandon,
more
1
space,
Lab,
so you
1
can
Memento.
capitalize on using those slots for the mirror match or just any matchup that you're particularly afraid of, and that is the limitation of Ubel. You don't have that many slots, so you're focused on
People are debating
board breakers because you have to get the highest.
whether or not the
Definitely.
tiered player
We've
was
seen
on
cards like
Fiendsmith.
Forbidden Droplet and Triple Tactics
Oh.
Talent be pivotal in going second and being able to make comebacks in the game this weekend. Kamal almost had a huge comeback in that game 1 in the last feature match. Just fell just a little short, unfortunately, but this is going to be a brand new match. Will it be Fiendsmith Snake Eye or Fiendsmith Ubel that is going to be making it onto top 4 and then onto the World Championship? We're going to find out right now as we jump into the first game of our top 8 match here at the NAWCQ. 55 minutes on the clock. Players are saying good luck. Now it's time to roll the dice.
World Championship is on the line here.
8. It's above the average. 8.
All right, apparently it's pretty average.
Funds channel. 8.
Rolling with the 2 hands is crazy, but it was working out here for him. Oh, 8 beats a 7, so it looks like Marshall's going to be going first. Both players saying good luck, and game 1 is underway.
The ideal start for Ubel here. The most powerful deck going first, arguably, maybe other than Gimme Puppet itself.
Oh, but the main deck copy of Molcharmi Parelia coming
Met with
down.
Oh my goodness. I'm
already
curious
off
what the
to
breakdown of
explosive
main
start
deck
here for
really
both
is going to
players.
look like.
1 card down each. Nightmare Throne, you've talked about this card.
Nightmare Throne coming down with the Called by the Grave to protect from the Parelia. This is a good start here for Marshall going first in game number 1.
This is what we've been lacking from the Ubel strategy in a lot of these matches that we've had. Nightmare Throne is the strongest starter that it has access to, and now he's going to be using its effect to destroy the Spirit of Ubel from the deck, immediately summoning a Ubel, and then just immediately using them to fusion summon Phantom of Ubel.
Oh man, that means his hand must be good. He's going to summon the Phantom of Ubel early enough to protect from things like Effect Veiler, Ghost Ogre, and now he's going to discard Fiendsmith Engraver. Throne called by Engraver.
All right, what else does he have? I feel like there's probably still a Samsara Lotus in there.
How good
we don't
is
need
this
Usher,
hand?
we're
We're going to
fine.
find out. Fiendsmith's Tract is going to let him add a light Fiend monster from the deck to the hand. I'm going to make the joke again. It could be Majesty's Fiend, but we're probably going to be looking at Fabled Lurie.
That is a Fabled Lurie.
Hey, it could be Caspar. You never know.
Not discarding anything else, just going to put the Lurie in the grave, immediately go into the Requiem.
To be fair, if any deck could benefit from going for
contributing itself.
Majesty's
Gonna
Fiend
get that Engraver from the deck.
off of Tractus, it's absolutely Ubel being able to get there without a normal.
So now he's going to use Requiem's effect to equip it, and now we're going to
Oh,
see
moved
that
up to
brand
11th
new world
local.
premiere card, Necroquip Princess.
Oh my god, am I competing with people that are just still farming? Is
The
that what's
Engraver
going
is
on
now
now?
going to put back the Requiem, maybe
I
to summon itself, and
probably
then
am.
linking those two away into the sequence. He's trying to find it.
Yep, Fiendsmith sequence coming out. He's going to be able to shuffle
Wait.
back materials to make a fusion
I have
monster.
more than the 10k.
Let's see if
That's
he's going to
funny.
go for Fiendsmith's Lacrimosa. There's also Aerial Eater
just hasn't
out
updated
of the
the number
Infinite
yet.
Forbidden. That's
That's
really
hilarious.
useful in the Ubel deck.
Yeah, Marshall was zooming through his plays up until this point. Now he's trying to give it some consideration.
Dokkan
He's gonna
Angie.
see
I've
which
angered
line
the
he wants to
Dokkan.
continue to.
Chad, what have I done?
I love how you can see the trophy in both of the players' cams. That's beautiful. Really good work from the camera crew there on that one.
It could belong to either of them.
There we go.
Oh,
And
there is the
is
Aerial Eater. That's going to let him
well
send
ahead
any
of me
Fiend
and
monster
possibly
from his
still
deck to
farming.
the graveyard. It also can spell summon itself back from the graveyard later on in the turn or the following turns
the difference.
whenever he needs it.
The infinite
And
value.
autographs.
The Infinite Forbidden. And here comes a
One ticket.
for Unchained Soul Lord of Yama.
And one dragon okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, 10th doesn't matter. It's really the 10k that we're looking
Let's
for.
see
Even
if
that's not a
there's
big
any
deal.
response from Logan. Does he have something like Infinite Impermanence?
We are coming
Yeah,
up on a
Ubel
point,
would
though.
be able
It's
to
going to
interact,
be
and
really
he
nice.
does have the Infinite Impermanence. That's going to cut off the search for Shavara, which is
Once we get the
pretty
friend
good.
list reset, will be
Really
much
restricting
better as well on the Broly side of things.
end board here. You're not going to have access to that Abominable Chamber as well as the Soul of Rage. I mean, you still could have a Soul of Rage on the field currently, but you're not going to get the Chamber to mitigate something along the lines of Dark River no more.
Does look like he is going to link away those two monsters into Unchained Soul of Rage, as you said, Asala.
The
I
Angie
think
one.
he's opting to use the Phantom of Ubel here, maybe because if you saw the Infinite Impermanence already used, you expect an Nibiru the Primal Being is not in the opponent's hand, or you just want to make a Phantom of Ubel later.
I think I goofed.
Oh no. I hear him say he thinks he goofed.
This is not the position, this is not the time. Oh!
No normal summon, just a pass on Unchained Soul of Rage. Okay, it's not the end of the world. It is
That's a
it's an interruption.
It's a good card.
Yeah.
We're going to remove a good amount of bodies.
Hey.
It can link summon with the opponent's monster to summon a Dark Link monster like SP
Yeah, it could be
Little
much
Knight, so
worse.
he has a couple of interactions.
We're going to be leading with the track here.
All right, so now he's going to be able to add a Light Fiend.
Leading with tracked in this position is very ideal outside of something along. I mean, actually, no. Drone Lockbird doesn't really matter here, but you just want to put the Fiendsmith Engraver on the field and immediately force out that rage. Oh, there is a Drone Lockbird.
So he's not going to be able to add any cards from the deck to the hand for the rest of the turn. Droll and Lockbird with the Soul of Rage a little bit better. We've seen like subpar boards backed by Droll and Lockbird still be pretty significant into a player's hand going second.
It's always been something along the lines of IP. I guess Soul of Rage is just very similar, but a much more potent version of IP Masquerena.
I think he plays
it's IP that's inherently removable.
He could go for it. It would be weird not to go into Requiem, but he does have other options. But it is going to, of course, be the Fiendsmith Requiem. Let's see if this is where he wants to interact.
Marshall could make a mistake here and target the Requiem.
Yeah, there's a quick effect tribute, so you want to be careful. But you definitely want to probably wait until he has 2 monsters on the field, so he'll be able to link away with one, SP banish the other.
Yeah, get that maximum value. Marshall is thinking here. Or is it Logan? Hard to say.
It looks like it is Logan. Marshall's... It looks like he's chilling, honestly.
Yeah, he just... I mean, he only has so many options, so...
A little more relaxed than I would look in top 8.
I mean, if you know there's not many things you can do, you just have to wait until you can.
Definitely. This is the most important match probably of both these players, dueling careers. Not only do they get a chance to go to Worlds, they get a chance to be crowned the NAWCQ champion.
Logan is going to be using the effect of Requiem here to put it on the Engraver. It's going to force out the Soul of Rage, like minimizing the amount of damage that SP Little Knight can do, but it will still likely remove the Engraver on the field as well as a card in the graveyard.
And with that Droll and Lockbird active, it might be tough for Logan to move past this after he loses the Engraver, but there's a lot of good normal summons in his deck he could
cleared out all 3 of them
potentially have as well.
Nice.
Potentially a 1-for-1 can come down?
Yeah, he's going to need a combination of cards if he does force out the Soul of Rage. All right, next up is normal summon Snake Eye.
This is a really good time to potentially Soul of Rage now.
Yeah, very interesting. They didn't equip the Requiem here, but now let's see. Yeah, he's definitely going to Soul of Rage. But I mean, assuming this is what he wants.
Yeah, like Logan committed to this for a reason.
Yeah, it means he definitely probably has something that extends, like maybe a Diabell Star, the Black Witch.
Maybe a Forbidden Droplet even?
He could have a Diabell Star and trying to go for Snake Eye Oak. Afterwards, if he gets to banish the
Ash?
The Ash, yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's probably pretty strong, considering that SP Little Knight will still be able to... Well, the issue here is SP Little Knight will be able to banish the Diabell Star.
I was going to go for Engrave. So, interesting.
Very interesting.
I would have probably linked away with this is... Oh, it has to be Special Summon Monster for Unchained Soul of Rage?
Oh, yes.
Yes. And that's just a pass. It's just a pass.
Wow.
Lockbird is enough.
Stand by me.
Under Droll, we can't Ash. That's crazy.
Tough spot here for Logan Johnson.
Nuts, dude.
Another Nightmare Throne.
We've been waiting all weekend to see it.
Ouchie,
now it's
ouchie.
raining down, and that's
that's
all,
enough.
That's all.
Logan knows what that card does.
He just used it a couple
one.
days ago, and now he has to concede game 1. And Marshall
All
on top
right,
of the back.
I'll be right
Droll
back.
Lockbird.
I need to
That
refill
has
my
been
water.
the key card this weekend for a
Is
lot of
the
players'
VRP text up on screen? No, I didn't
Fiendsmith
get rid of it.
engine,
Okay,
while
cool.
powerful,
But
while
I will be
adds a
right
lot
back.
to the
It's
deck,
just
it
a little
also
game
makes
on.
you a little more vulnerable to Droll and Lockbird if you lead with the Fiendsmith cards, because then once you go to normal summon something like Snake Eye Ash, there's really nothing you can do with it besides try and send another face-up card. You need a combination of something to get to the Snake Eye Oak and then a Snake Eye Flamebird's Dragon as well. But without a combination of cards to be face-up, it's tough.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate position here for Logan, but he is able to take a game going first now, hopefully just focusing down on getting his engine through. And he knows that likely the Yubel engine is not going to be having too many of those interactions with the hand, so he's going to be focusing down on making the strongest board possible. And post side, there's a lot of tools that you can use for that.
There definitely is. What do you think he's going to be using?
I don't know. We've seen quite a lot in this tournament so far. There's been Spell Canceller, there's Angel of Blue Tears, there's just... Honestly, just Desiree along with this Silhouette is probably good enough.
Yeah, I think that is a key thing you're mentioning there is the Fiendsmith Desiree. We've seen a lot of players, when they have that inboard that includes the Fiendsmith Desiree, it's really, really tough to push past that, because when it's equipped with the Fiendsmith sequence, you can't be targeted by card effects, and we saw that play a key role in one of our matches earlier. Me and Asala were watching that on the side.
Silhouette Magician is becoming one of my favorite cards, by the way.
Which one?
Silhouette Magician.
Oh, I love that link too. Being able to access any continuous trap card that's special summoned from the spell and trap card zone. And then that spell and trap removal as well. It's really fantastic. I mean, it's a generic link too that you can really splash into anything. And it makes your deck just a little bit stronger. Kind of reminds me of Predaplant, Verte, Anaconda.
Yeah, you know, it's not particularly as strong. There's definitely a higher ceiling with Verte Anaconda, but I think the net you always get from
Alright,
Summon
water
Magician, being able
refilled,
to
and I
summon
made
the
it back
monster,
before game
as
2.
well as
Awesome.
just being able to destroy a spell trap at any point. Really
Yeah,
solid.
spell trap
Really, really solid.
destruction. Let's
It
go.
is one of my favorite cards. Definitely don't want to overlook any of the secret rares from the Infinite Forbidden. They are all really good. One of my favorite sets in a long time, and it's had probably the biggest impact of any set into a competitive tournament upon release since maybe like what, Darkwing Blast, Power of the Elements,
Yeah,
Age of Overlord.
Age
There's
Overlord-
been so many good sets.
Age of Overlord took a little bit to really change everything. I mean, the biggest impact was Diabellstar making Rescue so much stronger, but really it was Phantom Nightmare that made Snake Eyes so potent.
And had that Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, and Snake Eyes Poplar that really took the Snake Eyes strategy to the next level. And now
And
with the
Fnee
Infinite
also just
Forbidden,
did a lot for the format. It was a really good format, minus
adding
the games that Snake Eye made non-games.
Also show
which kinda
vulnerabilities
sucks.
to things like Droll and Lockbird. But it looks like the players are side deck shuffled up, hands are drawn, and we are moments away from jumping into game number 2 here at the NAWCQ. Now Marshall, he still looks so cool, calm, collected. Oh, maybe he's looking at this guy, realizing the position he's in. This is game 2. If he wins this game, he will be going to the World Championships in Seattle in September.
One game away, and he's likely very familiar with this matchup. He's been playing it all tournament, so he probably has a solid side deck strategy for going second. But we're going to be leading with a Snake Eye Ash. Going to be bet with an Infinite Permanence.
He knew exactly. I really like the way Marshall plays.
Yeah.
He's leaning
smooth
back.
with it.
He's smooth with it. But Bonfire is going to follow up to the Snake Eye Ash. And let's see if he's going to grab Snake Eye's Poplar.
Yep, here comes the poop loop.
Poplar is going to be able to resolve here. This is likely going to grab that Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Logan, considering his options here, maybe he wants that original Simple Spoil to extend a little further because that Ash Blossom, the Snake Eye Ash is negated with Infinite Permanence. Yeah, it looks like he's going to actually grab the original here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What is this, Fire Kings?
Maybe. Maybe we can
That's
see the
the
pivot.
classic. There you go, the pivot. Or Infernoids. There's a lot of good level 1 fires you can summon. Shout out to my boy Infernoid Decatron. I know you're watching at home.
I'm glad he's not here.
Why is Decatron watching at home?
We have the Engraver being used.
He discards the Engraver, adds the Fiendsmith track.
Tract is going to be able to walk here, going to be able to add a copy
Any
of
light
Fabulary.
Chat, we're officially in the top 10K.
Yeah, might as well say that on the card.
He could have side decked Majesty's Fiend. I'm just saying.
He normal summon Snake Eye Ash.
All right. Maybe next time. So he's going to link away Fabled Glory for Fiendsmith's Requiem. Going to be able to tribute that off. Special summon the
Oh shit,
Fiendsmith
they're not
Engraver.
actively farming, chat.
The only target for now.
For right now, 2 mil would almost put me. Okay, 5 mil for the top. Holy shit. Local is just
He
way
has
too
a
far
good
ahead.
amount of
Holy shit.
options here. He's probably going to save the
That's okay.
original in his hand. Not necessarily for a rainy day, but it's after a certain point where he knows he's
But I think we'll be
free
able to get
from
top 10
particular
and top
interruptions from
10K.
Marshall.
That's not too bad.
Dude, I would not be able to get a read on Marshall's body language.
That's by design.
This is intentional. And now he's going to link away Engraver and
I believe in the
Poplar.
sequence at this point. Yep, there's a sequence. You can use the Poplar to put itself back into the Spell and Trap Zone.
Now
Going to be maintaining its position there for the original for the remainder.
All right,
Sequence is able to resolve here.
Gonna shuffle back. Looks like he's gonna shuffle back 2, so he's going for Lacrimosa.
Keep calling it Lacrimosa.
Lacrima
Based.
going to be likely summoning
Sorry,
that
Lacrima.
He's going to be summoning that Engraver from the graveyard.
Probably just got called out by Prod.
Yep, Lacrima brings back Fiendsmith Engraver.
Like, he almost definitely
Now
got
he is
called out by
able
Prod
to
for that.
Potentially go into Promethean Princess if he wants to summon back that Snake Eye Ash, and so he can rehab its ability to summon from the deck.
God, I miss casting.
Where do we
It's
go?
just like I can't do it. None of the
from
leagues that I'm in
here?
as a caster do shit at times that I can cast.
Logan
right
taking
now.
his time with
So it
his
sucks.
decisions here. Might come back to bite him later.
Because GSL
Yeah, I
is
think he's just trying to be
European.
really careful. He's been in this position
but
twice
they're
already
all-
in this
which means
tournament.
that they're
Different deck this time.
early
We
enough
got
that
a
I'm
new
not
horse
usually awake and just late
that's in
enough
the
that even if
race.
I am, I usually can't do their casts.
So he's going to detach the Lacrima.
Fucking Kitsune League
Oh,
is... I could probably do Kitsune
There we
League
go.
casting,
Angel
but
of
Saturday
Blue
streams
Tears.
are just like
So this
really
is the
good
Lacrima
numbers-wise,
card
and I
kind of
can't
work
give those
together.
up.
So
Maybe I'll
Angel
try
Blue Tears
one of
says
these
if you
Saturdays
inflict
doing
effect damage to your opponent.
doing a Kitsune
You're able
League
to
cast
banish
on
this card
stream,
from
because
your
I know they've
graveyard
been
and
okay
set
with that in
any
the
trap
past.
card from your deck.
Yep, and Lacrima was able to put back that Engraver to inflict that damage. And now we're going to be setting Dimensional Barrier.
That's not Trickstar Reincarnation.
Would that be scarier? Honestly, sometimes, like...
It's Angel of Blue Tears.
I get flashbacks.
It's Angel of Blue Tears, my friend. I'm having Blue Angel Tears. But that would be nice with Droll, the classic.
I did think I saw Droll actually in Logan's hand, so that would...
It's like you're saying there's a chance. No, Dimensional Barrier, really strong against the Yubel strategy. Cutting off from fusions means they won't have Phantom of Yubel. But they still have a lot of Link monsters they can play with. So Dimensional Barrier not like
to be honest.
It just really limits their insulation, and then it throws off
There
how
hasn't
many
been
free
a prod
bodies that
call
they can
since
have.
March.
True.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, there's a lot of potential in different dimensions.
Yeah,
ground
this
being
Discord
even
is
more powerful.
not
It really
active
is a lot more
anymore.
restrictive, but it
Aw,
cuts
man, rip.
away from your
That
engine
sucks.
as well. And I think Dimensional Barrier is a lot more one-sided, which is what Logan's going for. Although, if he was to be ending with Desiree, you don't really want to be having Dimensional Barrier there.
All right,
Yeah,
looks like
'cause
Snake Eye
the barrier
is
can't
going to use
follow
its effect, and we're finally going to see Snake Eye's Flamebird's Dragon make an appearance into the top 8. There he is.
Flamebird's coming down. No IP Masquerade in rotation yet.
Damn, that level 5 dodge for being an N-type. I love just the 4 cards sitting in Marshall's hand while he waits.
Going to be linking
It's just
away
intimidating.
Poplar as well as the Flamebird
effect.
to go into IP Masquerade using
Platinum Secret Rare. Looks nice.
Shiny is shiny.
Out of Rarity Collection 2. Look at that variant artwork. I love it. I use the quarter-century Secret Rare version myself.
Wow.
I can tell you that really impressed you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not a Starlight Rare like your IP Masquerade, Sala.
You ruined me.
Ruined. Now, where does he go next? He's going to link away the IP and the Poplar for Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames. Oh, sorry. He hasn't done it yet. Oh, there it is. Okay.
And now he's going to be able to bring back that Flamebird and put back the IP Masquerade into the Spell and Trap zone.
Flamebird. Good.
Never even put down his graveyard.
Building the board. Only had to play through that one Infinite Permanence.
Now we're going to be using the Oak and the Promethean Princess. Have we already used Oak's effect? Okay, so I
Yes,
believe we have. So
yeah.
we have to be linking them away. We're going to be burning our copy of Hida, which is not very useful in this matchup, so it's really free to give it away. And we're going to be making an Appaloosa with that in the
I
sequence.
don't know if Appo is what I would have
Not
done
just
here.
any Appaloosa, but a Platinum Secret Appaloosa out of Rarity Collection 2.
He really likes his Platinums.
Hey, they're really, it really came out nice. They look beautiful. So we've seen this, Beatrice. He has Barrier, Dimensional Barrier plus IP Masquerena plus Appaloosa, not too bad.
Pretty solid.
Beatrice might be able to send down something.
Some hidden effects in the hand.
Let's see what he has to send down with Beatrice. We're flying blind for this round.
Oh,
the Black
Gold
Gold
laughs.
Jinx,
Oh,
a solid.
no.
Good. Activate Flamebird's target IP.
Oh,
What do you call Black? Do you just snap, do something with Black Gold laugh, like Spear to You Bell or Samsara to You Lotus?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I think there's too many options in the Ubel deck. I think
There are.
Battle phase?
Oh, scary words.
Evenly
Enter battle
matched.
phase.
I
The
mean,
only
with-
scary words is into battle phase.
I mean, you still have the Dimensional Barrier. You have IP Masquerena to... I mean, this could be a
SP?
bluff. This could be a bluff.
Just try and force out the IP to go into like SP or something.
Yeah, really just get as many of these
you have
effects
to,
I've had away.
you have to use the IP Masquerena because your IP Masquerena with the Flamebirds into SP, you get back your Snake Eyes cards, you fill up your hand for next turn, and then you have the SP to dodge evenly match if you need to.
The weird thing is, what are you going to even banish with the SP? You don't care about the Appaloosa anymore.
It would just be one of the small monsters, I would think. But it looks
Yeah.
like here he's thinking about just banishing Flamebirds with it for protection instead of bringing back the other monsters just yet, which is interesting. But I guess if you're starting your turn with SP Little Knight and Snake Eyes Flamebirds Dragon, pretty strong.
I'll say, man.
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't a bait. He's staying in the main phase. I hope it was a bait. I would,
Oh,
from the way he plays, I would think he is fully capable of having the confidence to try and do that as well.
Yeah, everything is very...
How sick would it be that Logan would lose with Fiendsmith Ubel and then get eliminated by it if he loses
That'd
his
be
game?
hilarious.
I would be upset.
It would hurt my feelings, personally.
Yeah, that would be really annoying to be the person to have that
You have the
happen
Dark
to
Backing
you,
Beast
but
here.
it'd be funny for the viewer.
It's like Ubel just gate-kept him from the World Championship no matter what side it was on.
Ubel
But I think
himself
he's
was just like,
definitely
nah,
gonna still win
fam,
this
get
game.
the fuck out of here.
No matter what deck you play, you weren't going to make it. We're not out of it yet. We're going to be able to use that extra normal summon on the gruesome Gravescorper.
Apple is 16, correct?
Yeah.
The fuck?
Appaloosa only has 2 monster negates sitting at 1600 attack. The SP Little Knight will be able to get in the way. We hear a roar from the crowd. That means someone's going to the World Championship.
Somebody just got something hype
It's going to
happening.
leak away for Salamangreat Almirage. You can use any monster that was normal summoned with 1,000 or less
I think
attack.
this is the first
Shout out
time
to
we've
you,
seen
Alistair.
Almirage on a feature match today,
We miss
this
you.
weekend.
I honestly don't know if I do.
Oh, I fucked up. That's okay. Doesn't matter. We just need to get a Broly in our first
This
turn.
does
And
give
we
him
do.
access to SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight is very powerful in the face of Appaloosa Bow the Goddess.
Wait, did I miss
When the
calling
stream
out
is
the
watching the
Vladimir
wrong
Secret
match,
Realm
I
Lockbird?
know, right?
You might have. Yeah.
I should be watching my Dokkan
I'm
push for
telling you,
top
the Rarity
10K.
Collection 2 just had so many competitive mainstays that are used right now in tournament settings.
Both of them, really.
All of them.
I do wish that I could see whatever crowd just got hyped about.
Kotaker, IP Masquerena, Appaloosa, Droll and Lockbird, Ghost Mourner. We've even seen Phantasmic.
But it honestly might have just been something crappy like lab
No,
winning
but
or
we are
something.
going to be using the Promethean Princess on the Almirage as well as the Flame Bridge here.
Yeah, Marshall definitely did not have evenly matched, just trying to force out that IP, but you really have to do it. I mean, that's the kind of thing, like, you have to respect the bluff.
It's really bold to believe it's a bluff, right? To have the sense to know that your opponent doesn't actually have it and he's just trying to get you. I just don't have it in me.
The alternative is much worse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, we're under drill yet. Sorry, just out.
Oh, we just got this in.
Chat, I'm officially
Landon
in the
Oliver
top
has
10
made it
for
to
local
Worlds.
rankings.
That's actually so sick. I've
And
had
to
the
the top
pleasure
10,000
of
for
having
global
seen him
ranking.
grow in this game. He's been developing
Oh,
so
that's
far
crazy.
just in this year
Oh,
alone.
that's
so
crazy.
fantastic to see him go to the World Championship.
Congratulations to Landon. He's going to join Jose and Ruben and being our first 3 to represent us at the World Championship in Seattle. Now it looks like he's using the opening of the Spirit Gates to discard Spirit of Ubel to special summon back a monster with 0/0 stats.
Chainlink 2.
Likely that Spirit of
Okay,
Ubel.
so 7th is currently feasible.
Target Princess, target Squirmer.
5K probably isn't. Yeah,
Do you have a
that's
response to that?
All right, so
12
SPL
runs,
Knight's
assuming
gonna
nobody
target
else
his
above
own
me is
Promethean
running.
Princess and
But I
Marshall.
have to keep going if I want to hold
Gruesome
on to top 10K.
Gravescormer. And he
He's
has
chaining the
Shaf-
Sharvara.
Oh man, this is stressful. I've never done this well in
SP
World
Little
Tournament.
Knight,
I've never
unlike
been top
Princess,
10K.
has to have both
I was
targets
top
still be
10K
on
in
the
one.
field.
We're going to be using the Appaloosa on the Sharvara.
But
here,
it was
locking
only
it
after
down into his
bandwidth.
hand. He's going to be stuck there.
Black Goat laughs and calls Spirit of
I
Ubel.
basically bubbled out of it because I wasn't
Spirit of
fast
Ubel
enough
before-
on my
before he was able to come back.
last run,
Go.
and then I got bumped
I mean,
up
he
after
knows
bans. But I'm like in
the
proper top
Ubel deck,
10K
he's
right now.
prepared for this moment.
Yep, so he's not going to be
I
able
don't
to
have
use
many
the
more runs
effect.
in me though. Fuck it out. Might just we'll see how
Still
how
has
deep I
one
am.
use
If I can
of
get above
Appaloosa, right?
9,000, I'll
Yep,
probably be
800
happy,
attack.
and I'll just leave
We're
it.
going to go for a Phantom Ubel. He never activated the barrier?
No. No. I mean, he can still
it
use
doesn't
it to
matter
negate
right now,
the
yeah.
effect. But you're still giving him something for no reason.
I mean, you know one of the cards in his hand is Sharvara. Do you know what the other card is? Oh, well, what a crazy 2 cards to have in your hand. That is unfortunate.
Okay, so I think he's fine. Yeah, he can always just chain the barrier. Yeah, he's in fine shape, and that's going to be
That's
it
enough.
for game number 2. And Logan lost game 1, but he is not out of it just yet. He is
Not
now
surprising,
one
going second
game
is just
away
really
also
hard.
From going to the World Championship for a second time. They went to game
The
3, I
evenly
believe,
bluff was pretty sick
on
though.
Friday.
That was hype for a second
Yeah,
there.
I mean, all the
Just
pressure's
wasn't
here.
enough.
Just one game away for both of these players now.
The trophy's on the table. You already heard the roar of the crowd for someone who's already stamped their ticket to the World Championship. So you know that
Nope,
the
not
pressure
getting hit
is
by that.
on, focused, stoic. Just you got to do what you've been doing all weekend. He's played more than most people have. He had that tournament on Friday. Yes, Deep breath, shake it off. I love it.
Yep, got to keep that composure from this point on. You only have one more game. This is the most important game of your tournament experience so far, except for that one time. But
except for that one time. Which one time?
Oh, on Friday.
Friday. Oh, the recent time. It's your second opportunity. It's not often in life you get 2 chances. You don't want to squander the second one.
You're not going to get a third one this weekend.
I hate you,
No, he will have to wait till next year if he doesn't win this match. But he's definitely focused. He knows you got to do it. I mean, you think it may look funny taking a deep breath, but you would not want to see me before a finals match. People, I was at a finals of an EU ICS, and the whole EU casting team was just laughing at me because I'm over there doing jumping jacks,
That's okay.
stretching my body
That's okay.
out,
The
just
EU
trying to get as
YCS
loose and limber
casters
as
are
I
terrible.
can. Don't want to feel like uptight and stressed. You just want to be loose, deep breath, focus, and relax.
I've seen a
Don't
couple
wanna
EU
let the
YCSs.
nerves get
The
to you, and Logan's
European
definitely doing that. But
casters for
Marshall,
Yu-Gi-Oh! are
I don't know
awful.
if he has nerves. I think he is just cool as a
Full stop.
cucumber. Cool as the other side is the pillow.
Yeah, if you look up composure in the dictionary, you get a picture of him.
Oh, that's where I've seen him before. I knew I'd seen it before. And Logan looking focused as always. That trophy just literally right next to him. I would be like, can we
My
just not
finger in
have
the same
this here?
spot the
This is
whole
just
time,
adding
it
too
just
much
wouldn't
stress.
tap.
Yeah, I'm tired of it looking at me.
But I do love the Millennium Ring that's inside that circle, that sphere on top. It looks beautiful. Millennium Ring, one of my favorite Millennium items. Shout out to you, Yami Bakura.
Yes. And don't get too distracted here. The game 3 is about to start.
Definitely
All
not.
gaming.
Both players looking focused, shuffling up their side deck. One of them will have to not go to the World Championship while the other will be moving on. After this, though, the players who do lose in top 8 do have to play off to see what place they get, 5th through 8th, just in case one of the top 4 players ends up having something where they can't go to the World Championship. That invite would pass down. We've seen it happen in the past. Shout out to Aaron Furman. I know he made it. He came in 5th, got to go to the World Championship in 2017. Then, unfortunately, he came in 9th. 5th and 9th not feeling good, but you definitely want to stay focused. So even if you do lose this year, there is still more Yu-Gi-Oh! To be played.
There's absolutely so much Yu-Gi-Oh! To play. Luck is absolutely a skill. So sometimes you do get that pass down.
Luck is a skill for sure. All right, they have side decked one last time, shuffling each other's decks up. Give it a good pile shuffle. It looks like here from Logan. You know what? I think Logan's from Seattle.
Yeah, it's not not the most ideal situation for him. He gets the nice little Uber drive.
But still, winning in your hometown would be fantastic.
He will have all the hometown support for sure.
And you want to talk about support from your hometown? We talked about it already this weekend, the OTS celebration event for the WCS. If one of these players who qualified from Worlds is from your local OTS, you definitely want to make sure you're getting part of that watch party so you can watch it from home and cheer them on from your OTS store. You'll be awesome prizes, a commemorative game mat featuring Grandopolis and the Quarter Century Secret Rare. Doom Caliber Knight Quarter Century Secret Rare Swords of Revealing Light will be up for grabs. You definitely want to talk to your OTS and find out how y'all can get part of that watch party. It's going around worldwide, but we right now are going into Game 3. The winner of this game goes to the World Championship.
Marshall does get to go first with his Yubel strategy. The ideal situation for the Yubel strategy. No Molcharmy in the standby phase this time.
Logan staring a hole through Marshall.
Opening of the Spirit Gates. Strong opening indeed.
It definitely is. It's where you want to be as a Yubel player. It's going to add Dark.
Ooh, we're in the top 9,000.
Beast.
Remember I said that's probably where I'd stop if we made it. So yeah, we'll probably just do these 3 runs then.
Yes.
Dark Beckoning Beast going to be able to add another copy.
Or if he's going to add another copy of Spirit Gates. No Chaos Summoning Beast.
Going to use an extra normal summon on the Samsarity Lotus.
Yep, that extra normal coming from the Dark Beckoning Beast. That's why the Spirit Gates is so good. It gives you the Beckoning Beast, which gives you an extra normal, and then the Gates will give you another special summon from the graveyard as well.
This is an extremely powerful opening hand here for Marshall so far. Logan hasn't had anything to interact with it just yet.
I'll set it.
So it's going to set Nightmare Pain from the deck. Logan is chilling.
And there's a Nightmare Throne as well.
Nice.
Marshall just has everything right now. Logan hasn't had any responses just yet.
Holy hell.
Spirit U-Bell is going to be destroyed from the deck thanks to Nightmare Throne, and then they'll be able to special summon a U-Bell from the deck.
Logan has a lot of experience with the U-Bell strategy himself, so he knows exactly where he needs to interact. He could be holding a lot of his responses for these critical moments.
He's able to return those 2 fusion materials to special summon Phantom of U-Bell from the extra deck. That'll be able to change a monster effect.
Let's see. That was tribute summon now. Okay.
Going to be flipping up the Nightmare Pain now. Nightmare Pain effect, destroying the Spirit of Yubel to add a card
that's
that
painful.
mentions Yubel from the deck. That's going to be Graves.
Oh, I hate this layout. It
And
sucks.
Yubel as well as the Nightmare Thorn are going to trigger here.
Yep, Spirit of Yubel's effect is
Ooh,
special
they're
from the deck,
ignoring
not
each other.
once per
What the hell?
turn. Only the effect to add the Spell Trap is once per turn. Nightmare Throne will also special summon the Yubel to Terror the Incarnate since it's one level higher. And a Yubel left the field. Did he just use Spirit Gates?
Yep, Spirit Gates discarded the other opening Spirit Gates to summon back Yubel from the graveyard and then immediately use its effect to add it back because he controls a level 10 monster.
Here comes Moon of the Closed Heaven. He has 2 level 10s on the field. He's going to overlay those 2 for
Here
Varunus,
comes the
final
funny
bringer of
man.
the end times.
Bald Wrath.
This is
He's
everything
angry
you
and
want.
has no
Super Protector
hair.
is one of the most powerful opening hands you could have in this deck.
And then we're going into Shrek.
Marshal's
All
looking
right.
really good here.
Shrek and
Logan
friends.
doesn't seem too bothered just yet, though.
Shrek, Smith, and the friends. Well,
With Requiem equips the
here we
Engraver. He's
go.
going to be able to send both of those cards because it fulfills the materials for Necro-Equip Princess.
Marshall just zooming through the lines here. He knows what these combos look like.
Yep, shuffles back to summon the Engraver. Then he can link both of those into Fiendsmith Sequence.
Sequence is going to use its effect here. Will we finally see Desiree?
I love catching the caster's call
Fiendsmith
cards by
Desiree
their
on the field with
OCG
all
names
this,
when the
that's
TCG
tough,
names are
but yeah,
just
it looks
better,
like he
like
might be
Lacrimosa
going
and
for-
Sequentia.
That's a Lacrima.
Lacrima. He hasn't
I
used
do
Track
like
yet, right?
Engraver having a
Oh, no,
name.
going actually
um,
Aerial Leader.
I forgot
because
about
as much as
Bell.
the Fiendsmith
Aerial
is
Leader's real
genuinely
cool
a
to be able
badass
to
name
send
for the
any
card,
fiend from the deck to the
Engraver
graveyard.
gives you something to call it. Wiggling Kieran. Fuck you.
We
What
see
more do you want?
both of these new World Premiere cards making an impact here in Marshall's deck. The Infinite Forbidden really just having such an impact on the format this weekend.
Yeah, Yubel definitely got the biggest boost from the strategy. Oh, he's going to go send the Sharvara straight from the deck. Not going to be going into the Yama here?
Interesting. So he's going to set the Abominable Chamber of the Unchained.
Linking off the Aerial Leader as well as the Sequence into the Yama. You can add back the chamber from the graveyard if he so chooses.
Only
Or not the
10
chamber,
more.
but the Sharvara. Keeping it as a potential point of interaction on his opponent's turn to protect his monsters from targeting effects.
I like it. Marshall is playing this to perfection.
Wait, what do you mean only 10 more?
The question is, what does Logan have in his hand? What does he side in that's going to help him going second here? There's a lot of cards he could have. Dark Ruler No More is going to be something he's going to be looking for. It won't stop all the interruptions Marshall has, but it would stop all the on-field effects at least.
I'm
He hasn't
confused.
used
10
Gruesome
more
Grave Storm
what?
yet, so that can potentially
I
put up another body. Oh, the Aerial Leader as well.
Yep, the Aerial Leader can banish the 2 fiends to summon itself back from the graveyard.
Now he's going to be able to link away with the Yama, Force Soul of Rage.
Unchained Soul of Rage.
They're going to be activating the Sharvara now on the Soul Rage, so he's able to add back another fiend from his graveyard to his hand.
You can get the Engraver now. So
You
he
said you
can
had
go
20
to
something
track if he
preset.
wants.
I also
And
told
he's
you
gonna
I
use the
deleted
Yama
all
to
of
special
them.
summon back.
I told you I deleted all of them.
Oh, he doesn't have
I
any
keep having to add
Engraver in
new
there
ones,
anymore, thanks to all the
'cause I
shuffling
deleted
back. Oh,
all
he
of
had to
them.
banish it for the Aerial Leader.
You
Right,
fool.
so he's just going to put 2 level 6s on the field to go into that DDD Wave King High Caesar.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
Caesar.
Logan's really going to need something like Forbidden
This
Droplet
is
or Dark
best
Ruler No More here.
based Fiendsmith line.
1 second.
I mean, that's still just a lot of cards in his hand as well.
This is going to be hard to play.
Yeah,
for
we
you,
know
Snake
he
Eye.
has Grave Squirmer, Shavara, right? Or no,
No,
he
he
doesn't
uses
have Shavara.
He has
Solemn
Opening
Strike,
Spirit Gates, Samsara D Lotus.
Omni.
And Shavara. Or no,
And a
sorry.
functional
Yeah, not
Omni.
Shavara. Samsara D Lotus. Now Logan draws
Omni
for his
to
turn.
pluses.
What does he have? How is he going to navigate this?
You can't even evenly this because Varudra
Looks like
just
he's
hits
taking
it.
a moment to consider his
Dark
options.
Ruler outs this.
It's tough. The
But
Nightmare
then
Pain
that
forces him
falls
to
onto
attack.
what's on Marshall's hand.
Yubel is going to go straight to main phase.
I mean, this is just a lot of interruptions if there's no Dark Ruler no more, right? The Phantom of Yubel, forcing monster effects to change into Destroyer Yubel, the Verdurous to negate
Oh, it's not
anything,
Omni, it's
Wave King High
Monster
Caesar
Beam.
negates
Sorry
them,
about
and
that,
then
my
the
bad.
Chamber to really remove as many bodies as possible. We're going to be leading with the Engraver here. Going to be able to add that Fiendsmith's track.
Ooh. That might mean no Dark Ruler.
No Drone Lockbird, step 1.
I mean, if he had anything else besides the board,
It'd be over.
going to be activating the track here.
Okay.
Going to be adding the Luri, discarding the Luri. I imagine that's going to take up one of the High Caesars here, but that would open up the door for Triple Tactics Talents, so maybe he would hold back.
Words out of my mouth, Asala. This is the most important turn of Logan's dueling career.
Yep, he's just going to allow the Lurry to happen.
Interesting, but
Not
I mean,
posing
there's
any
way
immediate
more
threat
special
here.
summon effects than Snake Eye.
Oh, we're just going to be using that chamber.
Yeah.
Chamber's going to let him special summon back the Unchained Soul of Rage.
Not the Angie boy.
Now it looks like he's using Soul of Rage effect.
And it's going to be met with Ghost Ogre.
Okay.
Okay.
He could
That could
use
be.
Phantom.
Yep, Phantom of Yubel is going to be chained here. Is there a call by the grave, perhaps?
Yeah, he would have to stop that with Rudis, but nope, he's just going to let that resolve. So Phantom of Yubel's going to change the Ghost Ogre to destroy a Yubel from the deck.
I'm surprised he even wants to. I suppose that's actually not a bad time to go for Little Knight here because you are able to banish the Engraver in the graveyard.
This is a if, right? I'll go.
It is.
SP1 target.
Chainlink 1, SP Little Knight. Chainlink 2, the Spirit of Yubel to special summon.
No target for that, so just SP1.
Oh, just a Little Knight. There are no more Yubel targets in the deck for the Spirit of Yubel because they're both under their Vargas.
Unfortunate.
And the Engraver is banished now.
Nice.
A lot of cards from just the one Lurry. And now we're going to be seeing a Wanted.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the Caesar represents so much being able, not once per turn, able to negate 2 special summons. The Varuda still can negate anything. The SP Little Knight can banish.
I mean, yeah, the Diabell Star is very expensive in the face of the Wave King High Caesar.
His Diabell Star can come out.
Using Engraver for the Diabell Star, which is going to be met with High Caesar every time, right?
He could SP also. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just going to SP.
Discarding that Engraver is nice. That we'll be able to come back from the graveyard if he can do something about the Caesar. But if not, it's a disaster for Logan. What is he holding back? Does he have a face-up card he can get onto the field so he can activate the original?
Well, Engraver will do if he manages to get it through. Nope, that's 1 down.
Not even having like an infinite impermanence or anything, having to just push through all of this with just his engine.
This is, as they say, a big ouchie.
Not ideal in the Fiendsmith Snake Eye. We talked about how one of the biggest. No, it's enough.
Oh, there it is.
Marshall moves on. Logan misses twice now.
Oh, devastating for Logan, but Marshall
I'll be right
is
back,
going
chat.
to represent North America at the World Championships here in Seattle.
I'll let this battle finish first.
Calm, cool, and collected.
Calm, cool, collected, and now he is going to Worlds. Wow, just big congratulations. Tough break for Logan.
Calm,
but, you know,
cool, collected. The twist is they're all spelled with Q's instead of C's.
It's going to hurt for a while, but he could be back here next year.
Oh,
You
shit,
know,
it
sometimes
didn't
you're right
actually
on that
kill.
precipice. You just have to wait for the
Oh, no.
floodgates to open and break through. But being 1 game away twice to go to Worlds, devastating. But on the other side, Marshall is on top
BRB
of
text
the
up,
world
'cause
right
I'm
now.
about
He
to
has
get
that
up.
trophy already locked in.
You
and
can
he's
barely
going
see
to
it.
be joining
You can see the tip
Jose,
of the B.
Logan, Ruben, and now Marshall. Those are 4
Right there.
out of 6. We still have 2 more.
I'll be
We're
right
going
back,
to be
chat.
finding out who's going to be going to Worlds. But man, what an excellent match from both players. But unfortunately, Marshall just going first game 3 uninterrupted, making the ideal board and just none of those side deck cards there in the hand there for Logan. But incredible plays by both players that deserve to be here in top 8. And Marshall is just, I'm so happy he's going to the World Championship. I would have been happy with either of these players, but he doesn't even look that excited. I would be like in tears, like, yeah, running around, running in circles.
You can see it on his face there. There it is.
There's a smile. That's what I was looking for.
He was trying to keep it in.
It does take a minute for it to hit you, like, wow, I've been like, this is what I've been aiming for. This is what I've been trying to do. And now I'm finally there. The wave of relief. I mean, the job's not done.
The job's not finished.
You want to become the NAWCQ champion. You want to walk into the world saying, yeah, I won my qualifier. So he still has 2 more rounds to play, the top 4 and the finals. And he could end up being our champion. But no matter what, he will be going to the World Championship.
I mean,
or at least invited.
Yes. He is invited to the World Championship. We've seen his mastery of the Yubel deck. And Yubel really is potent when you're able to see all of its most powerful starters, right? He saw like the order of operations there with the Spirit Gates, being able to maximize the value of being able to normal summon the Cemetery Reloaders, forcing everything out before activating the Nightmare Throne. In this instance, there were no interruptions, but
Smart plays.
Yeah, you could see how it could push through just any forms of interruption.
Yeah, and as King has mentioned, Marshall had to cancel his flight Like, he booked his flight to go home Sunday night. He was just coming maybe to have fun, hope for the best. But, you know, if he didn't make it, he'd still have his flight home. But if he did make it, you know, just had to rebook that flight and come back tomorrow. And it looks like that's what he had to do, and it paid off because now he's going to the World Championship.
That's one more flight booked for him, yeah.
One more flight. Oh, man, what an incredible match between two impeccable duelists. We've had some amazing matches this weekend, and I just couldn't be more excited about what's to come for Yu-Gi-Oh! And who else is going to join these players at the World Championship.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of incredible decks, a lot of incredible duels. I think it has kind of come down to the wire here. I think there was a lot of Tenpai Dragon in the top cut. That was the most represented deck that did not include Fiendsmith cards, but we've seen pretty much Fiendsmith domination up at this point.
Yeah, I mean, even like when we've featured like the Exodia Millennium deck, having to be a 60-card deck that also incorporated the Fiendsmith cards. They're not exclusively tied to Snake Eye. You can use them in Yubel and plenty of other strategies as they're so powerful. But we've also seen they have vulnerabilities like Droll and Lockbird when you lead with them. But that's the name of the game. You have to decide what you're going to play around. What are you expecting in the tournament when you're going to face? How are you going to play your cards in the correct order to where you're going to be able to maximize? What are you going to play around? Are they going to have Bestials? Are they going to have Ghost Ogres? We've seen the craziest of interruptions all weekend. You can never really just put your opponent on, oh, Imperm, Veiler, Nibiru. Well, it could be Druis Worm, Ghost Ogre, Nibiru. Like, Mulcharmy, Perilia made it. I mean, that call by the grave on the Perilia, like, it was just Marshall's time to win, and sometimes there's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, it was really his day, at least for that round. But we'll have still a few rounds to see which strategy is going to remain on top. Is it going to be Yubel? Is it going to be Snake Eye? It's probably going to be Fiendsmith. But there's a lot of great cards being played here, and a lot of different strategies even within those strategies themselves. I'm really excited to see how it plays out.
Definitely, but I think Kangas is standing by on the stage, ready for an interview with our winner, Marshall. I can't wait to hear his first thoughts now that he's going to the World Championship. Kangas, take it away, my friend.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Marshall Demarest, the third after qualifying to WCS 2024. You missed your flight scheduled today, but you got one to Seattle later on now, so congratulations on that. I want to start off, what are you feeling in this moment, having just qualified?
Good, yeah.
Pretty good. I imagine pretty good. How were you feeling when you knew that it was going to happen, though? Like, you, in that last duel, you're able to set up almost flawlessly the perfect field. How confident were you when you passed that turn?
I wasn't. I was like, he's going to evenly match me. It's over.
Well, you had the outs, you had the correct plays, and I got to ask, yeah, I mean, you had the right deck, but I talked to some of your friends ahead of time, and they said that your confidence was low coming into this event. You were talking doom and gloom the whole time, saying, maybe I'll play Tenpai Dragons. So what made you commit to the deck you played and try as hard as you did?
I got the deck when it was cheap, and I enjoyed it. And then it was like, oh, okay, I'll try playing this, and then here we are.
Well, here we are. You are going to represent North America at WCS 2024. How does that make you feel, knowing that you're going to be carrying the pride of a region on your shoulders?
That's crazy. Woo! I didn't think that far.
Maybe still in a little bit of shock after that win right there. And I got to ask, final question here. Are you going to be in any trouble at work with your flight delayed? Have you told your employer yet?
No, my boss is watching the stream. Thanks, boss. So, yeah.
We'll take the hit. All right, how about that? Congratulations again on your qualification. Now we're going to send it back over to the casters.
Well, here we are indeed, Asala. Sorry, boss. Not going to make it in Monday morning. I had to go and qualify for the World Championship. I'm also going to need to put in PTO for September 7th and 8th because I will be going to Seattle to represent North America. Big congratulations to Marshall there. Seems like a genuine guy who just enjoys playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Just came here to have fun with his friends. Didn't expect much, but he played the best he could, and now here we are, and he's going to the World Championship. Just incredible. But we still have more Yu-Gi-Oh! To be played. We have a national NAWCQ champion to be crowned, so we're going to have to see who it's going to be. But before we go to break, we have some cool stuff we want to talk about to make sure you know about what we have going on. And we have the Speed Duel main event series. You see this amazing, I can't emphasize how amazing this game mat is with Don Zalug, one of my favorite cards that you can win. It's a remote duel main event series. It's scheduled monthly. You see it on August 17th, September 14th, and October 19th. It's not the only main event series we have. We also have Master Duel. You want to make sure you check out all the remote duel stuff. You can win awesome prizes just playing from the comfort of your own home. But man, what an incredible top 8. Really big congratulations to Marshall, but my heart goes out to Logan Johnson. It's a tough weekend for him. One game away twice to go to Worlds. Didn't quite get there this weekend, but next year I expect to see him back again.
Yeah, I mean, even if you are devastated, you just got to keep pushing. He's been pushing all the way through. He's been a lot of slight misses this entire season, right? Second place at a YCS, then missing twice here at the World Championship. But I mean, that's the kind of thing that feeds your passion for the game.
Indeed, but we're going to be right back, and we're going to have our next feature match coming up very shortly, so don't go anywhere. So find the conclusion of the 2024 NAWCQ. Stay tuned. We still got more Yu-Gi-Oh! To go.
And welcome back to really the last few matches we have here at the World Championship Qualifier. Unfortunately, the match we're watching is in an appeal, but we can still proceed forward in our single elimination bracket. We'll be sure to give you an update once we get that better news. But again, what an interesting match to see. Again, all those cool cards on the field. And a really cool camera angle. I mean, informed duelists definitely know what was going on.
Well, we're going to be moving into the semifinals. Of course, these players have earned their seat representing North America at the World Championship.
It's incredible. I know we talked about how, you know, Marshall missed his flight. Certainly worth it since he's flying to Seattle now. At least he will be in September.
He traded his flight. You know, we got one flight for another.
Hey, this is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. That's what it's all about. But we are going to go down to the stage here with Kangas for the intros of our duelists. Oh, looks like we are still getting set up, probably because of the interesting setup there. But, you know, one of those things where, how do you feel when you're in the top 4? You've already made it to the World Championship, right? You already know you're going to make it, but you still want to be the North American World Championship champion, right? You want to make sure that you're the person who's defending that title, but you're not alone. So what's the vibe like going into these next duels?
Well, I hope they don't relax. I hope these duels, they don't relax because you still got more duels to have here. You have to play more duels because we got at least top 4 and then maybe top 2. We got the semifinals and the finals. Sure. You're gonna go to Worlds. You're gonna. Some people might relax a little bit, maybe have a little bit more fun.
Let me hold my mic for this. I'm back.
But at the same
I'm
time,
here.
You're so close already.
I can't
might as
sit
well
right
go
now.
all the way. You've already put out everything you had to get.
So I don't know what
point.
I'm gonna do for
Just gotta keep going.
semifinals, but I'm gonna try to stream this.
You
I'm just really
prove
uncomfortable.
yourself that you
Can't say
are
right now,
the
so.
best.
It's also good
Figure it
practice
out.
when you think about it, because these are the people who are also going to be in the World Championship. It's an opportunity to get to know your fellow duelists, make friends for those people who will be traveling over to Seattle, and also be representing different regions against different regions. So it's one of those things where you kind of have to get to know your opponent. They're not just the person across the table. They're kind of your new best friend. They're your traveling partner. They can be people who are going to receive the same set of rules, the same set of instructions in that very limited, exclusive World Championship.
Yeah, I think they can also be your practice partner. I think we're ready for Steve Kangas, so we're gonna pass it to Kangas to introduce our duelist.
Thank you very much for our semifinals feature match with 2 representatives for North America at WCS 2024. Up first in the blue chair from New Haven, Connecticut, Marshall! And his opponent in the red chair from Plano, Texas, welcome back to the stage, Aditya!
Oh damn, these are both people we've seen play already, aren't they? That's funny, I guess.
The duelists are set and ready to go, so let's throw it back over to the casters to get us into duel number 1.
It's time to duel Marshall versus Aditya, and we have Fiendsmith Ubel versus Fiendsmith Snake Eye. The Titan matches, the most popular matchups we've seen so far today, and well, rather the entire weekend.
You're absolutely right. There were a lot of duelists coming in this weekend trying to figure out, you know, who would be the #1 spot here. Would a duelist be piling Ubel or a duelist be piling Snake Eye along the Fiendsmith line? And we may very well be answering that question quite soon.
And this is, you know, we see the trophy in the front for us here. We're going to pan over very shortly. But, of course, we know what these players are playing. Both of them showcasing very different kinds of playstyle. We know that. They're going into the semifinals here. Match number 1. Interesting, Aditya does play the Silu Hat Rabbit, and now it's definitely paying off for him, earning the seat here. And I feel like these duels have different aspects. We have Marshall, who's very happy, very chill, smiling all the way through. And then on the other hand, Aditya, very serious, very stoic, still ready to keep going.
Well, our World Championship representative cast is filling out, right? We've got 2 of these representatives here, but neither of them want to be second place. Of course, Marshall openly stating he didn't even think he would get this far. So it shows you that we do have duelists from all walks of life with prior champions and fresh faces. But neither of these duelists want to go home as second place or let alone just the 3rd and 4th. So they're going to have to compete as hard as they can to get that Millennium Trophy that happens to say they are the finalists, the first place winner in the North American World Championship qualifiers.
Now look at that Millennium Ring in that trophy. You know, they have that trophy right there just to remind these players, hey, there's still more to sit anyway. My legs are fucking more prizes to be won.
Taking a look at it now, actually,
some lives to be saved.
So cool. You put it in your mind, you manifest that victory.
Absolutely.
Let me take the BRB
Figure out whatever
text
Egyptian
away.
god cards you need to get the favor of. But got everything kind of ready. Yeah, Marshall just taking a little lean back, smiling there.
Ow.
Feeling good, and Aditya softening up, giving a little bit of a fist bump as we get ready to go into our next game. The energy has been electric for this tournament. I can't believe this will be the last match we're casting, but it's been just a great time working alongside you, Tom.
Yeah, likewise, likewise. And, okay, Ubel versus Snake Eye, both of them having Fiendsmith, and looking into game one, we're going to see which one of these duelists
to
are
the
going
5
to be
viewers that
winning
are here
that
right now on Twitch, by the way, and however many are on YouTube, I can't check easily right now.
I'd love to see it. 7, the average number for a 2-die high roll.
And in the red corner, a much lower number, rolling 4. Marshall going first.
That's
Duelists
unpleasant.
applauding them in the audience. They're just happy to see them.
I think Marshall may be the audience favorite right now.
Well, I mean, Ubel is certainly powerful. And speaking of Ubel, here comes Samsara D Lotus being normal summoned to the field. And special summoned alongside it is the gruesome Grave Squirmer.
That's 2 monsters. We're going to hit into the graveyard. Link summon into, well, directly into Moon of the Closed Heaven. We're going straight into the Fiendsmith line.
It's a very exhausting weekend for me,
We're going to Link summon that into Fiendsmith Requiem. We're going to activate the effect of Fiendsmith Requiem and start off the entire semifinals here with Fiendsmith Engraver.
Marshall certainly showing a different side of the Fiendsmith Ubel deck. Again, this is an interesting time. You could experiment a little because, again, you've already got yourself locked into the World Championship. But this is also important practice because you are playing against somebody equally good enough to get into this year's World Championship.
2 Titans battling it out. We're going to Necro-equip Princess because we have the equip Requiem and we have the Engraver as the Fiend monster equipped with it.
Such an interesting set of materials that you use for that. Again, being able to send the equip spell and the Fiendsmith, basically like a 2-for-1 special.
Now, just because your opponent puts down their hand doesn't mean there's no disruption. We're meeting a disruption right now with Bestial Druid Worm getting rid of that Fiendsmith Engraver.
Always
we've seen
a
how
good time.
big a Druid Worm can be, but we've also seen how his backfired as Marshall attacks it with his various Ubel cards.
Okay, we're going to activate the effect of our Gruesome Grave Squirmer. That's going to summon back the Samsara D Lotus.
This was normal summon, right?
It was normal summon, just confirming.
At least the first time, but now it's being special summoned out by the Gruesome Grave Squirmer's effect.
Ooh, met
wow.
with a Nibiru right off the gate. Not a big field, not a big token. Token has been placed into the middle zone, I believe.
Gonna get a token here from our judge staff.
Oh, no, into the zone that is behind an extra monster zone. That buys the turn back right away. Wow. That is a very good use of both Nibiru and the Druid Worm. And that also gets rid of the token because of the Druid Worm. That's sent away.
That's right. So now we're going to go ahead and search out Diabellstar the Black Witch.
Interesting.
Now, as we mentioned, cards being placed
Druid
on the
Worm
table
optional?
doesn't mean that's everything. There could be disruptions as well. We're going to see the Diabellstar, the Black Witch, be met with the Ghost Mourner. That's going to negate the effect. If that gets sent to the grave, that's going to inflict a little bit of damage to Aditya.
Both duelists swinging for the fences here with powerful moves and powerful effects. Speaking of which, we've got the Fiendsmith Engraver being discarded here.
Laying down is
Marshall
honestly the worst of the
moment,
3,
allowing it to resolve, so we're going to go into the deck and search out
whatever.
another Fiendsmith card.
I am in the top 8,000 for World Tournament right now, chat.
Track is going to be activated immediately.
Global, or for Dokkan.
Will there be a disruption?
So that's
here?
cool.
The field, if you want to kind of break it
Top
down,
5K is out of
when there's
range. I'm
monsters
only
on the
5
field,
mil
they're
away from
activating
falling
cards
out of
to
top
get more
10.
cards. Do you
so.
disrupt it? We are going to be
No, I should
disrupting
probably
it here
keep going on
today
World Tournament,
with
but I'm happy
Marshall.
with this.
Marshall's gonna
The
throw
difference
Ash
between
Blossom and
10K
Joyous
and
Spring
50K isn't,
However,
or
because there are
10K and
monsters on the
20K
field, we're going to
isn't a
continue our
big deal.
turn.
Certainly are. We've seen how an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring sometimes backfires, but we probably would have seen the triple tactics talent by now from the Ghost Mourner, so we're just
Because it's
considering our
one
options here.
summon,
Let's do a 2-effect monsters. We know the 2-effect monsters go
one
with a lot of
Kai,
different
and
link
some Zenny,
combinations,
so
let's
it's like it's
see
not
what
a big
Aditya
deal.
decides to do next.
Even going down to 50th wouldn't be.
And then no
like
follow-up from,
so
of course,
I am
the
done on World
Diabellstar.
Tournament
That
for the
could
night.
inflict
I've
a little bit
done
of
what
damage
I've
once it
needed.
leaves the field, but the extra deck is now open for use, and that's going to link summon into Moon of the Closed Heaven. We're going to attempt to go into Fiendsmith cards once again. We're going to deal a little bit of damage thanks to the Ghost Mourner. It's going to be 2,500 damage.
Already down to 5,500, but plowing straight ahead. Aditya is going to go ahead and get rid of that and link summon into the Fiendsmith Requiem.
Something's happening somewhere with
Crowd
someone.
goes
The crowd's
wild.
excited.
We're going to go Fiendsmith Requiem.
It's not about summoning Requiem, is it? That'd be
Effect
insane.
of the Requiem. Ash has already been used, and we're not going to see something being locked out at the moment. And Fiendsmith Engraver being summoned from the deck in attack position.
Marshall pensive there watching the field, maybe absorbing what it is that he should be fighting against. But here we go with another Engraver effect, returning the Moon of Closed Heaven back to the extra deck and special summoning on second level 6 monster to the field. And to confirm, Michael Thomas won the last match, so the cheering in the background is because we have crowned perhaps our next and last World Championship representative. But here comes Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, removing that Fiendsmith Engraver to send a new card to the graveyard from the deck.
All right, Beatrice, such a strong monster, incredible monster. Just having access to the entire deck, throwing any spell, monster, trap card into the graveyard. And that card being sent to the graveyard is going to be original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye that's going to be banished. And we're going to put back a Diabell Star into the deck, and now we're going to search ourselves a level 1 fire monster.
And our level 1 fire of choice. Oh, okay. Marshall goes ahead and concedes that game.
Damn.
Lots of applause for Aditya there. Marshall just knows what he has done.
Okay.
Still bright and smiley there.
Game 1 goes to Aditya. Yeah, very stoic. You can see him crack a little bit of a smile there. Very, very happy about the current performance.
He is closer to being a finalist here in the NAWCQ. I would crack a smile if I were him too.
I think he's really trying to hold back his emotion. Don't let it get to your head. Gotta play calm, stay calm, keep dueling, keep on dueling.
And you don't want to lose track of the duel here, but again, Aditya advancing just through the first duel, one step closer to the finals stage.
Now, Marshall gets to choose to go first or second once again. That Nibiru coming in at a very small field, really well timed, definitely put in the work to get the turn over. The Bestial Druid Swarm also taking away the Fiendsmith Engraver from that graveyard, preventing the development of that field. Very, very crucial.
In a format with so many light and dark monsters being flung to the graveyard, Bestials are certainly eating good. And again, the Druid Worm has done so much to get through things.
I think main decking Bestials, there's always been that debate, do I play DD Pro or do I play the Bestials? There are, pros and cons to each. Of course, the Bestial cards, if you have Magnemud or Druid Swarm, they have follow-up where Magnemud gives you the additional card, Druid Swarm sends away a special summon monster, but they can't be activated unless your opponent controls monsters. So you can be patient, but whereas the DD Crow, you can take away the Lurie right away, and so their plays don't get to go as far.
But it is an eternal debate because what you get with DD Crow, you lose in Bestials because you don't have big monsters to put to the field. But we did see how that backfired on prior duel, where that was all Marshall needed to attack into with his Nightmare Pain and Field of Yubels.
That's right.
Difficult decisions to make, but these duelists have figured out exactly what they want. That's why they're here on this stage.
So as they are siding, perhaps knowing that there are certain cards that won't be as effective, such as the Silhouette Rabbit from Aditya, it's very difficult to play with trap cards, especially going second.
Definitely so, and not necessarily as effective against Yubel either because, well, there's a lot of different summons they can do that do not start a chain, so maybe they're not worried about that first one because they can just put a second one out.
I think these decks can be definitely optimized against each other, especially when you know whether or not you're going to be going first or second. For the most part, you could be surprised because Tenpai, changes things up, but when it comes to these two opponents, I think they know which is the optimal turn to take going first, likely having more options to kind of go deep, but it did not work out for Marshall in the first game, and Aditya saw that,
my breathing is
capitalized on
so
it,
much
and
better
took the
since
first step into
current issue
going
started,
to the
though.
finals.
Definitely had seized the moment there.
It's a
Marshall's
very
still not down
frustrating
now,
trade-off.
but we'll have to come back 2 duels here. Aditya only needs 1 to advance into that finals.
Marshall, from the smile earlier, he's slowing down now. He's going back into the groove.
It is the reality of that. It's great that you're going to the World Championship, but the road doesn't stop here. You have many more duelists to face, some who haven't even been crowned yet.
So the smile goes back,
That is the GX
putting back
intro.
on the game face.
Interesting.
It's very important to know that, now it's time to keep on going, keep on dueling. It may be a little bit of a bump on the road so far, but they are about to finish shuffling, and we're going to quite quickly go into our game 2 soon.
Aditya just making sure to sufficiently randomize the deck again. Destiny is being dealt here. The last shuffle, the last cut, whatever it is he draws, it all is determined right in this moment.
I like this. I like the amount of time we have available for this semifinals. Usually winning game 1, if you take 20 minutes into winning it, you don't have a lot of time to actually play the games 2, and the person that's behind definitely wants to play into the game 3. But instead, I think they're about to get their hands ready.
Marshall showing a little bit of energy there. Starting to sort of come back to life, but here we go in game 2 again of semifinals 1. As we figure out who is going to be in the finals of the NAWCQ.
And fist bump, and here we go. It's time to duel. They're checking if there's anything. Oh, we are met with Mulcharmy Perudia.
But we know that Marshall knows how to play around this, as we've seen it before. Just taking a quick look to verify.
Giving your opponent a couple of cards, it can be very dangerous because that could lead to, I guess, additional disruptions from hand. Now we're going to start off with a terraforming.
It's like terraforming is not going to be stopped. It's time to grab that field spell, Nightmare Throne.
No. Will there be a response on the DJ side? That's going to be no. Well, if you do respond with a drone lock, but you're going to lock out your own card that you just threw into the graveyard, that will not be worth it. Marshall going for Nightmare Throne, one of the most powerful cards in the entire Yubel deck.
Okay.
Really changed how Yubel made its game plan, but looks like Adichie's considering something, but no, we're just going to let it resolve. Oh, but the Yubel from the hand there, and a draw. So not the optimal place to summon Yubel from, and giving Adichie a draw. Not exactly a great start for Marshall there, but it's going to go and shuffle the cards away to make a Phantom of Yubel.
All right, Phantom Yubel, insulating ourselves from additional monster-based disruption, changing up the effect, perhaps blowing up. Oh, that was past turn. That gesture, fanning out your hand, passing to the opponent. Aditya getting the turn back, but the Mulcharmy Perudia drew one card, acting much like his Upstart Goblin.
Yeah, it is. It just kind of trades it out, but it does threaten your opponent. Hey, if you keep playing, I'm going to keep drawing, and that might have been why Marshall decided to stop there. Adichie effectively not losing any resources and a very limited field there from Marshall, but it's not as limited as you think. Remember, the Phantom of Yubel can go ahead and change that effect of destruction. And when a card is destroyed, maybe Nightmare Throne will kick into high gear. Speaking of field spells, though, let's take a look at what
field spell on the other
side. Set from the deck into the spell and trap zone.
Both players having their field spell. Of course, Nightmare Throne likely being the stronger of the two field spell. Opening with the Divine Temple of Snake Eye. Not the thing that you typically want to see. Typically, you do want to search it out with the Snake Eye's Poplar.
Oh, I feel so bad for chat.
sometimes you just have to play the hands you're dealt. Speaking of
really want to
which,
stream because it's all I can
Different
do.
Dimension Run has been activated. Maybe that's all you need to get buy back your
So much
turn.
of this card. Is this card
At least
new?
that is what Marshall is going to be hoping for.
Is that why it's being played so much
Resolves
this
so
weekend
cards are not
and
going to the
not
graveyard
like
for
prior?
monsters. It's going to change things up quite a bit.
Ow!
I like where this is going.
Give me a sec, chat. I need to stand for a second.
This is going to require practice, for sure. Definitely a lot of practice to try to bypass this current turn. Cards going into the banish, or getting banished entirely, is not going to be long-term resource for Snake Eye.
Okay.
Nor for Fiendsmith either.
Nor for Fiendsmith. Looks like we're going to go ahead and grab the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye there off the Poplar Search.
Okay.
Again, you mentioned practice. This is the best stage to practice on because you are playing against somebody you may very well get paired up against in the World Championship.
That's true.
All good experiences to have here.
But this is a practice with a lot on the line.
A lot on the line.
A lot on the line. We're passing back. Wow.
Was not expecting that.
It's just too difficult to execute combos because the Flamberge can't get anything. And now we're going to the normal summon out of Dark Beckoning Beast.
Do we stop its effect to add something from the deck to the hand mentioned
That
one
is
of the three Sacred
successful.
Beasts? Wow, okay.
Give me a sec, chat.
Opening of the Spirit Gates is about to appear.
The gates have opened.
And from outside the gates arrives a Chaos Summoning Beast.
No. Chaos Summoning Beast gets summoned onto the field. We're going to attempt to do Fiendsmith plays here, and that is going to be met with a Phantasmate. You link summon a monster, link monster got special summon. We're going to try this out, and that effect is going to be changed to destroy a Yubel monster from the deck from Phantom of Yubel.
Gonna go ahead and destroy that Spirit of Yubel then, and likely bring out Yubel itself. Now that it's back in the deck, it's a little easier than summoning out from the hand. Doesn't feel quite as costly.
Anything here?
No response on the Yubel summon. Chaos Summoning Beast, and the Yubel going back into the deck. Oh, Yubel just making a quick little cameo and going back in.
Back into her hand and glowy silhouette form.
Nice hand.
And
we are going for the hand, and he conceded, did not want to show any of the side deck cards. Marshall quickly taking game one as Adichie keeps some confidence to himself, or game two, excuse me. So now it's all tied up in just such a flurry of fast cards.
I mean, those are some really big cards being, passed back and forth, the different dimension ground, not allowing the combos to go off. I mean, it bought the turn back entirely. And
well, you were worried about how much time we might have left for the game three. We practically have all of it left. It was so fast.
You get a 40-minute game three. Now you can really put out all the stops here.
Definitely.
I'm actually looking forward to this. Like,
yeah.
we never really got to see like a full closure of a game three, because based off of the number of actions that both these decks are capable of executing, it could burn a lot of time when it comes to just executing your plays, going in and out of the deck, and you're just able to interweave your plays so well to keep on extending and extending and extending, to the point that even the side deck has put in extra deck cards just to alter the play depending on whether you're going first or second.
Cards per minute count has probably never been higher, as these duelists, geniuses in their own right, have really learned to navigate all the new cards that have been released in such a short time. And this shows, hey, remember we were in the top 1% before, we're in fractions now as we just have our top 4 duelists trying to figure out who will be crowned North American champion.
I feel like Marshall switched gears after that game one. He shifted gears, he's more stoic, he re-primed himself back into competitive mode now. I've relaxed, I've soaked it in already. I am going to be going to Worlds. Now I want to win everything. That's what I got to feel here. Look at Marshall right here. So stoic now, completely focused.
Well, Yubel has a lot of forms. Maybe this is Marshall's final form.
But they are shuffling up now. Siding is nearly complete. Imagine this. Missing your flight, canceling your flight,
these
getting a
casters
new
like this,
flight,
chat.
and maybe
Chat,
even
why
taking
are they
the
like that?
entire title home.
Why must they see?
It's going to be quite the story to tell when Marshall comes home, to be like, yeah, I'm a little later than I was supposed to be getting home, but have I got a story for you?
Yeah, I got a lot more going on. Seattle is likely going to be the next flight that we're taking.
Adichie deciding, maybe not these cards anymore. We're going to go ahead and swap out some things from the side deck. Of course, some cards are good when you're going first. Some cards are great when you're going second. Making those final decisions.
Usually when you side deck, when it comes to side decking extra deck monsters, there is a little bit of a complication when it comes to the rules of it. They still have to be sleeved in the regular main deck color sleeves.
Well, as we were talking about, put me in, coach, but you do have to be in uniform, so matching extra deck sleeves it is.
I mean, once you have swapped to the World Championship qualifier sleeves, you can just have them all the same. They have to be all the same.
Well, he's doing one last pile shuffle here. Marshall's already presented his deck. Adichie just trying to make sure that everything is thoroughly randomized. This is his chance, but it's also Marshall's too.
I wonder what's going through their brains right now. It's like, breathe, breathe, breathe. Whatever that comes up is whatever that we're going to play. Whatever hand that is dealt is what we have.
That's all you can do. It's great experience, though, again, as these champions in their own right are going to a higher stage than here. But Marshall is very stoic, got through that game, but he certainly has, well, evolved much as Yubel does, ready to take things on to the next level and maybe on to our next set of matches.
I mean, wasting no time. Once we see it, then know when to fold them.
Got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. We are in Texas, after all.
That's right. All right. The hands are getting ready. Decks are shuffled. Tensions are high. We're getting ready for the semifinals to reach its conclusion with tons of time to remain.
One of these duelist advances. 2 go in, 1 comes out. It's time to find out here in our Game 3 of the first semifinals as we try to find out who will be in the finals of our North American World Championship qualifiers.
Here we go, from semifinalists evolving to the finalists.
And Aditya finally getting to go first in this match. And that's going to be starting off with Wanted, Seeker of Sinful Spoils.
Grabbing the Diabellstar, the Black Witch.
Apparently, no, the other one, Snake Eyes Diabellstar.
Oh.
Now, we've seen people weave that play slightly differently by tossing it into the graveyard a little bit earlier,
Probably means the level
just so that
7
the Poplar can put it into the Spell and Trap Zone.
Well, one good Diabellstar begets another, and it looks
guess.
like that's exactly what we're doing, as Diabellstar, the Black Witch, uses the Snake Eyes Diabellstar as a material.
Now, by doing this particular play, once you get into the Poplar, into the field spell, that usually leads into a different monster being placed in the Spell and Trap Zone instead.
I'll have to see what he pulls out there, but right now we're just setting the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. Marshall just leaned back, watching as this happens, maybe taking a page out of Aditya's book, not looking at the hand, just being quiet and watching the plays go by until he is ready to make his move. And speaking of moves, Fiendsmith Engraver will be discarded to add a Fiendsmith Spell Trap.
That's going to be Fiendsmith Tract. Tract is immediately activated.
Track.
Tract going into the deck, fetching out a Light Fiend monster. Did you know it's every kind of Light Fiend monster, not just things related to Fiendsmith?
That's certainly why we're grabbing the Fabled Lurie here, but there's a lot of great options we've been seeing throughout the weekend.
And the Lurie has a mandatory effect to summon itself back onto the field once it lands into the graveyard by being discarded. That's going to lead into the Fiendsmith's Requiem. Requiem into the next monster.
Certainly get to skip a step. Popular option, of course, Moon in the Closed Heaven, but you don't need it if you already have a Light Fiend on the field. So it'll become Requiem, and Requiem will go ahead and offer itself to bring out the Fiendsmith Engraver.
Engraver, what is it actually engraving? It can engrave itself outside of the graveyard by jumping back out.
Well, it is carrying the coffin on its back as the Fiendsmith Requiem is equipped to it.
All right, maximizing on resource management. We're going to get the, well, that coffin, Requiem, equipped back onto our Fiendsmith and sent away for cost for the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. Ash has been summoned onto the field, and then Poplar added to hand and summoned also onto the field. Poplar effect. Go for field spell, Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Now, since we already have the Snake Eye Diabellstar in the graveyard, this is going to be a different monster to be placed onto the field once that gets activated.
Careful play. Marshall hasn't jumped in just yet, so may not have any points of interaction in his hand. But Aditya is going to move things forward, combining the Fiendsmith Engraver and the Poplar. That'll make the Fiendsmith sequence.
Sequence someone onto the field. All right. Poplar is activating or not. We're going straight into the graveyard with Fiendsmith sequence.
Ah, now we've got something. There's that infinite impermanence.
So this is likely a page of memorizing every card in your hand. We're just going to flip them cards one at a time.
Marshall certainly being a stoic duelist there now. Maybe this really is Marshall's final form.
Now, this is not the end-all be-all of the Fiendsmith line, as we do have more monsters in the graveyard that can be summoned, and we still have another fusion play available from Fiendsmith's Tract.
Definitely a lot of plays there, but Aditya will have to commit to one or the other. Again, plenty of time left on the clock, 32 minutes and 40 seconds.
And there is the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye being activated.
Verifying some information in the graveyard before we reach into the deck to place a card from the Spell and Trap Zone there.
This is actually quite interesting. The Poplar did not activate. Perhaps there's going to be a later play with that Poplar, and that's why we decide to hold back.
Right.
Certainly a lot you can do with the Snake Eye deck in various different orders there. Could be a Snake Eye Oak that maybe puts it back on the field, and maybe it's linked off and returned to the Spell and Trap Zone. But we haven't quite gotten in yet.
That is a possibility. We're going to go for the Poplar direct. All right. I think that is actually quite smart, because if the Ash can use the Poplar to send it away, at least the Poplar on the field will reactivate and try to put a different monster back into the Spell and Trap Zone.
We are going to use exactly that. Snake Eye Ash, go ahead and get rid of the Snake Eye Poplar to bring out the next chapter in the Snake Eye Saga. Looks like it is going to be straight into the Flamberge Dragon.
Flamberge has been summoned. And we are going to use the effect of Poplar now. We've been just saving it, you know, for the perfect timing. It seems like this is now is the time.
Snake Eyes Diabellstar placed there in the Spell and Trap zone, likely to advance. And so it does move forward. Oh, maybe not. Adich's still thinking about that.
Not anymore. We're going
There
in.
we go. Certainly being careful about his plays. Again, he definitely wants to get to the finals here, so he may have a shot at being our champion.
Poplar being put back into the Spell and Trap zone as a continuous spell card, and Snake Eyes Diabellstar has been summoned onto the field, pushed into the main monster zone. Proceeding to Link Summon.
We've got a Link Summon of the Moon of the Closed Heaven.
We're generating additional monsters. These are looking at Light Fiends. We look like we're going into the Fiendsmith Engraver effect. We're going to be placing back, just placing back the Fiendsmith Requiem. There are 3 monsters. There is a Tract in the graveyard. Looking back into the graveyard, Tract is now activated, fusing for 3 material.
A lot of powerful fusion monsters throughout the tournament, and this is no exception as Fiendsmith Desiree hits the field.
Fiendsmith Desiree hitting that particular part of the field, the second monster zone, which is under an extra monster zone, but don't worry, they can't be targeted. We have the Fiendsmith sequence activating the graveyard, equipping itself onto the Desiree. Desiree, really powerful card, and now we get to the summon of Snake Eyes Oak. Oak summons back the Ash. We have a ton of monsters to play with. The board is being developed quite fully.
Certainly open season there as we see the Snake Eye Oak and Flamberge Dragon go to the graveyard. Oh, maybe not.
Marshall deep in thought, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, trying to understand where this board is going, what are the monsters on the field, what are the disruptions, what are my opponent's interaction. You know, you gotta pay close attention to both field and graveyard constantly, just so that you are just ready and aware to play when it comes back to your own turn.
Well, still a Ditch's turn for now, and he's going to go ahead and grab out the IP Masquerena with a successful Link summon there. And because the Flamberge Dragon went to the graveyard, we might see some additional fire monsters, but it doesn't look like we're doing that. We're just going to go ahead and link off again into the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames, who is now bringing out the Flamberge Dragon, likely to use its effect once it leaves next time.
Flamberge Dragon has been, it's now secured. It's dropped out of his hand, and that Flamberge Dragon could have more activation right here. We are thinking carefully. They are using the effect of Desiree to negate. Wow, okay, we're using the effect of Desiree to negate the effects of Promethean Princess, which turns you off of the Fire Lock. And they're proceeding to Link Summon into Appaloosa. Effect of Flamberge is now going to activate. Alright, that's going to summon back the Oak, summoning back the Ash. Continuing the Link Summon.
Two-material Appaloosa is certainly very popular there, and it looks like it's going to be backed up by the Silhouette Rabbit.
I like this play. This is different from what we've seen so far. I was wondering if this was only going to be the Flamberge, the IP, but Adia always showcasing something a little bit different.
You do love illusions, so you would be excited when somebody pulls a rabbit out of their hat.
That's right. Of course, that is going to set onto the field a trap monster, a continuous trap that summons itself onto the field, and that monster is Angel Statue Azurun.
We've learned how it has that very powerful effect to stop, negate, and destroy those summons which do not start a chain, and that's a lot of what Yubel does, right? When you think about the Phantom of Yubel, that's what makes the deck so powerful, and, well, at least we've got an answer to one of those cards.
No. Adia, one of the few duelists that's giving the card a chance.
I think a lot of duelists are at least going to give it a second look as they see it on the screen right now.
Based on the current field, the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye would be one of the few options to bring back the IP Masquerena, but we're going to see where Marshall's going to take this after reviewing the board that has been developed, the field, the monsters. We're going to special summon Pancratops.
Dino Wrestler Pancratops. A blast from the past, but still an incredible card.
And that's...
You could chain it, but it might be negated.
There's just so many negates that's on the field. We've got the 2 Appaloosa negates, Desiree. We've got... going to Battle Phase. Did I hear that
You
right?
heard Battle Phase. Yubel loves the Battle Phase, but not quite like this. Dino Wrestler Pancratops by itself, maybe choosing to battle straight the monsters ahead of it. Perhaps you may attack the Appaloosa. But again, it's going to be a little interesting to see what happens with the main phase 2 here after Dino Wrestler Pankratops chooses what it's going to attack.
Dino Wrestler Pankratops. 2,600 attack points.
Attack over Apple.
Definitely a big one.
Attacking over the Appaloosa. Oh, that's wonderful. That takes out 2 of the monster-based negation. Carefully reading the effects of Fiendsmith's Desiree. Now, Fiendsmith Desiree does have to negate the cards that are face-up on the field. This is going to be a bit of a challenge.
Not a lot of the U-Belt cards activate while they're face-up on the field. Many of them destroyed while they're in their graveyard or from some other location.
I don't think Aditya expected this. If Aditya did expect this, that trap card would have flipped face-up to negate this particular summon already.
I know we've seen some crazy cards throughout the weekend, but that is my first time seeing Dino Wrestler Pankratops in the last 3 days.
We're currently still in the battle phase. We're using the effect.
Gonna go and destroy the face-down card.
That's going to get rid of the Azurun. Gonna attempt to summon it. They're wondering if it is going to be destroyed. As the card technically is still a trap card, it doesn't change into a monster where it loses its trap, the trap card status. Will it be destroyed? They are confirming with the judge, and
So
it is destroyed.
Yes.
It is different from those who become a monster and no longer a trap card, so there's a slight difference there. And we're going to proceed into main phase 2, going into our Fiendsmith Engraver, going into the graveyard.
They're trying to get a handle back on the duel here, picking up both sides of the deck there and grabbing that Fiendsmith Tract.
This field is still quite intimidating if you look at it.
It's not over yet, that's for certain. Fiendsmith Desiree still very powerful, and IP Masquerena just staring down, ready to jump in with a Link summon.
Chain the effect of IP Masquerena. Light beam monsters are very dangerous, but we're linking away our Silhouette Rabbit.
Oh, into SP.
Okay, Chad, I'm holding my mic. I don't want to sit down. It's really uncomfortable, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try.
Ooh!
Wow!
Oh, what happened?
The crowd cheering for that one.
Wait.
The Forbidden Droplet taking away the option. Oh,
getting rid of another Forbidden Droplet and a Samsara D Lotus.
2 cards, but one Light Fiend is incredibly powerful here.
Oh.
So both are negated, so no longer
Can't
anything to
respond
worry
to the
about.
monster in a
This
spell,
is Marshall's
so-
moment to get back into the game.
No traps
Going
on
ahead and
board.
turning that Fabled Lure into a Fiendsmith
We
Requiem.
could do with
Be
that.
very careful. There are
Oh.
still 2 cards in Aditya's hand. Going to Fiendsmith Engraver. Checking the hand. Is there an interaction?
Oh my
Passing
goodness.
the priority. Getting the equip from the Requiem.
Mhm.
We're going straight into the Extract, performing a fusion style summon. It's going to be Necroquip.
Yeah, Chad,
What's that?
apparently while I was live
The
today,
effect of
Joe
Engraver,
Biden
summon
dropped
back
out
onto
of the
field with
race.
2
I had
6s
no
on the field.
idea.
We're going to perform.
And I
Thought it
saw
was
an hour later. Oh, I still have
See
BRB on
summon,
the
but looks
screen,
like we're
don't
actually
I?
going to Fiendsmith Sequence.
Saw an hour
Sequence
later,
has been summoned onto the
scrolling
field.
through YouTube while I was up.
Oh, Effect Veiler.
Effect Veiler, what a counter.
Taking a look at the graveyard, there may be nothing left.
I think this might be it. No cards in hand left. Sequence is already negated. People are very patient with their hand-based disruption, negations. And this is a tough spot to be in. The Desiree still being on the field, and I believe that is going to be past turn.
Patience prevails again.
There's a very
Damn.
crucial moment. Like Fiendsmith Sequence, just such a crucial card to negate, and that's going to keep Marshall out of continuing the turn and requiring the pass back.
In here that can activate on my turn.
There are no cards to activate on Aditya's turn. Aditya has free reign over this current turn.
No cards in hand, no cards on field, and no
Oh,
cards in the
geez,
graveyard for relevance
nothing?
in this turn. So
Oh,
now
this
we're
is the
seeing
match
Fiendsmith
then.
Engraver activate its effect and return something to special summon itself back on the field.
This is a solid year for
Rest
Aditya.
in pickle juice.
Certainly is, from one NAWCQ to the next, from Raleigh to Austin.
All right, we get the summon of the Engraver. This is not over just yet. We're going to see whether or not the life ones are going to go down to 0.
I will
are we going
say,
to have enough damage? You know,
The
remember,
nice
we're
thing
close
about
to the
this
goalpost,
WCQ is
but
that
we can't
okay,
fumble it
so here's the
just yet.
thing,
We have
right?
to
At
play
the
it
point
all
we're
the way
at in this
through.
format, I almost wish they wouldn't kill Snake Eye
Definitely
before
have
Worlds.
to bring it home.
I almost hope they don't kill Snake Eye
The
until
graveyard
after
again.
Worlds.
This is the moment again.
Because
if
the format
defense wants
sucks,
to
and
get
nobody wants to
things
play
done,
against Snake Eye.
there
But
is no better turn than when your
the
opponent
thing
has
about
nothing they can do in
Worlds in this
response.
format
What
is
an
that we've been in this
interesting field that
format
was established.
almost
I
since
like that
last
battle
Worlds.
phase because it basically revealed that
Genuinely.
there was actually
It's
no
almost
even
been
match, but it could have
that
baited
long.
into like a overreaction to an even match or calling battle phase like that.
And I feel like
still technically compatible with
at
evenly
this
matched, clearing
point,
itself off
it
the
might
field so
not
that
be the
easily could
worst
activated,
thing
but it is not
if the
being seen
format
here.
was
The duel may not
legitimately
be
a
as even as
culmination
Marshall wanted
of
the
the
match to
past
be.
almost year of all of
But
2024
look
at
the
least.
damage so far.
And
gonna go
I
for
don't
the
see that
attack.
happening
Just a
because of
little
course we have the
battle
OCG ban list. They'd have to unhit it for the World's ban list and not hit Snake Eye, but
20.
it'll be interesting for
Just a
sure.
little bit of math here. Not closing out the duel
OCG
just
probably
yet.
won't get another ban list before Worlds either,
We
so
have to be very careful
that's
here.
whatever TCG hits.
It may be a top deck situation, but there could also be stuff in the graveyard that can activate back on Marshall's turn.
Okay, so surprisingly,
But it's going to be very
seems like
difficult to activate that card in
maybe haven't
hand
ended, which
because
is
Desiree is still on field. There's an SP.
interesting.
There's 2 cards that can be interacted with you immediately, but there is also Engraver in the graveyard. This is where you use 100% of your brain power to figure out a line that gets you out of this. We're going to activate Fiendsmith Engraver. We're going to put back Sequence in there. We're going to summon out the Engraver, and that's going to go into Battle Phase.
Interesting.
We'll run over the S phase so we can
Attacking
actually
over
do
the
stuff.
SP Little Knight. We're getting a lot of these
Yep.
minor battle phases to clear off some of the problematic monsters. And we are going to see main phase 2. And Marshall is going to continue the turn.
You're right that the battle phase's
Interesting.
purpose has almost changed across the last couple of duels as players use their monsters to clear off spot removal with a good old-fashioned attack.
They're dancing. It's just a little back and forth dance here.
Definitely not an open and shut case, but looks like we're going to Fiendsmith Requiem with the Fiendsmith Engraver and beginning this combo once again. If it resolves, looks like it's good, so let's go ahead and special summon a new Light Fiend.
Still 2 cards in Aditya's hand. We have now reached the Engraver. Touchdown on the field from the deck from the Requiem effect.
Yes.
Attempting to equip with the Requiem. There's 2 cards on the field. That's in defense mode.
Not shifting to attack, just making sure to read through it, maybe using its effect to go ahead and even things up. Take a look at the graveyard as well, just to figure out what it is that Marshall wants to do next.
The effect to put away the Engraver, sending Engraver away and the Requiem.
Interesting.
Ooh. Spirit of Yubel putting away Samsara D Lotus back into the deck. That's only 1 fusion monster that can do something like that right now, and that's going to be Phantom of Yubel.
Here's the funny
They're
card.
definitely not down or out.
Hiss Yubel.
Phantom Yubel certainly evening things up again, able to change an effect into, hey, destroying a Yubel monster. I could destroy Spirit of Yubel and bring out another Yubel to keep this game going, but for now, passing turn. Teach is about to draw.
Very tight situation. What a tightrope to walk here.
It's like almost a top deck war.
Although it may be just 1 disruption. Will it be enough?
Marshall hanging on by a thread there with the Phantom of Yubel, but still able to protect his monsters.
Standby. Good.
Draw and standby phase. Using the effect of Beans with Desiree. That's going to change to destroy a Yubel monster from the deck.
No response, so let's go ahead and destroy Spirit of Yubel.
No effect? Okay.
And no effects. Not deciding to bring out the Yubel.
Interesting.
Normal summon out Fable Lurie. Fable Lurie is
Normal
gets summoned
Lurie
into
is
Fiends with
unfortunate.
Requiem. Requiem gets sent into the graveyard for the tribute cost.
Got it.
One good combo against another, and Marshall
And he
offers
There's the
concedes!
scoop. Ouchie.
Marshall trying to put up a good fight.
Unfortunate.
Fight the good
He's not
fight.
activating
But
the
Aditya
concept.
has it all,
I'm actually
taking it to the finals of the NAWCQ.
Definitely is making it Aditya showing just a little bit of emotion there. But Marshall, what an incredible performance. Remember, you will see Marshall again on the World Championship stage at some point. So if you become a new fan of his, don't worry, he'll be back.
I love how chill Marshall is.
Look
Just
at that smile.
So down to earth. Yeah, I might have lost. I still have my invite. I still have my prizes. I still have the prize card, another versus Glutonia, and I also get a trophy to take home as well. You know, seems like a pretty good weekend.
That's a pretty good trophy when you take a look at it. So Marshall just going to collect himself, and I guess he needs to book himself a new flight home.
Yeah, that's right.
But what an incredible performance, showing that you at home can just show up here as long as you put the work in, as long as you have grit, determination, and hey, a smile like that, you can make it as far as Marshall did.
Now, this tournament isn't
Oh
over
my
just
goodness.
yet. We have only finished the semifinal, right? Semifinals number 1. There's, of course, another finalist to be seeded as well.
Likely current in progress, but we will be seeing soon who Aditya will be facing off against in the finals. Can't
Okay, there
believe
we
we
go.
made it. What an incredible weekend so far.
That's just
so
switching
much
stuff up
dueling
on
action,
Discord.
so many
It's
questions answered about this
Ish.
format, so many cards getting to be showcased. Just great stuff.
Like, there's a lot of cool decks out
Ah.
there. I think my favorite this weekend has to be Ancient Gear.
The Ancient Gear
Ancient
duel
Gear
was
was
crazy
spicy,
for sure.
but
I
it was
mean, every
literally
one of
just
these
10 at
duels
home.
is
It was such
just,
a non-game.
Just picture perfect, just a moment unto itself. Just great Yu-Gi-Oh!
I mean, seeing
television.
Ancient Gear and
But I
Gimmick
will
Puppet
say,
do their
man, those
things
Gimmick
were
Puppets were really
It's
cool
just-
last night too.
Gimmick puppets. I mean, there's a lesson to be learned. Everyone's going to feel a little bit differently, especially when you don't get to play your own cards. It's going to be a tough time, but regardless, Ancient Gear kind of does the same thing. It feels
Dude's
like a weird
really
version.
trying to not
I say
make
weird,
gimmick
not in a
puppets
bad
sound
way.
good.
I mean,
and
in the
love
best
it.
way possible.
I'm here for it.
Because there's just so many interaction from this old card, Ancient Gear Fortress. Oh, you can't interact with certain cards, but that was yesterday. Now today, we're basically reaching the conclusion very soon.
Yeah, it's
but
sad
we've
that Ancient
got,
Gear and
of course, the
Mimigul
finals
didn't make it to
coming
Top
up soon,
Cut.
but before
Dude,
the
if
finals,
Mimigul made it to
of
Top
course,
Cut, that would have been so
there's just
insane. You
one-
know
we have
that?
to get our final finalist.
Oh, it would have been
before we
freaking
get to that point.
crazy.
Just so many questions again were answered, but we still don't know who it is that our final duelist is. But like, this format is not quite solved just yet. But we got to see a nice little preview, right? People heading into their local official tournament stores next week are going to have a lot to think about when they sleeve their cards and fill out their next deck list.
Yep. And are you going to choose to play the Silhouette Rabbit? A lot of people, I believe, underestimated that card. Maybe it felt a little bit too slow for my taste, but I love that card, so it didn't feel too slow for me personally. But just being able to get that statue, just changing up the mechanic, it's almost like getting a counter trap to negate a summon, which forces your opponent to like, oh, I want to go into Moon of the Closed Heaven, but if I do go into that card, it's going to get negated. So in other words, everything's being interacted in a different way, and I love seeing different types of end boards. And I think
Yeah, it's a card that a lot of people expected to do really, really well, and then it didn't in the OCG, and everyone was like, oh, okay, I guess it's not good. And now people are
So
actually
many
playing
different
it.
duels that we didn't get to see that have been
I don't know.
happening behind the scenes.
I think I
So
lowballed it a
really
little bit, but a
interesting
lot
just
of
to see
people
all the
highballed it
cool
really
stuff.
hard,
But
too.
again, this will be the
It's
last
just
time
like,
we interview somebody who
rip.
is not a champion, because it is just our semifinalists here. So let's throw it to the stage for an interview with Aditya.
Thank you very much, Steven. I am here with Aditya after
close
winning
master
and now going to the finals. But you also, more importantly, are going to be a North American representative at WCS 2024. So I want to start off there, since we haven't had a chance to talk with you since you qualified. Has it settled in yet that you will be representing the region?
I'm really excited to be at Seattle. My opponent was really good. I can't wait to see him there. Yeah, I'm just super, super excited.
Now, we've talked a little bit about your journey so far. This year, you're really pushing to compete, go to travel to different events, topping 4 YCSs. Now you're going to go to a finals. Is this your first ever finals that you'll be a part of?
Yeah, this will be my first finals. This is the first event I've broken top 8. I didn't think I'd make it to this point. I'm glad for everybody that's like standing behind me over there. And yeah, I can't wait to play.
Well, we can't wait to watch you play. Do you have any final message before going into the finals? Any words of encouragement for the people that are cheering you on? It seems like the crowd's behind you right now.
All I gotta do is lock in right now. That's it.
Aditya's got to lock in. Congratulations. I'm going to let you get going and prepare for the finals. But we do actually want to welcome back up the other representative from WCS. So thank you, Aditya. Marshall, we got to talk to you again here, because you've had time to now settle in and process the fact that you'll be representing the region at WCS. So I want to hear, has it settled in for you, and how are you feeling now that you no longer have to compete today?
Whew. It feels good. My last round he was good. He was nice. So I'm happy for him.
Any moments that stand out to you in that duel?
Game 3, when he started doing his plays, I was like, oh, nobody's put up the on-field negate guy the entire day, and I was like, oh, I think I lose. He got it.
Yeah, that's the moment. That's the moment you realized. Well, I gotta say, we're gonna let you get going because you've had a long weekend here. But do you think it was worth it, missing that flight?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Marshall, for coming on. Once again, congratulations. Both of those duelists will be representing North America at WCS. Now we're gonna send it back over to the casters.
Thanks, Steven. And I have to say, what a great energy he had. Even though he just lost this one, he's super positive about it. And even mentioned, a quick little remark about Fiendsmith's Desiree. Oh, no one made that, and I guess he made it. He got it.
Shows you the power of that card. And again, check this out. We're about to go to Game 3 of our feature match. So we will not be going away. We will actually be showcasing another duel here.
That's right. We're back.
Yeah, we're back.
Already.
Throwing us to us. More duels. Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
They're currently in progress here. This is the Game 3 between Michael, and they're just starting here. Fiendsmith Snake Eye versus Fiendsmith Snake Eye. Landon representing it.
Oh,
it is
great.
a tied game here. It's going to be on the stage to find out exactly who it is that Adichie will be playing against.
Ooh, 28 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock. One game apiece. I wonder who's actually choosing to go first.
Well, we didn't get to see anything before, so this might be a little bit of a surprise for us here. That's what makes the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game so exciting, is that we have seen so many roller coaster duels, and this one, hey, maybe it won't disappoint.
All right. Landon versus Michael. Here we go. They're waiting for the sign, waiting for the signal.
Don't want to jump the gun there.
Yeah, when you get to these feature tables, you got to pay attention to the judges. They'll be giving you all the instructions that you need, and then you can have fun dueling on this stage.
Sort of a crash course for our viewers at home who are ready to become the next Marshall.
They're quite patient. I mean, quite exciting too.
Definitely a recurring theme here, though. A lot of duelists saying, I didn't expect I would make it this far. You've got to be your own biggest fan, right? If you put those cards on the table, that's all it takes in order to win the duel.
Landon, just a little bit fidgety, really eager to get things going.
A very different set of energy here from Marshall and Adichie. One stoic, one certainly smiley. Landon just rearing and ready to go.
This could be it. I mean, both of these duelists
what if this is just the biggest non-game of the weekend? That'd be insane.
Well, they're going to WCS.
And we are closing in on this
Remember
duel.
when cross-out skill drain was an insanely hype thing? That was funny.
It's almost time.
And hype.
I can't imagine what's going through their
But it's
heads.
funny that it was hype.
One game away from being into the finals.
Well, every moment they get to breathe, they certainly can think about what plays they'll make and reflect upon the duels that we didn't get to see just yet.
All right. Just about to get ready.
There
First
we
bump.
go. Well, thank you for your patience. Again, patience being a virtue here that has been kindly reflected upon at the North American World Championship qualifiers. But now we get into this
Before
duel. The
finals,
clock
I'm
begins
gonna
to
go
tick
make
down,
food.
and we are finding out that Michael is going to go first, meaning he probably lost the last duel and chose to go first.
Look at these players' records. Landon with 14 wins, 2 losses, 0 draws, and Michael with 13 wins, 2 losses, 1 draw.
Well, we're starting out pretty strong here using the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils, right? That poster reflecting
My favorite thing
the
about
Black Witch,
doing
and she is
easy
added
A's
from
in
the deck to the
current day
hand.
Dokkan is the fact that I can literally just do them if my team is strong enough by leaving auto battle on once you've cleared one
We're
stage.
going to proceed with the DL Ball
great.
Star, the Black Witch, sending another copy of herself into the graveyard. Is there a response on Landon's side? Landon
My
thinks
box
about
is
it.
like vaguely decent enough, so
Maybe
like
he
most
had
of
one,
the
but
easy
maybe
A's
it's
I
not
could do
time to
this
use it
for.
again. Again, patience is the virtue that has reflected kindly in this duel.
I think when you get a combination,
Super easy A's are
of
unfortunately a
destruction,
little different.
You have to figure out which is the best combination.
That's also fine
to
because they're
choose for
newer.
which timing you want to hit.
Have to know exactly when to jump in there.
And it gets a little bit more complicated when you have these types of scenarios where multiple combinations could be more effective at different times. But knowing, practicing, getting used to, holding back. Sometimes you get overeager and maybe commit yourself into one that is not as optimal. But that is not the case here. We're going to continue the play here with Michael setting a card onto the field.
But then discarding the
Oh yeah,
Fiendsmith
you know what I
Engraver.
forgot is,
Maybe
I
Landon
wanted
wants to
join
stop
the
this
Asmodee
here.
Discord.
It is a
think
very
one got
strong
made,
play,
right?
though. Getting that free summon from Diabell started, Black Witch. Still have a
They've been
normal
waiting
summon
for
available.
Sinful Spoils to be
Landon
like
being
its own
patient,
deck
passes
for a while
priority
now.
back to
And
Michael. Michael continuing
Well, it's not, but
the search
got
for
as a
Fiendsmith's track.
which is basically what I was
Fiendsmith
looking
track
for.
likely to be activated next unless a Droll Lockbird is in Landon's hand, but he doesn't seem to respond, so Michael will
Landon's
go ahead
hand.
and activate that track, go deep into the deck here.
Tracked activation, adding a Light Fiend monster into hand and discarding one card. That's going to be Fabled Lurie. Lurie added hand, Lurie to the graveyard. What an express trip to the graveyard. And that's going to lead to the summon of the Fabled Lurie.
It was there, but it's back again, and now it will be converted in a Link summon as a material for Fiendsmith Requiem.
Fiendsmith Requiem, summon onto the field. The Link summon of a Link 1. Link 1s are always very powerful.
Well, from Link Spider to Fiendsmith
People are
Requiem, we've
labbing
certainly seen
with
a
White
lot
Forest,
of cool ways to
Snake
utilize that
Eye,
mechanic.
assorted fusion
And
shenanigans.
speaking of
and Pure
mechanics,
currently
looks like we're going to go ahead
on the
and use the
Discord.
effects of the
For as a-
Fiendsmith
Sorry, I should be paying
Requiem to
attention
go ahead
to
and bring out Fiendsmith Engraver.
World semis.
Engraver and
Or,
Diabell Star.
World's
Both
qualifier
of these
semis,
cards,
I mean.
special summon. Normal summon still available for Michael. And we're going to do an equip from the Requiem from the graveyard onto Fiendsmith Engraver on the field.
Definitely the main characters of their own story, teaming up side by side, maybe to bring Michael to the finals of this championship.
And
their own
we
story.
are
Sorry, are
using
we getting
that coffin to
Fiendsmith
pay
lore at
costs
some point? I
for
don't.
original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye.
Oh, bonk. My phone bumped into the
Landon
table.
thinking again, maybe I need to respond, maybe not. Oh, it's time. Ash
now
Blossom
is
Joyous
the
Spring.
time. Ash Blossom Joyous Spring preventing
Ouchie,
the
ouchie,
Snake Eye Ash or the
unfortunate.
Snake Eye monster from touching down onto the field right now. Maybe hoping that Michael doesn't have it in hand, perhaps.
You know, it would be the funniest misplay is going into
Michael's shown previously
Goddess
off
to go into
camera,
Requiem.
but did advance from that side stage duel. Now here, competing for a spot in the finals.
Please
Ash
tell
Blossom
me
Joyous
that's not
Spring
what's
slowed him
happening.
down, but it looks like we're going to a Link summon now as two
Yo,
monsters go to the
do it.
grave. And out of the extra deck appears
It's gonna be Silhouette, right?
Checking the graveyard once again.
Fiendsmith Sequence.
Bunch. Okay, okay.
All right,
I was
sequence
just like,
summon
okay,
off
I was
the
gonna be
field. Are we gonna
really
use the
upset
fusion
if.
effect immediately, or we're gonna commit into a different play
Ugh.
first.
Oh.
Now it looks like we're going to use the Fiendsmith Sequence effect after all, combining Lurie and the Fiendsmith Requiem.
The fusion monsters only require Light Fiend monsters. They don't need the name just
Cat
yet. of
wishes for
Fiendsmith
freedom.
Engraver.
So here comes Fiendsmith Lacrima using its effect as well.
Jumped off of my bed and begun flailing.
Lacrima.
What a
Targeting
creature!
Fiendsmith.
What an
Engraver.
absolute creature he is.
Summoning out the Engraver.
Chat, why is he creaching? Chat, why is he
And
creaching?
now's the moment, Nibiru the Primal Being.
Nibiru coming down. That's pretty hot. Coming down hot from space. We're going to
Things
attempt
falling
to
out of space tends to make them
relieve
pretty
every
hot, yes.
monster into the graveyard and summon down our own
Makes
Primal
Will
Being
Smith
token.
react to them
patience
like a
paid off there.
Fortnite bus.
Looks like we're going to have a pretty decent sized token. But a
Now
lot of
this
these tokens haven't stayed for
And
long.
if you think
Now,
that's
this
terrible and
prevented the
unfunny,
Beatrice from being
yell at
played. There's
YouTube
many
Rewind
ways to kinda
2018, not
continue
me.
your play. You can go try to drop in the Snake Eye monster into the graveyard and then go into Promethean Princess to bring it back. There are many, many ways that you don't only have to rely on original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye to drag out that copy of Snake Eye Ash.
Looks like we may actually be going into the graveyard. No, I didn't see the banishment of Fiendsmith tracked there. No fusion summons just yet. Nibiru has had such an impact on this tournament.
And this is what I said, when you get a different combination of hand-based disruption, you have to understand how your opponent navigates their side of the field too, to kind of maximize the effectiveness. You have to think about, do I do it really early on? Do I wait? Do I hit the most important card to prevent certain lines from kind of appearing? I mean, Michael just committed quite a few cards already. The fusion effect is also one of the more important ones. You still have track, but without the Light Fiend monsters on the field, you're not going to be able to use that track fusion because one's acting more like a regular polymerization to some degree, whereas the sequence is the one that uses the graveyard for the material. You know, if you get both of these, it's just such a powerful play. Now, we're going to activate the effect of Wanted in the graveyard. We're going to put back the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye, and that's going to attempt to draw one card.
Well, hopefully that card pushes Michael into something new. Nibiru almost game-ending upon itself. Taking another look in the graveyard, perhaps we've drawn something of relevance there that's going to crack this duel wide open for Michael.
He's going to activate the effect of the Fiendsmith Engraver, summoning himself back onto the field. We're going to be putting back one of those Light Fiends into the deck.
Looks like it was Lacrima, maybe being used for a future turn.
Getting rid of that Nibiru rather not the token, but the Nibiru itself, the primal being.
Wait, but I pulled it. Huh.
Now we're up to 2 monsters, just a token and the Fiendsmith Engraver.
What the fuck?
I know Michael's a very careful duelist. I've dueled him before in the anniversary event in Master Duel. He's a very well-known Master Duel player as well.
Well, as the clock
I just had
moves
something
on,
weird happen in
he is
Dokkan.
showing how much of a master duelist he truly is.
I did a multi-summon. My game crashed before the multi loaded.
Gotta
I
be
got
very careful here.
an SSR.
Not here to make it to the
and no other
semifinals.
units
You're
in
here
my
to make it to the
box.
finals and win the whole thing. They both have that mentality. You see how stoic they are. They're so focused.
Well, he certainly needs to advance the game state here, and there he does by normal summoning Droll and Lockbird.
Linking away the token and the Droll. 2 monsters. IP Masquerena, wonderful card. Touching down onto the extra monster zone.
And it looks like that's going to be a pass turn.
Set 1. Landon is going in with 3 cards.
To investigate the graveyard here, looks like we just see a Droll and Lockbird, a couple of Fiendsmith cards, and that track which was not
give
used.
me a sec, chat. I
So
have
nothing
to
too scary.
This kind of shows Michael doesn't have a Snake Eye Ash in hand. So the normal summon of the Jordan Lockbird was that Telegraph. Do you hold on to the Jordan Lockbird? No, we got to develop something more because it might not be enough.
Well, we'll see if IP Masquerena is here to save the day. Landon goes ahead and enters the turn and starts it off with Bonfire. Light the torches and signal in a new Pyro monster.
Bonfire. Okay, maybe that Jordan Lockbird could have done something more. Depends on what we are searching into.
Well, hindsight's 20/20, but right now Landon is activating the Bonfire to go ahead and grab a Snake Eye Poplar. Snake Eye Poplar, pretty safe bet to say it's going to activate its effect from the hand to special summon to the field.
Michael, being very, very careful here.
Hold on, chat. I'm gonna be right back. But if this
Believe
game
Landon
ends
showing
while
off
I'm
that he
away,
has
I'm just
3
gonna go
additional
make
cards
food
in hand.
while I'm up.
Ooh,
Crossout
Designator.
Designator. Oh, wow. We've seen how powerful this card can be.
This is going to turn off the summon effect of the Snake Eyes Poplar and the search effect of Snake Eye Poplar and the graveyard retrieval of re-putting a card back into the spawn trap zone.
3 effects? What effects?
Oh, that is a bit unfortunate for Landon. Well played, being very patient. This is the card that I can hit 3 things. I can at least stop 3 things. Let's hope that this is going to be the one that pays off.
Crossout Designator, always a slightly more powerful card when duelists tend to drift towards one deck or the other, and there's certainly a lot of common options here, but looks like we're going to go ahead and activate the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils.
Wanted is successful. That's likely going to add one of those Diabell Star monsters, and that's going to be Diabell Star, the Black Witch.
Here comes Diabell Star the Black Witch, and we are getting rid of the Poplar, but it's not going to come back. Its effects are not good.
So, the Diabell Star is going to be Chainlink 1, Poplar Chainlink 2. It's going to be negated. It's not going to be able to go to the Spell and Trap zone.
Yes,
like
Michael
that.
pointing out, hey, Crossout Designator, it still isn't going to happen.
But you can still use it. You can still activate it. It's just be negated. Just be negated. And we're going to set onto the field Original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye.
So still able to advance the game state a little further, but definitely staring down IP Masquerena, who has the entire extra deck behind her. Of course, Link 2 or Link 3 is what you'll have access to in this situation, but you don't exactly know what's coming up. And we've had so many surprises as players have been side decking those great extra deck cards.
Landon having a slight communication with the judge at the table.
Just verifying stuff. Again, we have the best of the business here watching this duel, so let's see what happens next.
IP Masquerena has not activated its effect. Ooh. Michael really trying to prevent those Snake Eye cards from touching onto the field.
Oh, wow. The SP Little Knight banishing the Diabellstar. All that work. And yet she doesn't get to get anything out.
We could still see a normal summon.
It would be the only way you would be able to get that Sinful Spoils online. Oh, but we are seeing Snake Eye Oak. Snake Eye Oak going to go ahead and target the Snake Eye Poplar.
That is a level 1 monster, so that's going to be possible.
Oh, but we're going to banish both here.
Ooh, but there's still a monster on the field, and that can result in the activation of the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye, paying the cost, using the Poplar. But at the same time, how effective will this be? Snake Eye Ash has been summoned onto the field. Poplar not going to be very effective. Both effects have been used. Also, it's going to be negated through the cross-out designator.
Does get the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye to the graveyard for later use of its effect in the grave, but you're right that the Ash isn't really doing much.
If we can generate additional face-up cards, the Ash will do a whole lot more. We're going to add a copy of Snake Eye Ash into hand instead, just for potential follow-up. Michael simplifying the game state here with that SP Little Knight. I mean, first of all, the Nibiru simplified it first. Now the SP Little Knight is kind of the counter play to simplify it even further, attempting to draw a card, I believe, here.
The only damage so far in this duel as the clock ticks down is the 1200 from the Lacrima effect. So again, using that effect to place the card face down and drawing a new card, seeing if Landon can get back into the duel.
Will that one card be enough? We're checking out the graveyard, checking what we have. Landon being very careful. I think he drew into a Drawn Lockbird.
That's what I saw too.
We're going to set one. Drawn Lockbird and simplified game states usually can slow things down, but will it be enough to buy the turn back? Snake Eye Ash alone, not the strongest of things, but we do have... Ooh, there's a little bit of a mix-up here. Okay, here we go.
Going to return those cards from the SP Little Knight. Michael trying to determine where he's going. Looks like we're in the center of the field.
Got to be careful of those monster zones in the middle. They can just be Relinquish Anima. You know, that's where the bowl is for Relinquish Anima to eat.
Hey, with Moon of the Closed Heaven available now too, there's only one monster zone that feels safe.
That's right. Okay, it seems like we're activating the effect of Fiendsmith and Grave, putting back the sequence, being able to cycle out your own cards and cycling them back in. You know, feels a little bit, circular. It's an infinite loop of card resources.
Fiendsmith Engraver, definitely a resourceful card, right? Leaves no fiend untouched as part of his arsenal. Speaking of arsenal, here comes out the Fiendsmith Requiem.
Requiem effect. Gonna attempt to summon Fiendsmith Engraver.
One great Engraver begets another. Take a look at the graveyard again, getting a little closer to being able to use Tract in a powerful way. But first we're going to go ahead and use Fiendsmith Requiem and slap it onto the Fiendsmith Engraver.
That Requiem can be used as cost. It can be used as the thing to send away for the Fiendsmith Engraver to send another card your opponent controls to the graveyard, or rather a monster to the graveyard.
Well, with Landon against the rope, we'll see if this Fiendsmith's Requiem is a Requiem for this match.
All right.
Just gonna hold my mic
graveyard
for the
once
rest
more.
of game 3 because I don't want to sit right now because it's uncomfortable.
Activating the effect of Fiendsmith
But
Engraver
I think
to
the life
send away
points
cards
haven't
targeting
changed since
Fiendsmith
I
Requiem
got up,
and
which I
the
think is
Snake Eye
hilarious.
Oak.
Putting Snake Eye Oak in the Fiendsmith's Requiem coffin shape. And then going back in the graveyard to see if we need something else. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and perform a Link Summon here.
I'm leaving the
Using
BRB up because as soon as
both
the sun's
Fiendsmith Engraver
gonna go
and
make
the
food,
SP
but
Little Knight.
I'll be back
Just
afterwards.
so many different lines that could occur here.
Certainly no telling.
World Tournament update.
That's
I've
gonna be
fallen out of the
Fiendsmith
top
sequence.
8,000, but barely, and I'm still 7th in
Sequence
local
effect.
ranking, which is cool.
The card that most people have been stopping this entire weekend. However,
Definitely shuts down some turns, but I don't know if that's happening here.
that's going to be for 2.
Well, if I did
Engraver
another
and
run, I
another
could
monster?
probably get up to 6th. Actually, a
guess we're
few more
going to
runs, I could
Fiendsmith,
probably get to
Macromath.
5th, but I'm not going to bother.
Gotta make sure that you know everything that is happening in your opponent's graveyard. Lacrima summons onto the field. It's
But
going
the
to
top 10 are
target
climbing. I might fall out of
the
top 10 local.
Fiendsmith Engraver in the graveyard. That's going to
no.
be added.
That a significant prize difference? I
Well,
don't know.
not added hand, but rather summoned onto the field. That's going to overlay into a rank 6.
No, it is not.
And I think it's time for Beatrice.
Oh yeah, right. I
Lady of the
looked earlier.
Eternal.
It's the one
Beatrice,
dragon
Lady of the Eternal,
stone.
has now been summoned onto the field.
Oh no.
Detach. For the effect, you send a card from the deck to the graveyard.
Apocalyptic.
However, are we going to be met with something? Landon almost gestured he wanted to activate something, but likely is going to resolve.
Saw how eager Landon was to begin this final game. It's been raging on for quite a while.
That's going to be the Snake
Yeah, it has,
Eye
actually. Holy
Ash
crap.
landing into the graveyard. This is
Almost 20
3
minutes.
links worth of material
I didn't
here.
expect that out of a Snake Eye mirror.
Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flame,
Normally
summoning
it's a lot
onto
of
the field.
non-games, but like I've been saying, when it's not,
Lots
this
of
format's pretty
resources that
solid.
Michael's able to commit now through that.
There's a lot of low-power decks that
think
Fiendsmith
there
helps
are
out a
certain
ton
effects
with. It's just
happening
why
right
we
now.
should
We
do
got the
that when you
fact
can
that
throw it
Fiendsmith
at Snake Eye.
Sequence into
No.
the extra
you
deck,
Bell.
and that's through the effect of Lacrima dealing the 1200 damage.
Already down to 5,600 just from effect damage. Landon again on the ropes there with just a single Snake Eye Ash and Defense Mode and a mysterious face down card. 2 cards in the hand, but hasn't really done much with them. Taking a quick look at there, but now we're going to, on Michael's side, add Snake Eye Poplar from the decks in the hand. Try to use the effect, but there goes Droll and Lockbird.
All right. Although many cards have already been played, Joel and Lockbird coming down. Well, this will prevent Poplar from adding a card. Will that be enough?
Not the poop loop.
Only one way to find out.
Performing a
Into
Link
the
summon under a
bird.
Fire Lock of Promethean Princess. Summoning out into Hita. Oh, we're doing
okay.
the graveyard sharing play again.
Certainly are.
Communism.
Heat of the Fire Charmer Ablaze has done some great stuff here. But before we see that, we're going to go ahead and see Poplar hit the spell and trap zone.
Snake Eye Oak. Sorry, that's Snake Eye Ash.
I
effect.
will
Sending
add
away
the
the
Kieran.
Poplar.
Hold on, I have to just come over here. Is it still pasted? It is.
A couple of different divergent choices,
what?
but looks
We're
like the
just gonna
path
move
we're
this
taking
in
is
real
Snake
time.
Eye Flambird Dragon.
Snake Eye Flamber Dragon's
Moving this
very,
in
very
real
strong
time. You're
here.
gonna watch this
The
move
spell
slowly
trap zone
because
has
I'm
been flipped
standing
over
and I
back.
can't reach my mouse
Considering
from
whether
where
or
I'm
not we're gonna
standing.
activate it, is it a bluff?
You
We
fuck.
don't know. But there is a Flamber Dragon on Michael's side, and
Taking the Snake Eye Oak. And
Behold.
there should be normal summoning.
wow, that
Oh,
is
and sending them
insane.
both. Wow.
This is great board development.
Everything's coming up Michael's way as he brings out Celine, Queen, Master of the Magicians.
Here we go. Summoning back the Diabell Star through Celine. I mean, there's not a lot of interaction coming from Landon at the moment.
There we go.
Could be
I think that's a
saving
good
it
spot
for
for
some sort of surprise
for
moment to
like
jump back in the duel.
fucking 12th, I think. Might be the 13th.
Looks like we're going to the deck now.
Landon being very, very calm here. You know, it ain't over till the last card is played. The Diabell Star will activate, and that's
Well,
going
it's
to
not
set
actually
original
when the
Simple
last
Spell
card is
Snake Eye.
played, because that might
Good check from
that's
Landon,
only
but it's
true
not
if
his time to jump back in the duel just
the
yet.
last card
We are
played.
still under draw and lock, so very, very
causes
careful
you
here.
to get an
Access
ult
Code
win.
Talker, Access Code Talker effect.
Otherwise,
is
it's still
going
the last
to
point is
use
lost.
Celine. Now we're going to further use the effective access code to destroy. And
and
then
there's
we
the
got
handshake.
Oh.
Michael taking
Okay.
the game number 3 of semifinals number 2.
Okay, chat.
Just
I
advancing straight
am
into the
hungry
finals,
and
then
I'm gonna
again,
go
we
make
have seen
food.
him
I will
on
be back
stream
soon.
before, but not
I'll hopefully be
from
back
the
before
top
finals,
down,
and
so we
hopefully I will
actually
be
get
able
to
to
see
sit
how it
for
is to be
finals.
qualified here. Great stuff, great stuff. But great stuff from Landon too. Certainly did not disappoint anyone by getting a top 4 finish and still going on to the World Championship.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, these duelists, they must be tired. There's so much dueling going on. The pressure is on, although they can relax maybe a little bit now. At least Landon can now relax. The pressure is off for him as he's out of the run, but that's still a very good weekend for him. Getting to the top 4, getting to go to Worlds, getting a trophy, prize cards, and being known as one of the best duelists in North America.
Absolutely. I mean, it's in the name. World Championship qualifiers. He did exactly what he came here to do, qualifying for the World Championship, which is just every duelist dream, effectively.
Yep.
And for 4 duelists today, And for two duelists on Friday, we now have 6 qualifiers that we're sending to the World Championship.
You know, they're going to be practice buddies. They're going to be best of friends. Let's hope that North America can try to take it again at WCS.
Now, we got to see it for the first time, a United States champion last year. We might have a repeat as North America takes it again. Hey, but there's still more representatives to be selected, and it's just been incredible so far.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder if we're going to be hearing from our duelists, but for now, this has been a crazy weekend. We've seen how Fiendsmith definitely changed up the game a lot. We've also seen different styles of play for the Fiendsmith cards, but we also saw a lot of play with White Forest.
Oh, so much creativity.
Many different duels.
So much creativity. This was not a solid format. Exodia was on the featured match stage, and behind the scenes, there were some great duelists using those new Millennium cards.
The Millennium cards really caught me by surprise, to be honest. They are essentially just monsters that you just have to pay 2,000 life points. There's many strategies can work with that. We have, you know, the I believe not the punk cards.
Yeah, Gold Pride, though. You're speaking my language.
That's the one that I'm thinking about. You take a little bit of damage, you can extend, you have different levels that you can work with. And just the additional monster. We've noticed that this entire, I guess, weekend, it's about generating all those monsters to the point where your extra deck, you know, you have, you know, your starting lineup of extra deck monsters, and you have your next line of monsters, just so more catered to going second and third.
Different levels.
Second and third games.
Different levels, great effects. There's a lot of cool cards that are still kind of unexplored. I hope this was a great preview of what the Infinite Forbidden will do really throughout this format. There's just so many cool combos that are even still yet to be explored, right? We saw Beatrice the Lady Eternal really developing cool strategies with Angel Blue Tears. So I'm very excited to go back to my locals and see what's going on. I hope you have a good time at yours when you see them next.
Yeah, I actually can't wait for that. I think I really want to try out some of the other strategies personally. I still am really hooked on to the Ancient Gear. I'm very surprised.
After that performance from Corbin in round 7 yesterday, my eyes are open when it comes to Ancient Gear.
I think there's also like Gimmick Puppet. Gimmick Puppet was also very interesting. I think a lot more Gimmick Puppet made it to top 64 than I thought.
They really did. They really did. And it goes to show you that all duelists from all walks of life have to be here. We have featured prior YCS champions, prior World Championship competitors. We've also had duelists just show up because they happen to qualify and they're making it to the World Championship. So hopefully that inspires some of you at home for sure.
There are some that qualify from the LCS.
Wow, the LCQ. Like
LCQ.
So they went on Friday. They didn't even have an invite.
No, they just
and they made it. And they're all the way here.
I believe one of them went in basically undefeated, take the four in a row on the Friday, and then 9-0 the second day.
It's got to be good.
Very impressive duelists in North America. I just don't know.
So we aren't going to be having an interview, but shortly here we will be going to our finals. And I have to say thank you guys so much for joining us. This will be our last cast, so we're signing off. But that just means we get to watch the finals with you. So I hope you'll join us when we come back right after this break.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here at the finals of the NAWCQ 2024. Finally, we're going to find out who is going to be this year's NAWCQ champion. We already know our representatives that are going to be going to the World Championship, and now we're going to find out who is going to be the reigning champion going into Seattle in September. Let's not waste any time. We're ready to jump into the finals. Kangas, who's playing in the finals of the 2024 North America World Championship qualifier?
Welcome, everybody, to the final stage of the North America WCQ 2024. 12 months of competition across YCSs and regionals have brought us to this moment. So let's meet our competitors. First up, in the blue chair, the highest overall North America point earner in 2024 in his first ever finals, Aditya Dara! And his opponent in the red chair, proving his skill on table and online as the third overall for Master Duel World Qualifiers, also in his first ever finals, Mike Thomas! Two duelists remain at the WCQ to determine who is the #1 in North America going into WCS. The duelists are ready, so let's send it back to the casters for duel #1.
All right, thanks, Kangas. That's right, we have Aditya from Plano, Texas. You can hop on 35, go all the way to Dallas, get on 30, then you jump on 75, bam, get off at Legacy Avenue, and you're in Plano, Texas. And his opponent, Mike Thomas, as he mentioned, is a Master Duel connoisseur, you could say. His favorite card we saw was Chaos Ruler.
Yep.
Very well known for playing Dragon Link. Now he's going to be here with Fiendsmith Snake Eye up against Fiendsmith Snake Eye. This is the finals matchup that people predicted would be here, and here we are. Two powerful decks, two powerful players, only one NAWCQ champion. The trophy for the winner on the stage. Both these players will be going to Worlds together. Doesn't mean they're going to work as a team together because there can only be one world champion, but they will have the pride of North America on their shoulders.
We see so much of these story duelists here in this tournament, and I think that's been just the theme of the entire tournament. This is just a second chance for both of them, right? Aditya, he was the points leader going into the playoff, but he just missed it. But he was making it all the way to the finals of the actual event. And then Mike Thomas, only getting third, just missed his chance for his Worlds playoff at the Master Duel setting, but now he's going for the TCG.
Yep, definitely a really cool chance for Mike to get a chance to be the #1 player. But speaking of #1, Aditya was #1 in the points playoff on Friday. He's been playing all year nonstop, going to regionals, YCSs. He's topped many events throughout this year and accumulated all those points. Fell short on Friday, but decided to just keep going, not let that get to him. And now he is here in the finals and stamped his ticket to the World Championship.
Oh my goodness.
If you could say anything about these players, is that they've played a lot of games within this last season, and they deserve to be here.
Yep, this is a tough format, requires a lot of practice. Even though the decks are strong, the players have to be stronger.
This
and
is
we're going to have to see
Snake Eye
how
mirror,
their
I'm
tech
guessing?
choices are going to line up against each other and how the game is
the only other way
going
this
to
goes
play
down
out.
is
The
if
Infinite Forbidden, the most
Snake Eye
recently released set in the
versus
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yubel,
trading card game had a huge impact,
presumably
obviously releasing the
Snake
Fiendsmith
Eye
cards, but along other cool cards like Mulcharmy, Perilia has been a key card for a lot of players this weekend. We're going to see that. I know both these players are probably packing it in their decks. We're going to see if that's going to come down, along with stuff like the Bestials have been the new wave, or a lot of people are trying to find different ways to go about interrupting their opponents in that Fiendsmith Snake Eye mirror match.
Can't forget one of my new favorite cards, Silo Hat Rab, Magician.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
a rabbit, but I want to call him a rabbit, but he's a magician.
Definitely, as that Link 2 is extremely strong. The Infinite Forbidden, just a fantastic set. You're going to want to get your hands on that if you want to increase the power level of your deck. We wanted to see your creativity, and they have not disappointed this weekend. We've seen all sorts of cool decks. We saw Ancient Gear almost make it to the top 64. We've seen that Fiendsmith Millennium Exodia deck that was hanging around for a while. We've also had all these other themes from the Battle of Legends, Terminal Revenge set, like Ritual Beast. We didn't get to see too many on stream, but there were a few in the top cut. Yubel obviously made a huge impact with that Phantom Yubel releasing in that set. But all those decks have now been eliminated, and now we're down to the cream of the crop.
Yep, Snake Eye, Fiendsmith here, dominating as expected, making it all the way to both finalists.
Which is hilarious.
It's going to be a good one. I'm excited to see which one of these players is going to move on. Who do you think is going to be favored in this matchup?
It's hard to say. It really comes down to those tech choices, right? And seeing the options when you need them.
Well, as far as
at the end
who's
of the day,
going to
it
move
could
on,
just be that you
neither.
open
This
a
is
Snake Eye
finals.
Ash,
There's
and
nowhere
that's
to
your
move
only
from
play.
here.
It gets interrupted, and you have to pass.
Or you're going to be able to play through it with all the creative cards that you could possibly have in
Yeah, if
your
you mean
deck.
move on to
We're going to have
Worlds.
to see. I think it's,
Oh.
the die roll is going to be the first thing the players
well
going
as
to
the
look at.
people
It's
that they
obviously
beat last
you're going
round.
to feel a lot more comfortable going first. But we've seen plenty of players going second, using those defensive options from the hands and breaking through boards as well with cards like Triple Tactics Talent. It's really going to come down to how these players draw, how they play, will they make any mistakes. It's been a long weekend. As mentioned, Aditya played in the tournament on Friday. Mike Thomas has been playing all weekend as well. We're going to see if fatigue will play a factor. I hope not. I imagine they're excited to be in the finals, and one of them will cement their name in the legacy of Yu-Gi-Oh! Becoming an NAWCQ just champion. Not a world champion yet, but potentially in the future.
There's something about it being the last match of the tournament. You know that it's just the one and done. I feel like that gives you an extra burst of energy, right? The second wind.
It definitely does. So let's go ahead and jump into it. The finals is starting. We're here at game number 1 of the NAWCQ 2024. The hands are drawn. Here comes the die roll. Aditya rolls a 4.
Not the strongest.
Mike Thomas rolls, beats him on 1 die. It's a 10. Mike Thomas is going first. Fist bump for good luck.
Aditya was probably favored if he was able to take the start here, not only because of the sheer power of going first in this matchup, but because he was playing that Silhouette Magician that we've seen him having previously. You have a much stronger end board turn 1.
It definitely does add to that final board that you can make, but now Mike Thomas is starting things off in the draw phase with Wanted Seeker of the Sinful Spoils. That's going to let him add a Diabell Star of the Black Witch.
Could have had a Snake Eye Diabell Star if you already had a copy of the Witch in your hand.
You did see that earlier.
All right, now he's going to be moving out of the draw phase into the standby phase.
Is there anything in the standby phase? No more Charming. We've checked that.
Got to check down all of the things your opponent could have at each moment. Gonna send. Oh, he did have the Snake Eyes Diabell Star.
I felt it in my soul.
You really did. Let's see if he has anything. It looks like a Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill. That's gonna negate the effect of Diabell Star, the Black Witch. And then if it leaves the field, it's gonna inflict that attack. 2,500 damage to Mike Thomas. Next up, he's gonna go Fiendsmith Engraver. It looks like he was trying to play around Droll and Lockbird potentially by holding that before.
Just wanted to see what he has to do with these cards. He's using them as additional extenders here rather than trying to do everything with just those bodies alone. Instead of leading with it, you're using it to extend into your plays naturally. Gonna add the tract here, seeing if there's any interruption from Aditya. Doesn't look like it, so we're able to activate the tract.
This is going to let him add a Light Fiend monster from his deck to the hand, and then he'll have to discard a card. But it's met by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. That's going to negate the effect.
No additional bodies here. That means that Engraver is still the only Fiend in his graveyard. Not going to be able to get any value here. Still has his normal summon,
Does he
though.
have Snake Eye combo from here? That's the question.
Checking his graveyard. I mean,
If
yeah, when you
not,
start
what's
with
left in
Wanted,
his
that's when
hand?
you're going to really want to target down the Diabell Star to negate the effect.
Looks like we have to normal summon that effect, Veiler. We're going to have to go
Okay.
into Moon of the Closed Heaven here. That will turn on all of the Fiendsmith engine, as well as the Engraver already in his graveyard.
Yep, links that away into Fiendsmith Requiem. Going to tribute that to special summon a Fiendsmith monster from the deck.
Aditya very happy that it wasn't Snake Eye Ash. It's going to be very weak to any other interruptions he might have, but the 2 have already been used.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Yep, he's going to lose 2,500 life points thanks to that Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill now that the Diabell Star left the field.
Yep, Requiem is resolving, summoning that Engraver from the deck. Now he has the option to use the Engraver already in his graveyard to put back one of these Light Fiends to summon itself. You're going to be putting back that Moon.
Put back Moon to special summon Engraver from the graveyard.
Now it's a matter of, has to be a Beatrice, right? You need to, oh no, we're going to go into, well, of course, yes, eventually
Could just be
Beatrice,
Caesar.
using the effect of sequence to
Without.
get into the Lacrima.
I'm gonna say you could
Lacrima is
just go
going to be
into
able to
Caesar and
resummon
hope
that
that
Engraver,
pulls whoever's
go
in
into
hand.
Beatrice,
It would
send
depend
the
on
Snake
the
Eye
card
Ash, But no, it's going to be met with effect failure.
A third point of interaction from the hand here from Aditya.
Great format.
It looks like Mike is going to be done with his deck. He's going to be shuffling it up one more time, giving it to his opponent. And just a pass back with one card in hand? Had to give up the Snake Eye Bellstar from the hand, as well as the effect failure for the normal summon.
Draw for turn. Yep.
DJ drawing 2, 3
What does this
cards
need to
now
be? The
total.
most perfectly timed Nibiru? Like,
let's see if he has that powerful lead.
I mean, it depends on
Engraver.
On
Not a bad
Aditya's
start.
hand. Well,
Activates the Engraver to go and add Fiendsmith's track from the deck to the hand.
Will there be a Droll and Lockbird? It doesn't look like it. Check for the Mulch Army, check for the... Oh, I mean, I guess you couldn't Mulch Army with the card on the field, but now check for Droll and Lockbird.
Sequentia being
Adding
left out
another
on board
copy
is
of Engraver, so you have to discard the Lurie that was already drawn.
It is the last card.
Effect on Lurie.
Lurie's going to special summon to the field since it was discarded.
It doesn't look like the remainder of Aditya's hand is that powerful so far, having the Lurie already drawn. A little redundant here, but good enough in this position if Mike's last card isn't effective.
Now, looks like he's thinking about linking it away. Summon
Wow,
Fiendsmith
Sean.
Requiem from the extra deck. Be able to attribute that to summon Fiendsmith Engraver.
I mean, this is where the one-card combo that you rarely ever get to see happens.
Effect on Requiem.
Activates Requiem to equip to Engraver. Now he's going to
Oh,
use
he's
the
actually going to
effect.
use the effect to send it. No Necroquip effect here.
Trying to clear the way as he brings back another Engraver
Oh, he already had
from the
another
graveyard.
Engraver engrave. He didn't need to, yeah.
Now, 2 monsters on the field.
This is where you're going to do exactly what Mike was trying to do. You're going to go into that sequence to set up the Lacrima. Lacrima is going to allow you to make a Beatrice after summoning back the Engraver, sending the Snake Eye Ash, and then you're able to link away both the sequence and the Beatrice to be able to make the Promethean Princess and get that Snake Eye Ash from the graveyard.
Okay, so sequence is shuffling back the 2 materials, special summoning Fiendsmith Lacrima. Lacrima can special summon back a level 6 monster or add it to the hand. Since he's already used the effect in hand, definitely want to special summon it to the field.
Only one unknown card for both these players now.
Is it a Nibiru the Primal Being? It looks like he's taking a moment to consider.
This would be a good time to do it.
yeah, I mean,
Doesn't look
a
like
lot
he's
you
doing
can do.
anything. Just going to
Oh,
battle.
just going to battle phase. Trying to force out that Nibiru here.
Oh, Mike Thomas did already take 2,500 points of damage, so this is just going to be game.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Lacrima will do it after.
This attack, attack, attack.
Sees what he needs.
Aditya takes game number 1, and he's only 1 game
Yay,
win
Snake Eye
away
format.
now from being crowned the NAWCQ champion. After going second, but he had those interruptions in the hand. That deck building came into play. He knew that he needed to play a lot of copies of cards that are going to be able to interact during the opponent's turn, and it paid off as he was able to draw them here going second.
Yeah, it's a really high density we see here. It's a 45 card list for Aditya, but he's really focusing on having that extended amount because you know that there are so many one card combos. We saw he was able to do all that with just one Fiendsmith Engraver. So you're able to capitalize on that by playing so many more of those points of interaction from hand. So you try to find a way to see as many as you can in that first hand. Trying to get sometimes just 3 copies is really needed in this matchup, and you saw 3 is exactly enough.
Yeah, definitely. And the choice to play Ghost Mourner really paid off there. He didn't have to go too far into his combo to be able to represent enough damage to go for game, but also shows you the points where the deck can be weak. If you're able to force them to go into the Fiendsmith line and then they get to that Fiendsmith sequence and you have something to stop the effect of sequence, that can be a key point to where you're able to stop the Fiendsmith strategy, and Aditya definitely capitalized upon that.
Yeah,
Now,
I mean,
they
that's
are
easily
side
the
decking,
choke
so
point
things are going
of
to be a
Fiendsmith.
little
The
different
problem
here
is
going
just
into
that, like,
game
for
number
Fiendsmith,
2,
Snake
but
Eye and Fiendsmith
I'm
Rebel,
assuming Mike
there's
Thomas is
just
probably going to
an
choose to
entire
start
second
again.
combo you
Yeah,
have to deal
both
with
these
at that
players are
point.
very well equipped to handle this matchup at this point in the tournament. It looks like Aditya is changing sleeves on his cards here, which only indicates that he's siding some extra deck cards right now. Probably, we've talked about how you have to make sacrificing the extra deck to make room for these Fiendsmith cards. You make up for it by siding the cards that you need and having them come up when you're going second.
Definitely, you can see that trophy with the champion logo. I love the brand new WCQ logo. It looks beautiful. You also see that 25th anniversary stamped on that trophy. That's pretty special.
How long will the 25th anniversary end?
Well, it started, Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game's been around since 1999, and we are in 2024. So this whole year is going to be celebrating the quarter century celebration. You can get quarter century secret rares and all the core boosters and awesome sets like Rarity Collection 1 and 2. Now, Aditya just looking so focused. Like, this has to be a big moment for him. This is what it's all about. After losing in that playoff on Friday, having to work all year long to get to that tournament, but not being able to make it to the World Championship from there, that
And
had
then
to
make
feel
it to
bad.
finals
But he was
here.
able to
It's
go
just like
back
it's
to his
gonna be the
hotel
big
room, shake it
whiplash
off,
now.
come back
Really
fresh on
cool.
Saturday, and make it all the way here to the finals of the NAWCQ. It's all about perseverance, mental fortitude, never giving up. In life, in Yu-Gi-Oh!, you're going to lose every now and then, but you just have to keep on going, adapt, learn from your mistakes, learn from things that you can't control, focus on what you can control, and then you never know when your time's going to come and you'll be in this position to potentially become a champion.
Yeah, both these players really showed their resiliency making it this far, right? They've had to play several rounds just in this tournament alone, but obviously their records in previous tournaments, their histories with making it to the World Championship being just shy, too different for both players here. A lot of real passion, real dedication.
And it has been a long day for sure. I've definitely been there in the finals feeling fatigued from a long day. It can wear down on you, but you just got to feel that excitement, feel that joy, or just stay focused like Aditya is here.
You know, I was joking around before when talking about the players making it from top 8 into top 4. They're feeling that sense of relief, knowing that they've already qualified for the World Championship, and they're going into the top 4 match. They're probably playing it a little bit lax because, you know, they don't really care that much. They obviously care, but they're already got the main goal. But then once you get past the top 4 and now you're in the finals, you see it again. You have that title of champion right in front of you. And now Aditya's only 1 game away.
And Mike Thomas down but not out. It's not great losing game 1,
though,
but he
'cause
is
it's
going to be
gonna
going
be really hard
first in
to
game number 2. If he can take this game,
I feel bad
have a
for
little
him.
bit better
I hope
luck
he will
here.
just-
Going into a game number 3, it could be anyone's match.
I bet you, will you be calm?
Neither of these players have that championship
Hello,
title
small
yet
creature.
in their docket. So both players are looking to
Hey.
get their first ring.
Clone thyself.
Definitely
Nope.
going to
He
walk
has
away with
preached
the
away
title
from
of champion. Who's it going to be,
He be
Aditya or Mike?
And nobody knows. I know exactly.
They're shuffling
They've
really
been-
vigorously.
There's a
They
lot
don't want to
on
take any
the
chances here.
They're shuffling their decks vigorously. They're shuffling their opponent's decks hard. It's just a lot of shuffling. This is a very important game.
I wonder how tired they are. They're just like going with the emotions. What is going on?
We're still going. We're cutting. We're shuffling. Shuffle, shuffle, cut, cut. Good luck before game number 2. Mike Thomas is saying he is going to start. So let's go ahead and dive into it. This is pretty much the most important match of their career. I mean, you could argue maybe the top 8 match to get to the World Championship might have felt a little more important, but this is a title that only one person gets every year, and we are jumping into game number 2. If Aditya wins this game, he will be the champion.
Can you do a repeat performance of game 1? Have as many points of interaction as possible, as well as a way to play.
Do you have anything for priority and draw phase?
Draw phase
Another
wanted.
wanted. Chain the Mulcharmy.
He has Mulcharmy Perilia.
Well, that's the funny card.
So that's a great counter to Wanted. So Mulcharmy Perilia, a great card out of the Infinite Forbidden. For the rest of the turn, if Mike Thomas summons at all, normal summons or special summons from the hand, Aditya will draw a card.
He can get around it by setting, but I don't think that's going to get him very far.
It's a great card to have in response to Wanted because that Diabell Star will come from the hand.
Yeah, when you have to lead with Diabell Star, it really plays into Mulcharmy so much because it's just an additional draw that you didn't normally have to do for your combo.
Freaking out like this when he wants to leave my room.
You just go, A quick think. quick think here for Mike Thomas.
He has to find the lines through the Molcharmi, get the
Stand by. Sorry, my opponent's thinking so long in the draw phase and they're thinking and they go stand by. That one gets me every time. All right.
It looks like we're going to be leading with the Divine Temple here.
Divine Temple, the Snake Eye that allow him to place a Snake Eye monster from his deck to the field in the spell and trap zone.
A little awkward opening the Divine Temple when you already have
shot.
access to Diabellstar, which would give you access to original Sinful Spoil. So now your pop art doesn't really do very much, but because of the Molcharmi, maybe you're just not going to use the Diabellstar at all, unless you have to.
I mean, I would try and avoid summoning from the hand at all possible, just to not give Aditya any cards, because not only can he draw into cards that he'll use on his turn, he can draw into cards that will interrupt Mike Thomas on his turn, but it looks like he is going to be forced to summon that Diabellstar.
Yep, he's going to be using the free body that he got from the temple, going to be drawing a card, and then will there be any response to the effect of Diabellstar? Oh, he has plenty in his hand. Does he opt to use it?
That adorable sea creature just making an impact here out of the Infinite Forbidden. Is there a response? Does he have the Ghost Mourner? No, he doesn't.
He's choosing to let this one go, holding his resources for further points in the combo.
He's been let out, and I was right that it's extremely uncomfortable.
I mean, this is something we've been talking about all tournament, right? Knowing when to use your resources. It's not just shotgun. Just use it as soon as you see it.
When I first sit down.
You have to know when the most appropriate times to use these effects.
Yeah, I think with the Molcharmi activated being in effect right now, if he had anything to negate an effect, he would have definitely used it here on that Diabellstar. But now he's going to set original Sinful Spoils of the Snake Eyes to the spell and trap card zone with the Diabellstar effect.
I wonder if he's going to use it immediately here just to get rid of the Diabellstar. It looks like it. Oh, getting rid of the Divine Temple, actually. I guess there's nothing really in the back to use with it.
Does he have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring?
He does.
That is huge. But he still has Wanted with the original.
He could get a draw in right now.
Looks like that might be what he's going to do, offering the deck to Aditya to shuffle.
I can't imagine he's going to be able to extend through this without having to summon a card from the hand, so he's going to have to give Aditya one more card to replenish those cards that he has spent.
Yep, here comes the Wanted, a hope and a prayer. But any card he's looking to draw is going to probably give Aditya another card. It would have to be a strong normal summon or something like Bonfire. Bonfire would probably be more ideal since he could just go straight into Poplar. He just really wants to get another monster on the field. Engraver would be a good one. Because if he has Fiendsmith Engraver, he doesn't even have to. Okay,
Tracked.
that's good.
Tracked. That'll get him there.
Doesn't have to summon from the hand either, because the Fabled Lure adds to the hand, discards itself to the graveyard, and then special summons from the graveyard, so it gets around that Molcharmi Perilia.
Going through the deck, grabbing the Lure, discarding the Lure.
Fabled Lure.
Yes, the Fabled Lure.
Put some respect on the Fabled name, my friend.
There is no respect for Fabled.
Sorry.
All right, so I don't have to then.
No,
there's the Druist Worm.
Bestial Druist Worm. We talked about the Bestials being tech cards this weekend for a lot of players. This is a huge interruption here. This stops Mike Thomas from getting that second monster on the field that he so desperately needs.
Just a barrage of these interruptions right now.
Does that D stand for Aditya's day? Is today Aditya's day? You hear it from a lot of people who win. It has to be your day. Is it his day to become a champion? Or will Mike Thomas be able to battle through this flurry of interruptions?
We're going to normal summon the draw. That's going to give Aditya a draw.
Have to do it. So now he can link away those two monsters into Moon of the Closed Heaven.
Yep.
Well, it looks like he could go into... He's thinking about something else, but more than likely it will be the Moon.
Yeah, there's no access to Hida right now because there's no fire on his side.
Just considering his options, now he's going to link away the Light Fiend, Moon of the Closed Heaven, to go into the Link 1 Fiendsmith's Requiem, which only requires a Light Fiend monster.
Knows that Ash Blossom is out of the way, so he's free to activate the effect here. Considering his options from the graveyard, nope, we're just going to use the effect of Requiem here and get access to the Engraver that we do not have yet.
Here comes the Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck to the field.
This is where you really need that Necroquip Princess. You have the option to use the Requiem to equip and then use the effect of the Engraver to go after the Druid Swarm, but I don't recommend it.
Whips the Fiendsmith Requiem with its effect from the graveyard to the Fiendsmith Engraver. Now he's going to fusion summon. He has both the materials that are required for Necroquip Princess.
Carefully thinking through his options here before he commits to the play. There it is. There's Necroquip Princess.
Is he shuffling his extra deck?
He might have been.
It's one of those days.
Gonna use the effective Engraver, put back the Moon.
Effective Engraver.
Oh, no, we're gonna go for the Requiem.
Okay.
I believe so. Target, right?
Does he have another Bestial?
Is it another Bestial?
Shuffle one light fiend monster from your graveyard into the deck / extra deck.
Semicolon.
Is it a cost?
It is a cost to put back.
And then the Engraver.
But you can still
Does he have
Crow
another
or
Bestial?
Bestial.
It's getting ball draped.
Yeah.
Oh man, another Bestial is gonna banish Engraver from the graveyard.
And that's full combo on the field. That already makes his own Moon.
Wacky.
It also just represents 5,000 points of damage as well. Huge. Molt Charming Perillia, Ash Blossom and Joy Springs, Bestial Storm, Bestial Baldrake.
I wonder if he started with all of them, or between the 2 draws from the Molt Charming, he got into a few more.
As long as he did get those 2 draws, there's a chance he will. It shows you how important Molt Charming Perillia is.
Really is nuts.
One of the best
when
side
it's
deck
good.
options. We've even seen people main decking in this tournament just in case
Yeah, the
they end
main
up going
deck
second.
Rullias were still really
really
surprising
strong
to me.
card out of the Infinite Forbidden.
It looks like he's passing turn here.
Is anything public knowledge?
It is crazy when it's good.
He's just confirming if there's
Not
any loose ends
fantastic
here
into Snake
before
Eye.
he's able to finish this off.
Now he draws for turn, still
Like a
with a
V
decent
thing
amount
to
of
be
cards
expecting.
in hand. Thanks to Molt
It's also
Charming
not good in
Perillia.
Fiendsmith at all, which is the thing to
Now
be expecting,
Dicha
even like
only has
more
to
than
find
Snake
a way
Eye.
to do 8,000 points of damage, and he will become the
Because there was honestly
NAWCQ
probably
champion
more Fiendsmith than there was
out
Snake
of
Eye
Plano,
this event.
Texas.
It's really easy to just leave your opponent on 0 cards here by going for the Moon immediately. The Druid Swarm will be sending the Necroquip.
You can see by the records, this is the
Crazy,
18th
dude.
round of the tournament they have played.
17 grueling rounds have been played
crazy.
so far by these duelists, and now it is just this last game. Oh, Poplar able to get him access to his engine. There are still 2 cards from Michael here. It looks like it's letting it go.
I think we are moments away from crowning a champion.
I
This
think
is
we are a
just
combo
kind of along
away
the
from
lines
this
of,
being
can you
over,
find
yeah.
the Flame Bridge and just push back and start attacking?
Oh,
Agdrol and Lockbird. That's fine.
Something.
That's okay.
He was Mike was definitely hoping he would start off with Engraver or Bonfire, but Poplar being able to add the original right away.
Already having the Divine Temple.
Oh man.
That's enough damage represented,
He
right?
has 6,800 on the field here right now, but if he uses the original, he'll get plenty more.
Hey, he just put
I mean, just putting
Ash
Snake
down.
ID Bellstar on the field.
That's
Yeah,
true.
okay. Yeah, I mean, either one works. There's a ton you can do here. It's really hard to lose this from this position. But last card could be anything. You definitely want to play under Nib from this position.
Just thinking he doesn't want to mess up. You don't want to trip at the finish line, that's for sure.
There's only 1 card in your opponent's hand. You just want to make sure you know all your options. It's so close. It is almost near guarantee now. You just have to make sure you make 0 mistakes.
And don't summon
Looks
a
like
fifth
he
time.
is running numbers, doing math. How much damage can he get to game before he has to summon 5 times? Doesn't want to commit to something where a Snake Eye Ash might, or sorry, Ash Blossom and Joy Spring might cost him.
It has been 1 summon so far.
All right, let's see where he goes next. He's going to use the Snake Eyes Diabell Star effect, place a fire monster from the graveyard in the spell and trap card zone, and special summon itself to the field.
And be able to put back that Ash Blossom.
Funny
You just use
interaction.
the original to
Funny.
summon the Oak, Oak or Ash just to add and just attack with them, right?
Yep, they're boosted by Divine Temple by 1,100. He could also just send the Druid Swarm and the Snake Eye Ash to summon Flamebirds. The Druid Swarm will send down the Necroquip Princess. That would also be enough damage.
Yeah, he's thinking about the damage, right? I mean, no, I think he's just going to attack. Battle phase attack.
Attack. Yep, do the damage one at a time, all right.
So just from the remaining
Attack.
attacks, It's 18,
15.
19, 28, and
How much is
25.
18, 19?
That's
Gets
it.
game! Aditya is your NAWCQ
Alrighty
champion.
There
Told you,
he
man,
is.
Snake Eye is just a
The
bunch of
champion
non-games,
will be
and it's not a good
representing
format. We
North
saw,
America at the World Championships
a lot of
in
that.
Seattle. He came in
Oh, how
first
unfortunate.
for the
Oh,
most
how
points
unfortunate
accumulated throughout the
that
year
it
for the
had to be
qualifying
Snake
point
Eye.
playoff on Friday. Wasn't able to make it.
Wasn't
Decides to
even
present
really
the trophy
good,
to himself. Normally we have a judge
wasn't
in
even
his
really
do.
good
He
final
can't
game.
wait for the trophy presentation. Wants to hold it up in the air right away. That's not yours yet. I mean, it is. You won it. You earned
He's
it.
earned it. He's earned it twice. I want to say he got first place in North America in as many ways possible.
Oh man, I've never seen anyone just grab the trophy like that. That is
He
awesome.
earned it. He earned it.
You know, he's been staying so stoic the whole time. It's nice to see like a burst of excitement.
It's
like
been standing next to him this whole time. He's
Damn.
just been waiting to grab it.
That is actually just incredible. Wow, unbelievable. Aditya from the town Plano, Texas. From the state he lives in.
Oh, it's another more than 12-hour
Will
stream.
forever be
That's hilarious.
cemented in the Hall of Fame of Yu-Gi-Oh players as an
That's funny.
NAWCQ champion with his Fiend Smith Snake Eye deck.
He's going to be holding on to that until the next NAWCQ in 2025.
Ow.
And potentially go for the run back.
Just incredible. Going second, game 1. Going second, game 2. But with the right cards in his deck, it didn't matter if he lost the die roll. It actually probably benefited him that he was going second because his hands played really well into those. And I mean, Muh Charming Perilia. We've seen it multiple times through so many different games.
Goodness.
The high impact it has to help you dig into more of those cards. It's just so good.
Absolutely. I think this is just
what a
the ideal
And we get
opening
rid of
hand
Snake Eye,
for
please.
the strategy here. This is exactly what you want. If you're going to have to go second, that is the hand that you want. Sometimes it is just your day.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it
Can we
going
just go
into
back
the
to
weekend
Phantom
on
Nightmare,
Friday
but
at the
without
points
Snake
playout
Eye
that
and Tenpai?
You have to
That'd be
adapt
great.
the cards that you're using from
That'd
your
be
hand
awesome.
as disruption.
That was a good
the
format if you
Bestials
just
weren't
removed
seeing a
those
lot of
two
play
decks.
before, but now the Infinite Forbidden came out. There's a lot of those light fiend monsters that you can easily target down with the Bestials, and also just putting the monsters on the field is huge. And, you know, shout-outs to Mike Thomas. You know, he's still going to the World Championship. He got so close in Master Duel, just came up just a little bit short. He is short of being #1 here, but still going to the World Championship. And, you know, congratulations to all our other players. Landon, Jose, Ruben, Marshall, Mike Thomas, and Aditya will be our 6 representatives at the at the World Championship this year. They handled the NAWCQ just fine.
They have definitely
Yeah, they're the
qualified
reps
at this
from
point.
the
They-
NAWCQ,
you know, there's
not
only one
for
winner
it.
for the NAWCQ, but all 6 of those players, they've done quite a good job.
Definitely. I had those names from memory. I didn't have it written down anywhere. I'm proud of every single one of these duelists, and I can't wait to see how they're going to
I thought he was
represent
gonna
us
say
at
he's
the
proud
World
of himself
Championship.
for remembering
It's just
all
been
of
an
their
amazing
names.
tournament. I mean, going into this weekend, I've been looking forward to this for some time.
That would've been
I wanted
funny
to
if
see
he
how
said
the
that.
Infinite Forbidden was going to play out, and it had just as big of an impact as I expected it to. There definitely be cards you're going to want to consider having for your deck going
I mean,
forward.
it's, you know,
and yeah, this tournament did
new
not
cards
disappoint
at
all.
least, so you know, a little more
a lot of it
interesting
was
than last
expected.
time we saw
saw the
Snake Eye
power
do
of the
this.
Fiend Smith engine, but there was a lot I didn't really expect. I didn't think Soul Magician would be as popular
But,
as it has been, but it dominated. It
The
is able
main
to
deck
take down the
Perulias
alternative.
were
That's
a
right. I
really
was
interesting
worried people were
takeaway
gonna
for me
overlook
as
that
well.
card, but it has found its way. It's hopped its way into the extra decks of a lot of our players, including our champion. He is there in that main deck. Oh, just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I'm looking at this deck list, and it looks like a solid deck list. 45 cards. Maybe he found the right
45.
ratios where he didn't need to max out. Able to draw the right cards at the right time. If it's your day, it has to be your day to win, and you have to embrace it.
Welcome to modern
This is
Yu-Gi-Oh,
one
where
of those things
sometimes
I love
40
to see.
cards just is
Also,
not
can we
enough.
speak on 45, right?
I'm
you don't
more
have to
of
play
44. I like 44.
Sure, I'm just saying it doesn't have to be 40.
It doesn't.
There's no rule that says you have to play 40 cards.
It definitely doesn't, especially when you have so many cards that can start your combos off for you. You're more
There's
likely
just so
to
many
open
good
them,
cards
you
at
get more
this point, and
cards.
you don't want to
The
give up
kinda
those
downside to going
non-engine
over
spaces,
40 is
and so
you're
you can
less
kind of
likely
do
to see
math in a way
specific
where, like,
cards in your opening hand.
it's
But
why,
as long as you can draw one Mulcharming Perilia, you're going to
that's
draw
why in the
into
Xyz
more
event
of
and
those
Master Duel right now, I'm on
options,
60
'cause it's
cards
hard to
for
do anything
Horus
if you're not gonna
Theory, and I think I'm
normal
on
summon
50
from
for
your
the
hand.
non-Xyz
They're
event.
almost always going to have that Diabell
It's just the way the ratios work out. You want to have enough non-engine and enough engine.
Yeah, a lot of the deck building is based on how there's
You can get
not
enough
any
stuff to
real
get
need
your
to see
engine
any
going, and
individual
then-
card. It's combinations of non-specific cards. You just need to see any combination of these multitudes of cards that you're playing, and you're
Yep.
playing a high density of them, and you're playing a higher deck count to increase that density of them. And that is the strategy that was able to succeed today.
Yeah, definitely. I know our friends across the water over there in the EU are watching this event here this weekend because their EU WCQ we're going to find out who's going to qualify from the EU for the World Championship is coming up really soon. So they were definitely paying attention to this tournament. If you have anything to take away from it, it's you should probably make sure you get the Infinite Forbidden.
Oh yeah.
And it's not just the Fiendsmith cards. You need the Moltarmi, Perilia, the Silhouette Magician, as you mentioned, that rabbit. You're going to want to pull that out of the hat and be able to set it up. We didn't get to see it there because Aditya didn't get to go first, but he had
No need.
He had all the right
Wasn't
tools to be going
Ultimate
second. So if you're thinking about, oh man, I just had to worry about winning the die roll, no, there's ways you can come back going second as well.
I mean,
well, I think
yes,
there were a lot of
sacking
things
is
that didn't
always an
surprise us. What do you
option.
think
Thank
surprised us
you.
the most?
For the whole weekend or in this match?
Thank you for notifying the audience.
Oh,
of
that's
that.
easy. The Ancient Gear player was the biggest surprise of the weekend. He was crushing Fiendsmith Snake Eyes,
I
choosing to
think
go second
Mimigul.
and just absolutely destroying. He was
I think
so
Mimigul
close to
was
making
the
that
biggest
top
surprise.
64 cutoff. It was actually
was
just
he really?
fantastic
Okay,
to see
maybe
him do
not.
so
I don't know
well
how
in
close the
feature
Mimigul
match.
player
Yeah,
How
was.
about you, Asala?
I was pretty surprised that we got to see Exodia get so far. Millennium Monk, I didn't give it as much credit as you said I should.
No, it's so good.
Yeah.
It's like Shadal Fusion almost. You just reveal the 5 pieces of Exodia and you get the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. I also really liked the live duel. That was a lot of fun seeing Grandpa versus Yugi.
I guess we were going to get exposure to it no matter what. We got to see it twice.
It's so nice. You get to see it twice. Man, just what an incredible weekend. I've been looking forward to this for so long, and it just really did not disappoint.
Yeah, obviously, we did see Snake Eye really take advantage of the Fiendsmith's cards, but no shot to Yubel. Yubel has been doing extremely well this entire tournament. We saw it almost take down the playoffs, and we saw it get extremely close in the main event as well. I don't think it's that short of being the best deck quite yet. I think there's still time to develop. This is still week 1. This is what we found from just the very first weekend of Infinite Forbidden, and going into next week, yes, Europe can use this as a cheat sheet, but there's still many of innovations to be made.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they're going to do. They always come up with some cool strategies. We might see Ragnarika, Rika. There's like, I know the players over there. Watch out, guys. They're coming for you for sure. But yeah, it's been incredible. I mean, yeah, speaking of Yubel, it's not just all Fiends to Snake Eye in the top 4 from this event. Yubel also snuck in there, so a player...
Snuck in there. I mean, they worked hard. They deserve their spot.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It was probably the second most represented deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was a lot of Tempai Dragon, but I don't think they lost pretty early in the top cuts. But it's definitely still a strategy you're going to want to look at. Labyrinth kind of made an appearance for a lot of players. Ritual Beast were in there as well.
Yeah, Fiendsmith just has a lot of insulation.
There's Branded and Gimmick Puppets as well.
A couple Gimmick Puppets made the top 64. Runic Stun, always something you got to watch out for, especially if Johnny Wynn is entering the tournament. Keep an eye on that guy.
Sneak in those wins with Tenpai right now.
Ever forget about Runic Stun. Sometimes you get so focused on these Snake Eye matchups that you overside for these matchups that are so focused on these monsters, and you just forget to have any form of back removal.
Yep, got to pay attention to the whole meta, not just a little microcosm of it, but we now have our champion. We know who's going to be going to the World Championship, so let's go ahead and jump over to our trophy ceremony. Kangas, take it away.
Thank you very much, everybody here at the Austin Convention Center. Give it up to the #1 point earner and winner of the North America WCQ 2024, Aditya Darab. Congratulations. I got to start off by saying, or asking, what does it mean to you to be champion today?
Honestly, it still doesn't feel real. I came into this event, I came into this entire season with the only goal of going to Worlds. Never did I think I'd actually make it to the finals, let alone win the finals. I don't know what to make of it all. I'm just glad to have all the support of my friends and family here. Yeah, that's the gist of it.
Oh yeah, chat, I totally forgot. I wanted to actually at some point today go over because we got new cards. I meant to look at them at the beginning of the stream and I just fucking didn't. Let's do that before we wrap up.
A few times on this stage now on your journey here. The nerves and feeling like you weren't playing at your top level, but you still won the event. And I want to go back to some of the moments in that duel #2. You have the Perula, you have so many interactions, the double Bestials. When you looked at that opening hand, what was going through your head?
Honestly, I looked at that hand. If my opponent passed turn, like on nothing, I probably lost. Like one hand trapped a Poplar, and I just probably lost that game. But yeah, I knew that if my opponent were to play, get to draw some cards, get to draw a more playable hand, I'd be in there.
Well, you were definitely in there. You definitely took the entire championship and with a very powerful deck. So I want to actually get your thoughts on that as now the #1 player in NA here winning the WCQ. What is it exactly to you that makes the Snake Eye Fiendsmith deck so powerful?
It just has way too many starters, way too many extenders, all like one-card combos. It plays through a lot of hand traps. And now with the new Fiendsmith cards, like you can play through the board breakers like Forbidden Droplet, Dark Roller, all of that too. So, yeah.
Very versatile deck, very strong deck, and you are a very impressive duelist piloting it. And I want to let you have the opportunity to address the rest of the competitors, not just here, but all the hopefuls at home, because you mentioned this is the first year you've really pushed for competition and pushed to go to all these YCSs, topping 4 of them on your way here. What message do you have for the other competitors out there that are looking at you as an example now of, now I want to make that journey, now I want to push?
At the start of this year, all I really did was just go to events, play a lot, improve myself. Honestly, if I can do it, anybody can, as long as they put their time and effort and really decide to improve.
Thank you so much. One more round of applause for Aditya.
Fucking hell.
Congratulations. I'm going to let you step off and enjoy your trophy for a moment while I invite
At least we got one non-Snake Eye in top 4.
Again, a round of applause for your winner.
At least there was one non-Snake Eye in top 4, even if he didn't make it to finals.
All right, Michael, we'll invite you up to the stage now since we haven't had an opportunity to chat with you. Our other finalists here at WCQ 2024. Well done making it to the final stage.
Just,
I want to get your
format,
thoughts.
you
How do
know?
you feel about your WCQ experience?
To be honest,
Life is
I
paid
did not really expect to get here. I didn't really think I'd be doing well at all. I hadn't read Fiendsmith cards, I think, until Friday. I'm a Master Duel player at heart, but it feels nice getting up here. I got 3rd place in Master Duel for the qualifiers, and that felt very bad. But we're still making it to Seattle, so can't be mad at it.
Can't be mad at that. And you will be at Seattle, so I want to ask, what does representing North America at WCS 2024 mean to you?
Oh, man. I mean, that just means everything. I think the biggest thing for me is that I just get to see my friends. I have some friends in the international community who may be watching right now. I don't know. But I was just very disappointed I wouldn't be able to see them if I didn't go to Seattle, but now I get to see them.
Shout out to the friends that will be at Seattle with you. Any final message that you have for anybody watching at home or any of the other competitors here?
Please unhit Dragon Link. Thank you.
No.
There you have it.
Well,
Mike
yes,
Thomas,
but
thank you so much.
there are things
Congratulations
to not
on
unhit.
making it to WCS 2024. With that, we're going to send it to a very short break before we are back with our trophy ceremony right after this.
Okay. Well, and I guess while they're doing that, we'll go. Well, we'll go over the new cards. Okay, so we have Mermail Atlantean. Okay. Oh, yeah, we sure do. This card is always treated as an Atlantean. Okay, you can discard 1 card. Levels of. Let me make sure this is actually. Is this visible enough? Yeah, it's visible enough. Whatever. Discard a card. Levels of all water monsters you currently control become 7 until end of turn. Okay, interesting. And if it's sent to the graveyard to activate a water monster's effect, special a 4 or lower Atlantean or Mermaid effect for itself. Also water locks your extra, which is a little unfortunate, but workable. And then this is another Atlantean that's always a mermaid. Ooh. Keeper from hand, and an Atlantean or Mermail from hand or field. And take a level 7 Wet Boyo, and then add or special it, okay, but you get waterlocked from the extra. During your opponent's turn, banish this from the graveyard, discard 1 to draw a card. Sure, doesn't seem like the worst thing. The Sidra Abyss, the Atlantean Dragon Deity. This one's not a mermaid. Get fucked, idiot. Oh, but it can come out with any Atlantean or mermaid season. Cool, fair enough, I guess. Once per turn, soft once per turn. You can detach 2 materials and send 1 water from your hand or deck to the grave, return it to 3 cards your opponent controls to the hand. That's cool, but it's not a quick effect. Big sad. And if this succeeds, card is sent to the grave, discard 1 special 3 or 3 level 3 or lower. Wet boys. All right, fair enough, I guess. This seems fine. I don't know. Seems okay. Neptibus, the Royal Mermail. What are the arrows? Hard to tell. Okay, there's 3 down arrows. Okay, got it. Your opponent can't target waters this card points to. Cool. If a water is sent to the graveyard to activate effect, take an Abyss Equip spell and either add it or equip it to this. Alright, cool. And on destruction, add an Atlantean or Mermail from... Alright, that's pretty cool, I guess. Special an Atlantean or Mermail from your hand to graveyard, and if you do equip it with this card... Alright, sure. So it's just a Reborn extender. Nice. But it's also a starter because it can work from hand. That's neat, I guess. The
Hello
monster
and
would be
welcome
destroyed by
back,
battle card
everybody.
effects and this card with Grave instead.
WCQ
Protection's
2024 has
And
concluded,
banish
which means
this
there is one thing
and
left to do, and that is
shuffle 3
award
guys
our
back.
top
All right,
8
we'll look at the rest of
competitors
them,
their trophies.
I guess,
I will
after
please
this.
welcome the top 8 onto stage with me so that Judge Paul can give them their prizes. Give it up for your top 8 competitors.
So yeah, the Mermail Atlantean stuff seems like fine, I guess. I don't know enough about the actual deck to know if it's going to do anything for them. I don't imagine that it would
Now
be that
head judge
crazy
Paul will present
revolutionary.
each competitor individually with their prize. Up first, our first quarterfinalist, Brandon Elmore. Please take to the center stage. Next up, our second quarterfinalist, Artan. Now our third quarterfinalist, Logan Johnson. And our fourth quarterfinalist, Mark Solis. Next up, our first North American WCS representative and first semifinalist, Landon Oliver. And our next representative and semifinalist, Marshall Demarest. And next, your finalist, Michael Thomas. Thank you very much, Head Judge Paul. Thank you very much, Michael Thomas. Now, everybody, give a very warm welcome to your #1 North American duelist, Aditya Dara.
Cringe. I have seen worse card game events. I can say that for
Thank
certain.
you very much to our top 8
I mean,
competitors.
it's mostly just this format.
Aditya, you
and,
may retake
know,
your spot.
My current physical issues. I contributed to this.
Give
but
it
I
up
mean,
one more time, everybody,
It
for
was a
the
fine
best
enough event.
duelist in North America.
He sounds like the Beyblade announcer guy. He really
And
does.
a reminder to
Oh my
everybody
goodness.
here and everybody at home, you can continue cheering on these top 4 duelists at WCS September 7th and 8th, along with the
Right
2
after
that
my
qualified
morphine.
this Friday. Also a reminder, if you have your OTS store having a watch party, you could be featured live on the broadcast. Next time you see us, though, we'll be at YCS Sacramento on August 17th and 18th. Thank you so much for watching, everybody here at Austin
Will we have a ban
and
list
everybody
by
at
then?
home.
Probably not.
We'll see you next time.
I think they're going to drop the ban list during the YCS again, Chad. I can feel it in the bones. Okay, let's go over the new cards, the rest of the new cards, and then we'll wrap up. All right, Puppet Shark style. Okay. You touch one Xyz material from a monster on the field, excavate top 4, choose one, and apply your effect based on the card type. If it's a monster or spell, add it to your hand, and if it's a trap, set it and activate it this turn if you would like. Okay, that's a funny card. I don't think it's going to be very good, but it's hilarious. Turmoil of Sea and Flames. Discard a water, and target a face of monster your opponent controls and destroy it. Or discard a fire to draw one card, to optionally draw one card. Oh, I'm sorry, destroy a fire. Oh, it's a lore card, isn't it? Yeah, okay. If your opponent controls a monster, banish this, and then write a little 7 or 8 water or fire and special it. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's cool. This seems like a very solid card. I don't know if Mermail Atlantean will go too crazy with it, but, you know, seems good for Fire King. I really hope that the way that they hit, I hope the way that they hit Snake Eye is just, like, Ash and Oak bans. I hope the Poplar and OSS stay legal. Ash and Flamberge actually are probably the best bans, but I want them to leave Poplar and Original legal, because there are so many cool decks that are enabled by them being legal. We're also going to be wrapping up, much like the YCS, WCQ stream itself. I don't have much left in my tank for today. It's very exhausting, the physical condition I'm in. I'm going to see if there's anyone we can raid quickly on Twitch. We don't currently have anyone here on YouTube, so we're just going to see if I have any friends live on Twitch. Friend of friend is good enough. That's what we'll rate. That's who we'll rate. Okay. Well, thank you all so much for coming out, showing support on the stream. As always, I will try to be back tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be Fossil Fighters or not, I'm going to be honest. It really depends on my energy levels going into tomorrow. We'll see. But I'll try and be live at the very least with, like, spectating and hanging out with friends and stuff. So yeah, thank you.